Venom Insect Star, a military force, was sweeping the battlefield. A clear command came from the flying warship: "This planet is already ruined. Prepare to withdraw and return to the city." Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly everyone's detection wristbands began to sound. The displayed signal was not for venomous insects or resources, but for a female. How could there be a female here? Aren't they all just stinking, disgusting venomous insects? Yeah, is the instrument malfunctioning? The men were shocked. Colonel Fred and Major Enzo were the first to jump off the warship. Following the instrument's direction, they searched and found a female in a shell crater 100 meters away. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, lightly wrapping around her body. Her clothes were tattered, and she was curled up in the shell crater, looking as small and delicate as a baby from afar. Upon closer approach, they realized it was an adult female. On a small, delicate face, her double-layered eyelashes were jet black and thick. Her nose bridge was smooth and straight. Her lips were as full and rosy as rose petals. Her limbs were slender and graceful, her figure curvaceous and alluring. She lay quietly in the desolate, huge crater, like a delicate flower blooming in the endless night. Fred and Enzo's hearts were stirred, their blood surging. Especially when they saw her delicate skin partially exposed. They had never seen such a beautiful female before. The two men quickly took off their coats to wrap her up, gently lifting her with movements as careful as if they were handling a precious treasure. Return to the planet quickly. The warship sped back to the planet at maximum velocity. The soldiers following behind caught a glimpse of her flowing hair fluttering in the wind, and their hearts were all stirred. It really was a female. Although they didn't see her face just from that strand of soft hair, they could imagine how beautiful she must be. Even the usually decisive Twin Star officers were so gentle just now, as if they were afraid of crushing her with a little force. Soon the warship arrived at the Central Star Military Base Medical Center. Fred took the green channel all the way, carefully placing the girl in his arms into the examination machine. Enzo stared intently at the unconscious girl, his eyes full of worry. "Don't worry, I'll check her right away." The doctor activated the machine to begin testing her physical condition. A few minutes later, the report came out. Gender: female, bone age 18 years, 200 days, height, weight 168 centimeters, 46 kilograms, all health indicators pass, pheromone unknown. The three of them let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the health indicators pass, but frowned at the unknown pheromone. At this moment, the unconscious Su Mientong, holding her head, woke up. Fred and Enzo rushed forward upon hearing the sound. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing sparkling amber irises gleaming with iridescent light under the illumination, as precious as a rare gem. The two men were captivated. Su Mientong was stunned when she saw them too. Two extremely similar handsome faces were close at hand, their features as deep as Hollywood superhero actors from European and American films. She had just been doing an experiment, it exploded, and she was blown to a foreign country. She shook her head, confirming it wasn't an illusion. Fred and Enzo, thinking they had scared her, quickly stepped back and performed a very gentlemanly salute. "Apologies, this esteemed female. Forgive us for our rash behavior that may have disturbed you. May I ask how you are feeling now? Do you need us to leave the medical ship so you can rest in peace?" Female. Medical ship. Su Mientong looked at them with a face full of question marks. She noticed that the two men in front of her not only looked alike, but were also uniformly dressed in military combat uniforms whose sharp, clean lines accentuated their tall, heroic figures. The only difference was that one had 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulder badge, while the other had 2 bars and 3 stars. "You are..." The little female spoke, her voice soft and sweet, and she took the initiative to ask their names. The two immediately replied excitedly, "Esteemed female, we are twin brothers. I am the elder brother, Colonel Fred Perez of the Eagle Division, 1st Special Forces. I am the younger brother, Major Enzo O'Shea of the Wolf Anti-Terror Elite." So they were twins. No wonder they looked so similar. Su Mientong was impressed by their excessive politeness and formidable status. "Hello, I am Su Mientong." Su Mientong. It sounded like a soft, sweet, and tender candy. Just like her. A soft smile appeared in both their eyes. Realizing they might have misunderstood something, Su Mientong explained, "Sleep as in slumber and tang as in crabapple blossom." Su Mientong. Just now she did look like a sleeping crabapple blossom, serene and moving. The smiles in their eyes deepened. The smiles in their eyes deepened. Su Mientong was startled by the inexplicable goodwill they were emitting. Her gaze bypassed them and saw the bionic robot in the corner, the holographic projection technology on the wall, and the auto-sensing screens. Even through the window she could see mecha squads flying in space, spaceships, planetary rings, and so on. She incredulously realized she hadn't been blown to another country but off Earth. "Esteemed Miss Mientong, may I ask who abandoned you on the Venom Insect Star?" Females in the imperial capital were already rare, each treasured like a jewel, let alone such a peerless beauty like her. Who would dare to do such a thing? Once found, he would be punished with the strictest military law. Fred thought grimly. If it were an ordinary person waking up to find themselves on an alien planet with two aliens beside them would have scared them senseless. But Su Miantong was a scientist. Keeping a clear, rational mind in any place at any time and in any situation was a basic quality for her. I don't know. She held her head, pretending to have amnesia. It seems. I can't remember anything. Seeing this, the two men's hearts immediately tightened. Seeing the unknown pheromone earlier, they suspected that her information had suffered a severe blow. Indeed, even her memory was damaged. It seemed she was not only abandoned, but also suffered cruel torture before this. Enzo was furious, his sharp wolf fangs clenched tightly, wishing he could transform into his beast form and tear the culprit apart. Then don't think about it anymore. Fred thoughtfully handed her a glass of water. You're still weak now. You shouldn't exert your mind. Thank you. Su Miantong took a sip of water, looked down at the military cape covering her and the large patches of black grime on her skin. May I take a shower? Of course. Fred said, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to my mansion. It has the most advanced bathtub in the Central Star, guaranteed to make you feel very comfortable. Hearing this, Enzo looked at his brother, alarm bells ringing in his heart. From the moment he met Su Miantong, his eyes and heart had only been for her alone. He hadn't noticed that his brother had also set his sights on her. Yes, they had liked very similar things since childhood, let alone Su Miantong, a rare female beauty, who was both beautiful, gentle, and very polite. It was not an exaggeration for her to be liked by all males. But he would never give in, even if the other party was his brother. With that thought, he launched an attack. Dear Miss Miantong, you may also choose to come to my residence. There is a natural bathing pool there, surrounded by a myriad of colorful blossoms, utterly enchanting. I am confident you will adore it. Fred frowned, looking at his brother. The brothers, who had just been in perfect harmony, now exuded a palpable tension between them. Su Miantong, flattered by their eager invitations, felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. Although they had saved her, it hardly seemed appropriate for a young woman to bathe at the homes of two men she had only just met. She hesitated. Fred, perceptive as ever, caught her unease, and suddenly realized how presumptuous he had been. Inviting a female he had known for less than a day to bathe at his home, under imperial law, this could easily be classified as indecent behavior. He had always despised males who groveled and fawned over females behaving like pathetic sycophants. Yet now that he had encountered a female who stirred his heart, he found himself equally guilty. Apologies, I was too forward. Let me contact the Female Protection Agency immediately. Thank you, I appreciate it. Su Miantong nodded, but besides the soot and grime, her body was covered in a foul stench like the slime of some repulsive insect, which she could no longer endure. I see there is a bathroom here. May I use it? Fred and Enzo turned to glance at the narrow temporary bathroom within the medical bay and protested in unison, No, that bathroom is far too small and shabby. It is utterly beneath your dignity. Su Miantong. What dignity? It's fine, I don't mind. She was on the verge of vomiting, so she dashed into the bathroom. A few seconds later, before the two could react, she timidly poked her head out again. Could you possibly find me a change of clothes? Oh, of course. The brothers watched her peek out, her expression shy and pleading, and both their hearts melted at the sight. In the Empire, due to the scarcity of females, every one of them enjoyed the highest privileges and the most favorable conditions, which often bred arrogance and domineering attitudes. Yet Su Miantong, ever since waking, had used respectful language, her eyes revealing shyness and gratitude. Her soft, sweet voice, like a gentle electric current, sent tingles through their hearts with every word. She was truly special. They liked her very much. The standard procedure for discovering a female on the toxic insect star, sending her to the medical center, then contacting the Female Protection Agency to investigate her background and the cause of her appearance, was now complete. The matter was no longer any concern of the two young officers. Yet they were utterly unwilling to leave standing guard like two loyal sentinels outside the little female's bathroom. Su Miantong entered the fully automated bathroom and noticed a touch-sensitive screen on the wall. As she gazed at it, a 3D cartoon fluttered out and asked, What would you like to know? She reached out and tapped the option below, Imperial Civilization. So the planet where she had been blown to was called Central Star, a centralized autocratic world ruled by a royal family encompassing hundreds of galaxies and organizations. The level of technology here far surpassed that of Earth by several years, and the humanoid species was also different. They had all evolved from beasts. Legend had it that 1,000 years ago Central Star was teeming with rare and exotic beasts. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, they gradually evolved into human forms. The males developed combat prowess and glands, while the females possessed pheromones used to soothe and mark males, preventing them from losing their minds and reverting to beasts during heat or when their combat power surged too high. Glands and pheromones. Su Miantong was intrigued by these unfamiliar terms and clicked to learn more. Marking point generally located at the back of a male's neck, used by females to inject pheromones and mark partners. When marked, the male experiences intense pleasure, even a blissful sensation of near death. It is commonly categorized as false marking, temporary marking, and permanent marking. 1. If a male is in heat or slightly mentally unstable, the female can gently stroke his marking point, releasing a small amount of pheromones to soothe him. This is false marking. 2. If a male is in heat or experiencing prolonged mental breakdown, the female can lick his marking point, releasing a large amount of pheromones to calm him. This is temporary marking. 3. If a male is in heat or completely mentally shattered, the female can bite his marking point deeply, implanting her pheromones into his body to soothe him. This is permanent marking. Pheromones are unique to females, stored in the sea of information. They are classified by concentration and type, ranging from low to high: D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, S grade, and the highest recorded in history, Queen John Nee's SS-Grade lily of the valley pheromones. Pheromones of the same grade can soothe males of equivalent or lower combat power, while the highest grade can soothe and mark all males. Additionally, pheromones can release different concentrations for warning, suppression, killing, and other purposes, allowing females to fight and defend themselves. So miraculous. Su Miantong was fascinated and continued reading, soon finding a very important piece of information. 100 years ago, Central Star was at war with its mortal enemy, Planet X. The enemy shamelessly used miasma bombs, strictly prohibited by the Interstellar Alliance, causing the deaths of many physically weak females. From then on, the ratio of females to males plummeted drastically, reaching an astonishing 190. The state urgently enacted the Female Protection Law, 100 female privileges, and a polyandrous marriage system to maintain social stability. So the respectful treatment from Colonel Fred and Major Enzo, both powerful and prestigious, was simply because she was a female. This reminded her of a joke she had once heard. A. What rank are you? B. I'm a master's degree. C. I'm a doctorate. D. I'm a male. Now she could proudly declare, I am a female. The difference was that in the joke, male was used sarcastically, but here it was a society where females were truly revered above males. Being born female without any additional factors commanded respect and preferential treatment from everyone. Merely thinking about it made Su Miantong feel delighted. However, she quickly snapped out of her reverie. This privilege likely did not extend to her. She was a human utterly devoid of pheromones. Having seen enough, she curiously typed Fred and Enzo into the search bar. Their information appeared before her eyes. Colonel Fred and Major Enzo were twin brothers, the youngest and most dazzling twin stars of the Imperial Army. Handsome, gallant, and valiant, they were born into a century-old noble family, both S-grade males of exalted combat power and still unmarried. S-grade combat power. So formidable. The unpleasant odor had finally dissipated and the soot was washed clean. A round rolling robot cart entered, bringing her new clothes. Su Miantong picked it up. It was a pure white dress with a square neckline and ruffled design, the cuffs adorned with delicate lace patterns, lending an ethereal and innocent charm. Fred and Enzo waited patiently outside. The two captains, usually rough and unrestrained from years of battlefield service, were now one carefully adjusting his collar and the other meticulously grooming his hair, as if competing over their appearances to leave a better impression on the little female. The old physician couldn't help but smile at the sight. Being young is such a blessing. The earnest pursuit of a mate is truly a male's most captivating moment. Within half an hour, sounds came from the bathroom. The two brothers looked up in unison, and the moment they saw the little female slowly stepping out, their eyes went wide with awe. Through the swirling mist, her jet-black hair fell damply and luxuriously, each crystal-clear droplet rolling down onto her porcelain-white tender skin. Her luminous eyes shimmered, and her beauty was utterly breathtaking, so stunning that they longed to kneel right there and beg her to be their female master.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
Central Star was close to the sun with intense ultraviolet radiation, so most people had light brown skin. Her snow-white fine complexion was extremely rare, making one unable to resist the urge to touch it, to feel that softness and tenderness, and wonder whether applying a little pressure might leave a lovely red mark. They felt ashamed of their savage thoughts. Su Miantong, however, watched them with a gentle smile and said, "Thank you for the dress. I like it very much." "Why, you're welcome." Being thanked once again made Fred stammer. Eager to do something for her, he noticed she was barefoot and quickly grabbed the new shoes, approaching on one knee. "Respected Miss Miantong, please allow me to assist you with your shoes." "But that's not necessary." Su Miantong was startled by his sudden kneeling. Before she could refuse, Enzo had already walked over with a hairdryer. "Respected Miss Miantong, please allow me to dry your hair." Before she could speak, the two were already in action. Enzo lifted her damp, silky black hair and was about to turn on the dryer when a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance of fairy wood suddenly drifted into his nose, instantly awakening every nerve in his body. He was utterly intoxicated, yearning to transform into his beast form and roll about in pure bliss. When they had found her on the insect planet, she had been reeking of stink bug odor without this alluring scent that resembled a pheromone. But her information sea was damaged, undetectable even by machines, and the fragrance was so faint that it was likely not a pheromone at all. It must have been a natural body scent. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the scent were a pheromone. Even a slight release of concentration would make his entire body tremble. Fred knelt down and was about to lift her foot when he caught an extremely faint aroma of snow lotus, causing his hand to tremble and nearly drop the shoe. He couldn't resist leaning close to the white hem to inhale deeply. It truly was the refined and elegant scent of heavenly snow lotus. So fragrant, so intoxicating. Alas, it was too faint to be associated with a pheromone. It was probably her natural body scent. It happened to be his favorite fragrance. How he wished he could remain kneeling forever, endlessly inhaling the enchanting scent bestowed upon him by the little female. Watching the two enthusiastic captains, Su Miantong worried they were acting this way because of pheromones, so she spoke up. "Captains, when I woke up earlier was I undergoing a physical examination." Upon hearing her words, Fred and Enzo instantly snapped out of their daze, induced by the fragrance. Had she already discovered something? Was her information sea damaged? Was she unable to activate her pheromone, or had she realized she had completely lost it, hence the question? A pheromone was as vital to a female as combat strength was to a male. Losing it would leave anyone devastated and broken. But they could not bear to see the little female heartbroken, not at all. "Respected Miss Miantong, may I ask if you have ever tried to activate your pheromone?" Su Miantong shook her head. "No." Relief washed over the previously anxious Fred. "Then there's no need to worry too much. The recent pheromone test showed unknown. This result has many possible meanings. Your pheromone may not have differentiated yet. 60% of females in the Empire are born with their pheromones, while the remaining 40% only differentiate between the ages of 18 and 22. This is very common." Of course. He had to mention the worst possibility. "It is also possible that your information sea was severely damaged by malicious individuals, causing injury to your pheromone and rendering it undetectable. But please be assured the Empire possesses advanced technology for repairing pheromones. As long as you receive treatment and rest quietly for a period, there will be a certain degree of recovery. We will do everything in our power to apprehend those who harmed you. However, once a pheromone was damaged, it was permanent. Even the best medicinal treatment could only restore 10% at most." Fearing she would be upset, Enzo quickly added, "Not having a pheromone will not affect your health. We will not discriminate. You will be treated exactly the same." "Really?" Su Miantong turned her face and smiled at him. That smile was like fairy wood blossoming upon a frigid glacier, pure snow white, beautiful and resilient. It so captivated Enzo that he felt blown off his feet. A lie. He was lying. He would treat her far more specially and thoughtfully than any other female, because she was the female he cherished. "Really?" Fred confirmed earnestly. Su Miantong felt somewhat relieved. She had originally worried she would be unable to survive here without a pheromone. Now it seemed Central Star truly had respect and care for females carved into its very bones. She could live here just as she had on Earth, relying solely on her own abilities. "Thank you. You're most welcome." Fred's eyes held a warm smile. "Respected Miss Miantong, it is every male's innate mission and glory to cherish and protect females. You need not thank us. We are unworthy of such gratitude." "Then you needn't be so formal with me. You may call me Susu or Tangdang. Would that be all right?" The two brothers were astonished. In the courtship between males and females, using a nickname was an act of great intimacy, especially when initiated by a female. It was equivalent to a signal of goodwill. "Tantang, Tantang." They eagerly competed to call her by the nickname, as if afraid of falling behind. Su Miantong smiled. They truly did love sweet things. She was suddenly curious about what their beast forms might be. They must be quite gentle, right? Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside the medical room. The visual screen displayed a notification: staff from the Female Protection Agency had arrived. Fuelade reluctantly released Su Miantong's calf, while Enzwa, still not satisfied, stroked her dried, fluffy, and soft hair that emitted a fragrant scent, wishing he could bury his entire head in it and indulge in sniffing. Zhao Man, the director of the Statistics Department of the Female Protection Agency, entered the medical room and was somewhat surprised to see the Empire's proudest and youngest twin-star officers, both of whom were now bowing their heads with gentle expressions as they tended to a female. Were they not the ones who claimed to be too young, uninterested in romance, wishing only to fight on the battlefield for the nation, refusing to register their gland information in the central mainframe for pheromone matching, and even attempting to evade royal marriage? How could they now both be so attentive to a single female? When she saw the female who had been retrieved from the Duchang star, she instantly understood. She was too fair, too slender, too beautiful. Even the well-traveled her couldn't help but be dazzled. Colonel Filade, Major Nzua. Director Zhao Man. They exchanged salutes and then Zhao Man walked toward Su Miantong. Beautiful lady, could you tell me your name? Su Miantong. Su Miantong extended her hand in a friendly manner. Hello, Director Zhao Man. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Zhao Man smiled. I've been informed of your situation. I'll take you to the central mainframe now to check your identity information. All right, thank you. Zhao Man opened her light brain intending to make a work handover with Filade and Nzua, but unexpectedly the two officers had no intention of stopping. They followed Su Miantong closely as if their eyes were glued to her. Haha. It seemed that the Empire's two most brilliant twin stars were about to be claimed by their mistress. Let's go together. From the medical room to the flight ship, a mere 100 meters, passing soldiers all stopped in their tracks for Su Miantong, stupefied by her beauty. The appearance of a female in the military was already rare, and to be so beautiful. Most importantly, ordinary females were extremely arrogant and aloof, ignoring common men entirely unless they were of high social status or possessed exceptional looks. Yet, she responded with a smile to everyone who cautiously looked at her. Was such a polite, gentle, and beautiful female truly real? Once aboard the flight ship, Zhao Man chatted with Su Miantong. Filade and Nzua, not wanting to intrude, stood by the window admiring the scenery outside. They had never realized that the central star was so beautiful, the sky so blue, the clouds so white, the air so fresh, and their hearts so light. Everything was due to the arrival of one person. When I was blow-drying Tong Tong's hair just now, I caught a whiff of fairywood fragrance, my favorite scent. Nzua couldn't help boasting, but Filade was somewhat startled. Are you sure it's not the fragrance of Tian Shan Snow Lotus? Of course, how could I mistake my favorite scent? Brother, you forgot that wolves have the keenest sense of smell. I haven't forgotten, but I wouldn't confuse the scent of Snow Lotus either. It's not only fragrant but also beautiful. His last three words seemed to imply something. Nzua followed his gaze and saw Su Miantong, whose smile was like a blooming flower. It seemed his brother was determined to compete with him. But it didn't matter, he had never lost in any competition. Filade seemed to sense his emotions and let out a light snort tinged with disdain, as if saying, brother after all is just a younger brother. Central Mainframe Information Department. Miss Su Miantong, please step in front of the detection machine. The system will scan your iris information and display your identity. Before Zhao Man could finish, she covered her mouth in shock. How could this be? Filade and Nzua quickly stepped forward and saw 4 large characters on the mainframe screen, person not found. For a moment they were both shocked and angry, and a greedy desire secretly sprouted in their hearts. Shocked because every person born in the Empire had their information entered into the central mainframe, yet hers was absent. Angry because this likely meant she had been abandoned, kidnapped, or hidden and abused since birth. Greedy because since there was no information about her in the mainframe, it meant she had no family, no mail, and now even no memory. Then from now on, wouldn't they be the closest people to her? Watching their reactions, Su Miantong roughly understood what had happened. She was from Earth. It was normal that there was no information about her here. Next, would they interrogate her? Could she continue pretending to have amnesia and get away with it? Just as she was worrying, Zhao Man, who had been immersed in surprise, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Wonderful. The Empire has gained another female so young and beautiful, a gift from the beast god. Filade and Nzua also stepped forward, both saluting her formally and solemnly promised, Tongtang, from now on we will always stay by your side and protect you well. The completely unexpected reaction moved Su Miantong deeply. She opened her mouth, but after a long time only managed to say, thank you all. Don't mention it. Come with me. Zhao Man took her hand and led her to the statistics department. Next, I will register your identity information and officially make you a member of the Empire. Is that all right? All right. Su Miantong nodded and cooperated with her to collect iris and fingerprint information, which were recorded and entered into the central mainframe. The Female Protection Agency also provided her with a residence, living expenses, and a brand new light brain. Do you have a medical report? Yes. Filade handed the newly generated report to Zhao Man. Zhao Man took it with joy, imagining what a high-grade and fragrant pheromone such a beautiful female would possess, only to see the column showing unknown. Her expression instantly froze. When she looked at Su Miantong again, there was a hint of pity and sympathy in her eyes. Her pheromone was actually uncertain. From then on, the treatment she would receive in life, and the choices she would face in mate selection, would be far worse than those of normal females. Therefore, the Female Protection Agency should take even more care of her. After all information was entered, she manually clicked to set a 3-month protection period. All right, I'll now take you to see your new home. No need to trouble Director Zhao Man. Philae took the keys and Enzwa picked up the items that had just been distributed. We brothers will take care of the rest. Zhao Man was taken aback then nodded. She hadn't expected that, even without a pheromone, they would be so eager. It seemed they truly liked her. Su Miantang had thought that the residence arranged by the Female Protection Agency would be a temporary shelter, but to her surprise it was a small villa. The villa was a full 4 stories equipped with comprehensive smart home coverage, voice control, automatic sensors, advanced sensor systems, and everything else imaginable. Through the central real-time screen, the entire layout of the rooms could be seen. Additionally, a cute little V-shaped robot butler hovered in the hall. The ultra-futuristic design dazzled her, leaving her utterly captivated. Enzwa, however, was not entirely satisfied. This place is too rudimentary. Philida also frowned. Tong, if you don't like it here, I can acquire a fully equipped estate for you instead. And estate. The world of the wealthy was beyond her comprehension. No need, this place is fine. Then, is there anything you need? We can fulfill it. Need? She pondered. I've lost my memory, forgotten many things. If you'd be willing to tell me about the state affairs and national conditions of this country, I would be truly delighted. State affairs and national conditions. A female actually enjoyed hearing about that. No male could resist such a request, for it was precisely their area of interest and a splendid opportunity to showcase their talents. They nodded excitedly, seating themselves on either side of Su Miantang, and began to speak at length, continuing until nightfall when they had to depart. Time had passed far too quickly, gone in an instant. The two brothers felt this for the first time. Tong, we must go. Good night, Colonel Philida. Major Enzwa. Su Miantang imitated their gesture, offering a slight bow. Her graceful posture made both their hearts skip a beat, momentarily forgetting even the words of polite farewell. After returning home, their minds were filled with the sweet moments of sitting intimately with her, the pleasant time spent together. A silly grin would occasionally creep onto their lips, rendering them incapable of anything else. Even sleep eluded them. Thus, when the night patrol passed near the Jiuqing Villa district, they were astonished to detect 2 unusually potent S-class male auras emanating from above a villa and within the bushes. According to the detector, both possessed military-grade combat prowess. A barrier had been set around the villa, preventing anyone from entering. Who was the person residing in this villa capable of warranting the personal guardianship of 2 high-level military-grade S-class officers? The next morning, as soon as Su Miantang opened the door, she saw Philida and Enzwa waiting outside. One leaned casually against a spaceship holding a large bouquet of crabapple flowers. The other stood behind a group of workers who were methodically unloading items from the cargo hold, furniture, decorations, clothing, and other daily necessities. Upon seeing her, they saluted in unison. Tong, good morning. You. Su Miantang was somewhat bewildered. Enzwa handed her the flowers. The pink blossoms with their double petals numbered exactly 99, nearly obscuring her entire figure. Today is your housewarming, and we came specially to congratulate you. This bouquet, do you like it? Su Miantang lowered her head and inhaled the fragrance. The petals were pink, overlapping one another. It was the Shifu crabapple, known as the fairy of flowers, exquisitely beautiful. A faint, warm, and soothing aroma drifted into her nose. I like it. It's very fragrant and beautiful. Dewdrops still glistened on the petals as if they had been plucked the moment they bloomed. Did you just pick them? No. Enzwa felt a twinge of guilt. He was too embarrassed to admit that he had been waiting since the dead of night, and when the first rays of dawn spilled down and the flowers began to open, he had eagerly picked them and brought them to her. No. Su Miantang noticed a suspicious blush creeping to the tips of his ears. She leaned in slightly, her warm breath brushing against his long neck. Then why are your ears redder than the flowers? With a sudden rush, the blush that had only touched the tips of his ears spread instantly to his cheeks and neck. Enzwa, teased by her, turned as red as a boiled lobster. Su Miantang couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her chatting and laughing with Enzwa, Philade's eyes rippled with a hint of emotion. He put down the items he was holding and walked over. Tong, I didn't know what style you prefer, so I just picked a few pieces of furniture at random. Do you mind? Of course not. Her eyes curved into crescents as she looked at him. You have excellent taste. That's good. Her light praise erased the subtle bitterness in his heart, urging him to do more and more. After unloading the goods, they cleaned up together, with the little bee robot arranging the layout until it was late before they could finally rest. Su Miantang was deeply grateful and thought of repaying them. Unexpectedly, Philida pulled a box of candies from his pocket. Tong, this is for you. Try some. The candies in the box were square, each wrapped in exquisite star-patterned foil. The mere sight of them was sweet and endearing. She had always had a sweet tooth and could never resist such temptation. Eagerly, she picked one up and put it in her mouth. The next second, she felt awful. A strong, inferior saccharine flavor spread through her mouth. Seeing her expression sour, Philida asked nervously, "What's wrong? Don't you like it? Where did you buy this candy?" "I didn't buy it. It's supplied exclusively by the Xingmei Mall to the royal family and meritorious nobles. The impurity content is only 10. Xingmei Mall. Royal supply. This. Was it a joke? Are there any other kinds of candy?" "Other kinds?" Philida and Enzwa exchanged bewildered glances, as if to say candy is candy, what other kinds are there? Su Miantong understood. Throughout the entire Central Star there was only this one type of candy, the only difference being the impurity level. The permissible range for commoners was 20 to 40, while for nobles and the royal palace it was kept below 20. As someone who was addicted to sweets, she simply could not accept this. So that night she began ordering raw materials and equipment online, setting out to develop her own candy. Ding dong, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, a message arrived on her optical brain from Philida and Enzwa. "Philida Tongtong, I've purchased a batch of flower seeds. Can I plant them in your garden?" "Enzwa Tongtong, I've made a gift by hand. May I give it to you?" "Yes, you may." She opened the machine, took in the sweet and fragrant finished product, and replied with satisfaction. "By the way, I have a surprise for you both." A surprise? Specially prepared for them. The two brothers were overwhelmed and filled with anticipation. How could there be such a wonderful female in the world? During this period, Colonel Philida and Major Enzwa had been frequenting the Jiuqing Villa district, and soon rumors spread through the military. The Empire's twin stars were simultaneously pursuing a female. That female was the one they had brought back from Dukong Star, exceedingly beautiful but without parents and lacking pheromones. The rumor reached the ears of the Countess. She could not believe that the protagonists were her own two sons, especially since they had even rejected the princess. To be safe, she went to ask them, and received a confirmation. "What? Philida Enzwa, are you insane?" Countess Qiaoyi exclaimed in shock. "You refuse the noble princess with high pheromone level, yet pursue an ordinary female without any pheromones." "Mother, you don't understand her," Philida said. "She is no ordinary female, she is the most wonderful female in the world." "Enzwa, yes, I have never seen a more captivating female than her." "Qiaoyi, what kind of terrifying love-addled remark is this? A female without any pheromones, what could possibly be attractive about her?" "Son, I hope you can all be more rational. I heard that she is very beautiful, which is indeed alluring, but the princess is no less. Moreover, she has repeatedly expressed her desire to take you as her consorts. If you continue to resist, you may provoke the imperial dignity, even the law, and the consequences will be severe. Regarding S-level females, there are special provisions in the marriage law. Due to their extremely scarce numbers, they have the privilege to marry all males of the same level or below. Violators will face legal consequences. The princess happens to be S-level. Generally, no one resists at all. All males eagerly seek her except for the twin stars. Not only because they dislike the princess, but also because the princess enjoys marking her consorts and then confining them in the harem for training and amusement, forbidding them from going out or even working. Currently, over 100 males have lost their jobs. And since the moment they entered the military camp, they swore to serve the empire and will never give up because of marriage. Even if it means breaking the law and paying a heavy price, I will never agree." Philida frowned, and Enzwa was equally indignant. "Me too. You. Qiaoyi was so angry that her chest ached. As expected of twin brothers, their personalities and thoughts are extremely similar. Even the people they like and dislike are the same. You can ignore the law, but what about physiological reactions? How will you resist?" "Philida, I remember the doctor said your heat period is next month, right? Without a female of the same level's pheromones at that time, how will you get through? The male heat comes fiercely, and the higher the level, the more intense. Without matching pheromones to soothe it, one can be tortured to death." "Philida, I can take suppressants." "Suppressants? Can you take them for a while, but can you take them for a lifetime?" "The suppressants currently on the market only provide a very short-term relief effect and have serious side effects on the body. Each injection makes the next heat come sooner and more violently. Long-term use is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst." Philida was silent, his lips tightly pressed together. Enzwa didn't know what to say either, because his heat period came right after his brother's. The male's craving for pheromones during heat is etched into their genes. Without it, they become anxious, frenzied, self-harming, and even lose their sanity. Thus, they are destined to be controlled by females for their entire lives. Many people, upon reaching marriageable age, automatically go to the central mainframe to match suitable pheromones. If the match is high, they marry directly without any emotional connection. But they were different. They had already given their hearts. The Count, seeing that they were stubbornly silent, knew that these two young lads were still inexperienced, having never undergone a heat period and not yet tasted its severity. So he threatened them with even more severe consequences. "Even if you are confident you can resist the heat, you are still soldiers. On the battlefield, dangers abound and difficulties pile up. If your combat power becomes too high and you suffer mental collapse without pheromones to soothe you, do you plan to turn into two beasts? No. Philae denied firmly. We will not collapse and become beasts just like General Yassilandi. General Yassilandi. Countess Qiaoyi drew in a sharp breath. That was the god of war. How dare they compare themselves to him? General Yassilandi is an extremely rare SS-level male of the Empire. He has undergone a second differentiation and possesses extraordinary control. How can you two brats compare to him? Moreover, he remains unmarried simply because he has never encountered a female with a pheromone match above 10. Qiaoyi rambled on. Philae and Nzua no longer wished to listen. They only knew that every word she spoke was meant to make them give up Tang Ang. That was absolutely impossible. We will strive to follow in his footsteps. They left a single restless sentence and swiftly departed. Philae and Nzua. After leaving the Count's mansion, Philae rushed into the military training ground and started boxing. He knocked down dozens of soldiers in a row, but the frustration in his chest was not alleviated in the slightest. His mind was filled with his mother's words, heat pheromones, turning into beasts. In truth, he was also afraid that when his heat period arrived he would be controlled by desire and become a slave to pheromones, and then he would never be able to be with Tangang again.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
He even pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. A few seconds later a slender radiant figure opened the door and smiled brightly at him. Good afternoon, Colonel Philae. It was only then that he realized what he had done. Without any direction, he had actually ended up at Tong Tong's house. He had just been scolded, his mood terrible and low. He had gone to the training ground to box covered in soot, and hadn't brought the flower seeds he had promised her. He appeared before her in such a disheveled state. It was so rude, she must hate him. I'm sorry, Tong Tong. He lowered his head about to apologize, but Su Miantong interrupted him. Open your mouth. What? The colonel was momentarily stunned, but obediently opened his mouth as instructed. Suddenly a white powder-coated object fell into his mouth. He tentatively chewed it, and instantly an unparalleled sweetness burst on his taste buds, a sweetness he had never tasted before. It was like hundreds of pure sugar cubes concentrated together, yet without any odd taste, and the texture was not hard but soft and fluffy. Philae's bitterness and melancholy were all dissolved by this piece of candy, and even his dim eyes brightened. What is this? Cotton candy. Cotton candy. Philae had never heard of it. What is that? It's a candy that tastes like cotton. Come here. She pulled him into the kitchen and opened the results of her night's experiment. On a beautiful plate were colorful pieces of cotton candy, apple-flavored, banana-flavored, strawberry-flavored. These are the surprises I wanted to give you. Do you like them? Hum. Philae immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Like them so much. He never expected that Tang Ang would actually create her own candy, and it tasted so wonderful, far surpassing the purest candies in the galaxy. She was truly a treasure of a female. Tong Tong, you are amazing. What is this? Su Miantong slightly curled her lips. Producing some small snacks and candies was a mere piece of cake for a scientific researcher like her. If you like them, I'll give these to you. Whenever you crave some, you can come to me. She took out a prepackaged box of colorful cotton candy and handed it to him. Fred had never received a gift from a female before, especially one so beautiful and precious. He held it like a treasure, carefully placing it in the pocket closest to his heart, feeling both grateful and moved. These candies, like boundless courage, shattered the hesitation and cowardice that had been entwined around his heart. He feared nothing now. As long as he could be with Tong Tong, he could overcome any obstacle. Tong Tong, do you like small animals? He was eager to display his loyalty. Small animals. I do. Su Miantong didn't understand why he suddenly asked that. That's good. The next moment a sudden gust of strong wind forced her to close her eyes, and her long curly hair flew up. When she opened her eyes again, the handsome colonel who had been standing before her had transformed into a massive golden-crowned eagle, one of the largest and most ferocious raptors currently on the planet. A distinct golden crest rose from its head, and its feathers were arranged in alternating gold and white spots, sleek and glossy. Its wingspan was a full 5 or 6 meters, its legs as thick as an adult's arm, and its hooked talons were sharp and gleaming faintly metallic, as if they could easily crush a human skull. Su Miantong was speechless. Although she had long known that everyone on this planet had a dual form and could transform into beasts, seeing it firsthand still gave her quite a shock. You call this a small animal? Then what was she? A little ant. The aggressive golden-crowned eagle gently lowered its body before her, spreading its wings as if in submission or as if inviting her to climb aboard. She doubted her own understanding. How could a colonel commanding a large army possibly allow her to ride on his back? but his demeanor seemed to confirm it. When she hesitated, he looked a little hurt, as if he suspected she was disgusted by him. She hurriedly asked, "Are you asking me to get on?" The golden crest on his head nodded. Su Miantong in disbelief lifted her foot and carefully stepped onto his wing. Tong Tong, hold tight. Feeling the weightless little female on his back, Fred's eyes gleamed with satisfaction and joy, and he immediately flapped his wings and flew out of the villa. Suddenly lifted into the air, Su Miantong was so frightened that she tightly clung to his neck. Just as she was worrying about falling off due to the speed, she noticed the beautiful planetary scenery below. Starting from the 9 clear villa district, following the winding magnetic levitation tracks on the planet, she saw the majestic super canopy hall, the towering skyscraper tower, the gleaming solar crystal station, the endless space harbor, the bustling air amusement park, and the imperial palace, even more opulent than the Forbidden City. Wow, it's absolutely magnificent. She had never imagined touring the Central Star in such a way. It was like a dream. She no longer worried about falling from the golden-crowned eagle, because although he flew fast, his flight was incredibly steady. Coupled with the velvety texture of his feathers, she felt as if she were riding Harry Potter's magic carpet soaring through space. Only then did she understand Fred's intention, to show her the beauty of the Central Empire. Ha 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 ha. Fred, thank you, you're so wonderful. Embraced by the little female's soft arms, surrounded by her crisp laughter and praise, Fred felt as though he were the happiest person in the world. He wanted to carry her like this, flying on and on without ever stopping. Look, what's that in the sky? An extremely rare golden-crowned eagle. With such a massive body, beautiful wings, and flight speed, it must be Colonel Fred, right? OMG, he seems to be carrying a little female on his back, her dress fluttering and hair flying. So beautiful. Could that be the legendary beautiful little female without pheromones that the twin star officers are both pursuing? In the hunting ground, Enzo was venting his fury when he suddenly caught a familiar scent. Looking up, he saw his brother carrying Tang Eng on his back, flying through the air. For a male to reveal his beast form and abilities before a female was an expression of affection, willing submission, and even courtship. This was usually only done after being together for over half a year. How many days had it been? His brother was cheating. Since his brother could do it, so could the younger brother. With a whoosh, he transformed into his beast form and charged out of the hunting ground. His powerful physique frightened the surrounding small animals into frantic flight, and even the soldiers were terrified. What had gotten into the major? Enzo lurked in the lush mountain forest. When Fred flew low, he darted out, wrapped his fluffy tail around Su Miantong, placed her on his back, and then dashed down the mountain like a bolt of lightning. Su Miantong didn't react at first, thinking she had fallen from the golden-crowned eagle into layers of clouds, because everything before her was pure white and beneath her was incredibly soft. Once she steadied herself, she realized she was on a wolf. A wolf that could easily tear apart its prey's hide and devour its flesh, and with such a massive, robust build, it was a wolf king. Her face paled, and she was about to scream for help when she faintly caught a familiar scent. This smell was... Enzo. Enzo. Is it you? She asked tentatively. Enzo's sharp triangular ears twitched as if responding, "It's me, Tang Eng." Him. It was really him. Su Miantong was stunned by the turn of events. The snow wolf, known as the most beautiful wolf species on the planet, had a thick fluffy coat, as white as snow. Its triangular ears were sharp and erect, with acute hearing and a keen sense of smell. Its limbs were well-proportioned and long, allowing it to run at incredible speed, so fast that Fred couldn't even see it before it vanished into the mountain forest. Enzo. The golden-crowned eagle let out a roar that shook the mountains and startled all the birds, then flapped its wings and quickly gave chase. It possessed the sharpest eyes in the raptor world, capable of overlooking the planet from 10,000 meters and clearly seeing the movement of everything. But in the forest, the dense vegetation completely obscured his younger brother's figure, and he soon lost track. On the ground, the A-level and above males who witnessed this intense contest for the female were all greatly astonished. So the rumors were true. It was well known throughout the central planet that the princess had long set her sights on them, wishing to take them as her consorts, and had even graciously granted them time to consider. Unexpectedly, not only did the two resist, but they openly pursued an ordinary female devoid of pheromones, an outright affront to imperial dignity that would incur the most severe punishment. Even unafraid of that, they truly were the boldest brothers on the planet. Su Miantong had just surveyed the general vista of the central star from above when Enzo brought her down to the ground, offering a different perspective. His goal seemed clear. After descending the mountain slope, he dashed straight southwest until he burst into a world of blooming flowers, singing birds, and vibrant colors. Is this the Star Trail Garden? It's so vast, so beautiful. Upon entering the garden, the scene before them seemed to instantly shift from futuristic technology to a Grimm's fairy tale. Pavilions and towers dotted the landscape. Rockeries and strange stones were arranged in abundance. Crystal-clear springs gurgled from above, melodious orioles sang in the woods, and countless exotic herbs and rare flowers wafted enchanting fragrances. A gentle breeze blew and petals rained down from the sky, scattering upon them. One person and one wolf walked through it. Is that the jade-green vine shaped like a cluster of water grapes? Hell's flower, the mandrake. And the toad lily. Su Miantong, like a curious child, touched this flower and sniffed that plant, brimming with excitement. Enzo knew she liked it, so he slowed his pace and let her enjoy the view. For some reason. Just moments ago he had been irritable and restless over his mother's words, but now his heart was utterly calm and content, simply from seeing Tong Tong smile, hearing her voice, and sensing her happiness. This sensation was so miraculous it felt as if he would never need pheromones again as long as she was by his side. The two strolled through the Star Trail garden from dusk till sunset, and as night fell Enzo took her to a cliff with an excellent viewing angle to watch the stars and the moon. Su Miantong stepped out of her excitement over the exotic plants and began to observe the beautiful snow wolf before her attentively. The more she looked, the more she liked him, and the more she looked, the less she could control herself. What girl could resist a pure white fluffy big dog? "May I pet you?" she asked politely. Hearing this, Enzo felt incredibly shy, his head nearly buried in his fur. When he and his brother were explaining the national conditions to her, they thought she was still young and deliberately avoided some basic physiological knowledge about males and females. As a result, she didn't know that a male's beast form could only be touched and played with by his own mate, usually during flirtation or intimate moments. Her asking him in such an innocent, naive tone now was absolutely maddening. Seeing his reaction, Su Miantong thought he was resisting. "You don't want to." No. He wanted to very much. From the very first moment he saw her on the Venom Bug Star, he had already decided in his heart that she was his one and only mate, but he had never experienced intimacy before. He nervously inched his head closer to her. Seeing this, Su Miantong happily hugged him with both hands and rubbed him wildly. The snow-white fur was as thick and fluffy as she had imagined, the outer layer slightly coarse, the inner layer like soft cotton. So comfortable, so great. She couldn't help exclaiming, tilting her head and rubbing against him wildly. The little female had no idea how bold and ambiguous her actions were, nor how misleading her words sounded. The snow wolf being ravaged under her claws felt both pleasure and thrills, his heart nearly pounding out of his chest. If he transformed into human form, now she would see his skin red as if roasted by fire, his body immobilized by physiological reactions. Her hands were so soft, her body so fragrant, her voice so melodious, it made one's imagination run wild, craving more. Just as he was immersed in the sensation, closing his eyes in enjoyment, Su Miantong suddenly stopped. "I won't play with you for free, I'll pay." Enzo. What did she take him for? He wasn't that kind of male. Damn it, it must be because his brother provoked him today, causing him to reveal his beast form and make Tang Tang misunderstand. After all, what cheap male would show his beast form just a few days after meeting, trying to seduce a female? Wasn't it an obvious invitation to be played with? He paced anxiously, his tail drooping. Just as he was about to transform back into human form to explain to Su Miantong, he saw her pull out a small transparent box from her pocket filled with colorful little cubes. What was this? His ears twitched in confusion. Marshmallow. Marshmallow. What was that? Try one and you'll know. Su Miantong took one out and tossed it into the air. Enzo immediately caught it with a swift snap of his jaws, bit into it curiously, and a look of utter amazement burst into his eyes. He let out an excited howl from his throat, a whoa. It was so sweet, so soft, so delicious. Ha ha ha. Su Miantong was so amused by his reaction that she pounded the ground with laughter. Realizing his loss of composure, Enzo quickly covered his mouth with a paw. How embarrassing. This was no way for a wolf to behave. It was like a dog being rewarded by its owner. Su Miantong saw through his thoughts and reached out to ruffle his head. "It's okay, I prepared this surprise especially for you. I'm glad you like it so much, and I think your howl is super cool." Really? She didn't find it cringy. Really? Can you stand on the cliff and howl at the moon like in the holographic videos? Before, she had only seen such cool pictures in books. Now that she had the chance to witness it firsthand, she didn't want to miss a thing. Enzo nodded, spread his forelimbs, walked to the edge of the towering and perilous cliff, raised his handsome head, and let out a long resonant howl toward the enormous round moon in the sky. The deep echo reverberated through the entire forest valley, causing countless pairs of green eyes to gleam from the darkness, peering at one another. The pack of wolves stood on rocks and in ravines, all looking up at their king. Meanwhile, hearing his brother's voice, Fred swiftly flew over. He swept over the forest, stirring up a swift cold wind that startled countless weary birds returning to their nests, each flapping its wings as if facing a great enemy. Those beautiful golden wings nearly covered half the moon, shimmering with a captivating luster in the cold light. An eagle soaring through the sky, a wolf howling at the bright moon. In this pitch-black night, the vast and majestic wilderness looked like a masterful painting, utterly breathtaking. Su Miantong had never seen such an extraordinary scene. She quickly opened her holographic device to record it. Now she understood why Colonel Fred and Major Enzo were called the twin stars of the Empire. How cool was that? Fred found Enzo intending to give him a good scolding, but when he saw Su Miantong taking photos under the moonlight, the little female's eyes sparkled and her smile was enchanting. She was so beautiful it was unreal. He instantly forgot everything and obediently posed for her. Yes, turn a bit, lower your wings. Enzo, change your pose one more. Good boy, wait, let me take a selfie of the three of us. The upgraded rumor that the Empire's twin stars were openly pursuing a female, even transforming into their beast forms to vie for her favor, spread once more through the crowd. When it reached the Countess's ears, she was filled with indignation. She had thought that her admonishments during the day would make them restrain themselves, but instead they grew bolder, flaunting their claim in broad daylight as if to defy her. If news of this reached the princess with her volatile temper, she would surely punish them severely. What could be done? She had only these two sons, and they were so outstanding, she could not bear to see them fall so early. She considered speaking with that female who lacked pheromones, but the Female Protection Agency had imposed a 3-month probationary period during which no one was allowed to visit her without permission, let alone with such intentions. She paced anxiously in the living room when suddenly a name flashed through her mind. General Ysalanti of Asland. He was the superior of Fulade and Inzwa as well as their idol. The two had enlisted under his influence, and over the years they had followed his footsteps closely, fighting campaigns far and wide, hoping to earn his recognition. If he could be persuaded to reprimand them, it would surely be effective. Unfortunately, his status was so exalted that even royalty and nobles found it difficult to secure an audience. But what if she joined forces with several other countesses and viscountesses to submit a petition in the name of the females? Surely he would see it. With that thought, she set to work. Jalansamomo Manor. A majestic white tiger statue stood proudly in the vast training ground. At the center towered a tall, graceful man. The brim of his dark-patterned military cap pressed down on his sharp moon-white hair, casting faint shadows that veiled his solemn, icy crimson eyes. From below, one could only see his black combat uniform, tightly bound by military boots, crisp and straight. His towering, seemingly divine frame appeared as if the god of creation had meticulously sculpted him according to the golden ratio. His facial contours were sharply defined, his features deep and exquisite, unmatched in elegance. The Empire's war god, General Ysalanti of Asland. From birth he was a rare and noble mutant, a white tiger born once in a century to the Duke of L family. Possessing an exceedingly rare SS-level combat power, he stood at the apex of the food chain. From a young age, he displayed extraordinary courage, boldness, and leadership. At 14, he entered the military camp and began leading the Central Legion across the stars. He repeatedly defeated invading enemies such as the Bosika Star X Star and Wynake Star, safeguarding the peace of the Central Star. Before he was 20, he was promoted to general. Just when others thought he had reached the pinnacle of power with no room for further advancement, at 22, he astonishingly manifested a pair of wings for the first time in history. Their fiery red hue matched his eyes, and when he flapped them they stirred up a blaze of flames. Truly a tiger with wings. From then on, with his invincible combat prowess, he gradually expanded the territory of the Central Galaxy. Wherever he went, enemy armies trembled in fear and surrendered. At just 26, he became the youngest war god in history, and the title, Crimson Winged Tiger, spread across the entire interstellar domain. Many believed he was an incarnation of an ancient divine beast, which explained his immense power. The Duke of L family flourished to such an extent that even the imperial family treated them with deference. The most miraculous thing was, according to common sense, even the mightiest males were subject to females. Because they needed females to survive the mating season and to suit their minds, which could collapse at any moment due to their high combat power. Yet General Ysalanti did not. He remained pure-hearted, indifferent to women, and had passed 26 years in tranquility. If one could endure the mating season with suppressants and sheer willpower, then to have never suffered a mental collapse despite such frequent battles. It could only mean he had yet to meet his match. A few days ago, a large-scale armed insurrection broke out on the Kaluosi planet in the southwestern part of the Central Galaxy, causing countless casualties among the innocent. General Ysalanti prepared to lead his troops to suppress it. The 7th Division of the White Tiger Legion stood ready, awaiting only the command. General. In the manner, a servant approached from afar, handing over a document. Countess Chiaoi, along with 5 marchionesses and viscountesses, has submitted a petition requesting your help. Since the petitioner is a high-ranking female, the Duke asks that you take a look.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
In essence, it stated that his two sons were pursuing a female without pheromones and begged him to advise them to avoid future calamities. Philaide and Inzwa, the two junior officers who had just begun to show promise in the barracks. Indulging in feminine charms at such a young age, they will never amount to much. Ysalante's thin lips curled into a sneer as he offered his suggestion. Resign and go home to raise children. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The soldiers of the 7th Division of the White Tiger Legion burst into thunderous laughter. The general turned his dark cape fluttering in the cold wind and issued a calm commanding order, march out. After Countess Chowie submitted her plea, she waited anxiously for 2 days before receiving a reply. She tore it open eagerly, but when she saw the words, her heart sank. General Ysalanti not only refused to help, but also treated the matter as a joke. Though indeed it was. If her sons truly ended up with that female without pheromones, they might at any moment become raving beasts on the battlefield. Better to discharge them early. But Philaide and Inzwa would never agree to that. Even enlisting and serving the country was their lifelong aspiration. Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her. Though the general had not granted her request, if her sons saw this mockery, it would surely deal a heavy blow to their spirits. Perhaps out of shame they would give up. After all, he was their most revered idol. With that thought, she joyfully hurried toward the military camp with the letter. But before she arrived, the Eagle Division's 1st Special Forces and the Wolf Anti-Terror Elite had simultaneously received military orders. Report, Colonel Philaide, Major Inzwa, urgent battle report from the front line. Taking advantage of the large-scale armed insurrection on Kaluosi planet X-Star, has kidnapped hundreds of thousands of our citizens. They are coercing General Ysalanti to go to the Huang Star, intending to join forces with the leaders of 16 planets, including Bosika Star and Wynake Star, to kill the war god with all their might. If necessary, they may use miasma bombs. What? Philaide and Inzwa slammed the table and stood up. Miasma bombs. 100 years ago, X-Star had used miasma bombs, which were strictly prohibited by the Interstellar Alliance, leading to the complete annihilation of the Central Star's forces and the deaths of many females. Now they shamelessly repeated the same trick. If the full power of the miasma bombs were directed at the general alone, even if he were the beast god incarnate, he could hardly escape. Urgent order from the Military Affairs Department: command the officers to lead the Eagle Division's 1st Special Forces and the Wolf Warrior Anti-Terrorist Elites to rush to the battlefield. Upon meeting General Ysalanti, you must persuade him to evacuate and not to sacrifice his invaluable life for a single city's people. Yes, sir. In the past, Philaide and Inzwa would have set off without a moment's hesitation. But now they had people they cared about. A soft chime came from the optical brain. Su Miantong opened it. A message from Philaide and Inzwa. Sorry, Tandang. An urgent battle order came from the front lines. We must leave immediately for reinforcement and can't accompany you to plant flowers. An urgent battle order. The young girl frowned slightly, sitting up from the sofa. Is it dangerous? Fearing she would worry, they feigned nonchalance. It's fine, just like usual. We'll come back once the mission is completed. That's a relief. Su Miantong pressed the optical brain and sent them a voice message. May everything go smoothly. I await your safe return. The gentle and soft voice of the young female drifted into their ears, making the two officers standing on the cold warship deck feel sweet and warm inside. It felt so good to have someone who cared and waited for them. With the gardening plan postponed, Su Miantong closed the horticulture encyclopedia. Feeling that her body had recovered considerably, she decided to go out for a walk and familiarize herself with the living environment. She hadn't realized until she stepped out, the national condition of Central Star with far fewer females than males was no joke. Along the way she could barely see any females, all were males. When they saw her, they all stopped and stared as if she were a rare species. It turned her, a social butterfly, into something close to a social phobic. She didn't know that in Central Star it was illegal for a strange male to stare at a female so directly, and she could sue him for harassment. Yet the passers-by, fully aware of the law, still couldn't restrain their gazes because they were too astonished. Astonished that a female would actually come out under such a scorching sun on such a hot day. Moreover, she was so breathtakingly beautiful that, even if she were to go out, she should have been riding the most luxurious aircraft, followed by a group of high-level handsome males. How could she be walking alone in such a modest way? If not for the strict law, they would have already rushed over to offer warm greetings and help. After walking about a few kilometers, she reached a park pavilion. Su Miantong finally saw females, a whole group. They were gathered together, packed in layers, chattering about something unknown, lively and noisy. Curious, she edged closer. Dean Lu, do you still have the camellia hair growth serum from last time? I used one bottle and felt it worked quite well. The hairline that was almost bald has even grown tiny hairs. Yes. And the Sime body lotion, I've only used it for 2 seasons and my whole body feels much smoother. Is there anything for freckle removal? I really need it. I heard today's new product is a Centella Asiatica scar removal cream. Centella Asiatica for scars. Can it work? Yeah, the scar on Imy's face is stubborn. It's been there for over 20 years, not easy to get rid of. Were they talking about cosmetics? Su Miantong pricked up her ears and listened intently. Suddenly she heard a warm, clear male voice from the crowd. Miss Imy, please turn your face to the side. The moment the voice sounded, the surrounding females immediately fell silent, holding their breath. The young girl tilted her head and peered through the gaps in the crowd. She saw a young man sitting in the center wearing a white lab coat, gold-rimmed chainless glasses, with a slender back and a handsome face. He held a cream scoop in his hand, evenly applying a balm to the face of a female whose left side was covered in twisted scars. Dean Luke, can the scars on my face really be removed? Centella Asiatica has antibacterial, restorative, and collagen-regenerating properties. It can alleviate scars to a certain extent. I can't guarantee complete removal, but with long-term use it will have a lightening effect. Even a little lightening would be good. Imy bit her lip. She herself was a D-level female with the lowest pheromone rank, and her face had been unfortunately burned when she was young, leaving hideous scars. She had always been deeply self-conscious. If only these scars weren't so ferocious and ugly. Lucille saw her emotions and comforted her. Miss Imy, there is no perfect appearance in this world. Everyone has their own flaws, more or less. You don't need to feel inferior. Really? Ray? Before he could finish, Su Miantong was suddenly pushed by a female rushing over from behind. Her whole body lurched forward, colliding with the metal scoop in the man's hand. A crisp clink sounded. Lucille looked up and saw a face of breathtaking beauty as if from a celestial realm. A gentle breeze blew lightly, lifting her seaweed-like jet-black thick hair, revealing a delicate palm-sized face with skin as white as snow. Her fluttering lashes, like the downy feathers of a newborn bird, framed a pair of amber-colored eyes filled with stars. Her nose was smooth and elegantly curved, and her full lips were like rose petals kissed by morning dew, tender crimson and tempting enough to steal a kiss. She was dazzlingly beautiful, captivating and enchanting, as if mocking his earlier words. There truly was a perfect face in this world, and it was right before his eyes. Lucille stood stunned, unable to look away. In an instant the whole world seemed to fall silent, so quiet that he could only hear his own heartbeat, thump-thump one after another. Until she spoke. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Su Miantong bent down, picked up the metal scoop, and handed it to him. Only then did Lucille realize how rude he had been. He had been staring straight at a strange female for over 10 seconds, long enough to be considered a crime by law. In over 20 years he had never behaved like this. Forgive me, miss. Please pardon my offense. He stood up and made a solemn bow of apology. Su Miantong looked puzzled, not understanding what he had done wrong. But she noticed something that caught her interest. The badge on his chest. A fiery red phoenix flower surrounded by sparkling stars. She had seen this badge in a book. It seemed to represent the Imperial Science Academy. Was he a staff member there? The sudden commotion also drew the attention of the surrounding females to Su Miantong. Oh my god, you are so beautiful. How can your skin be so fair and delicate? Not a single blemish, like the finest suet jade. Your hair is so long, so black, so thick, shimmering like a glossy silk satin under the sunlight. Your eyes are actually amber, like two brilliant gems radiating light, so rare. Their discussion shifted from cosmetics to her, and an overwhelming wave of praise came crashing in, leaving Su Miantong somewhat at a loss. Lucille stood at the edge, watching her with an expression of tender bewilderment, pure and innocent, as though beautiful yet unaware of her own loveliness, a stark contrast to her glamorous and enchanting appearance. A faint smile shimmered in the depths of his ink-purple pupils. So captivating. She deserved every finest compliment this world could offer. Lost in thought, he unconsciously drifted into reverie again. What cosmetics do you usually use? To keep your skin so flawless. She's still so young, why would she need to maintain herself like that? It must be natural. Are you the cherished daughter of some eminent noble or powerful magnate? Why have I never seen you before? What does your pheromone smell like? What rank is it? It must be exquisitely fragrant and extraordinarily noble, surely. Faced with a barrage of questions, Su Miantong chose a single sentence to silence them all. I am an orphan. I have no pheromone. No sooner had she spoken than the chattering crowd fell instantly silent. The females around her gaped in utter disbelief. She looked so refined, so breathtakingly beautiful, yet she was an orphan and without a pheromone. Looking behind her, there wasn't even a transport vehicle for her journey, let alone an escort. Could it truly be true? You're lying, aren't you? Among the crowd, an A-rank female refused to believe her and directly activated her A4 type friendship class pheromone, typically used between females to build rapport and encourage reciprocal response. Yet Su Miantong remained completely unmoved. There were only two possible explanations. One, she was a female of a higher rank. But she was an outstanding A-rank female, and anything above that would be an S-rank from the Empire, preciously recorded and well known to all. There was no trace of such a face among them. 2. She simply had no pheromone. It had to be the latter. The A-rank female withdrew her hand in shock. You actually have no pheromone at all. Su Miantong nodded. She never lied. No pheromone. Lucille's long lashes lowered, gently concealing the flickering light in his eyes. The faint smile that had spilled across his face earlier gradually froze. They did not belong to the same world. He should leave. If he stayed any longer, he could hardly guarantee he wouldn't continue stealing glances at her. The reason Su Miantong had confessed was to dispel their suspicions, freeing up time to speak with the man wearing the phoenix tail flower badge. Unexpectedly, before she could even open her mouth, he had already left. Passing by her, he didn't so much as glance her way, as though uninterested in conversation. Hello. She was about to follow when a group of females beside her grabbed her arm. Forget it. That's not a male you can aspire to. Let it go. Moments ago, those same females had been filled with envy and admiration. Now their eyes held only pity. He is the sole heir of a scholarly family spanning a century, an extremely rare S-rank male in the Empire. He is thoroughly rational and objective when it comes to mate selection. None of us would dare entertain such thoughts, let alone you. Indeed. You may see him as gentle and approachable, always willing to help everyone. But that's only because we are females. He shows us special consideration. Males as exceptional as him will only match with females of equal rank, ensuring spiritual stability, superior genetics, and the continuity of family legacy. No matter how beautiful you are, it won't matter. Without a pheromone, no amount of persistence will win him over. He will only politely decline you. Su Miantong felt they had completely misunderstood the situation. She only wanted to strike up a conversation to ask if he was from the National Academy of Sciences, understand the scientific standards and operational methods here, and see if there was any hope for her to find employment again. What's his name? Is he from the National Academy of Sciences? Was he providing experimental products to you just now? She asked 3 questions in a row, but the females present merely shook their heads, deeming her stubborn and beyond reasoning. They lost interest in persuading her and scattered in all directions. Let her hit her head against the wall on her own, she'll know when to turn back. Su Miantong felt their misunderstanding had deepened, so she decided to stop asking. She turned and looked at the D-rank female whose left face was covered in twisted scars. Were your scars caused by burns? Why, yes, they were. They've long reached maturity. Topical repair ointments will have little effect now. You'll need laser surgery or botulinum toxin injections. What? Amy's face was full of confusion. She had no idea what Su Miantong was talking about. What laser and botulinum toxin? Su Miantong, unfamiliar with the medical development level and professional terminology of this world, could hardly explain it on the spot. She asked for Amy's optical brain ID and noted it down. Then she noticed the man wearing the phoenix tail flower badge had not boarded a transport vehicle. Instead, he was walking westward on foot. On foot? Was he returning to his workplace? So close by. Out of curiosity, she followed after him. As Lucille walked, he suddenly sensed someone tailing him. He focused his visual power and caught a slender figure reflected in the glass facade of the opposite building. It was her. In an instant, his recently settled heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably once more. She was probably just going the same way, not actually following him, right? He suppressed his thoughts and deliberately took 2 detours, confirming that she really was tracking him rather than simply coincidentally passing by. Why was she following him? Did she want to, like the other females, seek his help and request some complexion-improving ointment? But she was already perfect, every inch of her body flawless. She needed no adjustments whatsoever. Or was she interested in him? He dared not think such a thing. The mere thought sent his heart thundering. She was an ordinary female with no pheromone. And he was an S-rank male. There was no conceivable compatibility between them. Even if she were A-rank, B-rank, or barely passing C-rank with only a faint pheromone, he would not feel so certain. But now a vast chasm separated them. No entanglement should ever arise between them. He clenched his fists tightly as though resolving something within himself and quickened his pace. He had never been so rude before. Knowing a female wanted to approach him yet coldly evading her. And yet this particular female happened to make him. Never mind. Surely she would give up now, right? As he thought this, he heard the footsteps behind him grow even more urgent. Because his strides were so large, an ordinary person struggled to keep up. She was even slightly breaking into a run. Why was she so persistent? He was bewildered. The females he knew, due to their elevated status, generally had very proud and arrogant dispositions. Especially when dealing with males, they would never display such patience. Under the scorching sun, she pursued him relentlessly. Even after being deliberately shaken off, she refused to give up. He could already imagine how exhausted she must be, how flushed her cheeks had become, how rapid her breathing, but her eyes remained fixed on him, unwaveringly steadfast. How could he let such a pure, forthright, beautiful, and captivating female endure such hardship? It was despicable. He should turn around, hold an umbrella for her, wipe away her sweat, offer her water, and agree to anything she asked. And that was precisely what his heart longed to do. However, the strict male-female matching system, he had always rigorously followed the gene-embedded craving for pheromones during the male heat cycle, and the years of matching, social status, family, education all flashed through his mind. They made him halt in his tracks once more. For the first time he felt his emotions in such disarray, as though encountering a delicate and exquisite phoenix tail flower growing upon a sheer cliff face. Fully aware that plucking it carried mortal danger, that one careless misstep would send him plunging into an abyss, yet utterly unable to resist its temptation, desperate to surrender everything to possess it. He should not be like this. He ought to remain lucid, rational, and composed, exactly as he always was. He arrived at his workplace. Su Miantong also came to a stop and lifted her gaze, looking up at the towering skyscraper piercing the clouds upon which the bold letters COS stood out prominently. A relieved smile spread across her face. She had guessed correctly, it truly was here. She had been running the whole way, panting and gasping, her throat parched with thirst. Hoping to find somewhere to drink, she spotted an automatic ice cream vending shop nearby and rushed straight inside. The Science Research Academy strictly prohibited all unauthorized personnel from entering. Once she stepped inside, she truly would never be seen again. Condemned by this very thought, Lucilly, whose mind had been at war with itself the entire journey, finally laid down his arms in defeat. Turning around in self-despair, he found nothing behind him. Not the faintest trace of the little female from moments before. She had already gone. Yes. After facing his sudden coldness, chasing him all the way under the scorching sun with no response whatsoever, surely anyone would lose heart. Moreover, she was a female so breathtakingly beautiful that countless males would normally vie to flatter her. There was absolutely no way she could be neglected and slighted the way he had. His tightly clenched fists grew even harder, his knuckles turning pale blue and white. She must loathe him to the core, as a cold, calculating, and ruthless male, surely. Even he loathed himself, the rigid, unbreakable system buried deep within his heart, the inescapable craving for pheromones encoded in his genes, and most of all his own cautious nature, forever weighing the pros and cons. He stood upon the steps for an unending length of time, long past sunset, until the staff members passing by after work watched him with trepidation, wondering what had happened to the director. Looking so soullessly dispirited, his complexion so dreadful. Su Miantong entered the shop and purchased a hazelnut chocolate-flavored ice cream. After just a few bites, she noticed the shop filling up, the crowd growing, until the automatic vending machines were completely cleared out. Were they all from the Science Research Academy? Had they really gotten off work at only 4:30? Curious, she peered closer and indeed spotted a phoenix tail flower badge on each of their chests, though white in color and smaller in size, unlike the deep crimson one the man had worn earlier. The moment the clock struck quitting time, Lin Xian bolted from his workstation. Passing by the ice cream vending shop, he noticed the densely packed crowd and felt somewhat puzzled. This shop was usually so deserted. Why was it so crowded today? Was there some spectacle worth watching? He edged closer and quite unexpectedly caught sight of a soul-stirring beauty, a lovely young female. Thrilled, he immediately followed the other male's example, pretentiously purchasing an ice cream before standing there eating it while stealthily stealing glances at her. 1 glance, 2 glances, 3 glances. Just as he was about to peek again, his gaze accidentally met hers directly. Ashamed, he was about to offer an apology. To his astonishment, the beautiful young female actually smiled at him. Not only smiled, but walked over. Good heavens! He was so startled that his ice cream ball dropped and his face flushed crimson beyond all measure. Hello, may I ask if you're a staff member of the Science Research Academy? Why, yes. He stuttered terribly, repeatedly correcting his tongue before he could speak coherently. Environmental Management Department Intern Lin Xian. My name is Su Miantong. I am quite interested in your research academy. May I come in for a visit? This. If she had any other request, he would have agreed instantly. But the research academy was under the director's explicit order. No unrelated personnel were permitted to enter. Can't you? Su Miantong raised her eyebrows, her eyes brimming with hope. Lin Xian, unable to bear disappointing her, gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Yes, of course. Who could refuse such a gorgeous female? Certainly not him. He would find every possible means to bring her inside. But it is already past working hours today, and many departments have closed their doors. How about I show you around tomorrow instead? That sounds wonderful. Then tomorrow. Just as Lin Xian was about to discuss the meeting time and place with her, she pulled out her light brain. Shall we add each other as friends and connect then? Friends. Why yes, absolutely. He was overjoyed. The cluster of males around them shot envious and resentful glances. Among so many people, why had she chosen him of all others? Was it simply because he was a pretty face? Thank you, see you tomorrow. Su Miantang smiled and waved at him. Lin Xian also raised his hand, staring blankly at her as he waved incessantly. After adding her on the light brain, he felt completely dazed, grinning foolishly as though he had drunk counterfeit liquor. This state persisted well into the night. He suffered from insomnia, overjoyed that is. Who would have thought that an ordinary B-rank male like himself would one day be approached by such a stunning female? It was practically a miraculous encounter. At that very moment, in another corner of the city inside the darkened villa midway up Songling Mountain, someone else was also losing sleep. From the moment he turned around and could no longer see the little female's figure, Lucille had begun to regret. His mind was filled entirely with her voice and smile, and even deep into the night he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He wanted to apologize to her, but discovered he knew absolutely nothing about her. No address, no light brain number, no age, not even her name. In the middle of the night, he rashly called a group of females he had seen at the park during the day, only to find they did not know him either. She was like a brilliant meteor illuminating the dull and lonely sky of his 20-plus years, but because of his hesitation she had vanished in an instant, leaving not even a trail behind to grasp. He regretted it terribly. The following day, at the National Science Research Academy Materials and Manufacturing Department. This project requires researchers to independently carry out the structural design, modification, and degradation principle work of biodegradable materials. Director, what is your opinion? Director. A group of researchers were reporting their work when they discovered the man before them had drifted off. This was already the third time today. They exchanged bewildered glances, deeply puzzled. The director was a top-tier S-rank male, typically bursting with energy and possessing a calm, gentle disposition. Unlike now, with dark circles beneath his eyes and an aura of restlessness surrounding him as though he had not slept at all. Director, are you feeling all right? Director, would you like to take a rest? I'm fine. Lucille snapped back to attention, knitting his brows. He was merely, continue. Understood. Where are we? This is the Materials and Manufacturing Department, responsible for formulating production plans, managing warehouse supplies, receiving materials, and so on. Suddenly a familiar and melodious voice reached his ears. Lucille instinctively raised his head and saw the young female he had been longing for appearing beyond the window, his dark violet pupils widening ever so slightly. Was it her? Could it really be her? How could she appear here? Had the beast god heard his prayers and sent her back to him? He put down the report and was about to rush over, but the next second he saw the male close beside her. That seemed to be a new intern from the Environmental Management Department who, due to his delicate features, was quite popular among the females. He was now enthusiastically introducing something to her, speaking endlessly with warmth and vigor, causing the young female beside him to occasionally reveal delighted smiles. A surge of jealousy rose from his chest. Lucille activated his combat prowess and appeared before the two of them in an instant. Su Miantang was startled by the tall figure that suddenly materialized in front of her. Lin Xian was also terrified. Director. Lucille looked at the name tag on his chest, his eyes icy. Who allowed you to bring an outsider into the research institute? I. What he feared most had come to pass. Lin Xian had been extra cautious, yet he still ran into the director. Su Miantang focused her gaze. Wasn't this the man she had encountered in the park yesterday? He had seemed so gentle then, so why was he so fierce now? Director, I'm sorry. A friend of mine was very interested in the research institute, so I brought her in. Director. He was actually the director of the Science Research Institute. Su Miantang was stunned. No wonder the phoenix tail flower badge on his chest was a different color and larger than the others. It was a symbol of his status. Lin Xian of the Environmental Management Department, during work hours you have blatantly violated the institute's regulations. Report to the Supervisory Inspection Team for disciplinary action. It was over. Lin Xian lowered his head. He was probably the first employee to be personally reprimanded by the director during an internship, wasn't he? Not only would he lose his job, but Su Miantang, who had come to visit so happily, would also be expelled. This was simply terrible. He was about to request permission to escort Su Miantang out before receiving his punishment when he saw the man before him suddenly place his hand on his chest, bowing to the young female with an extremely elegant and gentlemanly gesture. Esteemed female, do I have the honor of inviting you to tour the Science Research Institute? Lin Xian quickly raised his head. Director, you. Su Miantang was also bewildered. She was well aware that she had implicated Lin Xian, and her mind was racing to find a solution. Unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic 180-degree turn, heading in a direction she could never have predicted. Lin Xian looked at him in disbelief. Director, isn't this a bit unethical? Then he caught a warning glance from Lucille and immediately scurried away as fast as a rabbit. He could lose his job, but he had to keep his life. Huh. Su Miantong watched his retreating figure. Director, I insisted on entering the research institute. Lin Xian had nothing to do with it. I hope you won't punish him. I take full responsibility. Very well. Before she could finish, Lucille agreed. Su Miantong was stunned once more, slowly turning her head. Just like that. He agreed. So simple. He had been so angry just moments ago, as if he intended to punish Lin Xian severely. Was this the different treatment of the sexes in a female-dominated society? Thank you, Director. No need to be so formal. Just call me Lucille or Li. Li. That would be far too informal, wouldn't it? Su Miantong's brow twitched slightly. Lucille. Lucille smiled. May I ask for your esteemed name? Su Miantong. Su Miantong extended her hand to him in a friendly manner. We met yesterday in the park on the west side of the city. Do you remember? Lucille stared at her hand, his expression briefly stunned, then he grasped it firmly. Of course. Not only did he remember, he had been thinking of her day and night, longing for her ever since. Her hand was small, very soft and warm, fitting comfortably in his palm. This time he would hold on tight and not let the shooting star slip away from his sky again. Miss Miantong is so beautiful, leaving a very deep impression. Is that so? I actually wanted to strike up a conversation with you yesterday, but you walked away too quickly. He hadn't expected her to bring up the topic so casually in such a light-hearted tone. He had thought she would be angry, disgusted, or even ignore him after chasing him in vain without any response. He quickly apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, Miss Miantong. Afraid that revealing his ugly thoughts at that time would earn her disdain, he chose to lie. I had something urgent yesterday and didn't notice. It's okay. Su Miantong tried to wave her hand, but found it still tightly clasped in his palm. She pulled hard but couldn't free it. This handshake was lasting a bit long, wasn't it? Actually, I saw the Phoenix Tailflower badge on your chest and suspected you were from the Science Research Institute, so I followed you. I never expected to be right. What? She had followed him only because he was from the Science Research Institute, not because she was interested in him. He had thought. Lucille's face flushed red with embarrassment at his own wishful thinking. He quickly changed the subject. Miss Miantong, are you very interested in the Research Institute? Then may I give you a detailed tour? Great. Su Miantong nodded happily, but then her eyes dropped. Was she really going to walk through the entire tour holding hands like this? Lucille followed her gaze and immediately released her hand, as if shocked by an electric current. He had been holding her hand for so long. Would she think he was some kind of lecher? He had always been praised for his maturity and steadiness since childhood, yet before her he became sensitive and clumsy, losing all his composure. Su Miantong looked at his ears, flushed crimson, and couldn't help but smile. How could the dignified director of the institute be even shyer than an intern? Miss Miantong, please. Inside the conference room, a group of subordinates, waiting to report important work, watched in stunned silence. The director had just abandoned them to take a young female on a tour of the institute. He was known as a workaholic, always rigorous, serious, and dedicated to his duties. True to his role as director, Lucille led her from the experimental base to the testing building, from the basement to the top floor, patiently and thoroughly introducing each department's name, purpose, production lines, and marketed products, as well as the institute's century-long history, culture, honors medals, and founding philosophy. Su Miantong listened with great interest, and her gaze toward him grew more respectful. She had been surprised when she learned he was the director, given his youth. Recalling the female's words yesterday about the sole heir of a century-old scholarly family, she had assumed he had simply taken over the family business upon reaching adulthood. She hadn't expected such a wealth of knowledge. Even without him deliberately showing off, she saw the walls lined with medals exclusively his, and he was hailed as a once-in-a-century scientific genius. This is a pure natural mineral water developed by our institute. Miss Miantong, would you like to try it? Lucille unscrewed the cap and handed it to her. Thank you. Su Miantong took a gentle sip, and her expression showed some surprise. It's so refreshingly sweet. Are you sure there are no additives? Of course. The water source is transported from the most pristine and pure Qingqiu Snow Peak. Adding any impurity would be a contamination. If you like, you can leave your optical brain number and address, and we will supply it to you for free in the future. He had hidden intentions in his words, but Su Miantong didn't notice. Her attention was drawn to a bulletin board nearby. Job announcement: due to the development needs of the institute, we are now recruiting 3 director assistants, 2 office directors, 2 analysis and testing specialists, and 1 researcher in biotechnology and chemical experiments. Candidates with rich experience or multiple personal honor medals are preferred. The institute was hiring. Great. Previously listening to Fulaid and Enzwa talk about the advanced transportation technology and weaponry of the Central Empire, she had thought that the technology sector was similarly advanced and that her own knowledge was outdated. After listening to Lucille today, she realized that was not the case. Although Earth and the Central Star had many differences, their development processes and core concepts in biotechnology were quite similar. Then she was fully capable. Miss Miantong. Lucille, thank you for your enthusiastic introduction today. I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll be heading back. So suddenly, Lucille panicked. It's already noon. I've reserved a spot at the revolving restaurant in Central City. If Miss Miantong doesn't mind, would you like to have lunch together? Some other day. She had to hurry back today, read more books, combine her knowledge with the needs here, and prepare for the job application. Some other day. Was that a rejection? Had he been too eager and scared her off? Lucille was vexed, racking his brains for ways to retain her when he heard her say, "We'll meet again tomorrow." Tomorrow? Yes, I'll come again tomorrow. Really? What time? Can I pick you up? He asked 3 hopeful questions in a row, but Su Miantong said mysteriously, "No need. You'll know when the time comes." Fearing she would vanish like a meteor just like yesterday, Lucille immediately took off the phoenix tail flower badge from his chest. "This is for you. With it you can enter the institute anytime without obstruction. No need to find that in turn." Su Miantong was startled by his generosity. This was the director's badge representing the highest authority and honor of the institute. No need. She thought for a moment and refused. "I'll earn one with my own ability." With her own ability. After she left for a while, Lucille was still dazed, not understanding what she meant, but soon he was overwhelmed by the joy of anticipation. Tomorrow she would come again. He gently stroked the fingers that had just held her soft hand, brought them to his nose, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, savoring the lingering sensation. Whether it was an illusion or not, he caught a faint fragrance of phoenix tail flowers, incredibly pleasant. The next day, Lucille specially selected a white suit from his wardrobe, a custom-made double-breasted style with a notched lapel, which not only accentuated his tall and lean physique, but also exuded a gentle and refined mature charm. The employees used to seeing him in a white lab coat were all stunned by the sight. The director is so handsome. I don't know if this outfit kills the females, but it sure kills the males. Does the director have a special event today? Dressed so sharply. Could it be a date with that beautiful little female from yesterday? I think so. Ever since yesterday afternoon, the director has been smiling all the time, completely different from his usual meticulous and serious demeanor, as if he's in love. Director Lu, seemingly in love, arrived at the institute early in the morning to wait. He waited from dawn till noon, and from noon till afternoon until the last item of the day, recruiting new employees. He had checked his watch so many times it was nearly worn out. His mood had turned from immense anticipation to utter disappointment. She didn't come. Perhaps yesterday's promise was just a perfunctory excuse. She didn't want to see him again at all. In the reception room, a group of senior professors of the Institute of Science, seeing his poor mental state and the faint gloom between his brows, couldn't help but care. "Director, if you're tired, we can conduct the following interviews. There are not many left, seems like only one." Lucille stood up to leave. The broadcast announced the name of the last interviewee, Su Miantong. What? He quickly raised his head and saw the little female he had been longing for, holding a file bag, walking in through the door. His eyes lit up. She was here. But why was she here for an interview? Why is it a female? Yes, and so young, looks like she just came of age. Could she be here for fun? Or to see the director? A group of old professors began to discuss. It was no wonder they were puzzled. In the Empire, females were rare, each one carefully protected and provided with the most generous material conditions. Almost none of them worked, and if they did, they were in easy and pleasant industries like cosmetics, jewelry, entertainment, etc. Who would want to come to a scientific research institute? Coming here required years of study, extraordinary talent, sharp observation, and abundant creativity. The work process was also mentally exhausting, and even some males found it difficult to persevere. To date, their institute had no female employees. Su Miantong. An old professor spoke first. His tone was not very friendly because in his eyes Su Miantong was just a willful female coming to disrupt their work. "Are you here for an interview?" "Yes." Su Miantong sat down on the interview chair. "Hello, Professor Hilo." Before starting, she greeted the interviewers in turn according to the nameplates on the table. When it came to Lucille, she added a very suggestive wink, as if to say, "Director, I'm here." Lucille was captivated by that sly and charming wink. His heart seemingly stopped beating. Quite polite. The old professor's tone improved considerably upon hearing this. "Are you here to apply for the position of director's assistant?" He had seen many such situations. Females often sneaked into the institute to pursue the director, public confessions, persistent pestering, staying in the lab, and refusing to leave. The regulation "No Outsiders Allowed in the Institute of Science" was established for this reason. However, there had never been one like her who was delusional enough to want to be the director's assistant. Although the director was gentle and courteous, never scolding females, that was only out of respect for gender. In work, he was always impartial, strict, and meticulous, making no exceptions for anyone. Even if she was very beautiful and gave a wink, it was simply asking for humiliation. Dean, what do you think? The old professor directly addressed Lucille, hoping his single statement would make the other party give up completely. Unexpectedly, Lucille stared straight at Su Miantong and nodded, approved. The group of professors were baffled. What? Approved what? He hadn't asked a single question nor reviewed any materials, and he simply approved it. It seemed that the one making a fool of themselves was not the young female across the room, but themselves. They never expected that even the dean, a man of extreme calm and rationality, could be captivated by feminine allure. It seemed they were truly old, having long forgotten the power of pheromones. Su Miantong couldn't help but chuckle, clearing her throat lightly. Thank you for the recognition, Dean, but I'm here today to apply for the position of researcher, not assistant. At her words, everyone was astonished. Researcher. Was she joking? If the dean truly liked her, placing her by his side as a pleasant ornament would not be unacceptable. After all, it was merely a menial role with many options, hardly crucial. But a researcher was an extremely precious and rare talent, the backbone of the Scientific Research Institute, responsible for experiments and developing new products with results accountable to all citizens of the empire. With tens of thousands of employees across the institute, there were only about 200 researchers. How could she treat it as a plaything for romance? This was utterly absurd. Lucille sobered up considerably. He could easily get her the assistant position, but a researcher. You want to apply for a researcher? An old professor, fuming with anger, was determined to teach this capricious female, who belittled the nation's scientific researchers, a lesson. On what grounds? Do you have any work experience? Have you received any personal honors or medals? Or have you developed any new products? None of those, Su Miantong replied calmly. But please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Su Miantong, female, 18 years old. Currently, my educational experience is 0, work experience is 0, honors and medals are 0, research achievements are 0, but I have a heart that loves scientific research. The group of professors was dumbfounded. How could she still have the nerve to introduce herself? After all, that the most valuable thing about her was her female identity, wasn't it? Did she intend to use female privileges to obtain the position of researcher? Absurd. Furious, they were about to flip the table and leave when she pulled several documents from her file. These are my love achievements. Love achievements. What was that? The old professors took them in confusion, but when they saw the words on the paper, they were all shocked at once. Central Empire National Scientific Research Institute Internal Test Paper Ultimate Edition. This was the test jointly created by the Institute's first dean and the most outstanding researchers, accessible only to those who passed an IQ test of 145 or above. Each question was extremely brain-burning and tricky, and even they might not be able to answer all correctly. Yet what they held in their hands was a perfect score paper. The last perfect score was achieved by the dean. Lucille took the paper, his eyes revealing deep shock. Did you really do this? The old professors looked at her incredulously. They were asking a question to which they already knew the answer. Anyone who had visited this test paper knew that the website required real name authentication. The questions were randomly arranged and combined, and there was a strict time limit. Most of the questions involved drawing simulation diagrams and complex formulas that only those proficient in scientific research could understand. In other words, cheating was impossible. This paper was truly completed by her. The old professors were astounded, and they all sat back down, re-evaluating the young, beautiful female before them. No matter how unbelievable it was, they had to admit that they had failed to recognize a true talent. She was not a capricious and reckless female, but a calm and composed scientific genius, a true genius. Their previous contempt and questioning now made them look like fools. Su Miantong asked, "May the interview begin now?" Of course, of course. Her talent was fully displayed in that paper, and she no longer needed medals or work experience to prove herself. There was little left to examine, so they directly asked about her preferences. "Miss Su Miantong, which department of our institute interests you?" "The Department of Biotechnology and Pharmaceutical Preparation." She went straight for the institute's most important and core department. "Why is that?" "I'm interested in special function pharmaceuticals and wish to become an apothecary." This was also her original field. But other departments allow direct entry, while the biopharmaceutical department is the core of the institute, related to the health of every citizen of the empire. It requires many years of extensive work experience or research results to be hired. "Professor, are you still not convinced of my level?" "Of course not." Professor Haler looked at the perfect score paper in his hand. This was something he could never achieve in his lifetime. Perhaps this was the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Since she was not ordinary, she didn't need to follow the ordinary path. How about this? Tell us your understanding of pharmaceuticals such as suppressants. The Empire has long needed a new type of suppressant. A new type of suppressant? What do you mean, huh? The suppressants currently on the market are 5-year-old expired products. Their composition is a combination of propofol, a sedative, and lidocaine and anesthetic. A single 10 milliliter injection does work. But such a large dose not only damages brain cells, but also causes slurred speech, slow movement, nystagmus, and mental symptoms, such as delusions, fear, and mania. More importantly, after one injection the desire is not suppressed, but accumulates in the body waiting for the next estrous cycle to arrive even more fiercely. After repeated use the result is either behavioral loss of control or mental derangement. With such severe side effects, many people have begun to reject and resist suppressants, preferring to endure the torment of estrus. Some have even turned to criminal acts like sexual assault on females to obtain pheromones through violence. This is no secret, is it? As a female, she was so well-versed in the physiological conditions of males. Professor Haler was astonished. But if we don't do this, the male's estrus period will be fierce and could harm innocent females. Since when does treating the symptoms mean using strong medicine? Treating the symptoms. Do you have any new ideas? Not yet complete, but I flipped through some books yesterday and felt that the production of suppressants should be linked to pheromones. Everyone's preferences and acceptable levels are different. Given the Empire's large population, we cannot tailor them individually, but at least we should classify them by basic categories, such as carnivores, herbivores, and omnivores, using natural herbal materials to minimize harm to the body, and by more time to match them with suitable pheromones. She spoke eloquently, leaving all the professors amazed as they turned to look at Lucille. These ideas were exactly the content that the dean was about to publish in a scientific journal. The entire institute's researchers had spent years toiling over these results, and she had discovered them just by browsing a few books. She was truly a genius. Lucille stared at her, his amethyst-black pupils emitting an extraordinarily brilliant glow. That light was no longer mere admiration for her appearance and character, it was a profound resonance, a collision of souls at their highest point of harmony. He had not anticipated that she would be so exceptional. Even less did he expect that in the realm of scientific research, a rarefied sphere where high-mindedness often meets with few companions, someone would share his thoughts and even surpass him by far. He recalled that when they first met he had considered her an ordinary female without pheromones, while he was an S-grade male utterly mismatched. Now looking back, she was clearly a glittering gemstone while he was arrogant and narrow-minded. If any mismatch existed, it was he who did not deserve her. Miss Su Miantong, please forgive my earlier disdain and rudeness. Professor Heller rose, excitedly bowed to her in apology, and the others followed suit. In you I seem to see the future of imperial science. As she said, once the new inhibitor was launched it would bring tremendous changes to the national economy and people's livelihood, making a great contribution to social stability. It was a magnificent revolution, yet it was unexpected that a female would ultimately propose it. Females were indeed the foundation and treasure of the empire. It's all right. Su Miantong stood up, she could not bear so many senior predecessors bowing to her. Only now did Lucille understand the meaning of her words. I will earn one with my own strength. She had truly done it. He took out a phoenix tail flower badge symbolizing the identity of a scientific researcher from the gift box, walked to her, and gently fastened it on her. Miss Su Miantong, congratulations on passing the interview and officially becoming a member of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, the first female researcher in a century. I am honored. Su Miantong curled her lips, looking at the phoenix tail flower badge on her right chest, curious. Why is it pink? She had seen online that regular researchers wore blue badges. The female badge has always been pink, but it has never been issued before. You are the first to wear it. It's very beautiful and suits you well. Thank you. Su Miantong looked at him. White also suits you well, very elegant and charming. And the perfume, is it from Jean, miss? You're dressed so handsomely today, director. Is there an event? Lucille blushed slightly at her teasing. May I invite you to dinner? Fearing she would reject him as she did yesterday, he found a suitable excuse. To celebrate your successful onboarding. A group of senior professors had already seen through his intentions and, not wanting to disturb, smiled and left. Of course. What are we having? There's a Serafi Star cuisine restaurant in Central City. Shall we try it? Sure. Su Miantong touched the badge and happily walked out with him. Just as they were about to board the aircraft, suddenly, dong 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 dong, a resounding and prolonged bell tolled. The sound was mournful and desolate, shaking the earth, lingering endlessly. It sounded like a death knell. Lucille's expression immediately turned serious. Within the research institute, thousands of employees rushed out of the building, each craning their necks toward the direction of the bell, the atmosphere tense and restless. The bell seemed to come from the imperial palace. Not good. Lucille frowned as if vaguely sensing something. Su Miantong, what's wrong? When the palace bell tolls, it must be a national mourning. But in recent months, no news of any royal or noble being critically ill has emerged. That leaves only the position equal to the royal family, the Duke of the Eller Mansion, General Islandi, who has just led troops on an expedition. He opened his light terminal and indeed received countless urgent messages, the latest being Central Ministry News 1631. The Allied leaders of X-Planet, Bhaskar Planet, Vinayak Planet, and 13 other planets used miasma bombs on a desolate star. To protect the hundreds of thousands of abducted citizens, Islandi single-handedly blocked the shells and heroically sacrificed himself. Now all nobles with title of Viscount or above S-grade males and members of the imperial clan are summoned to Yongning City Gate to welcome the remains of the general's warship brought back by the White Tiger Legion. I'm sorry, Miantong, I know, go quickly. Lucille boarded the aircraft and sped towards Yongning Gate. Su Miantong looked at the turbulent research institute, turned and walked outside. As she walked, she smelled a strong, pungent odor of burning paper money. Looking up, the sky was filled with flying white, soul-summoning banners and ghost money. On the streets, countless people had left their homes draped in mourning clothes, kneeling toward Yongning City Gate, weeping and praying. General Islandi has fallen. A miasma bomb can level mountains and seas shift planets, all of it blasted onto him alone. How much pain must he have endured? Great Beast God above, please guide the war god's soul home. This will always be his home. The grand spectacle overwhelmed Su Miantong. On Earth, no one's death had ever caused such a huge uproar. General Islandi. She had heard from Fred and Enzo that he was their idol, possessing an extremely rare SS-level combat power. Before his birth, the Central Empire was entangled in warfare, plagued by internal and external troubles, often bullied by united evil planets. But since he joined the army, he swept away all turbulence, pacified the wars of the major star systems, protected the Empire's peace and prosperity, and was hailed as the incarnation of the ancient divine beast, the war god of the Empire. Miasma bombs. She had seen them before when studying the cultural background of the central star. 100 years ago, X-Planet had released one, causing tens of millions of deaths, most of whom were females, directly shaking the nation's foundation. Now General Islandi had single-handedly blocked such a bomb. He truly deserved the title of war god and the highest national mourning rights. She wondered if Fred and Enzo would be sad upon hearing this news. Were they safe now? She opened her light terminal. Both of their chat windows still showed no signal. Their mission was probably not yet over. She wandered aimlessly, and before she knew it, she had arrived at the Star Trail Garden. She decided to observe the exotic flowers and plants, searching for materials that could later be used to make potions. In the southeastern sky, a scorching meteor-like object was descending at tremendous speed. With a loud bang, it crashed into the garden, creating a huge crater, sending countless sparks flying, then vanishing in an instant. It was over. The miasma bomb was nothing more than that. Islandi's lips curled slightly, his wind-blown cloak soaked with blood smearing his celestial-like handsome face. His body was riddled with wounds, his meridians shattered, blood and consciousness slowly ebbing away. His life, too, was about to end. With the last of his strength, he had returned to the central star, his homeland. In this life, he had fought across the stars for the Empire, amassing countless merits and safeguarding its peace for decades, a brilliant, glorious existence, with no regrets. The only pity, perhaps, was that he had never started a family. There was no warm, lovely little female at home waiting for him. But that itself was an unattainable wish. Across the Empire, not a single female among millions had a pheromone match with him exceeding 10. He was destined for a lifetime of solitude, cold and icy, even unto death. His mental collapse value reached its limit. Gradually, he shed his human form, transforming into a scarred and battered crimson flame-winged tiger. His two broken, tattered wings slowly vanished, and his massive body shrank smaller and smaller until it became a cub. He lay limp on the ground, motionless, and slowly closed his crimson eyes. He was about to return to the dust. Su Miantong was deeply absorbed in observing a spotted moth orchid when she suddenly heard a loud crash behind her, startling her. Curiously, she followed the sound and found a red little tiger in a pit several meters wide. How did it end up here? Had it fallen into a hunter's trap? It looked like a mere cub still nursing. Her heart softened. Using nearby vines, she climbed down into the pit and crouched before it, only to realize that this was no red tiger. Its entire body was drenched in blood, a sight that sent chills down her spine. Poor little thing who abused you. A gentle, soft voice drifted down from above. Islandi's heavy eyelids trembled just as his pupils were about to lose focus. He glimpsed a face of breathtaking beauty, radiant and exquisite. Was he dead, seeing a deity? Or was his obsession with females so deep that he was hallucinating? Does it hurt? Its body was a mass of torn flesh, not a single spot intact. Su Miantong didn't know where to touch, so she gently stroked the back of its neck. That single stroke sent a torrent of pheromones surging through its ruptured glands, miraculously reconnecting broken meridians, healing shattered skin, lowering combat stats to 0, and piecing together its collapsing consciousness. Like a divine hand restoring all that had been destroyed, bringing it back to life. With a sudden start, the little tiger opened its eyes, a gleam of incredulous light blazing in its crimson pupils as it fixed its gaze on her. Su Miantong was startled, having thought it was beyond saving. But that one look, a gaze so intense it seemed to pierce through her, conveyed a fierce will to live, a deep dependency and attachment. "Don't be afraid, I'll take you home." That was the last thing Yaslandi heard before losing consciousness. Home. Could he finally have a home too? Su Miantong took off her coat, wrapped the cub securely, and summoned a small aircraft, provided by the Female Protection Agency and never used before, to fly to the 9th Purity Villa district. Upon arriving home, the little bee robot that came to greet her curiously circled the bundle twice, its screen displaying, "What is this?" "A tiger. Shall we first give it a simple checkup? I'll prepare the medicine." "Understood." Su Miantong took some hemostatic herbs she had brought back from Star Trail Garden, indigo purslane, crushed them into juice, and from the medical kit, she took several ampoules, preparing 2 syringes of emergency medicine. When everything was ready, she came over and saw on the holographic projection screen species, common tiger bone, age 8 weeks, health status qualified. Qualified? How could that be? She walked over and saw that the little tiger, which had been on the verge of death moments ago, had its blood already clotted. Under the dried, matted fur, the broken skin had completely healed, leaving no trace of wounds. She was stunned. Did small animals on the Central Star have such incredible regenerative abilities? Or was it so young that it had a beginner's protection period? In the human world, there had been news of infants falling from tall buildings without a scratch. In any case, it had survived. Delighted, she gently tapped its little tiger head with her fingertip. Wrapped in the warmth of her palm and the fragrance of butterfly orchids, the little tiger felt as if it were floating in a warm current, purring with contentment. It rolled over unconsciously, exposing its soft belly to her. It seemed to want to be petted there too. Su Miantong was utterly charmed by its cuteness. She gave it a thorough examination from head to toe, and only after confirming there was no problem did she place it into a makeshift nest. "I won't bother you anymore. Sleep well. When you wake up, you'll be healthy." She pondered whether to send it to an animal protection agency tomorrow. But when she opened her light screen, she saw a notification. Imperial edict: due to the fall of General Yaslandi, a nationwide week-long holiday and closure will commence tomorrow for mourning and remembrance of the war god. That meant she couldn't go anywhere. And she'd have to keep this little tiger. She quickly logged into the shopping app and started stocking up. Besides basic daily necessities, she added bottles of milk formula, fresh chicken and pork, animal cleaning supplies, toys, and a simulated ecological nest. Finally, she grabbed a copy of A Guide to Raising a Cute Tiger. The next day, everything arrived. She and Xiaomi sorted and organized everything, busy for half a day, but the little tiger hadn't woken. Still sleeping. Is it a tiger or a piglet? She walked over and gently poked its head. Immersed in a sweet dream, the little tiger felt the movement and slowly opened its eyes. Su Miantong hadn't noticed yesterday. Its eyes were red, vivid and rich, shimmering like pigeon blood rubies of purest hue, absolutely stunning. At that moment, it seemed as if it had just been born into the world, innocent and naive, blinking as it curiously surveyed its surroundings. Finally, it looked up and saw her. The little tiger's paw, which had been about to lift, froze, and its crimson pupils stopped moving. Who is she? So beautiful, like a goddess. Was she its mommy? Mommy. Su Miantong was amused by its reaction. Its tiny body first stiffened as if beholding a breathtaking sight, then it began shaking its head and wagging its tail, excitedly rolling on the ground and acting like a playful pet. "You're awake. How did you sleep? Do you feel any discomfort?" "Yes." Wah! The little tiger opened its mouth and let out a cry. Su Miantong had expected a tiger cub's cry to be soft and kitten-like, but instead it sounded more like a silly duck, adorably milky. Was this the legendary roar of a fierce tiger? While the girl was laughing uncontrollably, she didn't notice that the little tiger had stopped moving and was staring intently at the high, voluptuous curve of her chest, heaving with laughter, swallowing twice. "Mommy, hungry. Food." Seeing that it had stopped acting cute, Su Miantong suppressed her laughter. Had she laughed too loudly? Was it angry? She should be more restrained. Now she found it adorable, but when it grew up it would be her turn to be adorable in its eyes. Just as she was thinking this, the little tiger suddenly leaped onto her chest, opened its mouth, and precisely latched onto her breast. Su Miantong was startled and instinctively grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, tossing it aside. The force was considerable, yet the little tiger landed steadily on all fours, wearing an expression of utter innocence and bewilderment. What are you doing? Trying to bite her. So young and already showing aggression. Chided by its mother figure, the little tiger grew even more aggrieved, lowering its head and whimpering twice before raising its paw to rub its empty belly. It was merely hungry and wanted some milk. Unexpectedly, Su Miantong seemed to understand its intention. No wonder it had been acting so affectionately toward her earlier, as if reuniting with family, opening its mouth to latch on. So it had mistaken her for its mother. She had indeed heard that young animals tend to regard the first person they see upon opening their eyes as their mother. She bent down and gently rubbed its head, comforting it. I'm sorry I wrongly accused you, but I'm not your mother. Not mother. The little tiger tilted its head, curiously gazing at her. What was that? I am. Su Miantong pondered for a moment. Your owner. The moment the word owner left her lips, the little tiger felt an immediate wave of warmth and comfort ripple through its heart, peculiar yet deeply satisfying and filled with a sense of belonging. It loved its owner. Its tail wagged frantically like the rotors of an aircraft overcome with joy. All right, wait obediently here. I'll go prepare some milk for you. Yes, owner. While Su Miantong prepared the milk, the little tiger sat quietly beside her, watching with the poised elegance of a noble. Once the temperature was just right, it wrapped all four paws tightly around the bottle and guzzled greedily. Between sips, it blissfully squinted its eyes at her. The owner was so beautiful. The beast milk prepared by the owner tasted absolutely divine. In the past, Su Miantong had been too busy with work to keep a pet. She often watched others share videos of their puppies and kittens on social media, seething with envy and fantasizing about one day having her own companion. Who could have imagined she would end up raising a little tiger so majestic and awe-inspiring? Moreover, this feeling of being wholly depended upon and needed was surprisingly wonderful. By the way, you don't have a name yet. Would you like one? Nod. The little tiger nodded eagerly. Su Miantong stroked her chin. Let me think. Yesterday, when she had carried it home, she had brought back a variety of flowers and herbs from Xingji Garden. Among them all, it had shown particular affinity for the speckled leaf butterfly orchid. How about Ban? No. The little tiger shook its head rapidly, clearly dissatisfied. Xiao Yezi. It continued, shaking its head. Hyuri. It shook so fast it became a blur. Then, Lan. Expecting another fierce rejection, she was surprised when its drinking motion paused briefly, as though the name felt faintly familiar. Okay. Su Miantong snapped her fingers in satisfaction. Then it settled. Lan. Finish your milk, return the bottle to me, and play here for a while. I'm going upstairs to prepare a surprise for you. She placed several teething sticks and balls on the carpet. The little tiger bounced around, energetically playing with them. Occasionally, it would glance up toward the stairs, as if wondering what surprise its owner had prepared. After a while, a call came from upstairs. Lan. The little tiger immediately grabbed its ball and ran over, only to see a basin full of clear water. Surely she wasn't going to give it a bath. It froze in shock and turned to flee, but Su Miantong swiftly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. Where do you think you're going? Though the voice was extremely gentle, drifting near its ears, it sounded somehow like a wicked demon. Come take a bath. No. It refused to bathe. The little tiger struggled desperately. Su Miantong pretended not to notice. You're so filthy, your stripes are barely visible. Don't even want a bath. Do you want to become a dirty tiger? But, disregarding its resistance, she simply placed it directly into the water. As the adorable beast thrashed wildly, water splashed out with plops and splashes, soaking the floor. Su Miantong clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, reached out with both hands, pinned its tiger head firmly with one hand, and grasped its waist tightly with the other, successfully subdued. Then she discovered. Not only had it stopped struggling, its entire body went rigid. Its crimson pupils spun, nervously brimming with shyness. It couldn't even bear to look at her owner had just touched its. What's wrong? Su Miantong sensed its unusual reaction, paused for a moment, then looked down and seemed to realize something. She had seemed to touch something just now. Tisk, so young and already shy. She held back her laughter and said seriously, Lanlin, I seem to have forgotten to check your gender. Let me see. No, please don't. The owner was a young female. A young female was not allowed to see the body of a young male. Lan suddenly sprang into action, as if facing a great threat bolting for it, but unfortunately a small arm cannot outmatch a large thigh, and Su Miantong forcibly flipped him over. He curled his tail tightly to shield his vulnerable parts, his last act of defiance. Su Miantong deliberately and mercilessly pushed it aside, feigning surprise. Oh, the little tiger was devastated. It was over. He had been fully exposed before the young female. So you're a female then? Lanlin. Did the owner misread? I see. Su Miantong nodded flatly and flipped him back over. What did she know? She knew absolutely nothing. He was male. This time Lon Lon refused to accept it. Lying on his back with all four paws in the air, he desperately tried to display his private parts to her, acting like a little scoundrel. Su Miantong frowned. "What's wrong, little female?" Wah. So angered that he let out a vocal cry. "Little female, your crying sounds so cute, wah wah wah." He arched his fluffy back and desperately tried to produce a ferocious roar, but it still sounded adorable and intimidatingly cute, nowhere near as frightening as a cat showing its claws. Ha ha, Su Miantong laughed uncontrollably. After teasing him back and forth several times, she decided to let it go. Actually, you're not a little female, you're a little male. I'm sorry, Lon Lon. It was just too small, I couldn't see clearly before. The moment those 5 words, too small, left her lips, it struck Lon Lon like a bolt from the blue. His expression instantly froze. The high spirits he had shown moments before collapsed. As if crushed by the blow, he slumped his head and sat motionless in the water, turning his back to her as though refusing to acknowledge her any longer. Are you mad? Really mad? Su Miantong leaned in, curiously peering at his chin. Lon Lon shifted his direction. I was just teasing you, not small at all. It's truly not small. Our Lon Lon is perfectly developed. Su Miantong poked his thick paw pads. Lon Lon still didn't turn his head, but the tail slapping against the water surface betrayed his mood. Oh, look who's being so petty here. Fine, if you don't want to see me, I'll just leave, okay? She made to get up. Lon Lon was startled, leaped out of the water, and spun around to bite her hem with a growl. No, you're not allowed to leave. Su Miantong was utterly charmed. She cupped its tiger head in her hands and apologized. I'm sorry, Lon Lon. I shouldn't have teased you and hurt your little pride. But since I've seen you completely, I'll take responsibility for you. Really? At those words, a joyful brilliance sparkled in the little tiger's eyes. Would the master take responsibility for it for the rest of its life? It looked at her expectantly, waiting for a promise. Su Miantong somehow caught the thought from those glittering eyes. A lifetime. That wouldn't do. Though it was now gentler than a kitten, once it grew up its wild nature would erupt and it would devour her. But you need to obey first. Don't defy your master's commands. Take a bath obediently. MHM. Lon Lon would do whatever the master said. After that, it was incredibly cooperative. Su Miantong's cleaning process went much smoother. Pet shampoo, grooming brush, conditioning spray, all were used in turn. She meticulously washed away the dried blood and mud that had caked on it overnight. When she finished, she was stunned. Lon Lon was actually a white tiger. Absolutely magnificent. Especially after drying, its snow-white fur was fluffy and dense, uniformly covered in black stripes that formed a clear king character on its forehead. Its head was round, its muzzle slightly broad, and its eyes were like rubies. Its paws had thick pads, its tail was thick and powerful, and its ears, unlike Enzo's, were round and fluffy like dandelion seeds, making one want to blow on them. The little tiger cub was truly the king of beasts. Its form and appearance were so perfect it seemed as though the creator had favored it, especially such a rare white tiger. As a first-class protected animal and an endangered species, she had never seen one on Earth, only heard of it in myths. Azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right, vermilion bird in front, black tortoise behind. This was one of the 4 celestial spirits, a divine beast of auspicious omen. Had she found a treasure? Su Miantong couldn't resist pulling it into her arms, rubbing and nuzzling it wildly. Stunned by this sudden royal treatment, Lon Lon froze for a moment, then leaped up, wrapping all 4 limbs around her, wagging its tail and shaking its head as it acted cute and playful. While it was delighting in this intimate contact, it was picked up again. Lon Lon. What's wrong, master? Your claws are scratching me. They weren't. I retracted them. It's just that your skin is too soft, master. We'll trim your nails tomorrow. Whimper. No. Without claws I can't play with the scratching board. It hung its head. Whether you like it or not, don't think you can get away with your cuteness. For some reason, its pitiful tigerish expression always stirred Su Miantong's urge to tease it. This mischievous streak would be punished later that night. She placed the little tiger into its well-equipped simulation-style nest, watched it close its eyes, and then went back to her room to sleep relieved. Unexpectedly, in the dead of night, something slipped into her bed with a swift whoosh, startling her awake. She threw off the covers to find a certain white tiger cub lying on its back, belly up, trying to stay by acting cute. Master, I'm here. Lon Lon. Go back to your own nest. Gritting her teeth, she warned it and carried it back. With its tail drooping and a reluctant expression, the little tiger repeated the trick. Half an hour later, Su Miantong carried it back again. After several rounds of this, she was nearly driven mad by exhaustion. Such a beautiful, comfortable nest, and you don't want to sleep in it. You insist on squeezing in with me. That nest isn't as beautiful as master, nor as comfortable as master's body. Lon Lon wants to sleep with master. Seeing its claws desperately gripping the sheets, determined to stay, Su Miantong had no choice. Dead tired, she reluctantly held it and slept together. In the pitch-black room deep in the night, the little tiger's pure clear ruby eyes gleamed brightly, staring unblinkingly at the girl's sleeping radiant face. Master is so beautiful, so fragrant, so soft. It couldn't help licking her cheeks, her neck. The next morning, Su Miantong shuddered, took a deep breath, and looked down at a tiger head on her chest, her forehead covered in black lines. Lon Lon, I told you there's no milk there. It knew, but it smacked its lips. It really liked it. Indeed, you shouldn't sleep with a pet. No matter what, it's still a wild beast without human emotions or cognition. It didn't even know what it was doing was so absurd. She clenched her fists, controlled her breathing, grabbed her clothes, and walked into the bathroom. Was Master angry? She hadn't hugged it, nuzzled it, or given it a bottle of milk this morning. Lon Lon wagged its tail, uncertainly listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom. It decided to apologize, but just as it reached the door, it saw, amidst the steaming mist, Master's skin was like snow, her hair like a waterfall. Her exquisite curvaceous figure was like a poster. Crystal droplets of water slid down her curves one by one. Beautiful, absolutely too beautiful. Its eyes went wide, feeling a surge of hot blood rushing wildly inside it. Su Miantong was bathing when she heard a soft pitter-patter of footsteps. She turned around. It was Lon Lon. But why was its nose bleeding? What's wrong with you? Worried, she rushed over, completely naked. Hit by such a vivid sensual sight at close range, the little tiger's nose bled like a fountain, and it fainted on the spot. Su Miantong. She performed an emergency check and found nothing wrong except some internal heat. After it woke up, she gave it a thorough scolding. See, you tossed and turned all night, didn't sleep well, and now you've got health problems from staying up late, haven't you? No, that's not it. It wasn't from staying up late. The little tiger turned away shyly, not daring to look at her. Su Miantong thought it was being defiant and rubbed its head vigorously. Did you hear me? If you dare do that again, I'll throw you outside to sleep. At the mention of being thrown out, the little tiger shook its head, frantically wrapping its forepaws tightly around her leg like a koala. No, no, don't throw me out, Master. I'll be good. I won't peek at you bathing anymore. Seeing it so obedient and her scare tactic working, Su Miantong happily went to prepare its milk. Over the next few days, the pair enjoyed a very warm, sweet life. Su Miantong trimmed the little tiger's claws. It didn't like it, but couldn't resist. It pretended to gnaw at her hand, but soon couldn't help licking her. Master was just too fragrant and tender. Su Miantong bought a cat scratching board for the little tiger. It adored it, often scratching until it rolled onto her to sleep belly up, accompanied by soft snores. Yet the moment she moved it away, it would snap awake, making one suspect it was all an act. Su Miantong also played with it using a feather wand and chased a ball with it in the backyard. It leaped and bounded with boundless energy, and when it paused to gaze at her, its eyes were filled with nothing but its master, its master. I love my master so much. Seeing this, Su Miantong's heart softened, but human stamina paled in comparison to an animal's, let alone the king of beasts. Yet whenever she grew tired, she could lie down and enjoy the kneading back massage from her obedient tiger. However, often as it needed, its nose would start to bleed again. Su Miantong could never find the cause, and when she asked, it would only bury its head deep in its fur, as if this were something deeply shameful, utterly unspeakable. One day, Su Miantong discovered some flower seeds Fred had sent her. Due to the damp weather, they were about to sprout. It seemed they couldn't wait for the brothers to return and needed to be planted ahead of time. She spread out the seeds and let the little tiger choose. With its keen sense of smell, it immediately pawed at the mottled butterfly orchid. It seems you really like butterfly orchids. It smells like master. Then, let's go plant them. She put on gloves, picked up a hoe, a watering can, and other tools, and went to the backyard. When she was about to start planting, she realized she didn't need them at all. Lon Lon ran over, dug a hole with a few swipes of its thick paws, placed the seeds inside, then carried the watering can in its mouth to water them. The entire process was fully automated by the tiger, leaving her nothing to do but cheer from the sidelines. Lon Lon is so amazing. Lon Lon is so capable. Lon Lon is so strong, so handsome, almost done, almost done. The more she praised, the more energetic it became. In less than half an hour, it had planted all the seeds in a flurry. Finally, it strutted proudly before its master, lifting its head for a hug when a butterfly landed on its nose. It was so ticklish. It shifted its eyes, slightly focused, and raised a paw to swat it. Lanlin, no. Su Miantong was too late. The butterfly, which had been fluttering gracefully moments before, plummeted straight to the ground the next second. You could have just blown it away. Why did you have to hit it? She walked over, gave it a light reprimanding flick on the head, and carefully picked up the butterfly with her clean gloves. Do you know that most butterflies only live for a week? They are very precious. Oh. The little tiger, as if realizing its mistake, followed her into the room. Su Miantong opened the medicine kit, pondering what could help the butterfly, and began to tinker earnestly. Lon Lon watched patiently at first, but gradually grew restless. Why was its master so focused on a tiny butterfly? She even examined its body closely, ignoring its own playful rolls and flops. Was it just because the butterfly had a pair of colorful, beautiful wings? If only it had wings like that, then its master would look at it the same way. It paced anxiously, feeling a fire burning within, growing fiercer, as if trying to tear through its skin and burst out. Then, a blaze suddenly flashed in the room. Su Miantong turned to see a pair of dazzling fiery wings sprouting from Lanlin's back. Startled, she dropped the medicine bottle, which shattered on the floor. How could a tiger have wings? Could Lanlan really be a divine beast? The wings were born from flames. Just as Lanlan tried to flap them, it found it couldn't fly. Its right wing was broken, only half remaining. So hideous. It was about to withdraw them in sorrow when unexpectedly Su Miantong rushed over in delight. So beautiful, so magical, unlike Fred's downy feathers or a butterfly's scaly dust, its wings were pure, translucent, ethereal, and under the lamplight they shimmered like stars, dazzlingly beautiful. Yet the slightest touch would send forth fierce flames capable of burning everything. Beautiful, yet harboring danger. Beautiful. The little tiger slowly lifted its head, looking at the joy in its master's eyes, utterly confused. Didn't she find it ugly? Only half a wing, a broken one. Su Miantong noticed its attempt to hide the right wing. Instead of avoiding it, she leaned in and examined it closely. Master, don't. The little tiger backed away, but she pulled it back. So this wing is broken. I thought it was naturally this cute. Don't worry, I'll find a way to heal it and make it grow back. Then our Lanlan will be the most special, most beautiful divine beast in the world. Really? Lanlan, upon hearing this, became completely animated. It leaped into its master's arms, licking and rubbing against her frantically. It was so happy. Not only because its master would heal its wing, but even more so because even though it was broken and not beautiful, its master didn't despise it and still treasured it as before. It loved its master more than anything in the world. All right, you little cuddle monster, Su Miantong laughed, rubbed its head as it licked her neck, tickling her. While the girl and her pet were being affectionate, they didn't notice that on the gauze the butterfly, revived by the medicine, fluttered up. It paused for a moment on the girl's silky black hair, leaving a few sparkling scales, then fluttered out the window. Healing Lanlin's broken wing was a major project. It wasn't an ordinary tiger, and the wings it had grown were not ordinary either. Conventional methods were useless. Su Miantong tossed aside the cute Tiger Care Guide, Complete Guide to Bird Wings and Orthopedic Surgery. She looked at the small, sparsely equipped workbench before her and shook her head. Relying only on what was at home wouldn't do. She suddenly thought of the Scientific Research Institute. There was an ancient imperial museum there, housing many precious books on strange beasts and rare species, such as fantastic beasts and where to find them, Stranger Things, and the like. The key laboratories also held many magical potions like combat potion stabilizer and purification liquid. If she went there, she might find effective healing methods. But it was currently a shutdown period, and she didn't know. Su Miantong, accompanied by the little tiger, swiped the phoenix tail flower badge and sneaked into the empty Scientific Research Institute. After picking some books in the museum, she entered Key Laboratory No. 1 and was stunned by the scene. Various experimental machines, a complete set of auxiliary tools, and when she looked up there were endless rows of potion storage compartments, each locked, numbered from 0001, extending to tens of thousands, as sophisticated as a fortress. She activated the intelligent assistant beside her, hoping to search for relevant potion ingredients by entering keywords, but the screen displayed only serial numbers can be entered. This must be an anti-theft system installed by the laboratory. Only professionals could retrieve the potions according to the serial numbers. If she had been working here for some time, she could have handled it easily, but now she was completely unfamiliar with everything. The little tiger padded across the vast laboratory on all four legs, observing its surroundings as it walked, an endless admiration for its master rising within its heart. Her master could actually enter such a heavily fortified and extremely confidential place. She must be extraordinarily powerful. If only Lucille were here. He would surely know everything about this place. Just as she was thinking, the smart screen suddenly lit up. Lucille was actually calling her via video. Su Miantong was instantly flustered, hesitating whether to answer. During the shutdown period, if her supervisor discovered she had sneaked into the laboratory to steal potions, it would not be a good situation. But glancing at Lanlan, treating its wings was more important. She steeled herself and clicked accept. On the other end, Lucille had been working tirelessly for several days and nights without much sleep, his mental state far from optimal. Not wanting to frighten her, he had even taken a shower before making the call. But the moment he saw her, all his exhaustion and fatigue vanished completely. In the video, the young woman had her thick raven black hair tied up high, revealing a striking face. She wore transparent protective goggles and a white laboratory uniform exclusive to the facility. He had always thought the protective suit was cold and rigid, serving only as a barrier with no aesthetic value whatsoever. but now on her it exuded a cool, mysterious, and restrained elegance that made him unable to resist the urge to explore further. He clenched his hand tightly, chiding himself. He must be too tired and mentally unstable to be having such improper thoughts. "Hi, Lucille." Su Miantong greeted him warmly. Noticing his furrowed brow and pained expression, she asked curiously, "What's wrong? You don't look well. Are you sick?" "No." Lucille shook his head, steadying his emotions. "I've just been busy these past few days and a little tired. Make sure to rest properly. Your health is what matters most." MMH. Her concern brightened his mood considerably. "By the way, Miantong, how did you get into laboratory now?" "One, you noticed. Is it because I'm wearing the protective suit?" "No." Lucille smiled. "I know everyone who enters the research institute by scanning their badge, let alone you. The only pink female badge, he had set up a special alert tone for it." "All right then." Su Miantong confessed. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sneak into the research institute. My pet's wings got injured, and since all the major hospitals are closed, I had no choice but to sneak in and see if I could find some healing potions." "Miantong, I'm not blaming you." Seeing she had misunderstood, Lucille hurried to explain. "I'm just curious why you would enter the institute at this hour, and also, these past few days he had missed her terribly." He dared not express it directly, only gazing steadily at her. "What I mean is, in my domain you can always do as you please." Such indulgent words left Su Miantong momentarily stunned before her starlit eyes curved into a smile. "Thank you." Meanwhile, the little tiger, which had been admiring the laboratory, suddenly caught the sound of an adult male voice. Its ears perked up and it immediately sprinted back at full speed, leaping onto the experiment table. Through the smart screen video, it saw a flamboyant-looking male staring unblinkingly at its master, his eyes blazing with intense possessive desire, offensive and shameless. Unnatural hostility surged within it, its fury roaring as it bared its fangs and hissed at him. Su Miantong turned her head and looked at it curiously. She remembered what the guide to keeping cute beasts had said: such behavior from a tiger was a display of driving away intruders and defending one's territory. Yet it dared to act so arrogantly on someone else's turf. She reached out and promptly covered the top of its head. "Behave yourself." Before it could escalate further, it was suppressed. The little tiger grew even more furious and let out a loud roar. "Wow!" Lucille was surprised to hear a sound and paused, thinking for a moment. "Miantong, is the pet you raised a duck?" "Ha ha ha!" Su Miantong burst out laughing, watching Lon Lon struggling beside her. "Why, yes." "Wow! Wow! Wow!" The little tiger yelled even louder. He was the duck. It wanted to bite that stupid, annoying male to death who dared covet its master. Seeing it growing increasingly unruly and nearly impossible to control, Su Miantong issued a soft reprimand. "Lon Lon, sorry it's being a bit mischievous. Let me discipline it a little." She turned and cupped its small head in her hands, giving it a firm rub. "What are you doing? Being naughty again? Have you forgotten what you promised me?" The little tiger looked at her and immediately subdued. It remembered to obey its master and behave. But Lucille, hearing that she was about to discipline her pet, was about to stop her when he heard her voice and saw the gentle arc of her arm movement. Suddenly a pang of envy struck him. This was no discipline, it was clearly coaxing and doting. Her movements were so affectionate, her voice so tender. If she treated him this way, I wonder if she would like his beast form. What would her reaction be if she saw it? He couldn't help but let his imagination wander to that scene. Shaking his head, he wondered what had gotten into him. He was actually reduced to wanting to be a pet. Be good. Oh. The little tiger lowered its head and fell quiet. Su Miantong released it and turned back to Lucille. "I'd like to collect some potions with growth-promoting and wound-healing properties. Could you tell me the relevant serial numbers?" "Of course." Lucille listed them one by one. 093, 172 through 175, 268. Su Miantong entered the numbers into the smart assistant as he said them and waited for the system to dispense them. On the tabletop, the little tiger that had been obediently lying down moments ago spotted its master turn away and immediately bared its vicious fangs at the smart screen. It slowly rose to its feet, flicked its thick long tail as if casually, and with a sharp smack, the smart screen fell to the ground, the signal cutting off. All done. Su Miantong walked over with an armful of potions only to find, where was her smart screen? On the experiment table sat only a beautiful little tiger, squinting its eyes and wagging its tail sweetly at her, looking every bit like a guilty dog that had done something wrong. She looked down and saw her smart screen smashed on the floor. She didn't need to guess to know who was responsible. Lon Lon. Her expression darkened as she took a step toward it. "What have you done?" The cool-toned light of the laboratory elongated her silhouette, slowly enveloping the small white tiger's body. She had expected her intimidating presence to frighten it into obediently confessing its crimes. To her surprise, when she leaned in close to scold it, its tiger head dipped lower with her movement, its eyes went wide and 2 streams of nosebleed flowed freely. Su Miantong was startled. Following its gaze, she looked down and saw the cleavage exposed by her wide V-neckline from leaning over so far. Case closed. So that was why Lon Lon kept getting nosebleeds whenever it looked at her, this perverted little tiger. Su Miantong used several potions to formulate different recovery liquids, testing them one by one on Lanlin's wings. After a day's effort, she finally found the suitable one. However, this potion seemed to have a sedative effect. From sleeping 10 hours a day, then 14-16. It gradually extended to 20 hours, even an entire day. Yet each time it awoke, its vitality was more vigorous than before. Not only had the broken wing regrown, but its body size also visibly increased, suggesting accelerated growth and development during sleep. Su Miantong was quite satisfied with this result. She began utilizing the time it spent sleeping to research inhibitors aiming to fulfill the novel concept she had proposed upon joining the organization. But whom should be the target user first? Her first thought was of Fried and Enzo. No one needed a new type of natural harmless inhibitor more than warriors who charged across battlefields, for their spiritual energy was precious. Even slight damage would impair their combat effectiveness. M81 Space Station. The Central Empire Military Affairs Department calls Colonel Fried and Lieutenant Enzo. Return immediately from the barren planet to attend the Admiral's funeral. This is the Central Empire Military Affairs Department's final call to Colonel Fried and Lieutenant Enzo. Return immediately from the barren planet. Repeat, return immediately from the barren planet. Those who disobey will face military justice. The relay station transmitted the order for the nth time. Fried picked up the receiver and replied in a depressed voice, received. Enzo, we should go back. No, I don't want to go back. Admiral Yaslanti hasn't been found yet. Even if it was the epicenter of the explosion, there should be fragments of his body, right? Brother, do you think he might not have died? Fried understood his feelings, but that was a miasma bomb. Enzo fell silent. Miasma bombs could level mountains and sea-shift planets. Once a single bomb had claimed the lives of tens of millions in the Empire. What more could be expected of an admiral? Even if he were a god, his soul would be annihilated. Yet they simply refused to believe it. After all, he was their idol, the very belief that had driven them to enlist. Upon receiving the reinforcement order, and en route to the barren planet, they had already received news of the Admiral's death. Yet, unwilling to accept it, they continued searching on the planet for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a full week. Here, apart from devastation everywhere, there was nothing. All traces indicated the Admiral had died for his country. They hadn't even had the chance to earn his recognition, let alone enter his sight, and now there would be no more opportunities. If we don't go back now, we might really miss the Admiral's funeral. Enzo remained silent. Seeing his stubborn attitude and apparent reluctance to obey the military order, Fried could only bring out his trump card. It's been a whole week since we left the planet. Don't you miss Tangdang? Anyway, he missed her terribly. He longed for every smile and gesture, every movement. He wanted to know what she was doing now, how her health was. Tantang. Upon hearing Su Miantong's name, Enzo's demeanor softened. He slowly opened his palm to reveal a pure white marshmallow. These past days he had sustained himself on them alone. When his heart grew too heavy, he would open one and eat it, which made him feel much better. Now only the last one remained. All right, let's go back. According to military orders, Fried and Enzo needed to head to Yongning City Gate first to attend the funeral and mourning ceremony. They had arrived too late, but they still managed to catch the tail end and witness the wreckage of the Admiral's warship. As they prepared to leave, they were blocked by a female figure dressed in magnificent robes adorned with vermilion hairpins. Behind her followed a retinue of male nobles and male servants. Princess Catherine, is it really you? Upon seeing them, the princess broke into a happy smile. During the moment of silence, she had suddenly spotted 2 tall, handsome figures in the crowd, which had caught her attention. She walked over, and sure enough, it was the Empire's twin stars. You've returned from the barren planet. Fried and Enzo simultaneously saluted her. Yes, your highness. Then, Catherine had been preparing to chat with them happily, but remembering the recent rumors circulating in the realm, her smile gradually froze on her face. I heard that you've both been pursuing a solitary female without pheromones. To win her favor, you even transformed into beast forms in public. Is this true? Fried and Enzo silently exchanged glances. Under normal circumstances, it would have been fine. But today was Admiral Yaslanti's funeral, and this was his memorial hall with wave after wave of people paying their respects. Yet, she chose to bring this up at such a moment. They no longer wished to continue this pretense with her. Even if it meant violating the law, they would make things clear today. Yes! The 2 brothers replied in unison, their voices resounding with conviction. Catherine was instantly enraged, a fierce wave of jealousy surging within her. Why? I have shown favor to both of you multiple times, yet you remained indifferent. And now you've set your sights on a worthless female with no parents, no power, no influence, and not even a pheromone. I am a princess second only to the emperor, a precious S-class female of the empire. In what way am I inferior to her? Fried frowned. Your Highness need not compare yourself to her. Upon hearing the word worthless, Enzo struggled to suppress the rage welling within him. In our hearts no one can compare to her. Good. Princess Catherine's eyes reddened with anger. No matter how exceptional they were or how formidable their combat capabilities, they were merely males. How dare they publicly humiliate a princess of such high stature? It was sheer arrogance. It must be because she had been too indulgent toward them in the past. Now she would make them understand what it meant to be of the imperial clan, the supremacy of females over males, and the controlling power of top-tier pheromones. You really are stubborn bones. Let's see if you'll remain this defiant. As she spoke, she began to channel her pheromones. Those present were all startled. Before they could react, the Empire's twin stars turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Princess Catherine's pheromone level was S, with the scent of surging ocean waters. What she released now was S1, an inducive type of pheromone. All males with combat power ratings of S or below could not resist it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, activating such a powerful inducive pheromone was deliberately intended to humiliate the Empire's twin stars. Worthy indeed of being the males she had chosen, their endurance was remarkable. Had ordinary males encountered her pheromones, they would have long lost their reason and rushed forward in mating desperation, yet these two remained standing straight. Catherine intensified the pheromone concentration. Fried felt his mouth grow dry and his feet burn as though he were being consumed by flames, sensing platinum-white feathers faintly appearing on his arms. No, he could not transform into a bestial form. Doing so would mean losing all control. He strained desperately to restrain himself, his eyeballs flushed a deep crimson. Enzo's sharp fangs were nearly shattered from clenching so hard. He was so hot, so unbearably hot, as though he wished to tear himself apart, to rip out his own heart and lungs. An unhinged wolf howl tore from his throat, uncontrollably striking terror into the hearts of all living things within 100 miles. Seeing this, Catherine's lips curled into a smug smile. She approached the two disheveled figures and hooked a finger under their chins. Officers, are you suffering? Do you desire me? Kneel and beg me to be your female master, and I shall grant your wish. Fried and Enzo simultaneously lifted their gazes, their eyes burning with a terrifying crimson glow like molten iron. Just as Catherine thought they would finally yield, they spoke in unison once more. Absolutely not possible. How could this be? A male's craving for female pheromones was carved into their very genes. No matter how indomitable a person's will, it was impossible to resist. How could they? Catherine took a step back. Fried and Enzo too feared that they might not be able to resist the pull of their genes, that they would lose their reason and, driven by instinct, beg the princess for relief. Yet when they were induced into the symptoms of heat, they discovered they did not need Catherine's pheromones at all. Her salty oceanic essence was like gasoline poured upon their flames, making the fire burn even fiercer. What they desired was a familiar cool fragrance. What was it? What exactly was it? Their heads throbbed, painfully clouded and dizzy, unable to recall a single thing. They clutching their heads, their very souls trembling, completely unaware that from their cracked lips a name was repeated over and over again. Tong Tong Tantang. Tantang. More than having her dignity challenged, it was the rejection of her pheromones that filled Catherine with panic and fury. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she released her pheromones in full force. Fried was in such agony that he tore out his own feathers, using the pain to anchor himself to sanity. Enzo had also transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, curled tightly upon himself. His combat prowess was on the brink of collapse, as though he would shatter at any moment.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
Yet not a single soul dared to step forward and intervene. Central Star was an imperial autocracy where the royal family's dignity was untouchable. Moreover, she was a female of the exalted S rank. Only 2 people on the entire planet had the authority to command her. One was Queen Jenny, mother of the realm, an SS rank top-tier female. Tragically, Catherine was her only daughter, utterly spoiled beyond measure. The queen indulged every whim, acquiescing to all she did, let alone something as trivial as claiming males. The other was General Yasselandi, a male possessing the strongest combat prowess in history, standing atop the pinnacle of power. Unfortunately, he had already perished. In the end, it was a marchioness, a close friend of Madame Joie, who could bear it no longer. Trembling, she approached and knelt in supplication. Your Highness, I beg you, please stop. The Empire has just lost a great general, the enemy lies in wait with hungry eyes, and the people live in fear. If you were to harm 2 outstanding officers now, it would only spark public outrage. Ugh, Catherine panted and withdrew her hand. But it was not the Marchioness's pleas that stayed her hand, it was simply that she had exhausted herself. Her fingertips trembled as she looked back at the twin stars of the Empire. The smug triumph from before had vanished, entirely replaced by profound dread. They had actually broken free from the pull of the pheromones, truly inhuman beyond even beast. Let's go. They're already in heat. Without the pheromone they'll either die or be crippled. With those cruel words she turned and departed hastily, accompanied by her retinue of noblemen and male servants. Jiqing Villa District. After exhausting every ounce of effort, Su Manting finally managed to repair the damaged neural interface. Upon opening it, the very first message she received was from Freed and Enzo. Tong Tong, we're back. Back. A surge of joy welled up within her. But the next moment the planetary news feed pushed through an urgent trending alert. Princess's failed courtship leads to public pheromone display. Empire's twin stars forced into heat, spirits on the brink of collapse. She tapped it open, and upon seeing Freed drenched in blood, and Enzo barely restrained from frenzy, her expression froze as though struck by lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the suppressants and boarded her flight vehicle, heading out immediately. Following the real-time tracking on the neural interface, she learned they were at Guanshanyu, the Earl's residence. My poor sons, what can we do? Oh heavens above, beast god, I pray you save them quickly. Female master, you must take care of your health. Take care of my health. If Freed and Enzo become beasts, then I shall have no desire to live. Within the mansion, Madame Joie wailed and sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Her entire body collapsed upon the ground. Beside her the Earl wore a countenance of deep sorrow, sighing repeatedly, utterly at a loss. At the entrance the guarding soldiers saw an unfamiliar female descend from the flying vehicle and head straight for the mansion. They quickly stepped forward to block her path. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Su Manning. I wish to see Colonel Freed and Lieutenant Enzo. Do you possess a military pass or an invitation to the noble residence? No, it is an emergency. Su Manning pushed past them and strode toward the mansion. Seeing this, the soldiers dared not forcibly obstruct her, for she was a female of noble standing. Instead, they hurried ahead to announce her arrival. Report to the Countess and the Earl. A female named Su Manning has arrived, claiming urgent business. She has already entered the mansion. We were unable to stop her. Su Manning. Wasn't she the female whom both Freed and Enzo had been pursuing? What was she doing here? It was all her fault. It was entirely because of her that their sons had come to this. And she still has the nerve to show her face. Madame Joie was overwhelmed with grief and rage. Trembling, she bit down hard on her teeth and rose from the ground, longing to tear the intruder to pieces. Yet when Su Manning walked in, she was genuinely caught off guard. She was so strikingly beautiful. Countess Earl. Su Manning entered and offered a hasty bow before straightening and getting straight to the point. May I ask where Colonel Freed and Lieutenant Enzo are at present? At the mention of her sons, she instantly snapped back to clarity. It was precisely because of her bewitching beauty that this calamity had been brought upon them. What do you want with them? Because of you they angered the princess, were induced by pheromones into forced heat, and now their minds have fractured. They are harming themselves. Her sons, whom she had always boasted about with such pride and vigor, had been reduced to a state beyond recognition. What good is it now that you've come? Without pheromones, did you think you could soothe them with gentle words and tender comforts? How laughable. I have suppressants. Su Miantong opened the medical kit. Lady Joy grew even more furious upon seeing this. Everyone knows that suppressants have severe side effects and can only be used a week before the heat. Are you mocking me? If suppressants worked, she would have used them long ago. This is a new type of suppressant specifically developed for their constitution. It can be used during heat as well. The ingredients are all natural and harmless. New suppressant. Lady Joy paused. Where did this new suppressant come from? I've never heard of it. I just developed it. Su Miantong was about to show her the badge on her chest, but realized she had left in such a hurry that she had forgotten to wear it, rushing over in casual clothes instead. Lady Countess, I am a researcher at the Imperial Academy of Sciences. This is my latest research result, complete with ingredient safety certification. The situation is urgent. Every second wasted increases the danger for Colonel Freed and Major Enzo. Please let me enter and try. A researcher from the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Lady Joy laughed out of sheer anger. Did she truly take her for a fool, completely oblivious to the world? A place as prestigious and demanding as the Academy of Sciences had never produced a female, let alone a researcher. Get lost. Stop pestering me. Unable to bear her any longer, she spread her palm and activated S3, a warning-type pheromone expulsion. She was an S-grade female. Dealing with a low-grade female like this who had no pheromones was as easy as stepping on an ant. With that strike, even if she wasn't severely injured, she would at least cough up blood. But what she never expected Please do not obstruct me. Su Miantong slowly raised her eyes. Her firm gaze, like an invisible barrier, not only deflected the attack entirely, but also cast an immense pressure, causing Lady Joy to ache all over and struggle to breathe. How could this be? Lady Joy clutched her chest, staring at her in terror. Wasn't she supposed to have no pheromones? Even if she did, she couldn't resist an S-grade female. The only one in the world capable of suppressing her was Queen Jenny. Could she be carrying some kind of weapon? Take me to Colonel Freed and Major Enzo. She spoke. The immense pressure vanished instantly. Very well. Without any time to think, Lady Joy, upon hearing those words, felt only a desire to obey, submit, even kneel. My lord, please follow me this way. Su Miantong followed her, and soon they reached the rear mountain. There stood a tall, completely enclosed building made of steel. This is a temporary detention point set up by the military, usually holding dangerous prisoners. Now Freed and Enzo have locked themselves inside. Lady Joy wiped her tears and opened the visual screen at the door. The shocking scenes inside immediately unfolded before them. In the cage, the two brothers had fully transformed into their beast forms, madly ramming themselves against the walls. Blood splattered everywhere, Freed's claws were mangled, while Enzo's emerald eyes gleamed with utter ferocity, as if they had lost all reason. Su Miantong opened the door. Let me in. Yes. The girl broke the ampoule with her bare hands, inhaled the suppressant, and holding a syringe stepped into the pitch-black prison. In the narrow, stifling space thick with the metallic scent of blood, a familiar cool fragrance suddenly intruded. Freed and Enzo froze instantly. Previously, they had writhed in agony, rage, and madness, even self-harm, but their minds remained lucid. They knew they were suffering from forced heat, knew they were fighting against the pheromones. If they succeeded, it would be a miracle, and they would never be controlled by the princess again. But when they caught that scent, the taut string in their minds snapped with a crisp crack. They lost all capacity for thought. Every organ, every cell in their bodies screamed, need her, want her, desire her with a frenzy. Even if it meant kneeling, begging, sacrificing their lives. As long as she would give them just a little. So they weren't fighting against the craving for pheromones, they were waiting for the pheromones they craved. Once it arrived, even the faintest trace was enough to drive one to the brink of madness. Su Miantong had planned to make it quick. As soon as she entered, she would administer the injection to Freed and Enzo. After all, they were now heat-crazed beasts. She didn't know if they would recognize her, and the situation was extremely dangerous. But once inside, she found the cage, which had been seething with agitation moments ago, now eerily silent. The surroundings were pitch-black, obscuring everything. Summoning her courage, she ventured a tentative call, Freed. Enzo. The next second, a massive claw wrapped around her waist from behind, pulling her firmly into a furry, scorching embrace. From the scent, it must be a snow wolf. Before she could recover from the shock, another colossal creature, a golden-feathered crowned eagle, soared toward her face, its fierce wind forcing her to turn her head and close her eyes. The syringe in her hand was knocked to the ground. When she came to her senses, she found herself trapped like a sandwich cookie, squeezed tightly between a wolf and an eagle, one in front and one behind. The vast difference in size and strength left her unable to break free or escape. Her legs dangled helplessly. Oh no, had they truly lost control, turned into beasts, and were about to devour her? Freed, Enzo, don't. Su Miantong tried to call them back to reason, only to feel the ferocious snow wolf behind her suddenly extend, its tongue frenziedly licking her hair and cheeks, its limbs rubbing against her wildly, as if desperate to extract something from her. Dryas. It was the fresh, elegant pheromone of Dryas. So fragrant, so alluring, like snow falling in the Arctic, landing on his thick fur, quenching the blazing fire within him. So cool, so comfortable. He wanted to roll around to have more. Tong, give it to him, please. Please. Enzo, what's wrong? Before Su Miantong could feel puzzled, she saw the golden-feathered crowned eagle in front extend its long, beautiful neck, its wings trembling incessantly as if begging for her touch. When she remained still, the majestic eagle let out a whimpering, pitiful sound like a fledgling. Tong, Tang, pet me, please. Pet me, and I'll give you my life. Su Miantong was certain she had understood his meaning. She gently reached out and touched his feathers. Freed shuddered with pleasure. Snow lotus. It was the cold, icy pheromone of the snow lotus. Too beautiful, too wonderful. In the boundless sea of fire, he had flown for so long, finally glimpsing a patch of white, a touch of cold, the hope of life. He was willing to dwell forever in the Tian Shan Mountains, guarding this sacred snow lotus, as long as she would release just a hint of its fragrance. Tong, it's gone again. Pet me once more, please. Su Miantong's eyelids twitched. She had originally thought that these two noble eagle and wolf officers, having transformed into beasts, would viciously tear her apart piece by piece. Yet now they looked at her with pitiful, pleading eyes, acting no different from two pets. A fledgling bird and a big dog, she could take them home to keep Lon company. Let go of me, stand at attention, one on each side, and I'll give it to you. Really? Upon hearing this, the golden crown eagle and the snow wolf obediently released her and stood at attention like elementary school students. Who said that beastmen in heat were terrifyingly ferocious? Rumor. They were clearly perfectly well behaved. Su Miantong bent down to pick up the two suppressants. Before injecting them, she rewarded them by reaching out and stroking the backs of their necks. Unexpectedly, the two beasts suddenly trembled all over as if they had been startled. Fred's eyes were unfocused, and every white gold feather on his body was fluffed up. Enzo, on the other hand, lay with his tongue lolling out, limbs splayed, his body as limp as a carpet, impossible to lift. She didn't know that earlier, when they were struggling and resisting the princess's pheromones, they had torn off the protective membrane on their own necks. Suddenly injecting a large amount of pheromones was equivalent to a false marking. It sent them straight into ecstasy. One eagle and one wolf in the sky, in the breeze, swayed and drifted freely, utterly devoid of dignity or reason. Seeing that they had completely lost their aggression, Su Miantong picked up the syringe and injected each of them with a new type of suppressant. A whimper escaped. Right in the middle of their bliss, something pricked them. Suddenly they felt incredibly drowsy, so drowsy. In the hall, Madame Joey jolted awake, as if suddenly freed from some magical control. What had she just done? She had actually led Su Miantong into the prison. Fred and Enzo had already lost control and turned into beasts. They would tear her apart alive. Earlier, blinded by rage, she had recklessly attacked her with pheromones, which had already violated the law. If she caused the death of a precious female, her entire clan would suffer the consequences. She rushed to the back mountain in a panic, dreading the sight of blood and gore. However, what she saw was Fred and Enzo, like a well-behaved little bird and a coquettish big dog, clinging tightly to Su Miantong's sides, asking for pet snuzzles and hugs. They were even more clingy to Su Miantong than they had been to her as children. She stared dumbfounded, rubbing her eyes vigorously several times before confirming it wasn't an illusion. She opened the door and rushed in. What's going on? Madame Joey. Su Miantong put away the suppressants and took out two monitoring bracelets, placing them on Fred and Enzo. The displayed mental breakdown values were 10 and 11. 10 and 11. Those were the extremely low values her sons had when they were in swaddling clothes. Madame Joey's jaw nearly dropped. How did you do it? I told you, I'm a researcher from the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. This is the latest suppressant I've developed. It seems to be working well. She had actually used a suppressant to save Fred and Enzo's lives, to rescue her two sons. In an instant, Madame Joey's eyes welled up with tears of joy, gratitude, and deep remorse. Just half an hour ago, she had been madly insulting her and attacking her with pheromones. She was simply despicable. I'm so sorry, Miss Su Miantong. Earlier I understand. You were just overly concerned for your sons. MHM. She eagerly rushed to embrace her tormented sons, but Fred fiercely pecked at her hands and Enzo mercilessly kicked her, as if saying, don't even think about separating me from Tangang. Madame Joey. Such good boys for getting their mother once they have a wife, huh? Su Miantong laughed. The suppressant has now been absorbed into their bodies, and they're in a state of semi-consciousness. Madame Joey, please wait outside. Once I've coaxed them to sleep, I'll come out. All right then. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. Madame Joey quietly withdrew from the prison and watched the warm, harmonious scene through the visual screen. She finally understood why her sons liked Su Miantong so much. Beauty was merely a superficial appearance. Gentleness, intelligence, calmness, and compassion were her true core. Such a female was irresistible to anyone. After a 4-hour-long session of coaxing them to sleep, Su Miantong walked out somewhat wearily, only to find that Madame Joey had already prepared water and food for her. Thank you. No need. Compared to what you've done for Fred and Enzo, this is nothing. By the way, Miss Su Miantong, I don't mean to be offensive, but may I ask if you really have no pheromones? No, I don't. Su Miantong shook her head. How strange. Madame Joey murmured in confusion. Why did I lead you to the prison? At that moment, she felt as if she had been bewitched, completely losing all independent thought and action. Even now, thinking back, it was unbelievable. Could it be because you were too worried about them? In times of crisis, people grasp at the last straw, even treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Maybe. Perhaps she had been so nervous and frightened that she had suffered a mental breakdown. Even if Su Miantong had pheromones, she couldn't possibly suppress her unless her level was as high as Queen Jenny's, which was ridiculous. Report. Outside the door, a guard rushed over holding a letter. Joey, what is it? We've just received 2 court summonses. The recipients are Colonel Fred and Major Enzo. Court summonses. Madame Joey stood up. She hadn't heard of any dispute involving Fred and Enzo. Could it be? She quickly tore open the envelope. After reading, her entire body went limp with fear and the 2 summonses fluttered from her hands to the ground. Indeed, what she feared most had come to pass. Were her sons doomed to be unable to escape this calamity? What's wrong? Su Miantong picked up the two summonses from the ground. Central City High Court summons Fred Perez and Enzo Born. Case violation of the Empire's Female Privilege 100 articles. Summary refusal to marry a female of equal rank Catherine Angelina. Trial date. The princess has filed a lawsuit. Madame Joey covered her face, unable to control her sorrowful tears. Fred and Enzo violated the law first. They are bound to lose the trial. Their only options are to bow to the princess, admit their mistake, obediently enter the palace as consorts, or face an endless prison sentence. Fred and Enzo would rather endure the agony of heat and collapse than submit to the princess, let alone the law. They hold it in utter contempt. For her. Su Miantong had heard this from her lips for the second time. Madame Joy, I believe you have misunderstood. Colonel Fred and Major Enzo's refusal of the princess's marriage has nothing to do with me. Not because of you. Then why? Before my appearance, did the princess ever propose matrimony to the officers? Did they consent?
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
She was utterly perplexed. How could Fred and Enzo resist the allure of a female of equal rank, especially one as noble as the princess? I've read some books on the Empire's customs. In many noble marriages, the female demands that the male give up his career and stay home to tend to wife and children. For the royal family to display power and status, even going out in public is forbidden. So I suspect the two officers refused the marriage because they do not wish to abandon their dreams of being soldiers. Madame Joy. Becoming a soldier and defending the Empire had indeed always been her son's dreams, but she had believed that the influence of pheromones far outweighed such aspirations. Su Miantong read her thoughts. Madam, do you not know that your sons are soldiers with lofty ambitions and indomitable will? Otherwise they would not be so outstanding, achieving such success at a young age. Upon hearing this, Madame Joy felt deep shame, unable even to lift her head. She had raised her sons for so many years, yet a person who had just met them understood them better. How? How do you know all this? Did they tell you? No. Because like them I also have a dream for which I would give everything. Madame Joy looked at the medical kit in her hands, recalling the earlier words. Was she truly a researcher from the Imperial National Academy of Sciences? So young a female, and she had developed a miraculous new suppressant. She was certainly no ordinary person. Then, what should they do? With such stubborn natures, will they really end up in prison? Su Miantong was silent. There are still a few days until the trial. First take care of them, and ensure they survive the heat safely. As for the rest, I will think of something. Think of something. Was there any way? All right. Night fell, and Su Miantong returned to the Jiuqing Villa district. As soon as she opened the door, she found the little tiger had woken up. It sat by the entrance like a stone of longing, its expression melancholic, waiting quietly. The moment it saw her, it excitedly leaped into her arms. Master, where did you go? Why didn't you stay by Lanlin's side? Why are you back so late? Oh dear, every time it woke up it had grown a size larger, now nearly half the size of a person. Su Miantong was struggling to hold it, especially today, after being utterly exhausted by Fred and Enzo. You're awake. Didn't I tell you the bottled milk is in the incubator? If I'm out or have an emergency, you can get it yourself. She rubbed its head, about to set it down, when Lanlin, as if detecting an enemy, suspiciously sniffed her all over. This was the scent of other males. Not just one but two. An eagle and a wolf. Arg. There were always reckless creatures coveting its master. It wanted to swallow them whole. Wow. Wow. Su Miantong saw it shaking its head and howling, going wild, as if saying, Master, where have you been fooling around? Explain yourself. Little one, your nose is quite sharp. All right, stop it. I'm exhausted today. No way. The little tiger persisted. Seeing she was about to lose control, Su Miantong cupped its head and softly kissed the king character at its center. Lanlin's body trembled. Master was kissing it. An overwhelming happiness descended upon it unexpectedly. It raised its head involuntarily, closing its eyes, eyelashes trembling with nervousness, just like its heart. Satisfied now. Little jealous one. They are my lifesavers. Oh. After being kissed, the little tiger was still shy, wandering around pretending to be busy. When she lay down on the sofa and fell asleep, it leaped over, grabbed a blanket, and covered her. Lifesavers. Like how Master saved it. Then it was fine. But it could cover all their scents. It sat beside the sofa, gazing at the girl's exquisite and radiant face, licked its lips, and began its favorite project. The next day, Su Miantong, fully rested, started thinking about how to help Fred and Enzo through their crisis. Though she knew nothing of the law, she understood experiments. In a lab, no matter how potent a potion, there was always a counteracting component. So to escape the marriage with the princess, she must find a method within the marriage law. Yet she searched almost the entire imperial marriage law and found nothing useful. All provisions supported the princess's actions, especially the derived 100 articles of female privileges. In frustration, she turned her gaze to the thickest book at the bottom, the Imperial Constitution. The Constitution is the fundamental law of the empire, protecting the basic rights and duties of citizens. Since its inception, the Iron Rule has been when any derivative law conflicts with the Constitution shall prevail. Clutching her last hope, she opened it, and actually found something useful. Article 1790 for a female without parents, blood relatives, or any kin, she may apply to the Female Protection Agency for housing, aircraft, living expenses, and other means of sustenance. Additionally, the parentheses noted with an asterisk for orphan females under the age of 25, they may also apply to the government for male guardianship. To avoid conflict with the marital fidelity principle, the chosen male may refuse any other female's marriage proposal during the period of guardianship. Perfect. She had never been so grateful for her status as an orphan in the Central Empire. There were still 3 days until the trial, so applying now would be in time. However, making Fred and Enzo her guardians, shouldn't she give them some gesture? Guanxinyu Earl's mansion. After sleeping for a day and a night, Fred and Enzo finally awoke. They had expected to go mad with heat collapse into beasts, but instead their bodies felt not only free of discomfort, but lighter and stronger than before. They had even dreamed an incomparably sweet dream. In the dream, when their minds shattered, they turned into beasts and self-harmed. In agony, Tang Tang appeared. Like an angel descending into the darkness, she comforted them, stroked them, embraced them, and even infused them with a vast amount of cool, sweet pheromones, healing all their wounds, making them tremble with pleasure, almost soaring. Upon waking, their first thought was, want Tong Tong, find Tong Tong, hug Tang Tang. Mother, did Tang Tang come by? Yes. Ever since learning that her sons had rejected the marriage with the princess due to their ambitions rather than Su Manning, Lady Joie had come to terms with their pursuit of her and no longer obstructed it, for she quite liked her as well, and more importantly, this was not what mattered most now. Really, it was all not a dream. Fred and Enzo were overjoyed. But how could she have a pheromone? It is not a pheromone, it was an imperial newly developed suppressant that she personally formulated, which saved you both. Personal formulation. Imperial new suppressant. The two brothers understood none of it, yet they were eager to fly to the Jiuqing Villa district to see her at once. However, Lady Joie stopped them. She sighed softly and handed them the subpoena in her hand. Sons, take a look at this. Fred and Enzo took the subpoena, their excitement instantly sinking. As they had feared, the princess would not let them off so easily. But did she think this could threaten them? Seeing their expressions, Lady Joie knew their minds were made up. Tang Tang was right. She truly understands you both better than I do. Mother, did Tang Tang say something? She said. Lady Joie opened the living room surveillance footage, replaying their conversation. Fred and Enzo stared intently at the girl in the video. When they heard her say, they are two soldiers with grand ambitions and indomitable will, willing to give everything for their dreams, I am the same, their hearts trembled. It was a profound resonance of souls, far more staggering than mere physical pleasure. Tang Tang. She truly was the most extraordinary and understanding person in the world. They longed to be with her forever and always. But Fred gazed at the subpoena in his hand. The iron-willed colonel, who had never shed a tear, felt his eyes sting for the first time. There was no chance left. Enzo also turned and retreated into his room. When he had woken earlier, he had frantically searched for Tong Tong, but now as a prisoner facing life, without parole, he was unworthy. Su Mandang submitted a guardian application to the central government and received an official stamp approval the very next day. Eager to share the news with Fred and Enzo, she discovered they had not sought her out once in 2 whole days, even though they had long been awake. Those ungrateful hawks and wolves. She decided to reach out first, but before she could dial, Lady Joie's holographic call came through. Miss Su Montong, please come to the mansion at once. Fred and Enzo are tormenting themselves to death. What? Su Montong's expression sharpened. Had there been an issue with the suppressant? Side effects? What is wrong with them? They have locked themselves in their rooms for 2 days and nights, without eating a single grain, only drowning their sorrow in liquor. If this continues, their bodies will collapse before the trial even begins. So they are throwing a tantrum. Su Manting breathed a sigh of relief. No problem, let me handle it. In the darkened room, Fred and Enzo sat slumped in the corner, drunk and dejected, surrounded by crushed soda cans. They repeatedly picked them up and poured liquor down their throats, muttering unconsciously, Tong Tong Tangang. Ding, the ringtone for a specially followed contact sounded like an illusion, and both of them shuddered. Tantang. Though they missed Su Manting, constantly seeing her holographic ID on their devices made them timid and hesitant. They were about to become prisoners, they should not have any further dealings with her. Su Manning called twice with no answer. Just as she was about to dial again and was preparing to go directly to the Earl's mansion, the call connected. It was Fred. Hello. Even a single word revealed his dejection, melancholy, and a hint of deliberately feigned indifference. You're awake. Yes, what is it? Nothing. Listening to his deliberately detached tone, Sue Manning fought back a smile. Colonel, if your acting skills are poor, don't put on a show. I heard you received a court summons and are facing a life sentence. Since we've known each other, would you like to meet one last time? The words last meeting struck Fred hard. Indeed, it would be the last time. From then on in prison, he would never see Tang Tang again. He could no longer maintain his composure. Hoarsely, he agreed, all right. Perhaps this meeting will give him enough strength to endure the long years ahead. What about Enzo? Though he usually grew jealous of his younger brother, this final meeting was as much for Enzo as it was for him. Enzo, Sue Manning said dismissively, never mind him. I called several times with no answer. He must have no feelings for me left, there's no point in meeting. In the next room, Enzo, whose sharp wolf-like ears caught every word, jolted upright from the floor. He did care. He loved Tong Tong, loved her the most. Without hesitation, he called Sue Manning. Tong Tong, I want to see you too. Sue Manning covered her mouth and smiled. Very well. I'll send you the location. After hanging up, Fred and Enzo immediately rose, showering, shaving, styling their hair, and changing clothes in one swift motion. In the hall, Lady Joie was pacing anxiously, unsure of what to do, when she suddenly saw her two sons, who had been cooped up in their rooms day and night in despondency, emerge. Not only did they come out, but they were also neatly dressed and strikingly handsome. She had begged and pleaded with them for 2 days through tears, and they acted as though they couldn't hear her, yet a single holographic call from Sue Manning sent them marching out the door. What a sin! How could she have given birth to such pure love-struck fools? Following the coordinates, Fred and Enzo arrived in the Western District and happened to spot Sue Manning stepping off the air vehicle. She held a light-colored parasol, wore high heels, and was dressed in a velvet dress whose fitted design accentuated her graceful curves, making her appear both mysterious and alluring. A lace collar chain encircled her throat, her hair was loosely pinned up with a few strands cascading down, and she was breathtakingly beautiful, as if a celestial being, leaving them breathless. Even though they had seen her many times before, the two brothers could not look away, transfixed. She was simply too beautiful. He thought they would never forget her, not even until old age, in prison, until death. Come on, Sue Manning waved from afar. Seeing no response, she walked forward. What's wrong? Have you been locked up so long you've gone silly? Aye. Tang Tang. Coming back to their senses, they felt somewhat embarrassed, unable to admit they had simply stared at her in a daze. Stop staring, come inside with me. Go in. To where? They looked up and found themselves standing before a towering building, the sign above reading, Central Empire Civil Affairs Bureau. Tang Tang brought them to the Civil Affairs Bureau for what? Could it be? Marriage. Their hearts raced with shock and agitation while simultaneously sinking with sorrow. Tang Tang. No. They were about to become prisoners unworthy of her. Yet the fact that she had them in her heart, willing to accept them, was already the greatest fortune of their lives. Sue Miantong watched their bewildered expressions shift between shock, excitement, and anguish, then leaned in slightly with her dark brows arching playfully. What are you thinking about? Surely you don't think I brought you here to register for marriage. Wait, wasn't that the intention? Crack. Every beautiful fantasy and agonizing turmoil in Frederick and Enzo's minds shattered into incomparable embarrassment. Had they read too much into it? Of course not, Sue Miantong chuckled. Let's go in quickly, we have important business to attend to. The brothers' faces flushed crimson in an instant. They followed the girl like ostriches, wishing they could bury their faces in their clothes. It was truly humiliating. Tang Tang had only known them for less than a month, and though they'd gotten along well, it was far from reaching the point where she would actively request marriage, especially under these circumstances. Their heads must have been addled by confinement. Hello, this is my appointment. Walking into the hall, Sue Miantong handed the application form to the receptionist. After carefully reviewing it and noticing the absence of guardians' signatures, the staff member stood up and asked, "Honored Miss, are the two gentlemen behind you the guardians you've chosen?" Yes. Then please have them come sign first. All right. Sue Miantong turned to gesture for them, only to find Frederick and Enzo completely stunned. Guardians. What were those? For lone females under the age of 25, the state allows them to petition for 2 male guardians to ensure basic living standards. These guardians, in order to better fulfill their care obligations, are prohibited from marrying during this period, otherwise it would violate the Constitution. In other words, this means you can refuse the princess's marriage. Sue Miantong's lips curved into a smile as she waited for their joyful expressions, but 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Minutes passed and the two remained unmoved, as if genuinely stupefied. What's wrong? You're not Before she could finish, they lunged forward and wrapped their arms tightly around her. This time it was Su Miantong who blushed. An 18-year-old girl being embraced by two men in public, two men. It was simply too much. How blissful. So sweet. Those registering couples passing by couldn't help but cast envious glances at them, the strikingly handsome males paired with the beautiful female. It was truly a perfect match. Moreover, those two males held the small female in their embrace with such intensity and strength, as if desperate to merge with her very bones and blood. It was clear they adored her deeply, unlike their own males who sat rigid and inflexible like logs, utterly devoid of romance. Frederick and Enzo acted entirely on instinct without a moment's thought or sense of propriety, their bodies and souls completely overwhelmed by immense joy. They could refuse the princess's marriage and continue being with Tang Ang. This couldn't be a dream, could it? Was this really not a dream? Had Tang Ang been devising ways to save them all these days? How could she be so good, so extraordinarily good, the most beautiful being in the world? They loved her to death. Frederick and Enzo closed their eyes tightly, holding the small female in their embrace deeply, and for what felt like an eternity, until Su Miantong nearly suffocated. She reached out her fingertip and poked the man's firm chest, reminding him, ahem. You should sign now. She didn't even dare look at the staff member's expression. Come now, do you really believe they were simply acting out of gratitude? Next came the signing, photographing, stamping, and receiving their guardian certificates. Frederick and Enzo grinned from ear to ear the entire time as though pumped full of stimulants. Su Miantong was also swept up by their smiles. She led them onto the aerial vehicle and quietly closed the door behind her, then asked mysteriously, could you transform into your beast forms? Transform into beast forms. The brothers stared at the closed door, the cramped space, and the proposition of two males with one lone female, a request so ambiguously suggestive that their faces flushed red once more. Was Tang Tang going to play with them here? Would it be too cramped? What if the noises were too loud and someone outside heard? With such thoughts racing through their minds, they still eagerly transformed into their beast forms, striking their most elegant and handsome poses in anticipation of her visit. Unexpectedly, amidst their profoundly embarrassed gazes, Su Miantong produced two gift boxes from behind her back. Tada! These are gifts for you. Thank you for becoming my guardian starting today. In the future, I'll trouble you both officers to take good care of me. Gifts. So that was it. A flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes as they wanted to refuse, since she was the one who had rescued them. If anyone should be giving gifts, it should have been them. Don't move. Su Miantong took a bracelet from the first gift box and fastened it onto Frederick's wrist. I originally intended to give you bracelets, but looking at it now, doesn't it seem more like an anklet? Frederick looked down at the white chain wrapped around his sharp claws, crafted into the shape of a 5-petaled Tianshan snow lotus, infused with her faint body fragrance, alluring and intoxicating. His heart felt as though it too had been securely bound. Then from the second gift box she withdrew a silver collar carved with Arctic scenery and fairywood patterns, fastening it around Enzo's neck. Enzo squinted his eyes in delight, his tail wagging with such ferocity it nearly lifted him into the sky, his expression seeming to say, with Tong Tong's collar on, I belong to her now. So handsome. Su Miantong couldn't resist patting his head. He looked like a big dog. Do you like this gift? We love them. The brothers transformed back into human form and knelt on one knee together, each taking one of her hands to press a kiss upon her knuckles, their expressions solemn and devout, as if sealing an oath of loyalty. We pledge that as guardians we will forever care for and cherish Tong Tong, ensuring she becomes the happiest female in all the world. This vow shall remain unshaken until death itself. Imperial Palace, Fong Ong Pavilion. What's the status? Princess Catherine lounged lazily atop a massive black panther, extending her exquisitely manicured long nail to take a peeled crystal grape from the attendant beside her and pop it into her mouth. Have the court summons been delivered to the Count's mansion? What was the twins' reaction upon seeing them? Aren't you afraid of pheromones? You must be afraid of death, right? The prison on Central Star has a whole set of torture instruments, and few who enter ever come out alive, especially those who have been given special attention. Delivered, the servant stammered. It was delivered 3 days ago, but what? Stuttering. If you can't speak, then cut off your tongue. Spare me, princess. The servant, fearing implication, fell to his knees with a thud, weeping and pleading. The summons was delivered, but then withdrawn. The court's reason: Shuangzixing has become the guardian of a solitary female, and has the right to refuse marriage. What? Princess Kaishalin flew into a rage, kicking several male consorts, attending her to the ground, causing everyone to tremble, not daring to raise their heads. Calm down, your highness, please calm down. Calm down. How can I calm down? Solitary female. Again that worthless female with no power, no parents, not even pheromones. Shuangzixing has defied her time and again for her trampling her dignity, utterly lawless. Since they care so much, she will tear her apart. Guards go and arrest that worthless Su Miantong and bring her to the palace. I want to see what seductive arts she has to bewitch even the most iron-willed military males. Yes. The hastily arrived guards immediately prepared to arrest according to procedure, but as soon as they entered Su Miantong's information into the light brain, a line of text appeared. Reporting, Your Highness, the main brain system shows that Su Miantong is a newly naturalized citizen of the Central Empire and has been granted a 3-month newcomer protection period by the Female Protection Agency. During this time, unless she initiates an invitation, no one may see her. Damn it. Get out, all of you, get out. Kaishalin smashed her favorite crystal goblet, grinding her teeth in fury. Can't see her. She refused to believe there was anyone in the world that she, a princess, could not see. The week-long national mourning ceremony on Central Star came to an end and all industries began to resume operations. On Monday, the Imperial National Academy of Sciences officially posted an announcement on the electronic bulletin board. From today, the Academy will welcome its first female employee in its 100-year history. She is Su Miantong, a researcher in the Department of Biotechnology and Pharmacy. A female, and a researcher in the most core department. Is this a joke? As soon as the announcement was released, tens of thousands of employees were shocked and gathered in front of the building ready to witness the presence of this one and only female researcher. However, many thought it might just be a prank. When Su Miantong arrived at the academy in a small flying vehicle, she was stunned by the sea of people at the entrance. Why so many people? Was there an event? She got out curiously, only to realize the event seemed to be her. Because almost everyone was looking at her, her face, her body, and the pink phoenix tail flower badge on her chest, whispering and discussing, making her feel like some escaped experiment subject. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. A female this beautiful is really our institute's employee. Don't kid me, I'll have motivation for the 8 a.m. shift from now on. She looks very young and so pretty. Could she have gotten into our institute through connections? Saying that, aren't you afraid of being arrested? Don't be jealous. She passed the 5 elders examination legitimately and even submitted a perfect score on the internal test. The last person to do that was the dean, wasn't it? Our institute actually produced such a smart and beautiful genius female. It's like a century-old iron tree finally blooming, a gift from the beast god. Look at the mechanical institute next door with 0 females. How can they still be arrogant with us? This is the first time I've seen a pink badge, and it suits her perfectly. I also know for the first time that someone can make a uniform look so good, so beautiful that you can't look away. I wonder if she has any male consorts. If she does, is she willing to take more? I'm willing to take a love number and wait from now on, even if I'm the 10,000th. Welcome to the Science Research Institute. As they spoke, they even started clapping. The thunderous applause made Su Miantong's feet tingle with embarrassment. So enthusiastic. Luckily, she had a habit of bringing gifts for colleagues on her first day, so she wouldn't have to stand there awkwardly. But it seemed like there wasn't enough to give out. Thank you, everyone. I also prepared a small gift for everyone. These are candies I made myself. She took out several bags of marshmallows from her bag. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward, vying for a piece. After putting them in their mouths, they all showed greatly admiring expressions. How could it be so fragrant, soft, and sweet? Even those who had harbored a sliver of doubt about her abilities were now completely won over. A person who could make candies 10,000 times more delicious than Xingmei Mall, how could they not be a genius? Lu Silly stood outside the crowd watching Su Miantong, so popular, a hint of pride curving at the corner of his eyes. Like the other employees, he couldn't help but move closer to her. He also wanted to taste the candy she made with her own hands. But when Su Miantong reached him, she deliberately passed him by. His outstretched hand froze. Miantong, why didn't you give him one? The next second, a bag of marshmallows fell onto him along with her slightly leaning body. Dean, would you mind helping me distribute these? I'll give you a special one later, special. His heart skipped a beat, pausing for a few seconds. Was he special in her eyes? Don't you think the Dean and junior sister Miantong look so perfect together? A perfect match. Yeah, handing out candy together like a newlywed couple. Amidst the noise, Lucilli heard this and his face flushed. He turned and gave the speaker another candy. The person who received the candy was stunned, not because of the candy in his hand, but because he had actually seen the Dean, whose emotions were as calm as a millennium blush. The crowd gradually dispersed. Su Miantong put away the packaging bag and walked to the man's side. I didn't expect the colleagues at the institute to be so enthusiastic. That's only for you. Others don't get such treatment. Lucilli looked down at her. Miantong, on your first day, let me take you to the lab to familiarize yourself first. You'll learn about some ongoing projects and special equipment in the institute. Lab. The one in the biopharmacy department. No, my private lab. The Dean's private lab. She had learned that it was a forbidden area where even the 5 senior elders of the institute were not allowed to enter. And he was going to take her in on the first day. Is this also a treatment only for me that no one else gets? Lucili's ears turned slightly hot, and he turned to leave. Hey, just kidding, Su Miantong quickly chased after him. Lucili was not troubled by her playful teasing, or rather he feared that if he lingered another moment she would notice his burning red cheeks, revealing him as nothing more than a boy incapable of mastering his own emotions. Su Miantong stepped into the private laboratory, her astonishment rivaling that of her secret visit to Laboratory 1. Every instrument, reagent, auxiliary tool, and experimental model was meticulously arranged before her. She leaned forward and examined the labels on the specimens from the past week: skin whitening lotion, freckle removal cream, body lotion. All products designed for females. Lucili emerged after changing into his work attire and found the young woman intently inspecting a bottle of hair growth serum, its label bearing a female name, Lisa. He quickened his pace, desperate to explain before she drew the wrong conclusion. Miantong, these are products developed jointly by the Institute and the Female Protection Organization. Many females in the Empire suffer from appearance-related defects and anxieties, making them easy targets for unscrupulous commercial products that cause real harm. The authorities decided to release official skincare and medicinal treatments. This volunteer list is not for private customization. Su Miantong nodded. The female at the park that day, was she part of this program as well? Yes. There was someone named Amy. Do you remember her? I remember. She suffered severe facial burns on her left side in childhood, leaving extensive scarring. It left her deeply insecure, even driving her to contemplate suicide. However, the scar area is too large, and she has now entered her mature phase. Given the currently nascent cosmetic surgery technology, there is little that can be done to remove it. I can only craft reparative ointments to comfort her. Lucili appeared visibly regretful that he could not do more for her. Su Miantong raised an eyebrow. I have a solution. Really? He was taken aback. If anyone else had said it, he would not have believed them. But her, he trusted her completely. That would be wonderful news for her. Yes, but I need the director's assistance and access to your restricted laboratory. It would be my honor. What should I do? Not so fast. Before that. Su Miantong reached behind her and produced a square gift box. Here, the candy I promised you. Thank you, Miantong. Lucili accepted it with evident trepidation. Upon opening the lid, he found the round candies exquisitely wrapped in shimmering aluminum foil, a clear sign of thoughtful craftsmanship. Yet once unwrapped, the candy proved coffee brown in color and firmer in texture, distinctly different from the soft, pillowy white confections he had just distributed to others. What is this? A new flavor I developed. Would you like to try it? Certainly. Lucili took a bite without suspicion, his brows instantly knitting together. Bitter. Just as he was about to believe this was merely a girl's playful prank, he caught her expectant gaze. Perhaps it had simply failed as an experiment. Well, how does it taste? Deliciously sweet. Lucili was about to offer a dishonest compliment when a rich, profound fragrance surged forward. A silky texture and a delicate sweetness exploded upon his taste buds, filling his eyes with sheer wonder. What manner of candy was this? How could it be so extraordinary, bitter first then sweet? Without a word, Su Miantong read his delight clearly from his expression. This is called chocolate from cocoa paste and cocoa butter. Only a remarkably ingenious female like her could blend bitterness, saltiness, fragrance, and sweetness into such an exquisite delicacy. Lucili ate only one piece, then carefully set the remainder aside. Why? Don't you like it? No, let us begin the experiment first. She had made this for him with her own hands. He would preserve it carefully and savor it slowly. Very well. Thereafter, Su Miantong outlined her treatment philosophy for Amy's scars and the drug preparation process. Unfamiliar with the experimental apparatus, she narrated every step while Lucili executed them. Next, purification, to obtain crystalline botulinum toxin. Su Miantong lifted her gaze from the book and noticed Lucili, so absorbed in his work, had a bead of sweat forming on his forehead on the verge of rolling down. She quickly produced a handkerchief and rose on her tiptoes to gently wipe it away. The motion caused Lucili's test tube to clatter from his grasp, but fortunately Su Miantong reacted swiftly and caught it. Phew, she exhaled in relief. Good thing it didn't break. That substance is toxic. I apologize. Lucili seemed momentarily dazed. Her fingertips, separated only by the thin silk of the handkerchief, had brushed against his face. The electric sensation sent his thoughts spiraling, his composure unraveling in an instant. It's all right, continue. Very well. Lucili composed himself and resumed his work, though his state of mind had shifted entirely. Especially as she stood close beside him for safety, their garments pressing against one another. In the quiet air he could hear the faintest rustle of fabric, feel the rhythm of her breathing, and catch a whisper of pale orchid fragrance. The delicate sweet scent reminded him of the pheasant-tail flower aroma he had detected during his tour of the research institute. It was no illusion. It was intoxicating, like a pheromone urging him to breathe deeper. He erred again. My apologies. I'm sorry. Excuse me. After several consecutive mistakes, Su Miantong regarded him in surprise. What was wrong? Had he not been perfectly steady moments before? Lucilli too removed his gloves, recognizing that he could no longer continue in this state. The ever-calm and rational director had never experienced anything like this. With her beside him, he could not concentrate at all. His mind was flooded with languid daydreaming images, as though night itself had overtaken his thoughts. Was it because he stood too close and disturbed her, or did she resent his earlier assistance with the sweat? After all, that was precisely when his composure began to fracture. Previously in the laboratory, any sweat on his face had been wiped by his assistant without thought. She had grown accustomed to helping and acted instinctively. But here the boundaries between male and female were far stricter. Su Miantong was considering her next move when the man seized her wrist firmly. Perhaps when facing one's beloved it was unnecessary to remain so restrained. Perhaps one could afford to be bold. Lucilli drew the young woman close enough to enfold her in his arms, and slowly lowered his gaze. Beastmen of the fox lineage possessed a unique ability. Their eyes could radiate light, enchanting the mind of their beloved and drawing her irresistibly close, a charm known as the fox enchantment. The higher ones rank, the more potent the enchantment. As an S-rank male, Lucilli was virtually irresistible, yet he had never employed this power. He considered such ability cunning and base. But upon meeting Su Miantong, he found himself unable to resist, and used it, hoping she would draw nearer to him as she had when wiping his brow, and perhaps even further still. Beneath the man's deep ink-purple irises, a mysterious luminescence faintly flickered, refracting through his gold-rimmed spectacles like fireflies dancing in the darkness, so breathtakingly beautiful it stole one's breath. Su Miantong stood transfixed, her body betraying her as she instinctively rose onto her tiptoes, drawing ever closer until Lucilli could trace the elegant arc of her dark brows, the crystalline depth of her amber eyes, the graceful curve of her nose. His gaze ultimately lingered upon her tender, full crimson lips. His Adam's apple bobbed as a parched dryness seized him, desperate for water. The enchantment had taken hold. He yearned to transcend the boundaries of their superior-subordinate relationship. His broad palm gently cradled the nape of her neck as he bent his head, his resolve weakening as he leaned in for a kiss. But just as their faces were but inches apart, Su Miantong blinked rapidly, concern etching her features. Lucilli, could your eyes be prosthetic? How could they still glow? Her voice trembled with caution, as though terrified of wounding his pride as a person with a disability. In an instant the romantic tension shattered completely. Lucilli hastily released her, guilt washing over him as if he'd been caught doing something forbidden. Had the enchantment failed? Or had it never worked at all? Such a brief effect was impossible under normal circumstances. What was happening? The Fox clan's charm technique proved effective against males of equal or lower rank, with duration increasing alongside the power disparity. By all rights, her previous state should have persisted for an entire day. Could this merely be an urban legend? Is it? Su Miantong extended her hand, waving it before his eyes as though testing. No. Lucilli released her, averting his gaze as he loosened his constricting tie with one hand and drained water in desperate gulps, as though trying to extinguish an internal flame. I'm merely experiencing some instability in my combat capabilities. Su Miantong. It was indeed influenced by her. He was on the verge of losing his temper, which was why he had pulled her over to warn her. Then I'll step out first. No need. Lucilli hurriedly grabbed her arm. Just stand a bit farther away. Without her near, he felt even more distracted. Yes, sir. Su Miantong stepped back 2 paces, stood at attention, and blinked as she flashed him a playful gesture. A smile naturally crept across Lucillia's face. Such a good girl. Approaching noon, a message appeared on the laboratory's communication system. Director, 2 senior officers are at the entrance requesting to see researcher Su Miantong. May I allow them entry? Senior officers. Confused, he pulled up the surveillance footage. Were these not Colonel Fielid and Lieutenant Enzchuo, the leaders of the Eagle Division's Special Operations Team and the War Wolf Counterterrorism Elite? What were they doing looking for Miantong? Huh. Su Miantong, who was organizing potions, suddenly spotted the figures on the surveillance screen and ran over in delight. Fielid and Enzchuo. They've arrived. Last night they had messaged her saying that the Countess was hosting a banquet at her residence to express her gratitude and celebrate Miantong's successful onboarding. She had agreed. Originally planning to fly to Guanxinyu after work, she never expected them to come directly to pick her up. Miantong, do you know them? They're my guardians. Guardians. In the Empire's legal definition, that was equivalent to elders or family members, yet they weren't much older than Miantong herself. It's getting late. Su Miantong glanced at her optical computer. Director, I'll clock out now. Very well. Lucilli nodded, and as she gathered her belongings to leave, he followed her out silently. Tong Tong. Tong Tong, over here. At the entrance of the Science Research Institute, Fuelid and Enzhua waved at Su Miantong from afar, one holding a sun umbrella, the other carrying ice cream. When she drew near, they hastily blocked the sun as though terrified the scorching rays might harm her delicate skin. Your institute's security is stricter than the military. Otherwise, we could have come inside to meet you. Strawberry flavor for you. Thank you. Su Miantong took the ice cream and took a bite, speaking in a sticky voice. Of course, otherwise how could I protect a little beauty like me? She was joking, but the brothers took it seriously, their eyes brimming with infatuated smiles. She's a magnificent beauty. Ha ha. Fuelid reached out and gently brushed her stray hairs from her cheeks, tucking them behind her ear. Was work exhausting? Your hair's all messy. Tongtong, eat slowly, you've got cream all over your mouth. Enzhua found an excuse, using his thumb to wipe a smear of pink cream from her soft lips, and while she wasn't paying attention, slipped it into his own mouth. So fragrant, so sweet. He stared at her lips. He wanted to devour them directly. On the 5th floor of the experimental building, Lucille stood behind the railing, watching the scene with a darkened expression. His suspicions were confirmed. The two officers gazed at Miantang with affectionate eyes. What guardians were those? They were clearly suitors. Although he devoted himself entirely to research with no time for other concerns, he had also heard of the Imperial Twin Stars, the two youngest and most brilliant field officers in the military, both possessing S-class combat abilities, forged in real battlefield combat, far more formidable than ordinary males of their rank. He had considered that a beautiful female like Miantong would have many excellent suitors, but he never imagined their competitiveness would be so daunting. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. He had originally worried that moving too fast would frighten Miantong, but now it seemed if he didn't take action soon he might not even get a place in line. Wait, I need to stop by home first. Why? To feed my pet. She calculated in her mind. Tongtong, shall we go? All right. Su Miantong boarded the flying vessel and noticed Enzhua directly pressing the home navigation, Guanxinyu. Lanlin had been sleeping for 3 days. It was time for her to awaken. The little one had slumbered so long that her stomach must be starving. If she didn't receive beast milk in time, she would throw a tantrum and tear the house apart. A pet. Fuelid and Enzhua were curious. Tongtong, you have a pet. What is it? It was a tiger. They probably couldn't imagine it at all, could they? Su Miantong deliberately kept them guessing. It's a very cute little thing. You'll know when you arrive. Cute. Fuelid and Enzhua's minds conjured images of kittens, bunnies, puppies, and other small animals. Who would have thought that as soon as the door opened, a massive white figure came charging at them, accompanied by a fierce roar. Roar. It was a tiger's roar. Hearing this somewhat familiar yet strange sound, Su Miantong immediately snapped to attention and rushed forward to intervene. Lanlin, no. Its territorial awareness and possessiveness were extraordinarily strong. Even if she carried another male's scent on her, it would grow jealous. Bringing them home would surely provoke it. She should have anticipated this and gone in alone to negotiate rather than doing what she did now. Fuelid and Enzhua were military males with S-class combat power. Even if they encountered an adult tiger, they could crush it with a single strike. It would be even less of a challenge against a tiny cub. If Lanlin suddenly attacked them, they would surely be injured. Lanlin had actually tackled both of them to the ground. Lanlin had actually managed to bring both of them down. It was not only Su M who was taken aback. The twin stars, caught off guard and toppled over without even a chance to resist, fixed their gaze, and their pupils instantly dilated, their very souls trembling in shock. Admiral! Admiral! Both cried out in unison. Su Miantong! Lanlin pinned them down, baring its fangs in a ferocious display, until it caught their scent, lost all interest, and released them. It seemed merely to establish its household status, with no intention of causing harm. Rising to its feet, it instantly reverted to an harmless, obedient little tiger, wagging its tail as it enthusiastically pounced towards Su Miantong. Master, you're back. Master, I missed you so much. Master, look, I didn't even eat your savior. Aren't I good? Come on, give Lanlin a kiss and a hug. Su Miantong took 2 steps back, barely able to withstand its weight. Lanlin, why have you grown again? Lanlin was very satisfied with its current height. Its 2 front paws could tightly grip her slender, soft waist, and its head could nuzzle against her full, generous chest, simply divine. It kept rubbing against her, producing the contented purring sound of a kitten. Su Miantong assumed this behavior meant it was hinting that its belly was empty and it wanted some milk, so she gently stroked its head and smiled fondly. All right, I'll make you a bottle right away. But first, let me introduce you to these two. She turned her head and saw that Fred and Enzo were still frozen in their previous positions, motionless, staring at Lanlin with eyes full of shock and disbelief. What's wrong with you? Had Lanlin frightened them? This is General Aslanti, a rare and noble mutated species born once in 100 years to the Duke Eller family, the white tiger. matchless across the world, belonging to only one general. Yet the general was known for being cold-hearted, fierce, and bloodthirsty, never showing affection toward anyone, let alone a female. How could it possibly be wagging its tail and acting so cute and coquettish? Huh. Su Miantong paused, then burst into laughter as if she'd heard the greatest joke. No way, ha ha ha, it's just an ordinary little tiger. An ordinary white tiger. Impossible. The two men still refused to believe it. To prove them wrong, Su Miantong summoned Miss Little Honey and conducted another on-the-spot health check for Lon Lon. Aside from increased bone age and a health rating upgraded to excellent, nothing else had changed. See. After carefully double-checking the medical report and watching the white tiger cradle its milk bottle lying in Tong Tong's arms like a well-behaved cub suckling innocently, showing not a trace of the general's formidable presence, Fred and Enzo's suspicions finally faded. After all, what were they thinking? How could the general have survived after being hit by a miasma bomb? As for the breed, perhaps it was because the central star has been peaceful in recent years, allowing spiritual energy to flourish and many rare species to reappear. Still, they couldn't help but worry about Su Miantong keeping a tiger as a pet. Tong Tong, how did you come by this white tiger? I found it at Star Trail Garden. It's a ferocious beast by nature, prone to cruelty. One careless moment and it could hurt you, especially now that it's grown so large. You should send it to an animal protection facility as soon as possible. Seeking death. Hearing this, Lanlin's crimson flame eyes instantly flashed with murderous and oppressive glare, startling the twin stars. It had spared them out of respect for its master. And yet they dared to suggest abandoning it. Just wait, Lon Lon would pluck every feather from that bird and turn it into a headdress, then flay that wolf alive and make a fur coat for its master. It was about to unleash its fury when Su Miantong placed a palm on its crown, sealing its rampage. Drink your milk properly and don't waste it. Strange, even if its breed was extraordinarily rare, it was still just an ordinary tiger. So why did looking at them fill him with an instinctive sense of oppression? Fred and Enzo exchanged puzzled glances. I know. Su Miantong lowered her eyes, tenderly stroking the little tiger's head. The deep affection and attachment in her touch made it unable to stop wagging its tail in smug pride. See that? Master loves me the most. When she first found Lanlin, she had intended to send it to an animal protection facility, but the funeral of a slanty forced her to delay, leaving her no choice but to adopt it. Through countless days and nights together, their bond had grown deeper and deeper. She had grown accustomed to bathing it, preparing milk, brushing its fur, tending to its wounds, and cuddling it, teasing and playing with it, reading beside it. It too adored clinging to her, massaging her, acting cute, unable to bear even a brief separation. To send it away now would break her heart. It was her first pet, and she had promised to take responsibility for it. Moreover, it understood her so well, reading her every glance and expression. If it learned she was giving it away, it would surely be heartbroken, angry, and perhaps even hateful toward her. But it was growing larger and larger. It truly could not stay. And privately keeping a protected animal violated imperial law. Let's wait a little longer. Su Miantong began to say its wings had not yet healed, but remembering that Lon Lon felt self-conscious about its broken wings and would only reveal them during treatment, she changed her words. Its wounds haven't healed yet. Once healed, she would personally see it off. Why don't you two sit and have some tea while I tidy up its things? Tong Tong, let me help. No need. No need. Don't disturb, it's alone time with master. The little tiger, bottle clamped in its teeth, followed the girl upstairs with an air of supreme arrogance. Lanlin, why are you coming too? Just thinking about having to send it away made Su Miantong ache with sorrow. She was not someone who liked sudden farewells. There were so many things she wanted to say, so many matters she needed to arrange. After much deliberation, just as she was about to speak, she saw the little tiger toss aside its bottle, flop onto her bed on its back, expose its belly, and fall asleep. This was Master's bed. With that familiar sweet fragrance. Since being kicked down last time it sneaked in for milk, it hadn't had the chance to come up here again. How nostalgic, how comfortable. It wanted to sleep on Master's bed, and Master forever. You sleep right after eating, lazy tiger. Su Miantong chuckled, rubbed its fluffy belly, then bent down and pressed a kiss onto the character Wang printed on its forehead. Sleep well, my little sweetheart. She left her coat behind as substitute for her hands, grasping tightly, serving as a comfort blanket, and went downstairs. Fred, Tong Tong, where's the white tiger? It's asleep. Enzo, is it okay to leave it alone at home? Should we bring it to the mansion? No need, it's very well behaved, and according to the cycle this sleep will last at least 10 days. More than 10 days. What kind of tiger sleeps that much? Su Miantong laughed. When it wakes up this time, its wings should be healed. At the Guanchenu Earl's mansion. Early in the morning, Lady Joy was busy organizing the decorations, food, and guests, so much so that Su Miantong was startled by the scale when she arrived. She had thought it would be just an ordinary meal, but now it seemed more like a banquet. The invited guests all curiously gathered around her. You're so beautiful. I heard you're a researcher at the Imperial Academy of Sciences. That's amazing. Miss Sue is so young yet both beautiful and smart, no wonder. Their eyes turned gossipily toward Fred and Enzo behind her. To have captured the hearts of the Empire's twin stars, and they had even rejected a princess. The banquet is ready. What are you still chatting about? Lady Joy walked over and warmly took Su Miantong's hand. Miantong, come and sit with me. Auntie, this is too grand. You're too kind. What's this? Now that Fred and Enzo have become your guardians, we're family from now on. Fred and Enzo's ears reddened slightly when they heard family. Lady Joy smiled and seated her between the brothers. During the banquet, Su Miantong barely had to reach for her chopsticks. With just a glance, Fred and Enzo vied to pick up food for her serve soup and wipe her mouth. Lady Joy was stunned from across the table. She knew her two sons liked Miantong, but she didn't realize it was to this extent. As if there were no outsiders, they would have gladly fed her with their own hands. They had trained in martial arts since childhood, and like most soldiers, they were rough and unconstrained. When had they ever been so gentle and attentive to anyone? But perhaps it was too gentle, almost excessively polite. Sometimes females don't entirely like males who are too polite and measured. Thinking this, she picked up a glass. Miantong, since you came to the banquet today, Auntie has 3 toasts for you. 3 toasts. Fred was about to stop her, but Lady Joy stopped him with a look. Enzo was puzzled. What was Mother up to? These 3-inch-tall glasses, even an ordinary male couldn't handle them. Tang will definitely get drunk. Mother. It's fine, Enzo. How could one refuse a toast from an elder? Su Miantong considered herself a good drinker. She had outdrunk many colleagues before. 3 glasses were nothing. This first toast celebrates your successful entry into the National Academy of Sciences as a researcher, bringing glory to us females. Thank you, Auntie. Su Miantong downed it in one gulp. It tasted pretty good. This second toast thanks you for bringing the inhibitor and saving my 2 sons from dire straits. It's only right, they also saved me. Su Miantong finished it again. When Lady Joy was about to propose the 3rd toast, Fred couldn't help grabbing her hand. Tong, that's enough. Don't drink anymore, you'll get drunk. It's okay, just one last glass. Exactly, Fred. You're not as sensible as Tang. This 3rd toast congratulates my 2 sons on being fortunate enough to become your guardians. May you live happily and peacefully under their care. Since it's toasted to us, we'll drink on your behalf. Fred snatched the glass and Enzo also poured one. Both drank for her. Su Miantong found it amusing and shook her head, thinking they were underestimating her. 2 glasses of wine were nothing, she could. Wait, something was wrong with this wine. Why was it so strong? Suddenly a dizzying sensation of the world spinning hit her. The glass slipped from her hand and her seated body swayed. Tong, what's wrong? Enzo quickly caught her. Fred also hurried over to check. Just as expected, she was drunk. Mother. What are you calling Mother for? Can't you see Miantong is drunk? Hurry up and take her upstairs to attend to her. Take her upstairs to attend to her. Mother's meaning. Fred and Enzo were stunned. No. They were still pursuing Tang. They hadn't confessed their feelings, let alone courted her. They had to maintain a certain distance. Taking advantage of her now would definitely make her hate them when she woke up. What are you standing there for? Can't you see Tang is in discomfort? These 2 foolish boys, did they really intend to be guardians forever? Fred looked down and saw the girl lying on the table, eyes slightly closed, letting out low moans from her throat. She was indeed in pain. He bent down and scooped her up in a princess carry. Brother, you. Enzo saw this and immediately became angry. He was taking advantage of Tang while she was drunk. He hadn't even held Tang yet. Enzo. Lady Joy frowned and scolded him with her eyes. Jealousy was not a virtue in a male, especially when the other was his own brother. The right path was for the brothers to take care of Miantong together. Enzo understood and quickly caught up. The alcohol quickly numbed her brain and eroded her memory. In a daze, Su Miantong, suspended in midair, thought she was at home. But why was it so hot around her? It felt like she was being tightly embraced. Was it Lan? This audacious tiger dared to sneak onto her bed again while she was asleep. She'd teach it a lesson.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
His Adam's apple was caught in her mouth. A warm, moist sensation suddenly swept over him, and a delicate tongue lightly swept back and forth along the sliding curve, teasingly lethal. His body trembled slightly, and his face was already flushed beyond measure. The arms holding her tightened again, as if trying to press her into his body. He was so aroused that his whole body reacted, but Su Miantong seemed unsatisfied with the texture. Lan, why are your ears so hard? Not tasty. She shook her head, gently rubbing against his chest like a spoiled child, letting out a complaining whimper, soft and delicate, mixed with a tipsy pant. Hearing this, Fred's blood rushed to his brain, and he felt completely off. Every step he took felt like walking on knife blades, incredibly arduous. This feeling was a bit like the day he was induced into heat by pheromones. But then facing the princess, he felt only agony. Now it was filled with sweetness. The only torment was that he couldn't. Tong. Don't tempt him like this. He had no resistance to her at all. One more word and he might commit a crime. He gritted his teeth, suppressed his desire, and used all his strength to carry her to the second-floor room. Enzo followed in. Enzo watched her for a moment. I'll get some water to wipe her sweat. Okay. The girl was laid on the large bed. Her exposed snow-white skin formed a stark contrast with the dark red sheets, creating a strong visual impact. Enzo stared dazedly, unable to look away. His gaze traveled from her enchanting face to her delicate collarbone, her full and ample chest, and then to her slender waist that contrasted sharply and her long straight legs. He couldn't bear to look any longer. If he continued, he would lose control like a beast. To suppress the filthy thoughts in his mind, Enzo could only grab the quilt beside him and cover her slender figure. Unexpectedly, as he was halfway through covering her, the girl suddenly grabbed his arm. Lanlin, come here. Let me see if you've mutated again. Wire your ears as hard as stone. Immersed in drunkenness, Su Miantong's mind was a chaotic mess, and her body was soft and weak. But with just a slight force, Enzo was thrown off balance and fell onto her. 1 part was by accident, 9 parts were intentional. Lon. She reached out randomly and happened to touch his abs. Tong, don't. Enzo's heart raced wildly, his voice hoarse, and he grabbed her hand tightly. Don't tease. Su Miantong murmured in confusion. Strange, why is the stomach so hard? Belly. He is not just hard in the belly now. Enzo gazed at the beloved's exquisite face up close, her cheeks flushed with 2 pink blushes from the alcohol, like a delicate juicy peach inviting to be plucked. He felt himself also drunk, his deep green eyes gradually turning red. He couldn't hold back anymore, really couldn't. He lowered his head and kissed her directly. So soft. Fred entered the room carrying water, only to see Enzo pressing Su Miantong firmly beneath him, kissing her cheek. Brother. He angrily threw down the water and swung a fist at Enzo's body. Enzo knocked off the bed, shook his head, his mind still groggy. What are you doing? Aye. He didn't know either. But he wanted to devour Tang. Tang is drunk now, are you taking advantage of her? Aye. Enzo rubbed his face, trying to sober up. If he really did something foolish in a moment of impulse, Tang would definitely hate him when she woke up. The more Fred thought about that scene, the more jealous he became. Just as he himself was also aroused and burning with desire, wanting to fight him to vent, he saw Su Miantong about to roll off the bed. He quickly went to support her and placed her back in the middle of the bed. 1 minute later, Su Miantong was about to roll off again. 2 minutes later, the same thing repeated. 3 minutes later. In her world, she was playing a chase game with Lon. Lanlin, stop quickly, let me take a good look at what's wrong with your body. Master, come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you see. So naughty. Just wait until I catch you, I'll teach you a lesson. Such a seductive and enchanting beauty, tumbling around on the bed as if waving to them and saying, come on. Fred and Enzo's faces blushed to the point of bleeding, and they barely managed to stabilize their minds by activating their combat power. Next door, Mrs. Joy was hiding quietly. When she heard the loud crash of the water basin hitting the floor, she left with relief. Good thing the silly boys weren't that foolish. But with such a commotion, I wonder if Miantong's delicate little body can withstand the turmoil. In fact, the ones being tormented were completely Fred and Enzo. They were going crazy. The restless movements of the little female constantly challenged their reason and limits. Vaguely, it also reminded them of the memory of that day of heat, the wounds, the blazing fire, and the suppressants. The situation now was similar to that time, but there were no suppressants left. Thinking this before long, they both actually smelled pheromones. So fragrant, so sweet, it was the elegant Arctic fairy wood and the cold Tianshan snow lotus scent emanating from Tang. They immediately went over to confirm it really was. Su Miantong dreamed that she was playing a chase game with Lon, but the power difference was too great, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not catch up, and in the end she was completely exhausted. Only after several hours did she finally awaken, one hand gently touching her aching head as she slowly opened her eyes and saw a strikingly handsome face mere inches away. Could this be Fred? She turned around violently in fright and saw another nearly identical face. Enzo. Why on earth were they lying together with her? Had she with them after getting drunk? Help! She was so stunned she went blank, and in her bewildered state, she hurriedly glanced down to check her clothes. Fortunately, everything was still intact, and there seemed to be nothing abnormal about her body. Nothing must have happened. It was simply that she had been drunk. Phew. A false alarm. She let out a long sigh of relief, her body relaxing considerably, then tiptoed off the bed, careful not to wake them, and dashed out like a thief, zipping away in a flash. She had just gone to such lengths to rescue them from their impending marital disaster. If she turned around and slept with them, wouldn't that be utterly wicked? They would surely hate her to death. A few seconds later, Fred and Enzo opened their bloodshot eyes and watched the petite female scurrying away as fast as her feet could carry her. Both found her incredibly endearing. In the past, they always wished she were by their side at all times, but this time they were overwhelmingly grateful that she had finally left. If she hadn't departed soon, they truly would have been driven to the brink of torment. The two brothers exchanged a glance and, with unspoken understanding, made their way separately to the two bathrooms to address their physiological needs. After a long while, they finally calmed down, their reason gradually returning, and only then did they begin to ponder another question. Was the fragrance Tang had emitted just now her pheromones? Previously, because the scent had been so faint, they had assumed it was merely her natural body fragrance. But body fragrance could not suit their desires, ease their emotions, nor make them captivated and addicted. Could it be that her severely damaged information sea had healed, or had she undergone secondary differentiating? At this thought they grew excited. It seemed necessary to take her for another pheromone test. Imperial National Academy of Sciences, Department of Biotechnology and Pharmaceutical Production. Su Miantong officially reported to the department, met her new colleagues one by one, and under the director's guidance began to engage with new projects. Miss C, you are the only female in the institute. Please do not hesitate to let everyone know if you need any assistance. Very well, thank you, Director. She was just about to get to work when a familiar voice echoed from outside the laboratory. Su Miantong, come to my private lab with me. Director. The director has come to find Su Miantong for the private lab again. This is already the second time. Good heavens, I have worked at this institute for over a decade, and have never seen such precedent, especially concerning a new researcher. Indeed, that is a place even the 5 great elders are not permitted to enter. Su Miantong felt somewhat puzzled as well. She had already been there on her first day, and now again. Her colleagues' gazes toward her had already grown rather odd. Director, is there something you need at the private lab? Su Miantong stepped outside and said, wasn't the experiment to extract botulinum toxin completed yesterday? However, I still do not know how to use it. The usage procedure is quite simple. I will send it to you via my light screen. She had just taken out her light screen when Lucille grabbed her wrist and led her directly upstairs. Let us discuss this inside. I have been thinking about it all day. A sharp hiss of indrawn breath filled the laboratory. After they had gone, the place erupted into chaos. I've been thinking about it all day. Is the director thinking about the experiment? Or about a person? Nonsense, with their hands linked, it's definitely a person. Such blatant favoritism. I'm so envious. Who would have thought that the director, so calm and rational, would become so clingy in love, directly disregarding everyone's gaze and taking researcher Su into his private lab for? You know, with a beauty like Su Miantong, who could resist? Low-level males can resist because they lack the ability. S-level males are different. Exactly, I don't even know who to envy more. Wait until the liquid in the beaker boils, then add 2 milliliters of saline and 0.5 milliliters of lidocaine. Su Miantong picked up the reagent and explained the procedure earnestly, but Lucille's state of mind was a world apart from yesterday. His attention was entirely on her, not the experiment. Miantong, those 2 senior officers who came to pick you up yesterday, are they really your guardians? Yes, why? Nothing, it's just that through them I learned about your background. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were. It's fine. Su Miantong knew what he was about to say. She wasn't truly an orphan. On Earth she had loving parents, relatives, and many friends, fans. It was only here that she was forced into being an orphan. But now, with guardians, Fulade and Enzwa, and a well-behaved pet at home, she was already content. I heard that a few days ago they rejected the princess's courtship and were forcibly induced into estrus by pheromones in public. When he stumbled upon this news, he was utterly shocked, and his sense of crisis surged like never before. The Empire's twin stars had rejected the princess for Miantong, and on top of that they had resisted the induction of a same-tier female's pheromones. Anyone who had experienced such a thing knew it was an inhuman torment. This showed how deeply they loved Miantong. I was just about to tell you about this. Su Miantong excitedly put down the reagent. Later I brought the inhibitor I developed during the holiday and injected it into them. It really worked. This proves that the theory and composition are effective, but we still need multiple experiments to gradually reduce data errors before it can be officially released for use. My Miantong, truly remarkable. Lucille looked at her with a beaming smile. I knew you could do it. He had already guessed. Without the soothing of pheromones or the suppression of an inhibitor, even with their iron will, they could not have weathered the heat, let alone appear so radiant as yesterday. Then Miantong, can you develop a new inhibitor specifically for me? He looked down at her. He thought he would be needing it often in the future. Of course. Su Miantong agreed without hesitation. But I still don't know what your beast form is. You want to see it? Lucille asked cautiously, his eyes flickering, his emotions never so tense. Afraid she would refuse. But she would surely refuse, wouldn't she? May I? Su Miantong's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. She had been curious for so long. She agreed. So easily. Did she not know that a male revealing his beast form before a female was a courtship gesture or... Regardless, he was already overwhelmed with excitement and transformed into his beast form on the spot. Su Miantong had wondered what his beast form would be, but she never expected it to be such a beautiful red fox, as if it had stepped out of a misty wonderland. Its fur was fine and lustrous, with only two colors: the tip of its snout, and above along with the tail were a magnificent fiery red, while below and the belly were pure snow white. The tip of its tail was also a spot of white like a brilliant sunset mingling with pristine snow. Its eyes were long and bewitching with deep ink purple pupils that exuded a starry allure. Most astonishing was the mark of a fiery phoenix tail flower blooming bewitchingly on its forehead. It truly looked like a fox spirit. No wonder from ancient times foxes had been symbols of intelligence, agility, and enchanting beauty. Su Miantong was dumbfounded. She felt like King Joe meeting the nine-tailed fox for the first time, yearning to reach out and touch it, hold it. But wake up. He was her superior, the big boss of the research institute, not someone she, a lowly employee, could casually caress or offend. Unless she wanted to be fired. She stared at it intently for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Still no movement. The red fox's pointed ears quivered slightly, and it turned its head away in embarrassment. Miantong, why no reaction? Did she dislike his beast form? It was to be expected. The Empire's twin stars were renowned far and wide. Their beast forms must be magnificent and captivating. After seeing theirs, it was only natural she wouldn't be interested in his. Seeing him turn away, Su Miantong inexplicably felt a wave of dejection. Had she made the little fox beauty sad? Because she hadn't shown any response. Unsure if her guess was right, she ventured tentatively, Lu silly, your beast form is so beautiful. May I touch it? Touch. The red fox shuddered. It hadn't expected her first words to be this. A female only caresses the beast form of her mate. It signifies love, possession, and claiming sovereignty. So her asking to see his beast form earlier wasn't out of ignorance. He nodded repeatedly, unable to contain his excitement. Miantong could do whatever she wanted to him. Really? Su Miantong was delighted and took off her gloves. The first thing she did was step forward and touch the phoenix tail flower mark on its forehead to see if it was real and if it would glow. Then her fingertips gently brushed its cheek, encountering a pair of fluffy pointed ears. She grabbed them and kneaded them for a while, then moved to the fiery red, magnificent fur. The entire body felt silky and soft like the finest silk satin, making it impossible to let go no matter how much she touched. The little female's hands were soft and tender. As they stroked its face, the red fox closed its eyes in contentment, its long lashes trembling slightly, feeling her inch across its body. Miantong, does she like its face? The ears are a bit sensitive. Miantong let go. She actually let go. Why does it still want more? Her hands began to roam over his body. So soft, so slow, so ticklish. Why did every second feel so tormenting? He wanted to flee, yet he wanted her to continue even more. He even wanted to lie down and roll over so she could touch his belly. No, that would be too undignified. Lucily, you are the director. Not a male driven to madness by a female. The red fox desperately suppressed its urges, but its body was far more honest. Every inch touched by the little female flushed and trembled, and it struggled to suppress a pained groan. After a few minutes, Su Miantong's hand reached its lower back. Was it finally over? Lucily both sighed in relief and felt immensely reluctant. But Su Miantong was just getting to the main event. What a big, fluffy, vibrant foxtail. If she could hold it every night while sleeping, it would be so comfortable. She excitedly lifted it up and hugged it tightly. In an instant, Lucily felt as if struck by lightning. The tail, Miantong, no. A fox's tail must not be touched. He thought she knew that. But not only did she touch it, she hugged it tightly in her arms. Ugh! The red fox shivered violently, unable to endure the immense stimulation, and suddenly transformed into human form. He had changed back so abruptly that Su Miantong hadn't reacted in time, still clinging tightly to him. It took several seconds before she realized something was amiss. Looking down at her palms in confusion, she let out a startled scream, shoved him away, and leaped backward several steps. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Lucily, why did you suddenly transform back? He didn't even tell her beforehand. And how could a fox's tail be? This was simply too bizarre. Especially since she had just been hugging him, nuzzling against him with obsessed devotion. The memory alone was mortifying. She could literally die of shame, truly. She turned to flee toward the door of the private laboratory, only to discover Lucily's condition was quite abnormal. Far too abnormal. His face was flushed red, sweat pouring down his heavy gasps labored and difficult. His pale hand gripped the laboratory bench, veins bulging as if he could barely support his own body and was on the verge of collapsing. Are you all right? Su Miantong approached with concern. Feeling her presence, Lucy Lee's entire body shuddered once more. Montong, don't come closer. What's wrong? Su Manning had never heard him command her in such a fierce tone. Had he been frightened by her earlier behavior as a shameless pervert? I seem to be in heat. His mind was clouded, his rationality beginning to fade. Blood boiled throughout his body, unbearable heat overwhelming him. His attention focused on the nape of his neck. He wanted it desperately, craving pheromones. These were all signs of being in heat. If he didn't receive pheromones soothing, he would go mad, lose control, and possibly revert to his beast form, which could harm her. What he had shown her earlier was his gentlest side. Once he lost control, an S-rank combat male could tear someone open with a single swipe of his claws. She had to leave immediately. Go. Quickly. In heat. Su Manning was astonished. He was such a meticulous, rational person. He would definitely calculate his dates with extreme precision. For him to suddenly end up like this now. Could it be because she touched him? She fell into severe self-reproach, her mind racing. All right. Wait here. Don't run around. I'll go prepare some of Enzo's new suppressants for you. Foxes and wolves both belonged to the canine family, and they were both S-rank combat males. Using the same type of suppressant should work as well. But unexpectedly, the moment she turned around, Lucille caught a strong scent of queen flower fragrance. His eyes suddenly went wide as if something had taken control of him. He aggressively grabbed her and pulled her firmly into his embrace. Lucille. Su Manning was startled. Montong, don't leave. What's wrong with you? Why was he suddenly telling her not to go? I love you so much. Give me some pheromones, please. Just a little, just a tiny bit. Huh. The young woman looked into his dark purple pupils, where madness and fierce passion swirled. Clearly desire had taken over his brain, and he was speaking nonsense. She tried to push him away, but the man in front of her was like a wall of bronze and iron, immovable. Lucille snapped out of it. Let me go get the suppressant first. I don't want the suppressant. He suddenly went berserk, carrying her onto the laboratory bench and pinning her struggling hands firmly against the cold marble wall behind her. I want you. He spoke each word, slowly removing his gold-rimmed glasses. Su Manning suddenly felt as though he had torn off his usual gentle and refined false mask, revealing his true vicious and ruthless nature. But I don't have pheromones. You do. Give them to me, please. Give them to me. He leaned down, about to kiss her. Su Manning instinctively turned her face away, but he captured her ear in his mouth, licking around it in circles. The sensation sent shivers through her entire body, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Before she could even become aroused, she noticed an even more urgent situation. Beside them, a beaker was already boiling, beginning to emit steam. That was toxic. Lucille, let me go. Even if you don't let me go, let me turn off the fire first. Otherwise, if toxic gas spreads, we'll both die. Lucille. Dean. She tried to appeal to his sense of responsibility and rationality by calling his title, but the man upon her seemed to have been entirely consumed by lust, his consciousness completely gone. His powerful arms held her tightly, kissing her recklessly, from her ears to her cheeks, then to her neck. There was no other way. To avoid dying in the laboratory once again at the critical moment, Su Manning extended her trembling fingertips, straining every ounce of effort, and managed to reach the alarm bell on the wall, pressing it. Ring, 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 a sharp alarm suddenly blared. The 5 senior elders of the institute responsible for guarding the private laboratory heard the light brain alert and immediately retrieved their devices to check. And they saw. In the laboratory, the tall and handsome Dean had gone mad, violently pinning a small and helpless female employee beneath him. She cried out, Dean, please let me go. Dean, snap out of it. Dean, I beg you. But the powerful S-rank male above her ignored everything, treating her delicate cries as foreplay, his actions growing more outrageous, so exaggerated that even the experimental reagents nearby trembled. It was absolutely outrageous. The 5 senior elders were dumbfounded, rising from their seats in shock. The Dean was committing a crime. During the interview process, they had noticed the Dean's fondness for Su Montong, but at the time they had assumed it was mutual affection. They never expected it to be the Dean unilaterally abusing his power and seizing her by force. Rip. Lucille tore open Su Montong's clothes, ripping her round work uniform neckline into a deep V, revealing the tempting curve of her snow-white skin beneath. The male's eyes reddened as he lowered his head to bite, startling the young woman into pushing him away. Dean, no, the alarm has already been pulled. If you continue, someone will see us. Unexpectedly, her frantic push dislodged the protective film on the back of his neck. In an instant, surging waves of phoenix flower pheromones flooded into her body like ocean tides. Lucille could not help but throw his head back and groan, trembling violently, losing all control. It was pheromones, so many pheromones, he was overwhelmed with pleasure, almost dying. Seeing him finally release his grip, Su Miantang leaped off the lab table, extinguished the roaring flame beneath the beaker, and collected all the toxic gas that had been produced. Phew. That was too close. In her past life, she had been blown up in a lab. In this life, she nearly died from poison in a lab again. What kind of fate was this? Soothed by the pheromones, Lucille regained his sanity in just a few seconds. He shook his head, looking at Su Miantang beside him, her long hair, disheveled clothes, torn neck covered in traces of marks, clearly having been bullied. And recalling how he had lost control during his heat and tried to force himself on her, he was instantly filled with regret. Such a despicable, shameless, and lecherous male. She must despise and hate him. But why had Lucille suddenly let go of her? Su Miantang turned her head in confusion, only to see the man drop to one knee with a thud, holding a knife in both hands and presenting it to her. Miantang, I'm sorry. I know that even 1,000 apologies cannot make up for the harm I've done to you. Take this knife. You can do whatever you want to me. Even kill him. Su Miantang was startled at the sight of the knife. This was a diamond blade used in the lab for cutting glass, the hardest substance in the world. Was he going to use it against her? Was he crazy? No, it's not necessary. She carefully picked up the knife and locked it back in the storage compartment. This whole thing isn't entirely your fault. I was the one who was too rough first, which caused you to suddenly go into heat. And I didn't suffer any real harm. Let's just pretend nothing happened and forget about it. At most, she had been kissed a few times. And why hadn't anyone told her that hickeys hurt so much? She hissed, gently touching the kiss mark on her collarbone with her fingertips. To Lucille, that gesture was unbearably seductive, unbearably sensual, stirring a desire in him again. He pinched himself hard. Lucille, have you gone mad? Please get up. She couldn't bear to have a dean kneeling before a lowly staff member. She walked over to help him up, but as she bent down, the deep V-neck line that had been violently torn open suddenly revealed a glimpse of her figure, making the man's Adam's apple bob. She quickly straightened up and clamped her hand over it. She had forgotten about that. Several more purple bruises appeared on Lucille's arm. He took off his coat and handed it to her. Su Miantang hurriedly put it on. Both of their faces were flushed beyond compare, and they fell into an awkward silence together. Just then, urgent shouts came from outside the door. Dean! Open the door quickly. Forcing a female is a serious crime. Even if you're thinking about the future of the academy, you must reconsider. Su Miantang jolted. It was the alarm she had just triggered. Had someone come? Don't move. I'll go out and handle this. She held Lucille back and rushed out. Outside the door, the 5 elders expected to see Lucille, but were surprised to find Su Miantang instead. Wasn't she supposed to be? SC researcher, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Su Miantang spoke casually, pretending nothing had happened. Fine. How could she be fine? The 5 elders exchanged puzzled glances. Just now, from the surveillance footage, she had clearly been crying and struggling. Su Miantang had no idea there was a camera in the lab, let alone that the video angle and audio quality were so poor that the scene looked like a passionate. Then why did the lab alarm go off? Oh, I accidentally bumped into it. The situation suddenly reversed. The 5 elders were utterly shocked. They thought they had witnessed a crime, but instead, had they interrupted a romantic moment between the young couple? It must be so. Su Miantang was wearing the dean's coat, and the flush of passion had not yet faded from her face. Oh, what a sin. What a terrible sin. But doing it in the lab, wasn't that too dangerous? One careless move could trigger a chemical reaction or even an explosion, let alone such a commotion. Young people sure knew how to take risks. The elders all coughed awkwardly. Su Miantang had no idea what horrible scenarios they were imagining. She only looked at them in confusion as they suddenly coughed. What was wrong with them? All right, let's disperse everyone. Let's go. Professor Hiley dismissed the crowd and turned to leave. After 2 steps, he turned back and with the tone of an elder earnestly advised, Researcher Su, it's good for young people to have passion. Sometimes it's hard to control yourself, which is perfectly normal. But you must be mindful of the setting and watch out for danger. Su Miantang was utterly bewildered. She felt that Professor Hiley seemed to know everything yet nothing at all. She walked back into the lab and saw Lucille still kneeling. Dean, why haven't you gotten up? I've already forgiven you. He didn't get up precisely because she had forgiven him. He had replayed her words in his mind, and the more he thought, the more distraught he became. Out of jealousy for the twin stars, he had indeed intended to transform into his beast form today to seduce her and make her see him, but he never imagined things would turn out like this. And Miantang had said to pretend nothing happened. How could it be nothing? He had done this to her. He had to take responsibility. Or did she simply not want him to take responsibility? He was deeply distressed. By the way, Su Miantang suddenly remembered something. You were in heat just now, weren't you? How did you regain your sanity without taking an inhibitor? Because you gave me your pheromones. He raised his head, his dark purple eyes glittering with light as he looked at her as if she were a supreme deity, even using the honorific you. Me. Su Miantong was incredulous. How is that possible? I don't have any pheromones. You do. Lucille was adamant. The surging torrent, the exquisite pleasure, and the feeling of being completely under control, it was undoubtedly pheromones. Moreover, she could complete soothing within mere seconds and keep the mental breakdown index below 15, which was sufficient proof that her pheromones were also at the S-rank level. Even higher. The realization brought him both joy and an overwhelming sense of loss. Miantang, was it intentional when you said you had no pheromones before? Afraid he would cling to her because of it. Of course not. Su Manning didn't know how to explain. She simply knew she had no pheromones because she was human, possessing at most only a natural body fragrance. Since you already know my background, you should understand that Fred and Enzo rescued me from toxic insect planet. My memories before that are completely lost, and the pheromone test results came back as unknown. They said my pheromone C might have been severely damaged by someone, making it impossible to activate pheromones again. Or perhaps it hadn't differentiated yet, or maybe I was simply born without them. She thought this explanation would suffice. To her surprise, Lucille suddenly grasped the situation. I see now, your pheromone C should have already recovered, or perhaps it has begun to differentiate. Su Montong. Miantang, would you be willing to undergo another pheromone test? Alright. To let him give up hope, Su Manning nodded. It was merely standing inside a machine for a scan, no pain, no discomfort. And then she immediately regretted it. It turned out that previously in the military, due to her fragile condition, the pheromone test she had taken was only the simplest version. The actual detailed procedure was as follows. First, enter a sealed chamber, extend both hands, and follow the voice instructions for a half-hour meditation and activation test. Then came the collection of iris hair and blood samples. Everything else was fine, but she feared blood draws the most. Sitting there, she instinctively pulled her hand back when she saw the sharp, elongated needle approaching. Miantang. Lucille immediately went over and embraced her to comfort her. What's wrong? Are you very afraid? Realizing his impropriety, he released her after a few seconds. Ever since being marked by her, his sensitivity to her emotions had sharpened considerably. He could not bear to see her distressed or uneasy. Even the slightest furrow of her brow made his heart ache, let alone fear. If you're afraid, we don't have to do it. It's fine. Su Miantang encouraged herself. I'm already here. Besides, passing the test through the Science Research Academy's precision instruments meant no one would question whether she had pheromones again, saving her considerable trouble. Half an hour later, the test report finally appeared. Lucille felt tense, preparing himself to see an S-rank female, or higher. The Empire was about to birth its second SS-rank ultra-rare female, after Queen Jenny. But he never expected the result column to contain only 2 characters unknown. How could this happen? He was filled with confusion. Su Montong, however, remained perfectly calm. She had long known she would suffer through the blood draw for nothing. Clearly what she had just injected into him was pheromones, the fragrance of bird's foot violet, his favorite. Although he had never tasted it before, all his reactions and experiences aligned perfectly with the descriptions in books, except for the extreme euphoria at that moment, which words simply could not capture. Could it be that her pheromone C had not yet fully recovered? Su Miantang could completely understand Lucille's torment. After all, his mating cycle had indeed come to an abrupt halt, and as a scientist, once he formed an inference, it was difficult for him to deny it. But she never expected that after work, Fred and Enzo would also suggest she undergo another pheromone test. Why? Because Enzo recalled stealing a kiss and an embrace from her that day, and felt somewhat embarrassed. I seem to have smelled a pheromone fragrance I quite liked on you. Fred added, yes, sugar. I suspect that on the day the princess induced our rut, what truly saved us was not the suppressants, but your pheromones. Are you questioning my research findings? No. Here. Su Miantang directly pulled out the pheromone test report. See for yourself. This was obtained through the Empire National Academy of Sciences precision instruments. Any objections? Still unknown. The 2 brothers exchanged astonished glances. How could this be? Despite the irrefutable evidence before them, they still firmly believed she possessed pheromones. Otherwise, on the day of the family banquet, given the countless ways she had teased and tortured them in bed, if she had not released even a trace of pheromones to soothe them, they would surely have succumbed to their instincts and... Perhaps your pheromone C has not yet fully recovered, which is why it could not be detected. Yes. I just thought of a place that might help accelerate the recovery of your pheromone C. Enzo suddenly had a breakthrough. Blue Illusion Island. What kind of place is that? It is a tiny asteroid orbiting the central star, named for the blue glow visible from afar. Its surface is covered with flowers and vegetation. Someone discovered its remarkable effectiveness in nourishing females' pheromone seeds and enhancing pheromone concentration, so they built a spiritual cultivation hall upon it, attracting females from different planets to come for healing or to train their pheromone seeds. Previously, I assumed you had no pheromones and did not think much of it, but now it seems perfectly suited for you. Indeed, it is an excellent place, sugar. Shall we take you there? Sue Manning found their refusal to accept she lacked pheromones quite exasperating, but she still nodded in agreement. Fine. You are my guardians, I will listen to you. It was simply to put their minds at ease. In truth, she also knew they only wanted what was best for her. Through learning about an increasing number of planetary cultures, she came to understand that for females, pheromones represented not only power and status, but were also intimately connected to health and longevity. According to historical records, females without pheromones or of the lowest tier rank were typically frail and prone to illness, with lifespans of only around 200 years. With each ascending rank, physical constitution grew stronger and lifespan increased substantially. The highest S rank represented perfect genetics. Whether female or male, they rarely fell ill and could live over 800 years. As for SS rank, the implications were even more extraordinary. Therefore, their unwillingness to believe she lacked pheromones stemmed from their concern for her physical well-being. Fearing she might perish prematurely, they clung to even the slimmest of possibilities. Great! Fred and Enzo cheered. Then we'll take you there tomorrow. They hoped Blue Illusion Island could truly help her restore her pheromone seed so they could remain by her side for a lifetime. Before departing, Sue Manning sent an email to request leave from the academy. Upon learning of this, Lucille immediately initiated a holographic call. Before he even spoke, his eyes were already shining with bright anticipation. Neon Tang, you're going to Blue Illusion Island. Let me accompany you. While studying her pheromone test report in the laboratory, he had considered whether an unstable pheromone C might be causing the inconclusive results. If she went to Blue Illusion Island for healing, it might prove effective. He never expected her to bring it up first. I appreciate your kindness, but it's unnecessary. I just looked up Lan Juan Island. It's very close to the Central Star, only an hour by spacecraft. And the island is exclusively female, males are not allowed to enter. Even Fred and Enzo had to turn back when they reached the neighboring planet. Alright, then I'll wait for your good news. The next day, Fred and Enzo arrived in a battleship to pick her up. Tong Tong, this is your island entry pass. Island entry pass. Su Miantong took it, a card radiating golden light, evidently of great value. This must be very expensive, right? If it were expensive, she wouldn't go. She was just going to slack off and go through the motions, as spending money would be a loss. It's free, Fred laughed. For a female as beautiful, lovely, and outstanding as Tong Tong, it's an honor for Lan Juan Island to have you. Why would they charge a fee? Tong Tong, I brought you some snacks, all your favorites, said Enzo, lifting 2 gift boxes. If you get tired from healing, don't push yourself. Rest plenty, your health comes first. Also, if anyone bullies you on the island, be sure to notify us immediately. He took out a fluorescent wristband and put it on her. This is a summoning device used in the military. If you're in danger and don't have time to open your light brain, just glance at its cat's eye. It will automatically scan your iris, lock your location, and let us rush over quickly. Although they were nominally her guardians, their ages were close, and Su Miantong had never truly regarded them as elders. But now they really did seem like it. She was only going to Lan Juan Island for a few days of cultivation, yet they acted as if she were heading off to war, showering her with endless instructions the whole way. She couldn't help teasing, but Lan Juan Island is full of females. If they bully me, would you actually dare to act? The Central Star System had respect and care for females ingrained in its bones, an unchangeable principle. Su Miantong thought that by saying this she would leave them speechless. Unexpectedly, the two of them fell silent for a moment, then raised their heads, their gazes firm as they looked at her. We would. In their hearts, only the nation and she existed. If someone bullied her, they would not hesitate to pay the price of their lives. Su Miantong's heart trembled as if struck by something. She stopped joking with them and simply nodded. All right, I will return safely. Upon arriving at Lan Juan Island, a warm-hearted staff member guided her into the spiritual cultivation hall. Everyone quiet down. Today, I'd like to introduce a new student. Her name is Su Miantong and she comes from the Central Star. The teacher clapped, signaling her to enter. Su Miantong walked in. The hundreds of chattering females fell silent instantly. She was too beautiful, wasn't she? They were all renowned heiresses and royal nobility from various planets, each with their own pride and refinement. They didn't show their shock too openly, but from their incredulous glances one could see admiration, jealousy, and appreciation. Su Miantong introduced herself briefly, and the teacher told her to pick any seat. Here. 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 In the last row, Yu Ling whispered with anticipation. To her surprise, her wish came true. The girl chose a small corner not far from her and sat down. The reason Su Miantong chose such an inconspicuous spot was that she was there to slack off, just go through the motions for 2 days and then leave. In a small corner no one would notice, and she might even sneak in some daydreaming or sleep. Unexpectedly, under the teacher's instruction, she witnessed a wondrous scene. Open your palms upward, begin to drive your pheromones, and imagine their shape and scent. Hundreds of people followed suit, and gradually a glow floated above their palms. At the center of the glow were many different things. There were natural scenes like grass, streams, and trees, as well as everyday fruits like bananas, grapes, and cantaloupes. The girl sitting next to her with a cute face had a bright orange carrot in her palm. Were these their information entities? So magical. The teacher's gaze swept over this area. To avoid standing out, she hastily reached into the snack gift box Enzo had given her, groped around, and grabbed a bag of chips. If her pheromone was potato chip flavored and still in its packaging, would anyone believe it? Pfft. Beside her, Yuling couldn't help laughing when she saw her pull out a bag of chips. Especially when the teacher told everyone to get close to and communicate with their information entities, most slowly merged them into their brains or hearts. She simply tore open the packaging and ate them chip by chip. She had assumed that someone so beautiful would be a cold, aloof goddess. But her personality was unexpectedly amusing, and somehow she felt much more approachable. She plucked up her courage and moved closer. Hi, I'm Yuling from Yuwixing. I'm an S-class female, and my pheromone is carrot-flavored. Up front, 2 females who had been secretly observing Su Miantang for a while, hearing someone else greet her first, turned around and introduced themselves. Hello, I'm Medina from M79 Planet. I'm an A-class female, and my pheromone is ginkgo leaf-flavored. Hello, I'm Bai Weiwei, also from the Central Star. I'm an A-class female, and my pheromone is apple-flavored. You're so beautiful. How come I've never seen you before? Their enthusiasm took Su Miantong by surprise. It was nothing like what Fred and Enzo had described, as if high-level females were all wolves and tigers ready to devour her. They were actually quite adorable. Because I just arrived at the Central Star not long ago. I have no rank and no pheromone. What? The 3 exclaimed in shock. You have no pheromone. Heavens, you're so beautiful, what a waste. If you have no pheromone, why are you at the spiritual cultivation hall? Yuling was curious. Su Miantong had to recount her predicament again. After hearing it, Yuling sighed. Your guardians must really care about you to spend a fortune to send you here to play. What? Su Miantong didn't understand. What did she mean by spend a fortune? Yuling pulled out the island entry pass, the same golden card as hers. This right here, it costs a full 10 million star coins. Su Miantong's vision went dark at the news. 10 million star coins, enough to live on for a lifetime. Fred and Enzo had actually tricked her into thinking it was free, making her spend an astronomical sum just to slack off. Those 2 big liars. Just wait until she got back and taught them a lesson. But I still have many more of these. If you need them, I can give you some. Yuling said, pulling 10 out of her pocket. Su Miantong was stunned. Was she meeting a wealthy benefactor? And one so generous? No, that's far too precious. What's the big deal? Yuling was unconcerned. Star coins were mere worldly possessions to her. Her family had so many they could burn them all and never run out. What she truly cared about was making friends. She had come to Lanhuan Island many times, but never met a kindred spirit, until today. From the very first moment, she felt an immediate connection. After all, who wouldn't adore a beautiful girl? I'm so happy to have met you. Su Miantong brought out 2 large bags of snacks, inviting them to share. Shall we eat together? Just having met Medina and Bai Weiwei felt a bit embarrassed to accept the free treats. We'll give you a gift too. Medina said, my family is in the herbal medicine business, and I happen to have a bottle of void essence with me. I'll give it to you. Void essence. What is it used for? It's a very special liquid. Sprinkled on your body, it can temporarily turn you invisible, but the effect is short-lived, at most half a day per bottle. So miraculous. Su Miantong was astounded. She would have to take it back and study it thoroughly. Thank you. Bai Weiwei said, as you know, the Central Star has the most advanced military technology. My family also dabbles in weapons dealing. I have a laser gun for self-defense. It's powered by a microreactor and uses focused laser beams as its attack method, capable of infinite firing. I'll give it to you. Self-defense. Su Miantong thought that if Enzo saw this gun when she returned, he would be very angry. Thank you. Yuling had left home in a hurry today and brought nothing. After thinking for a long time, she remembered a treasured item. I'll give you my brother. Su Miantong. No, I mean introduce him. My brother is incredibly capable. Before she could finish, the teacher walked over. You 4 focus your attention. We're about to begin the most important part, the Information C training session. Alright. The 4 returned to their seats. Yuling still sneaked a note to her. After class, let's go to the grassland and play. I have so much to tell you. You're so beautiful, even more than my idol. Su Miantong, who is your idol? I'll tell you on the grassland, and I'll also tell you all about my brother. Her brother had been single for so many years, always having his standards set high. He had rejected noble daughters, famous celebrities, and other high-class females. Even her idol didn't catch his eye. But she could bet that once he saw Su Miantong he would fall for her. The thought that such a beautiful fairy might become her sister-in-law made Yu Ling so excited she almost perked up her rabbit ears. By the way, my beast form is a rabbit. What about you? Su Miantong hesitated. If she couldn't even have a beast form on top of lacking pheromones, they would think she was an alien. She casually made one up. A little cat. So cute. With your beauty, you must be a calico cat fairy. In the royal palace Feng Ong Pavilion. Report. 2 black-clad guards rushed in from outside the hall. Inside the red silk curtains, Princess Catherine was in the midst of pleasure with several of her consorts. Annoyed at being disturbed during her enjoyment, she threw 2 pillows in displeasure. Get out. Can't you see I'm enjoying myself? Who's so bold as to bother me with their affairs? Your Highness, it's about Su Miantong. The moment Catherine heard Su Miantong, she snapped to alertness. The next get out was directed at the consorts on the bed. She threw on a single thin red gauze and walked out barefoot. Tell me in detail. Your Highness, the port just reported that Su Miantong has gone to Blue Illusion Island, personally escorted by the Empire's twin stars. Blue Illusion Island. What is she doing there? That place was a sacred ground for healing the information sea and enhancing pheromone concentration. Could it be that useless waste with no pheromones expected to grow some there? Ha 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 ha. What utter delusion. Catherine laughed scornfully, but as her laughter faded it turned into gritted teeth. The entry ticket to Blue Illusion Island costs tens of millions and is hard to come by. Only royalty nobles and daughters of prestigious families go there. The twin stars really spared no expense to send that waste there. But this was perfect. It was like finding something without even searching. She had been worried that the Female Protection Agency had shielded her so well, leaving no way to strike. Now Su Miantong was walking right into her hands. Once she left the Central Star, the laws here no longer applied. Let's go. I'll pay her a visit myself. Throwing aside the gauze, a glint of murder flashed in her brown eyes. Twin stars, since you love her so much, I'll destroy her with my own hands. In the spiritual cultivation hall, Su Miantong and Yu Ling were playing the note-passing game. Suddenly a group of mechanical soldiers carrying pulse rifles burst rudely through the door. Move aside. Move aside. Who are you? Don't you know that no military weapons are allowed on Blue Illusion Island? Looking for death. Hands up. The mechanical soldiers, devoid of thought or emotion, had no understanding of the preciousness of females. They raised their rifles to shoot, causing the teacher and students to raise their hands in terror and scream. Amid the panic, a woman dressed in opulent splendor appeared, casually playing with her nails. Where is Su Miantong? Get out here. She lifted her gaze. Amid the hall that held several hundred people, she spotted the little female in the corner of the last row. Her features were like a painting, with bright eyes and white teeth, skin fairer than snow. A gentle breeze passed through the window, and even the few strands of hair that were lifted shimmered like silk, making her seem like a celestial being who had strayed into the mortal world. Her heart gave a jolt. A sudden foreboding washed over her. This person was Su Miantong. Only such unparalleled beauty could effortlessly surpass her status, position, and rank, making the proud and unyielding twin stars fall utterly in love at first sight, willing to submit. As she was thinking, the little female actually stood up. Are you looking for me? That's right. Her idle fingers slowly tightened, nails digging into her palm. At this moment, her hatred was not only for having her desired male taken away, but also jealousy over a beauty that could not match even a fraction of its radiance. Seize her. On what grounds can you just arrest someone? Medina and Bai Weiwei immediately stood up, shielding Su Miantong. On what grounds? On the grounds that I am the first princess of the Central Star. How dare you block my path, you blind dogs? 2 mechanical soldiers immediately aimed their guns. Medina and Bai Weiwei fell silent. The first princess. They were both subjects of the Central Star system and knew well the royal family's high status and inviolable dignity. Oh, and who do we have here? Yu Ling stood up from her seat, arms crossed. So it's the illustrious first princess of the Central Star. Impressive, impressive. You even dare to point guns at females whom the nation treasures. How majestic. Yet I've heard that the royal family has produced no competent individuals in recent years, relying solely on the might of General Islandi to eke out their survival. Now that the war god has fallen, the borders are in turmoil, and the enemy's morale is high. Shouldn't you, princess, be guarding your own royal city, lest someone pilfers it? Instead, you dare to swagger about and throw your weight around. How dare you? Princess Catherine was incensed, never having been so provoked. She drove her pheromones forth in fury. But the female across from her was also S-level, utterly unaffected by the assault. Who are you? Yuling curved her lips. I am Yuling from the Yuhuaixing. Yuling. Catherine's heart shuddered at the name. She was the eldest daughter of the Yu clan, which virtually ruled the entire Yuhuaixing system. Her family was a force no one in the entire galaxy dared to provoke, especially her brother. Su Miantong had only been on Lanhuan Island for a few hours. How could she have befriended such a formidable figure willing to stand up for her? My business with Su Miantong is none of your concern. I advise you to mind your own affairs. How is it none of my concern? Yuling pulled Su Miantong into her arms in a protective gesture. Miantong is my dear friend. Anyone who dares bully her is bullying me. Perhaps she'll be my future sister-in-law. Of course family must be protected. When did this happen? Just now. You. Catherine glared at her, rage choking her words. She could only transfer all her spite onto Su Miantong, wishing she could flay her alive. Born with a siren's allure, she seduced not only males, but females as well. Miantong, don't be afraid. She can't touch us. If she dares lay a finger on you, I'll have my brother tear down her entire royal city. Yuling leaned close to whisper reassurance, but caught a faint, unexpected fragrance. Miantong smelled so good. Like flowers and herbs, far more pleasant than her own carrot scent. Su Miantong lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows. So this was the imperial princess who had forced Fred and Enzo into public heat, causing them such torment. You've only just met her, you have no idea how depraved and lascivious she is. She uses her seductive looks to lure my consorts. She seemed fixated on her own appearance. Since entering the room her gaze had been locked on her, and now her verbal attacks revolved around the same theme. No. Su Miantong spoke. Catherine, don't try to argue. Just as everyone expected a defense, Su Miantong blurted out, I'm not as beautiful as you. How could I seduce your consorts? Silence fell upon the spiritual cultivation hall. Everyone stared at her in disbelief, especially Yuling. Miantong, what are you saying? You're 1,000, 10,000 times more beautiful than her. She can't even compare to a single strand of your hair. Does this fairy's sister truly not know her own beauty? Catherine was also left speechless, as if she had slapped someone only to be fed a candy.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
She was born noble and beautiful, long immune to praise. But this was the first time a female more beautiful than herself had complimented her, and it felt entirely different. You say I'm more beautiful than you. Yes, your monolids are unique, sharp when raised, cool when lowered, like a natural-born model. Of course. Catherine proudly lifted her eyes. Your nose bridge is perfectly proportioned. Most faces lack the grandeur to carry it, but you have no such issue. She had inherited that from her queen mother. Naturally blessed. But my favorite is your skin, that light brown tone, healthy and wild. Ha ha ha. At that everyone burst into laughter. Catherine instantly became furious. She was indeed mocking her. Su Miantong, you wretch. How dare you insult me with your pale skin? All her life she had loathed her brown skin. She had searched high and low for treasures, endured countless hardships to lighten it even a little, all in vain. To have skin like Su Miantong's, jade white smooth as cream, was something she dared not even dream of. And she had the audacity to expose her scar in public to humiliate her. She would destroy her. She raised her hand to drive her pheromones. But Su Miantong let out a long oh. So that was her weakness. After all the compliments, the only one she truly admired was her skin, which turned out to be what Catherine hated most. Beauty truly is subjective. Or do you prefer white skin? Obviously. Who wouldn't? The fairies in paintings all had skin like hers, snow white. She had always dreamed of it. I can help you. What? Catherine's pheromones halted mid-drive, as if doubting her ears. You, help me. Yes. Su Miantong pulled a phoenix tail flower badge from her pocket. I'm a researcher at the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, currently working on beauty products for females. One of them, called whitening lotion, has shown promising results. To convince her, she even threw dirt on herself. My skin is so pale because I've been using it consistently. Want to try? Really? Catherine couldn't believe it. She took the phoenix tail flower badge, swiped it on a mechanical soldier's screen, and all of Su Miantong's records at the National Academy appeared. Su Miantong, researcher in the Department of Pharmacognosy, the only female in the academy, holds a pink badge. It was real. Wow, Yuling was also stunned. Miantong, you're a scientist. That's incredible. She instantly became a fangirl. Even more compatible with her brother. This sister-in-law was a must. A glimmer of hope flickered in Catherine's eyes. Could she really concoct such a miraculous potion? One that could make her skin as white as Su Miantong's. She had searched the entire realm for treasures and failed. Can you really make me white? Absolutely. Why would you help me? And why? Niantong, she's so wicked. Don't help her. With me here you have nothing to fear. Yuling tried to stop her, but a glance from Su Miantong soothed her. It's fine. She trusted that Yuling would stand by her, but reliance could only last so long. Since the princess held a grudge and chased her all the way to Lan Huan Island, she would surely not relent when they reached the Central Star. She might even devise new ways to torment Fred and Enzo. This matter needed a final resolution sooner or later. Of course there's a condition. After I help you turn white, you must stop pestering Fred and Enzo and let me go. Let bygones be bygones. Catherine curled her lip. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of bargaining with me? Then forget it. Su Miantong retrieved her badge and smiled faintly. Brown-skinned princess. She deliberately emphasized the words brown skin, infuriating Catherine to the point of wanting to shift into her beast form and devour her. You. Everyone in the spirit cultivation hall was laughing, with Yuling laughing the loudest. She put her arm around Su Miantong and was about to walk out. Miantong, since she's so ungrateful, let's just ignore her and go play in the grassland, shall we? Wait. Two mechanized soldiers blocked their path. Catherine walked over, glaring at her viciously. Fine, I agree. But if you can't help me become fair-skinned, both you and the Gemini Star will die. It's a deal. Take her away. She waved her hand, but Yuling couldn't bear to let go. Miantong, don't go with her. It's all right, trust me. Then, if you're in danger or she breaks the deal, contact me through the optical device immediately. I'll come to help you right away. All right, don't worry. Su Miantong gestured to her optical device. After this is over, I'll invite you to come to Central Star for fun. Great. Are we leaving or not? Catherine grew impatient and dragged her out of the spirit cultivation hall. Just as she was about to let go, she noticed Su Miantong was wearing a military summons device on her wrist. The Gemini Star really treasures you like a jewel, gifting you such a rare item. She snatched it off jealously. Why didn't you call for help earlier and have them come rescue you? Her rough actions hurt Su Miantong's wrist. Su Miantong rubbed it and replied, given the political landscape of the Central Empire, Your Highness the Princess, it would be easier for you to punish them than to punish me, wouldn't it? Ha ha, you have some brains after all. She despised dealing with foolish people. Though she was detestable, she was not stupid. Catherine laughed loudly, watching Su Miantong keep rubbing her wrist. Her eyes reddened again, at the slightest force marks had already appeared. She couldn't even imagine, if she herself had fair skin and such a physique, how much pleasure there would be between the sheets. Just thinking about it made her impatient with desire. Where is the whitening lotion you just mentioned? I want to use it now. Just a moment. I'll contact the Institute and have them bring it over. Catherine said, send it directly to the palace. Until my skin becomes fair, you are not allowed anywhere except the Imperial Palace. Su Miantong dialed Lucilly's optical contact. It was answered within a second. Miantong, have you arrived at Blue Phantom Island? Lucilly was overjoyed. She had thought of him the very moment she landed. Yes. Su Miantong carefully chose her words. I met Her Highness the Princess on Blue Phantom Island. She asked me to help her with skin whitening. Could you please send a few bottles of the whitening lotion? The ones I saw in the experiment yesterday. She had checked the ingredients. They were indeed effective. The address is the Royal Palace. The princess. How did she end up on Blue Phantom Island? And why would she interact with Miantong and ask for her help? Lucilly, exceptionally brilliant, connected her words with the recent trending topic about the princess and the Gemini Star dispute and immediately understood her predicament. Miantong, did the princess cause you trouble? You're in danger right now. Su Miantong was rather impressed. He had grasped the situation within a second. No, it's really just about helping her with whitening. Though her tone was flat, Lucilly still didn't believe her. Is the princess by your side? Let me speak to her. Unable to refuse, Su Miantong turned the camera toward Catherine. Upon seeing the handsome male in the video, Catherine's expression suddenly turned coquettish. It was none other than Lucilly, the eldest legitimate son of the Rothschild Marquis, the top scholar of Central Star, and the president of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. She had assumed that when Su Miantong said she would call the Institute, she was merely contacting an ordinary staff member. She never expected it to be the president. Before she could feel pleased, the man's icy warning chilled her to the bone. Your Highness the Princess Miantong belongs to our National Academy of Sciences, which means she is mine. Should you dare harm her, I will hold the royal family fully accountable at any cost. Good. Catherine ground her teeth in fury. She, the honored eldest princess who stood above tens of thousands, had been provoked time and again lately. First the Imperial Gemini Star, then the eldest daughter of the Yu family, and now Lucilly. It was all because of Su Miantong. Everyone had become recklessly bold for her sake, daring to offend the royal family itself, careless of death. She wanted to fly into a rage, but he controlled the technological lifeline of the entire empire, and the Rothschild family held real power. Regardless, she had to show some restraint. Director Liu, how could you think so poorly of me? As long as Su Miantong assists me willingly, I will not make things difficult for her. That's good. Lu Silly was unwilling to utter another word to her, shifting his gaze instead to Su Miantong. Miantong, beyond the whitening lotion, is there anything else you need? Hearing his cold tone, Catherine instantly became overwhelmingly gentle, nearly driving her to smash the optical device. We also need. Su Miantong glanced at the irritable Catherine and named several chemical terms she would never understand. Lu Silly paused slightly. What did she need such highly corrosive acidic substances for? But then a faint smile touched his lips. His beautiful and kind little angel also had her moments of secret mischief. Very well, I'll have everything sent over. By the time Su Miantong ended the call, Catherine had already struck a mocking pose. She let out a derisive sniff and clapped slowly. Impressive, truly impressive. A female without any pheromone, a complete waste, has managed not only to capture the Empire's Gemini star, but also to pluck the Academy's most untouchable high flower. What remarkable skill. The Fox clan placed the utmost importance on the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate lines. Pure-blooded legitimate heirs typically possessed exceptional looks, while illegitimate sons and daughters fell considerably short, and distant collateral branches were far inferior by comparison. Lu Silly was the sole heir of the family's century-long orthodox lineage, his genetics and appearance, both of the highest caliber. She had long coveted his fame and desired to bring him into her harem. However, he possessed an aloof temperament and extraordinary intelligence, becoming president of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences at a young age, far beyond her ability to manipulate. She had given up and found a gray fox from a collateral branch as a substitute whose sensual prowess in bed was absolutely captivating. If even a mere collateral branch member possessed such abilities, she dared not imagine what Lu Silly himself must be like. It seemed her earlier dismissal of Su Miantong as merely a fox spirit temptress had been an understatement. She had managed to ensnare even such a captivating creature. A sudden interest stirred within her. Su Miantong, you went to the Imperial National Academy of Sciences for him, didn't you? Lurking around him, trying to win his favor, making him pity you. Su Miantong shot her a withering glare. Congratulations, you succeeded. Well, have you tasted him? How impressive is he in bed? Can you even handle him? Su Miantong, he is my superior. Pfft, stop pretending to be innocent. Both a leader and a guardian, you really know how to play the game, don't you? Be honest with me. Have you ever tried it with the Gemini star together? How does it feel? Is it worth your life? Can your fragile body handle it? Spurred by her words, Su Miantong suddenly recalled the absurd scene she had witnessed upon waking from her drunken stupor at the Earl's mansion family banquet. Though she was certain nothing had occurred, when she bathed she discovered her body was steeped in a familiar scent of hawk and wolf. Extremely potent. It was as if she had been in intimate contact during the heat of comfort. Are you reminiscing? Catherine suddenly leaned in, startling Su Miantong. I've fantasized about it long ago. That military hero, his strength, his taste, needless to imagine how exquisite. Su Miantong simply put on her earphones, closed her eyes, and reclined in the massage chair, shutting out her lewd chatter. The royal aircraft was indeed luxurious, far more comfortable than her ordinary model. Don't play dead with me. Get up. She had devoured all the finest meat, yet couldn't even bear to hear a word of complaint. How could such a good thing exist in this world? Just as Catherine was about to drag her up, Su Miantong said indifferently, I'm tired. If I don't rest well, it'll damage my brain, and then I might forget the whitening formula. Threatening her. Catherine wanted to claw at that enchanting face, but she held back, for the sake of her fair skin. When she awoke, they had arrived at the Imperial Palace. Su Miantong descended the aircraft with the mechanical soldiers beholding the sprawling, majestic royal palace, with its domed roofs, marble columns, beast totems, and lion-headed turrets. Every element spoke of lavish opulence, even the paving bricks underfoot seemed to gleam with gold. She had once gazed down upon such a magnificent scene from atop Fred, but standing amidst it now evoked a different sensation. Catherine, seeing the gleam of wonder in her eyes, felt her repeatedly wounded pride swell with satisfaction. You, a fatherless, motherless, powerless orphan female, have never seen such a sight, have you? Country bumpkin. Su Miantong. She had seen the White House after all. Look all you want, but don't let it sink in. You'll never have a chance to live here in this life unless some prince takes a fancy to you. Too bad, though. Even the most low-born, lowest-ranking prince would never set his eyes on a female without pheromones. Stop daydreaming, you're only fit to be a foot-washing maid for me. Su Miantong had never met anyone so adept at self-delusion. She strode straight into the palace. Someone fetch the whitening lotion. Remember, don't let Lucilei in, not even a single step. She deliberately emphasized the name Lucilei, as if afraid Su Miantong wouldn't hear. Yes. Fengong Pavilion. The guards brought the whitening lotion operating tools, and a large bundle of mysterious chemical agents. Su Miantong changed into work attire, donned gloves and goggles, and began manipulating a pile of reagents in glass vessels. Her calm, professional, and focused demeanor left Catherine utterly astonished. She really did look the part. Before this, Catherine had never believed that females could exist in a place like the National Academy of Sciences, but now she had tangible proof. Yet the question remained, could she actually concoct something useful? As she watched, her irritation grew. Because she noticed that not only she but also a group of male consorts kept lifting their heads to steal glances at Su Miantong as if they had never seen such a beautiful, extraordinary female. She had already endured it on the way to the palace. Everyone had been whispering about Su Miantong using words like beautiful, graceful, ethereal, and not a single gaze had fallen on her. Now back in the pavilion, even her own consorts couldn't keep their eyes in check. It's ready. Su Miantong carried the prepared mud mask over to Catherine and picked up a spatula. Tilt your head back, close your eyes, and I'll begin. What is this? A face mask. Su Miantong knew the Central Star's medical aesthetics industry was backward, but she hadn't expected it to be so primitive that they didn't even know what a face mask was. It's applied to the face. After a while, when you wash it off, your skin will become fine and radiant. I've also added whitening lotion for a brightening effect. Hurry up and put it on me. Catherine tilted her head back, already impatient. Su Miantong used the spatula to carefully spread the mask over half her face when Catherine suddenly erupted again, still staring. If any of you dares to sneak a peek again, I'll gouge out your eyes and pickle them in wine. Su Miantong's hand trembled momentarily, thinking the mask had taken effect so quickly. Only after hearing the rest did she realize Catherine was scolding the male consorts. Fortunately, Fred and Enzo hadn't been recruited. With their fiery temperaments, they wouldn't have lasted a few days. Just as she was thinking this, Catherine grabbed her wrist. You enjoy being stared at, don't you? Flaunting yourself in front of my consorts. Su Miantong, who was doing all the hard work. Get out. I know the basic steps now. Let my consorts apply it for me. Su Miantong. She couldn't quite follow Catherine's logic. If her consorts were sneaking looks at Su Miantong, shouldn't she make them leave instead? But it didn't matter. She was happy to have some leisure. She took off her gloves and walked out of Feng Long Pavilion. Having entered the palace, it was a rare opportunity to appreciate the beauty here. Catherine cursed her retreating figure as a fox spirit, then pointed at a nearby gray fox. You come and apply the mask for me. Su Miantong walked from the resplendent palace through the colorful back garden, finally arriving at a stretch of fresh, serene, and exceptionally tranquil emerald bamboo grove. She spread her arms, relaxing as she stepped in to breathe the fresh air. Walking deeper, she dimly glimpsed a black and white figure. Was that a giant panda? She froze in her tracks, her entire being trembling with excitement. She loved giant pandas. Back on Earth, she had frequently visited zoos to see them, memorizing every panda's name, characteristics, and even their living habits by heart. She never imagined such a rare creature existed here too. Even more surprising was the royal family's extravagance in keeping a national treasure as a pet. Suppressing her excitement, she slowly approached to confirm. It really was one. Its ear twitched. It had its back to her ears, fluffy body round with clean flowing black and white fur. From a distance, it looked like a soft triangular rice ball or a black sesame-filled glutinous rice dumpling, utterly adorable, making one want to pick it up and ruffle it to see if it was truly that soft. With that thought, she glanced around, a mischievous idea sprouting. On Earth, no matter how much she loved them, she could only observe from afar through glass, never touch. But here, the bamboo forest was deep and tranquil with no one in sight and no fences to confine it. It looked so tiny, like a cub. If she sneaked up and cuddled it for a while, no one would notice, right? So she crept forward, stealthily tiptoeing with a guilty air until she reached the giant panda behind. Then she suddenly bent down and swooped it up in one swift motion, as if launching a surprise attack. Huarong had been quietly cultivating his combat prowess at Bamboo Peak, when suddenly his entire body was lifted into someone's arms. Who? He immediately opened his eyes and was about to struggle when a clear, gentle voice drifted down from above. Wow, it's so comfortable and soft. It was actually a female. He turned his head and his gaze instantly froze. Not only was she a female, but she was breathtakingly beautiful, a celestial maiden straight out of a painting so unreal that he had never seen anything like her. But wasn't she being far too bold? At Bamboo Peak, she had picked up the beast form of a strange male, stroking and playing with him at will while whispering intimate words that made his face burn and heart race. It was exactly the behavior of an audacious flirt. Yet he had never encountered such a stunningly beautiful flirt. Was she drunk? He detected no trace of alcohol on her breath. Instead, he caught a faint fragrance of bamboo leaves, like fresh green shoots sprouting in spring, that made one's mouth water. It was lovely and intoxicating. Su Miantong was purring with delight as she stroked him when suddenly he turned his face and fixed those big round obsidian eyes straight on her, clear and bashful with a hint of shyness that stirred something primal within her. He was so well-behaved and adorable. Not just cute but incredibly good-looking. She had never seen a panda with such pristine fur and such lovely features, and she couldn't resist planting a kiss on him. Then she hoisted his front paws and buried her face in his fluffy belly, rocking back and forth wildly, just like when people cuddle their cats. A simple gesture like that sent Hua Rong into a panic. She actually kissed him. And buried her face in. He could feel every point of contact with crystal clarity, unable to suppress the contented whimpering sounds that escaped him. He had never before been so close to a female of his age, let alone experienced intimacy like this, and his entire body flushed a deep crimson. What came next? Would she transform into her beast form and mate with him? But she stopped abruptly. Su Miantong found the panda's sounds utterly endearing, yet feeling guilty about her sneaky behavior, and fearful of being discovered, she hushed him quietly as one might soothe a frightened creature. Don't make a sound, let's play quietly. Even like this she was telling him to stay silent, was she? Attempting to have a secret tryst with him. Afraid someone might find out. She really was a flirt. A sudden wave of anger and grievance washed over him. Su Miantong was completely unaware, her eyes curving into happy crescents as she pressed her forehead against his, her eyes sparkling with twinkling stars. It's so squishy, so pretty, so adorable. No wonder it's a national treasure. I really want to steal you away and play with you forever. Cutie, what color sack do you like? She expressed her fondness without any reservation or discomfort. But Hua Rong was overwhelmed by such intense affection and peerless beauty. His pure heart could not resist at all, and any resentment he felt simply vanished. She truly liked him enough to take him home. But in his excitement he transformed into his human form. Due to the size difference their positions shifted, so that he was pressing the petite female firmly beneath him. Their eyes met, their breaths mingled, and his trembling lips were mere inches away, just a slight movement, and they could kiss. He slowly gazed at her flushed moist lips, but the petite female beneath him seemed to startle, and let out a piercing scream, shoving him away hard. Pushed aside, Hua Rong sat there dumbfounded. What was wrong with her? Did she not like his human form? Su Miantong stumbled backward in fright, clutching a nearby bamboo stalk, so tightly that her trembling arms sent several plump little birds perched above flying away in terror. How can you be a person? Wait, how could he be a panda beastman instead of an ordinary giant panda? Although she had long known that everyone on Central Star could transform from their beast form, she had never seen anyone reveal their animal shape in broad daylight since moving here unless they had specifically requested it or given prior notice. Thinking back to what she had just done, creeping up behind it like a florist thief, hugging, kissing, and rubbing it, even burying her face in it. She had been doing all of that to a strange adult male. Her face burned with shame as she wanted nothing more than to throw herself off a cliff. Why did you transform into your beast form? After asking, she realized how problematic her question sounded. It sounded exactly like a pervert who, after assaulting a girl, then accusingly asked why her skirt was so short, deliberately seducing her. How despicable. His expression was equally unmistakable, deep sadness, as though he did not know how to explain. I'm sorry. Su Miantong immediately apologized 3 times in a row. To show her sincerity, she walked up to him and bowed 90 degrees. I didn't know you were a person earlier. I thought you were just an ordinary panda, which is why I acted that way. But I still offended you. You can hit me, scold me, or even call the police and have me arrested. I accept it all. Hua Rong was stunned by her words. How could she fail to distinguish between a beastman and an ordinary beast? What Su Miantong did not realize was that this cognitive gap of hers was as absurd as walking on Earth and seeing a person without knowing whether they were male or female. But Hua Rong now understood that she was not a flirt. How could a celestial maiden behave like a debauched rogue? Instead, he found her adorable as she held out her hands, offering herself to be punished, and felt ashamed and embarrassed for his earlier overthinking. It was all right. He waved his hand dismissively. Su Miantong, keeping her head bowed and missing the gesture, assumed he refused to forgive her. She turned to leave. Forget it, I'll just turn myself in. No need. Desperate to stop her but too afraid to grab her, Hua Rong panicked and began signing with his hands. Don't go. I've already forgiven you. Su Miantong saw and froze. So he hadn't been unable to explain because he didn't want to, he couldn't. He was mute. A wave of profound pity rose from the bottom of her heart. Such a pure, handsome young man, such a beautiful and lovely giant panda, how could he be unable to speak? It was truly heaven's jealousy of talented individuals. Fortunately, she had volunteered at a special needs school before and knew some sign language. Really? You forgave me? She looked at him happily and signed back, "Thank you, you're so kind." She actually knew sign language. Huarong's eyes lit up. In that instant it felt as though a long-sealed door deep within his heart was being gently pushed open, flooding him with the warm glow of sunlight. "Su Miantong, by the way, I still don't know your name." Huarong picked up a dry bamboo branch beside him and slowly wrote 2 characters on the ground. The handwriting was awkward yet carried a hint of endearing handsomeness, much like him. Huarong. Hua. The name collided with that of her favorite giant panda on Earth, a superstar, top female streamer, and director of the Cultural Tourism Bureau in the panda world. However, that panda was female while he was male. "Can I call you Rong?" It sounded fluffy, making one want to pet him. Rong. It sounded like a childhood nickname. But he didn't have a childhood nickname. No one had ever called him so affectionately. Huarong felt a bit shy, slightly turning his head, as if she could call him whatever she liked. "And you? My name is Su Miantong. Mian as in sleep, tang as in crabapple. The crabapple flower never sleeps." What a beautiful name. Huarong silently etched it into his heart. Then, if she called him Rong, could he also call her Tangang? Unfortunately, he couldn't voice it. "Rong, what is your position in the palace?" Su Miantong was curious. Since she entered the palace, she had only seen the princess and her consorts. But he was so innocent and looked very young, not the type Kaiselan would fancy. The rest were guards and servants. His combat ability was low, he didn't even evade when she sneak attacked him from behind. But surely the palace wouldn't enslave or bully a disabled person, would it? Moreover, he was a rare giant panda. "I am." Huarong hesitated, as if finding it hard to say, seeing that Su Miantong already understood something. "Really? A servant?" He was a little mute with such a gentle temperament. She dared not imagine how much bullying and abuse he would suffer in this cold palace. To spare him discomfort, she quickly changed the subject. "Do you know why I came to the palace?" Huarong shook his head. A celestial maiden he thought must have come to pray for the people of the Central Star. Aye. Su Miantong's voice suddenly trembled as she spoke, lifting her sleeve to wipe her tears. "I accidentally angered the Grand Princess, and she dragged me into the palace to abuse me. She beats me monthly, daily, 3 times a day whenever she has time. Woo. How could she do this? Treat a celestial maiden like this?" Huarong instantly became anxious upon hearing this. He walked up to her, tugged at her clothes, and rapidly signed. "Don't be afraid, I'll help you. Don't cry." Seeing the celestial maiden cry, his heart ached terribly. Su Miantong heard his whimpering again, different from before, seeming extremely anxious and distressed. Realizing she had gone too far, she immediately let go and made a funny face at him. "Haha, just kidding." She had only wanted to make herself sound pitiful so that he would feel better in comparison. Unexpectedly, after a moment of stunned silence, his face instantly flushed red, and he got angry. "Are you angry?" "Sorry, I didn't mean it." She actually did mean it. She always teased him. "Actually, I came to the palace to do beauty treatments for the princess." "Beauty treatment? What's that?" Haha. Su Miantong was again charmed by his cuteness. Was he already over it? Did his anger not even last 3 seconds? He didn't even need anyone to coax him. "Wanna know? Come sit here and I'll tell you." She sat beside a patch of sunflowers and beckoned him over. Before the blush on Huarong's face had faded, he obediently sat beside her, listening attentively to her words, while also watching their clothes brush lightly against each other in the wind. Su Miantong talked to him about beauty treatments, the Academy of Sciences, her own background interests, and interesting anecdotes from the Central Star. The more they talked, the more she felt he was innocent, kind, and easily trusting, as if she asked him to turn into a giant panda for her to play with, he would immediately agree. National treasures were adorable, and even in human form they were adorable. While they chatted about everything and enjoyed a peaceful time, the Fengong Pavilion fell into chaos. A group of male consorts were kicked to the ground, kneeling in a dark mess. "Get out! Get out! Get out! All of you are clumsy and stupid, can't even do this little thing right, you've made me hurt so much." Kaiselan's face was patchy, some parts dry, some wet, some thick, some thin. Under the uneven stimulation, her skin began to redden and her temper flared up. After scolding all the male consorts, she started applying the mixture herself in front of the mirror. Unexpectedly, it hurt even more, so much that her eyes turned red. How could this be? When Su Miantong applied it just now, she felt nothing at all. Was it just her special technique? Go and summon Su Miantong. Hurry. Yes, Your Highness." The guards took the order and immediately went to find Su Miantong. But after 5 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, they still hadn't found her. Kaiselan grew impatient. "You bunch of useless idiots. Can't even find a female without pheromones. What good are you?" She activated her pheromones and sensed 2 figures in the bamboo peak behind the mountain. What was she doing there? Do you prefer fresh bamboo leaves? or freshly sprouted bamboo shoots? Su Miantong, holding a bamboo leaf in one hand and a bamboo shoot in the other, asked Huarong. Huarong looked at them. I like both, but I prefer bamboo shoots because you just dug them out with your own hands. Then here's the bamboo shoot. Su Miantong handed it over excitedly. Oh my, she was actually feeding a giant panda. If only he could transform into his original form to eat it would be even better. Perhaps the light of expectation in her eyes was too obvious and Huarong sensed it. Do you want me to transform into my beast form? Can you? Su Miantong was overjoyed. Huarong avoided her eyes and nodded shyly. Just as he was about to transform, someone grabbed Su Miantong's hand from behind. Let's go. She turned around in confusion and saw a woman with blotches of black, brown, and red on her face charging over aggressively like a zombie crawling out of a mud pit. Startled, she screamed, "Ah! Kai Selin, what are you screaming for? Did you see a ghost?" Su Miantong. Yes. Huarong was also startled by her appearance and only recognized her after hearing her voice. Elder sister. Kai Selin gave him a perfunctory glance. Your Majesty. Ah. Su Miantong was stunned. This time it wasn't Kai Selin's face that shocked her but her words. Your Majesty. Huarong was actually her brother, the king of the Central Star. She had thought he was just a mute servant sold into the palace, oppressed everywhere, and had imagined a whole series of tragic stories. But in the end, why didn't he tell her? What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Can't you see my face is about to turn into a calico cat? Kai Selin was impatient. Huarong also wanted to follow, but she glared at him. What are you following for? Stay here and cultivate your useless combat power properly. See if you can reach S level in your lifetime. Huarong stopped. Su Miantong's cognition was once again shaken. Had Catherine's authority grown so great that she could reprimand the emperor? In a monarchy where royal power was centralized, shouldn't the emperor's authority be supreme? Hurry. I have to go now. I'll find you when I'm free. She urgently signed to Huarong, who clenched his hands and nodded. Princess, didn't you say you already knew the basic usage? Why did you call me back? I'd better not go lest I be accused of deliberately flaunting my charms to seduce your male consort. Catherine said you're quite pleased with yourself, aren't you? Yes. She had even more reasons to be proud. But why were you so harsh with His Majesty just now? Harsh? Catherine laughed. For a male who barely managed to reach A-class combat power, my attitude was already gracious enough. If he weren't the new king, I wouldn't even spare him a glance. Think of my several royal brothers. Each one is a dragon among men, top-tier S-class males. S-class males. Su Miantong had indeed heard Fred and Enzo mention it. The several princes in the palace were all S-class males born to the SS top-class female Queen Jenny, and each was listed as a crown prince. In that case, why was Huarong chosen as the new king? Because his species is rather rare. That made sense. Su Miantong nodded. If a vote were held among the royal princes, she would definitely choose the giant panda too. Seeing her believing look, Catherine suddenly burst into thunderous laughter as if mocking a fool. You didn't actually believe that, did you? Su Miantong. Ha ha, how foolishly naive. I'll tell you. The reason he was chosen as the new king is simply because he's mute, cannot speak, and has a low combat level, so he obediently plays the puppet. A puppet emperor. No wonder Fred and Enzo never mentioned the emperor when talking about the palace. Everyone silently regarded him as nothing but an empty shell. So he was a pitiable one after all. But one thing was odd. From her observations, a male's combat level on this planet was closely tied to the strength of his true form. For instance, Fred and Enzo stood at the top of the food chain, and Lucille's intellect was extraordinary, so they were S-class males. Yet the giant panda was an ancient divine beast, the Mount of Chiyu, with a majestic name, Iron-Eating Beast. And since they were all children of Queen Jenny, why were the others effortlessly S-class, while he, after arduous training, was only A-class? The true power in the Central Star now belongs to my mother. Until my elder brother recovers, she will never allow anyone to usurp. She stopped mid-sentence. Why was she telling her all this? Stop asking. The more you know, the sooner you die. Now go put a mask on me. Su Miantong reapplied the mask for her. Catherine was very satisfied. It was smooth even in thickness and painless throughout. She stared at Su Miantong's hands with puzzlement. Why were they different from others? What was so magical about them? How long do I need to keep this mask on before washing it off? Su Miantong paused in her motion of putting away the mixing tools. 3 days. 3 days. So long. Do I have to eat and sleep with it and never go out? Su Miantong, are you messing with me? No, Your Highness. Your skin tone has been with you since birth, persisting for over 20 years. Do you expect it to change in just a few minutes? This is science, not magic. Catherine was speechless. Indeed, since childhood she had exhausted every effort and searched for countless treasures, yet failed to become fairer. Thinking about it, 3 days wasn't that long. For the sake of beauty, she could endure this hardship. But to prevent Su Miantang from tricking her or causing any mishap, she decided to keep her by her side for all activities. At lunchtime, a magnetic floating tray appeared at the entrance of Fengyang Pavilion. Oh, a rare guest. Catherine's voice was sarcastic. Su Miantang looked up. It was Huarong. Just as she was about to greet him, the princess gave him the cold shoulder. What are you doing here? I came to. He signed, but Catherine was extremely impatient. What's that messy waving? You want to eat here. But this place is all meat from beasts of prey, no food for you. Go to bamboo shoots in the back mountain. Su Miantang frowned. She couldn't stand seeing anyone treat a giant panda so harshly. He was a national treasure. Catherine, don't yell at him. If you must yell, yell at me. Tantang. Huarong's eyes flickered with surprise as he looked at her. This was the first time someone dared to defy his elder sister, and it was to defend him. Catherine hadn't expected that this little good-for-nothing, who had been respectful and submissive to her every taunt and command all the way from Blue Phantom Island to the palace, never showing a temper, would now flare up at her for a puppet emperor and even audibly call her by name. She suddenly recalled the bamboo grove encounter she had overlooked earlier, thinking it was a coincidence. But now Huarong had come to her palace for the first time. Was it a mutual admiration between two useless souls, or... I never expected, Su Miantang, that your taste is so varied. Su Miantang. I thought you had a big appetite, only picking premium S-class males. But it turns out you're not picky at all, any type will do. Su Miantang. What was going on in her head? She wanted to dig it out and study it. Elder sister, stop scolding her. I'll leave now. Huarong finished signing hastily and turned to leave. He couldn't bear to see Tangdang insulted, not even a little. The feeling was like needles pricking his heart, a fine dense pain, thousands of times more agonizing than when others mocked him for his low rank or being a mute. It was all because he was too weak. If only he could be as powerful as his royal brothers, he could protect her. Hey! Su Miantang looked at his retreating figure, then at Catherine. What are you staring at? I haven't punished you for your insolence yet, As Catherine spoke, a sudden sharp pain shot through her face, as if burned by fire, scorching hot and maddeningly itchy. My face. It hurts so much. It hurts. It seemed the medicine was taking effect. Su Miantang sat down calmly and began to eat. What's going on? Su Miantang, what's going on? Are you playing tricks? The whitening essence is taking effect. I advise you not to scratch or wipe it off, or everything will be wasted. It hurts so much, it itches so much. How can I not scratch? Do I have to endure this the whole time? Driven mad by the pain, she overturned the table. Su Miantang had anticipated this and was already holding a bowl and chopsticks. Beauty always comes at a price. Does it hurt? She had only added a tiny bit of something to it, and he was already in such agony. Back then, when Filade and Inzua had been induced by her pheromones in public, forced into a compulsive heat, that experience had been 1,000 times more agonizing than this. Kaiselin raged on, overturning the dining table, smashing the flower vase, tearing down the curtains, kicking at the male companions several times, and finally grabbing Su Miantang by the collar. Don't let me catch you meddling. If my face is ruined, I'll wipe out your entire clan and exterminate your 9 generations. Oh. Su Miantang replied coldly. She almost said that her 9 generations consisted of only one person. Kaiselin's face was racked with agony, as if ants were devouring her skin, and she could not sit still for a moment, soon screaming and running out. Seeing this, Su Miantang also set down her bowl and went to find Huarong. She circled the imperial palace, but couldn't spot him, so she headed toward the bamboo peak on the back mountain, and indeed there he was. He sat cross-legged deep within the bamboo grove, as though cultivating. Huarong. She called out to him from a distance. He showed no response, but after a moment his body suddenly convulsed, and he wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Su Miantang hurried over and actually saw him vomiting blood. Huarong, what's wrong with you? Why are you bleeding? Upon seeing her, Huarong's eyes lit up with delight. It's fine, it's just cultivation, perfectly normal. Sister, did she give you any trouble? All my fault, I shouldn't have come looking for you. She had no time to discuss such matters, only frowning as she gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Normal. Did he take her for a fool? Normal cultivation only made one's body stronger. How could it cause one to vomit blood? I'd say you've gone into chi deviation. Why are you working yourself so relentlessly? As far as she knew, the rank of male and female on the Central Star was predetermined at birth. Only a small minority would undergo secondary differentiation between the ages of 18 and 22, or like Admiral Yasalandi, possess extraordinary talent and perform miracles. Otherwise nothing would change, and no amount of cultivation would do more than strengthen the body. Could it be because he had been scolded by Kaiselin just now and felt himself too weak, causing his blood to surge to his heart? Huarong, some people despise you for no reason at all. You don't need to care about them because there are people far more worthy of your attention. More worthy of attention. Those who like you and those you like. Those you like. Hua Rong's gaze suddenly darted away in panic, unsure where to place his hands, and a faint blush crept across his cheeks. But if I don't cultivate to become strong, I won't be able to protect the one I like. The prerequisite for protecting others is to protect yourself first. Su Miantong sat down beside him. Moreover, the person who likes you won't change their feelings regardless of whether you're strong or weak. They will always like you purely and simply. She patted herself down and finally found a piece of candy. Here for you. Eat this, and you won't feel sad anymore. What is this? Cotton candy. I made it myself. Only one piece. Huh. At first Su Miantong thought he was complaining about the small amount, but after a moment she realized he meant if he ate it all there would be none left for her. Who wouldn't like someone so pure-hearted, so kind, always considering others before himself? It was only that spoiled Princess Kaiselin who might dislike him, and even she wasn't feeling great right now. I've already eaten quite a lot, so let me save this one for you to taste. Hua Rong peeled off the candy wrapper and put it in his mouth. When he tasted it, his eyes widened in surprise, then a faint mist of emotion welled up within them. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever been willing to speak so many words to him, comfort him, encourage him, tell him to take good care of himself, or leave the very last piece of candy for him. The one he liked. He hadn't once understood what liking someone meant before, but now he seemed to grasp it. His chest swelled with warmth, brimming entirely with tang, and yet it didn't hurt at all. It was as sweet and exquisite as the candy in his mouth. He liked tang. What's wrong? Does it not taste good? Su Miantong asked in puzzlement. She had given candy to many people before, and everyone had praised it highly, but his expression made it seem as though he were about to cry. Hua Rong said nothing and directly transformed into his beast form. When a male exposes his beast form before a female of his own volition, it is an expression of affection, a courtship gesture, and even a pledge to devote his entire life to her alone. His world could now hold no one else. Su Miantong watched him suddenly transform back into a giant panda, her eyes lighting up. Instinctively, she reached out to stroke his fur, then pulled her hand back. He was still grieving. She had to exercise restrain herself. But Hua Rong moved closer on his own. What did he mean? Was he offering himself to be petted? The young woman was overjoyed. That evening, having spent the whole day playing with a national treasure, a deeply satisfied Su Miantong called Lu Silly via her light brain to report her progress, then prepared for bed. Unexpectedly, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside the mosquito net. What was that? She perked her ears alertly. Could it be some kind of wild beast? Was the palace security really this lax? Before she could finish thinking, a tearing sound echoed. Someone had ripped apart the mosquito net. Through the bright moonlight, she could see a woman with a wine bottle in hand, her face smudged black, her clothes in disarray. She appeared thoroughly drunk, stumbling as she walked. Su Miantong, you worthless thing. Tell me, do you look down on me too? Consider myself a grand princess. Being bullied by the eldest miss of the Yu family was one thing, but even the twin stars dared to dislike me and rebel against me. And now even Lu Silly dares to warn me. They're all just bullying us because our royal clan is in decline with no heir to inherit. In the past we still had Admiral Yoselandi, the war god, for us to rely upon. No one dared to act recklessly. But now he has perished too, leaving only Mother and a few princes whose titles are mere empty honors. Although Mother is SS rank, the supreme ruler of the world, she is a female and possesses no combat strength. No matter how powerful she is, she cannot withstand the merciless mecha shells of our enemies. Here we go again, throwing a fit. Added to her status as a princess, she could barely be called a deranged princess at most. Su Miantong sat quietly on her bed and waited for her to finish her outburst. She truly didn't understand. Her face was already swollen and painful, yet she still couldn't keep still. It seemed the dosage had been too light. Still, she knew to drink and numb her senses, which showed a shred of intelligence. Not much, but something. But things shouldn't have come to this. No, they should not. The royal family should flourish for generations, basking in supreme glory. Since ancient times, the central star system has belonged to our lion clan. The beast god has looked upon us with favor, sending down a wise and valiant lion king every few hundred years to lead all people. 20-odd years ago, a miracle was born, a male lion of SS rank combat power, with naturally heterochromatic eyes. That was my royal elder brother Jun Chingyin. He was Mother's firstborn, her most beloved and cherished child. From the moment of his birth, he was named Crown Prince, the sole heir to the planet, adored by all people and celebrated throughout the land. He was destined to become a renowned war god, just like Admiral Yoselandi. Yet, because his genes were far too outstanding, he was abducted by enemies at merely 6 years of age and taken into laboratories to be studied and his genes modified. My elder brother endured countless days and nights of torment within those labs, suffering inhuman torture before managing to escape. When he returned to the palace, his genes had mutated and his mind had shattered. He had become nothing more than a beast. The sole shred of rationality he retained was the last dignity of an SS rank male. The Empress Dowager was heartbroken over this, scouring the realm for high-level females, hoping their pheromones could heal him, but none proved effective, and it only deepened his revulsion toward females. Even now, everyone has given up except the Empress Dowager. She burns incense and prays to the gods daily, hoping for a divine miracle one day, which is why she would rather install Huarong as a puppet king than allow anyone else to ascend the throne. Because that seat was reserved solely for my elder brother. Only he is the true Lion King. But everyone knows it can no longer be. All these years have passed and my elder brother can never regain his human form again. Tell me, if the crown prince were still well, would these people dare to trample upon me? Would they still dare to scorn the dignity of the royal family? I fear they wouldn't even dare to speak loudly, haha. Catherine raved, drunkenly downing drink after drink, her words broken and slurred. Su Manting could make nothing of it. Was she drunk and babbling? Or had she simply lost her mind from anger? Catherine stumbled to her bedside and clicked on the lamp with a sharp snap, catching the look of disbelief on her face. What do you mean, huh? You don't believe this, humble one? Su Manting replied, as far as I know, males with SS-level combat power are extremely rare. Central City has only one General Yoselandi. I've never heard of any in the royal family. That's because my elder brother is the deepest wound in everyone's hearts. They simply refuse to speak of him. Oh. Su Manning remained unconvinced, but to get her to leave so she could sleep, she pretended to believe. Your acting is shameless. Catherine saw right through her and in a fit of rage dragged her off the bed. Since you won't believe me, I'll take you there to see for yourself. Hey, in the middle of the night, where are we going? Su Manning feared she was drunk and might lead her somewhere desolate to pass out. But surprisingly, Catherine's aim was precise. She boarded a magnetic hover disc and swooped through one opulent palace after another. Catherine, stop. Driving while intoxicated is dangerous. Coward. I'm an S-rank female. Do you think I'd let you fall? Get down. Finally, they stopped before a towering black hall. The structure was jet black, surrounded by 18 lion head statues. Just looking at it exuded overwhelming majesty. At the top hung two large characters, nearly invisible in the dim light. Su Manning had a feeling this hall was different from all the others. Not just because of its color, its lighting, or its aura. Catherine pulled her inside. As expected, entry required royal credentials, infrared scanning, iris verification, and 4 or 5 other procedures, followed by a robot guide leading them through a long trap-filled corridor, far more complex than entering Laboratory No. 1 of the Academy of Sciences. Deep within the Eastern Palace, it was pitch black and utterly silent. In that stillness, an ear hidden beneath thick mane twitched alertly. Who? How dare they disturb his peace? Your Highness, please follow. The robot bowed formally, then switched on the lights. With a sudden flash, 1,000 beams blazed to life all at once. Caught completely off guard, Su Manning witnessed a breathtaking sight. The vast inner hall contained no furnishings whatsoever, only a massive cage forged of dark iron. At its center lay a colossal male lion prone. Its eyes were half closed, its muzzle broad, its head magnificent, surrounded by a halo of flowing golden mane like flames. It looked majestic and awe-inspiring, its body stretching 4 or 5 meters long with a thick, powerful tail and white claws gleaming sharper than any blade. She had never seen such a grand lion with such magnificent mane, truly awe-inspiring. If not for the cage, she would have turned and run immediately. Seeking death. Not only did they come to disturb his peace, but they also dared to stare at him brazenly. Suddenly, the male lion opened his eyes. Those were incredibly clear, brilliant sapphire blue eyes, like the heart of the ocean itself, yet beneath that brilliance lay a coldness deeper than ice. Just as his overlapping pupils were about to unleash their power, he paused. He guessed it was another female. But not like this one. So beautiful. In his short time since returning to this world, he had never seen such a petite female. His eyes, usually filled with irritability and hostility, experienced a rare moment of blankness. Burp! Catherine let out a drunken belch and pointed vaguely at the lion in the cage. See. Believe me now, this is my elder brother, the Crown Prince of the Central Empire, an SS-level male warrior. Even reduced to beast form, his bearing is extraordinary. If you have any discernment, you should believe me now, correct? I believe you. Su Manting nodded. This time she truly believed it. Such a massive lion was obviously abnormal. It felt like it could swallow a person whole in one bite. Sister, who is she? The male lion slowly rose and shook his golden mane. As he was about to ask Catherine, a deep, powerful roar erupted, sending Su Manning into a panic. She literally climbed onto the person beside her. Huh. This time Catherine screamed. She slowly and unbelievably looked up at Su Montong, who was clinging to her desperately. Her drunkenness cleared considerably. "What are you doing? How dare you climb on me?" During her intimate moments with her male consorts, she was always on top. How dare she climb upon her? Absolutely audacious. Su Montong. Oh right, she had been scared by a male lion and climbed onto a female lion instead. "I am sorry." She forced an awkward smile and pointed at the cage to explain. "I was afraid it would bite me." Bite her. In an instant, an unparalleled fury exploded in the male lion's sapphire eyes. He was an SS level male born with double pupils. Even reduced to beast form, a single glance could reduce her to ashes in an instant. And she dared to compare him to a dog, a biting dog. Roar. This time it truly unleashed a mighty bellow, its momentum so terrifying that it made one tremble and shudder as if about to be devoured. Su Miantong immediately fled. Catherine's intoxication was completely jolted awake by the roar, and only then did she realize. What was she doing? She had actually brought Su Miantong into the forbidden area of the palace. Crown Prince, forgive us, we'll leave right away. Get out. The lion stared intently at Su Miantong's fleeing figure and roared a few more times. Females indeed were all greedy, foolish, and arrogant. Now he had one more reason to despise them: cowardice. He loathed them utterly. Utterly. Even if they were beautiful. That night in his dreams he tore Su Miantong's clothes apart with his claws piece by piece and devoured her. In the dead of night, after such a fright, Su Miantong barely slept. Early the next morning, she was awakened by the palace bells. She had planned to catch up on sleep, but unexpectedly that madman Catherine showed up again. "Su Miantong, are you mocking me? This pitch-black mask is almost dry on my face, clinging like a toad, disgusting." She was far too noisy. Su Miantong couldn't help but reach out and forcefully peel off the mud mask from the corner of her chin. "What are you doing? Go look in the mirror yourself." Mirror. Catherine half doubtfully walked to the bronze mirror, lifted her chin, and was astonished to see. It was white. White. Truly white. The pale skin she had desperately sought for most of her life had actually become a reality. Though it was still far from Su Miantong's snowy radiance, it was a vast improvement over her previous brown skin. These past few days of hardship were not in vain. Su Miantong glanced sideways. She truly felt that the light brown skin suited her bold and wild features better. Now she had lost her personal charm. Su Miantong. Catherine turned around in ecstasy and found that she had already fallen asleep. Rarely she did not rush over to grab her, but stood quietly by the bed gazing at her, a new scheme forming in her mind. Unexpectedly, this little good-for-nothing actually had some skills. Suddenly she no longer desired the Empire's twin stars as she wanted her. Throughout her life her greatest concern was her appearance. Compared to her face, mere males were insignificant. And Su Miantong possessed the power to transform the ugly into the beautiful. Since she could turn brown skin white, she could surely adjust other facial flaws. If only she could keep her trapped in the palace, as her personal dressing made nothing could be better. Although the Central Star strictly forbade enslaving females, she believed that with enough temptation Su Miantong would willingly stay. Su Miantong slept until noon. Feeling hungry, she prepared to get up and find food. Suddenly she caught a fragrant aroma that stirred her appetite. Following the scent, she saw Catherine sitting in the hall surrounded by a colorful array of dishes. Seeing her, Catherine beckoned gently. "Su Miantong, you're awake. You must be hungry after sleeping so long. Come and eat." A lioness who only ate meat had actually prepared vegetables and rice, and her tone was so gentle, it was utterly abnormal. A proverb instantly flashed through Su Miantong's mind: a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. What is this? All of this is for you to thank you for whitening my skin. No need, as long as you keep your promise. Of course. Catherine curled her lips into a slight smile. From now on I won't bother the twin stars anymore, but let's not talk about that now. You've helped me, so I must reward you. Tell me, what do you want? Gold and jewels. Su Miantong shook her head. The monthly allowance from the Empire's Female Protection Agency was more than she could spend, as she was not short of money. Rare herbs. She shook her head again. She had been very interested in them before, but after entering the Scientific Research Institute she discovered that its stock of rare herbs and miraculous potions was enough for a lifetime of study. Then, seeing that material possessions could not move her, Catherine glanced at her male consorts, gritted her teeth, and decided to part with the treasure. "Take a look at my palace's male consorts. Pick whichever one you like, and I'll give him to you." Su Miantong nearly spat out a mouthful of beast milk. No, not enough. Catherine gritted her teeth again. "Then pick a few more. Tonight I'll send them all to your room to serve you together. Don't say I'm not generous. These are all carefully trained by me. Every one of them is skilled in bed, guaranteed to make you swoon with pleasure." She wasn't lacking in generosity, she was overly generous. Su Miantong waved her hand. No, I don't have such a heavy taste. Heavy taste? This is heavy. It was utterly ordinary. Catherine was convinced she was feigning innocence. Surely she had slept with too many high-quality males like the twin stars and Lucille, and looked down on her harem. If you find them boring, I can tell you an even more exciting game: have them transform into their beast forms and then with you. But with your delicate body you should be cautious, and pick some gentle ones. Be careful not to get broken, for when beasts are in heat they are ferocious and reckless. Su Miantong's mouth twitched. What had she just heard? She wanted to cut off her ears. I often feel out of place with you all because I'm not perverted enough. You. Catherine grew anxious. Su Miantong was impervious to all inducements. Gold, treasures, herbs, males. She refused everything. Would she have to use her pheromones to force her? She didn't want to damage her brain, which she still needed for beauty treatments. What do you want? If possible. Su Miantong finished her meal, picked up a napkin, and elegantly wiped her hands. Let me go now. I need to go to work. Go. No way. She refused to believe there was nothing she could use to control Su Miantong. Report. A guard suddenly ran in from outside and whispered something in her ear. After listening, Catherine laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, heaven helps me. Fine, Su Miantong, you can go, but when you leave the twin stars we'll have to stay. What do you mean, huh? Su Miantong's expression turned serious. Catherine, you promised me that after this you would no longer trouble them. Are you going back on your word? Don't accuse me unjustly. See for yourself. She opened her light brain and tossed it to her. On it was a royal decree. Fred Pearls and Enzo Oshaburn had forcibly entered the palace, severely wounding hundreds of imperial guards. An emergency arrest warrant had been issued. Forcibly entered the palace. How could this happen? Could it be that they knew she had been taken by the princess? She immediately pulled out her light brain and saw dozens of missed calls. It was all because she had slept through them. She hadn't told them she had been captured by the princess, fearing they would act impulsively and do something irreparable. She had also been actively maintaining contact on the light brain these past few days, creating the illusion that she was still studying on Blue Hologram Island, planning to return and tell them after everything was resolved. But unexpectedly. How did they know I was here? Was it you? What do you take me for? Once I promise something, I always keep it. I heard that Madame Joy went to Blue Hologram Island to deliver something to you and learn the news from the staff. If you must blame someone, blame your future good mother-in-law for being too thoughtful, so that's how it was. Su Miantong clenched the light brain in regret. Tisk, truly touching. The twin stars for your sake have not hesitated to defy me and spend a fortune. Now they even dare to openly oppose the royal family. They once swore eternal loyalty to the crown. This shows how deeply they love you, but according to Central Star law, forcibly entering the palace and severely wounding imperial guards carries a sentence of 3 to 5 years in prison. But don't worry too much. Saving them is simple, just one word from me. Really? Su Miantong looked up. Really, but you must first agree to one condition. Another condition. She certainly knew how to drive a hard bargain. What condition? You will stay in the palace as my maid, specializing in my beauty treatments. Riches and honor will be yours. Impossible. Su Miantong refused without a second thought. Are you sure? Catherine gritted her teeth. Refusing means sending the twin stars to prison. Su Miantong remained silent, ignoring her. Guards. Wait. Changed your mind? Catherine flashed a confident smile. Su Miantong slowly nodded. Changed my mind, but not to accept your condition. Instead, I can help you with another favor. Another favor. I can help your crown prince brother regain his human form. What? Catherine was stunned, then burst into thunderous laughter as if she had heard the most absurd tale. Ha ha, are you joking? No. After hearing the crown prince's story last night, she had been thinking if his mental collapse and degeneration into a beast were caused by genetic mutation, then if the artificially altered genes were restored to normal, would he also regain his human form? Is this condition enough? Enough, of course enough. Catherine laughed so hard she had to steady herself on the table. If you can cure the crown prince, let alone releasing the twin stars, even if you asked for half, the imperial city mother would not hesitate to offer it. But you. Ha ha. Don't you know that all the S-class females in the Central Star have tried and not a single one succeeded? You, a female without even pheromones, where do you get your confidence? That's not your concern. I have my own methods. Release Fred and Enzo first. Fine. Catherine yielded for the moment, convinced that Su Miantong would fail. Once she hit a dead end and still refused to stay, she could always arrest the twin stars again. Don't say I didn't warn you. My brother now utterly despises females. Be careful, he might eat you in one bite. Previously, the S-class females brought by the Empress were all rejected by the Crown Prince for their offensive pheromones. They couldn't even get close before being roared away, let alone her. She remembered that last night Su Miantong had run even faster than she did. Right. Thank you. Su Miantong said nothing more and returned to her room to call Fred and Enzo on the light brain. Candy, are you all right? Did the princess hurt you? On the other end, the two young officers were anxious and deeply concerned. I'm fine, but you two fought with the Imperial Guards, are you hurt? Su Miantong carefully examined them. They shook their heads. No, those palace guards can't hurt us. But the royal family had restrictions they couldn't break through no matter how hard they tried. That's good. I'm sorry. Su Miantong showed a reassuring smile and patiently explained everything to them, finally calming them down. After ending the call, she began to seriously consider how to save the Great Lion. Before she could think of a plan, Huarong arrived first. Rong, why are you here? She stood up happily, but Huarong's eyes were full of worry and his gestures seemed hurried. Tong, I heard you're going to treat the crown prince. Yes, are you worried about me? Or do you not believe in me either? Su Miantong thought he was like Catherine, but unexpectedly, he made a firm gesture. No, I believe in you. He had searched for her information on the light brain and memorized every word. She was truly remarkable, just like the legendary fairy. Really? But my brother was captured by villains and taken to a laboratory as a child. He hates researchers the most. I'm afraid he might hurt you. This was something she hadn't considered. Almost all animals that escaped from experiments never wanted to return. Even if caught again, they would have a series of stress reactions. She could handle small mice and rabbits, but a lion of this size, she would only be eaten. I understand. Before treatment, I need to tame it, make it completely trust and depend on me. Huarong was shocked. Did she just say, tame the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince was an SS-class male, the highest combat representative in the palace, and now his temper was so fierce that even the Empress could barely control him. Rong, can you help me look up some information in the palace about the Crown Prince? Of course. Thank you. Su Miantong combined the secrets he had found with her own knowledge and summarized a set of 4 steps to tame a beast. Step 1. To tame a beast far stronger and fiercer than oneself, one must first overcome inner fear. Summoning her courage, she re-entered the place where she had fled yesterday. Deep within the Eastern Palace, inside the vast iron cage, the lion's ears twitched slightly and his brow furrowed deeply. Who was disturbing his peace again? He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a small female standing before him, dressed in a gorgeous, colorful velvet puffball skirt. Her thick, enchanting curly hair was half tied up and half loose. Around her snow-white neck hung several lustrous strands of round pearls. The hem of her skirt was adorned with lace trim. The tightly laced corset perfectly accentuated her slender waist and the graceful curve of her chest. She was breathtakingly beautiful.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
Everyone had their eyes on one particular painting, the Immortal. They fought over it, but the Empress gave it solely to him. The Immortal in the painting was dressed almost exactly like the little female before him now, but her figure and face were even more enchanting than the Immortal's. But wasn't she the cowardly female who insulted him yesterday? How dare she come again, thinking he wouldn't recognize her just because she changed her clothes? She even dared to impersonate his beloved fairy. Roar! He let out another furious roar. Su Miantong's legs trembled slightly from the deafening roar, but she kept encouraging herself in her heart. Must not be cowardly. Must not be cowardly. Once cowardice sets in, failure follows. Although it now appeared as a massive ferocious lion, human reason still lingered in its mind, and it would not bite recklessly. The second step of taming, making it recognize and become familiar with her. Starting with sight and scent. Visually, she dressed as the woman in a painting he once loved most. Judging by the reaction, it seemed to have successfully stirred some memories. As for the scent, she slowly approached the dark iron cage and reached her hand inside, as if testing a fierce stray cat or dog on the roadside. Hi. Come here, don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you, I'm here to save you. The male lion had thought that a single roar would scare her away, just like yesterday. Unexpectedly, she not only didn't run but boldly walked over and reached her hand into the cage. Was she planning to offer her body as food? He slowly stood up, walked over with a fierce glare, ready to tear off her arm with a bloody bite. But unexpectedly, the scent of peonies drifted into his nostrils. The fragrance was subtle, gentle, intoxicatingly sweet, with a miraculous ability to soothe emotions. He was momentarily dazed and fell into memories again. When he was locked in the endless sunless laboratory, facing only cold needles, instruments, and cruel enemies every day. His only thought was the beautiful peony bush he had planted with his own hands in the palace's rear garden. When summer came, they bloomed so passionately and brilliantly, their fragrance so wonderful and enchanting that thinking of them ignited his hope to live. But when he returned, he found all the flowers withered and he had turned into a beast. Nothing could ever go back. Could it really be working? Su Miantong saw it stop, showing no intention to attack. Overjoyed, she opened the cage. When the lion came to his senses, he found this reckless little female had actually stepped into his cage, seeking death. Don't think he didn't know she wore his favorite fairy attire, sprayed his favorite perfume scent, deliberately trying to seduce him, but actually hid a laser gun specially designed for beasts under her skirt, intending to lower his guard first, then shoot him down and take him away. She was exactly like those cruel enemies. The emotions that had just been calmed suddenly spiraled out of control, and he lunged at her ferociously. Su Miantong knew that entering a lion's territory rashly was extremely dangerous, but she didn't expect it to react so violently, attacking without giving her even a moment. She had no time to draw the laser gun. When she was tackled, she instinctively reached out to push it away. Suddenly a tingling, numbing sensation, like an electric shock, swept over him. The lion shuddered, released her, and retreated several meters. In his rage-filled eyes, a rare expression of shame and embarrassment emerged. She was simply a shameless little female daring to stroke a male's nape right away. Su Miantong thought she was in for trouble. But unexpectedly, just as it bared its sharp teeth, it quickly retracted them and bounced back to the corner, staring at its own hand with an extremely angry yet evasive look. Only then did she remember that the nape of Central Star Beastmen were very sensitive, no less than humans. She scratched her head awkwardly. Didn't you apply a protective film? After saying that, she realized she had said the wrong thing. Roar. Sure enough, the lion roared at her again, the angry voice seeming to say, "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm seducing you? Don't misunderstand." Su Miantong quickly got up from the ground and sincerely apologized to him. "I have no ill intentions toward you. I just wanted to come in and be friends with you, really." As soon as she finished speaking, with a clatter, the laser gun on her body fell to the ground. The lion looked down. She also looked down. The air suddenly fell into a dead silence. After a long moment, the girl's stammering, awkward laugh came. "If I said this is to protect you, would you believe me?" Roar. As the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out. This was already the 3rd time it had roared at her, with glaring eyes and a furious face, its patience at the edge. If she didn't leave, she might really be eaten. But Su Miantong still harbored a glimmer of hope and wanted to try once more. She calmed herself down, stared at its clear, bright blue eyes, and showed an expression of admiration on her face. "While your eyes are so beautiful, like sapphires. And they seem a bit different from others." She slowly approached it. "Each eye actually has 2 pupils. The lion, seeing her attempt to approach, had wanted to swat her away with a paw, but her face gradually magnified in its 4 pupils, and it was inexplicably stunned. Arched, delicate brows, sparkling amber eyes, a straight and smooth nose tip, and lips as red and full as rose petals. She was indeed even more beautiful than the fairy in the painting. Su Miantong reached out her hand in surprise and waved it in front of its eyes. Only then did the lion come to his senses, realizing she had already walked right up to him, a hint of panic in his eyes. "Is this the double pupil that Kaiselin mentioned?" Humph. This naive little female, had she been captivated by his magical and powerful double pupils? Hearing her admiring tone, the lion slightly raised his head, a hint of floating pride flickering in his eyes. But the next second, Su Miantong suddenly frowned, worrying for him. "In modern medicine, this is a sign of early cataracts. You need early intervention treatment." Roar. Get lost. Unsurprisingly, she was roared at again. This time the sound wave was so strong that it directly blasted her out. He was born with the power of double pupils, capable of crushing mountains, shattering rocks, and raising waves, yet she called it early cataracts. Ignorant female, she deserved to die. Outside the Eastern Palace, Su Miantong, thrown out, stumbled and couldn't stop, directly crashing into Hua Rong's arms. Hua Rong quickly caught her. "Tong Tong, are you all right? I was so worried about you." "I'm fine." Su Miantong straightened her clothes and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Except for being a bit startled, she was fine. "I think the second step seems to have succeeded." This big lion definitely remembered her, and his temperament was not as irritable as Kaiselin had said. He just liked to roar a bit. A wounded beast lacking a sense of security, locking itself in a dark cage for a long time, no longer trusting others easily. She could understand that. "Really? Tong Tong, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. Still, I have to thank you for helping me find so many things and materials." She could feel that this outfit had played a significant role. At least it didn't make him want to kill her right away. "Then, how about going to my palace to celebrate?" Hua Rong cautiously invited her, and Su Miantong agreed without hesitation. "Great, I'd love to." Maybe if he was happy, he would turn into a giant panda for her to pet. Since Su Miantong entered the Eastern Palace, Catherine began timing her every move. "Send someone to wait outside. Within a minute she'll be scared out of her wits and run out." But a minute passed. "Princess, she hasn't come out." 5 minutes passed. "Princess, she's still in there." 10 minutes passed. "Princess, she's still inside." Half an hour. "Something's wrong. Quick, go check. She must have been devoured by His Imperial Highness." Just as she was about to rush out of Fengong Pavilion, a guard reported Princess Su Miantong has come out unharmed. She has gone to Changjian Palace with your majesty. What? She actually managed to stay alone with His Imperial Highness for so long without a single injury, and afterwards still had the mood to toy with males. In the past, no female, regardless of how high her rank, had stayed inside for more than a minute. What exactly happened? This subordinate does not know. Only 4 lion roars were heard from outside. 4 roars? Ha ha. How rare it is for His Imperial Highness to be so furious. It seems Su Miantong was merely holding out inside, dragging out the time. She'll give up soon enough. In the Eastern Palace, deep in the silence of night, the lion cooped inside the enormous cage dreamt once more. He dreamt that foolish little female was approaching and provoking him again. Unable to endure it, he swiped her up with one claw, but she seized the momentum to wrap her arms around his neck and pressed a kiss to the back of his neck. That strange surging wave of pleasure from the day before crashed over him, violently jolting him suddenly awake. But before his eyes was nothing but endless darkness and loneliness, exactly as usual. Come here. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to save you. I mean you no harm. I just want to come in and be your friend. Her voice echoed through his mind. Save him. Friend. He shook his head violently. Liar. No one would ever want to be friends with a beast. Tomorrow she won't come. The next day Su Miantong arrived again. The slumbering male lion caught a familiar faint peony fragrance and instantly opened his eyes. Hi. Good morning. Su Miantong greeted him in high spirits. How could she be back again? Did she want to take him down once more? But the laser gun specially designed to subdue beasts was nowhere in sight. He had expected another ear-splitting roar greeting, but this time there was none, a good omen indeed. Su Miantong directly unlocked the cage and walked inside. Her lock-picking skills were becoming increasingly proficient. Was she treating his territory as her own home? Step 3 of Taming Beasts Part 1. A beastman will never be a slave unless fed and housed. To make a wild beast truly submit to you, the first step is to provide food. Food? There was nothing more exquisite than the provisions of the Imperial Palace, except for her secret weapon. Here. Su Miantong spread open her palm and offered him 2 cotton candies. Have some candy. Candy. The lion lowered his head and scrutinized those 2 white powder-coated oddities. Did she really think he didn't know what sugar looked like? It bore no resemblance whatsoever. This must be poison, surely. So she hadn't brought the laser gun because she'd swapped it for poison. Seeing the suspicion and ferocity in his eyes, Su Miantong helplessly unwrapped one piece and took a bite. To prevent him from suspecting that one piece was poisoned and the other wasn't, she directly stuffed the remaining half into his mouth. You. The lion was suddenly startled by her audacity, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. With half a candy in his mouth, he didn't know whether to swallow or spit it out. She actually placed something she'd already bitten into his mouth. Such an intimate act was reserved only for mates. She truly had no sense of shame. Wait, why was this candy so soft? So sweet. Far more delicious than anything he had ever tasted before, hundreds of times better. Unconsciously, he began to chew. Su Miantong found the scene rather adorable. Taking advantage of his lowered guard, she stepped closer and introduced herself. Since you ate my candy, we're good friends now. The lion tilted his head slightly at the word my. My name is Su Miantong. What about you? Oh right, I forgot you can't speak. Then I'll just call you Little Golden Retriever. What? The lion shot his head up, his azure pupils glaring at her in fury. Su Miantong bit back a laugh. Then Big Golden Retriever it is. No more changes. Bold. Did she really take him for a dog? He was the Lion King who commanded 10,000 subjects. Just as he was about to roar again, Su Miantong unwrapped the other cotton candy and stuffed it into his mouth. All right, that's all. I'm leaving now. What? She was leaving already. Before the lion could muster his anger, he saw her turn and walk away from the cage, momentarily stunned. Yesterday, hadn't she been the one trying to chat him up, only leaving after he roared 4 full times? Today, he hadn't roared at her at all, and he'd even agreed to be her friend. Then why? He lowered his massive head in bewilderment, as if he didn't understand what he'd done wrong. The soft cotton candy in his mouth had inexplicably lost all its flavor. Fortunately, in the afternoon, the little female returned again. This time, she carried an iron chain in her hand. At the sight of that hard, cold chain, the lion's fur bristled, as if pained memories had been stirred. His paws assumed a defensive posture. Don't be afraid. This isn't for tying you up. At least not yet. I'm here to take you out today. Out! Impossible. He could never leave. Once he was the most honored crown prince among the royal family. Now he was nothing but a beast broken in spirit. He loathed the outside world, loathed the light, loathed all people, and above all he loathed himself. He would remain in this pitch-black cage for the rest of his days until death. Su Miantong knew that getting him to leave would not be so simple, so she resorted to goading him. Weren't you very unhappy this morning when I called you Big Golden Retriever? Then here's your chance for revenge. Once we're outside for the competition, if you win you can use this chain to tie me up, and I'll bark like a dog for you. Tie her up with a chain. The lion didn't even dare to imagine such a scene, his burning ears hidden beneath his lush mane. On Central Star, females had always held the dominant position while males bowed to them. It was only natural for females to play with males. Was she engaging in some peculiar form of courtship? If you lose you'll obediently crawl back in here and bark for me. As expected. But, how could he possibly lose against such a measly weak female? Noticing his disdain, Su Miantong leaned in slightly. Then let's go outside and compete. Unwilling to fall into her trap, the lion turned his head to the left. Su Miantong followed to the left side. What too scaredy? He turned his head to the right. Su Miantong followed to the right. Afraid of losing and having to bark like a dog. Such a coward. A lion king. More like a chicken-hearted golden retriever. Hey, are you even capable? Back and forth they went, the lion and the girl, several rounds. Suddenly Su Miantong wrapped both hands tightly around his fluffy great head, her gaze firm and sincere. Jun Qingyin, trust me. I will take you away from here. No one will ever hurt you again. In that instant Jun Qingyin's heart trembled violently. Believe me, I will take you away. You will never be harmed by anyone again. No one had ever spoken such words to him before. In the cold, blood-soaked laboratory filled with slaughter, in the boundless darkness and desolation, it seemed that even the gods could not save him. But now a little female had said these words to him. She appeared so fragile and petite, yet her gaze held an unwavering firmness, as though imbued with immense power capable of commanding his entire existence. As if bewitched, he slowly rose. Seeing it loosen slightly, Su Miantong hurriedly spread the chains she held onto the ground. If you are afraid, do not look outside. Simply focus on this iron chain, follow it link by link, and seek the end with me. The little female had used the very chains that once bound and restrained him to pave a path leading from darkness into light. And there she stood ahead, smiling gently and radiantly, beckoning to him. It was as though all the people in the world would betray and harm him, yet only she would not. He tentatively extended his broad paw and stepped onto the long iron chain. With each step it seemed as though he was trampling all the suffering he had endured beneath his feet. Step by step. His heart was undivided, filled only with the little female's gentle and melodious words of encouragement. Such a good boy, Golden Fur. Keep going, I believe you can do it. Almost there, we're nearly. At long last, after more than 10 years, he walked out of the Eastern Palace for the first time. Outside, a group of guards from the Imperial Army stood utterly stunned. The Crown Prince. He actually came out. How is this possible? Could this be a hallucination? However, confronted suddenly with the fierce, blinding sunlight, the male lion reacted as though triggered, turning to flee back into his cage. But at that moment the little female rose onto her tiptoes and reached out to shield his eyes from the glare. He was completely stunned. Turning his face, he gazed at her without blinking. Su Miantong. Mian. Tang. 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 Tan Tang. Hua Rong witnessed the scene and rushed over in excitement. Tang Tang had done it, she truly had. She had managed in merely 2 days to bring out the Imperial brother, who had not willingly stepped a single foot outside the Eastern Palace in all these years. Was she truly a fairy? Just as described in paintings, possessing the power to save all living beings and redeem every soul. After General Aslant fell, the enemy forces impatiently invaded the planet. Conflicts and turmoil erupted endlessly, as though war could break out at any moment, threatening to devour the Central Star whole. In times like these, if the Imperial brother were to recover, the planet would gain another SS-rank combat male capable of perpetuating peace. She was not merely saving the Imperial brother alone, but also the trillions of subjects across the Central Star. Imperial brother. Hua Rong bowed respectfully toward Jun Qingyin. Yet he showed no response at all, staring fixedly at the little female beside him, his eyes and heart entirely consumed by her. Don't rush. Su Miantong blinked at him, signaling to proceed as planned. Fearing the great lion might feel deeply unsettled upon first stepping outdoors and attempt to escape back inside, she quickly diverted his attention. Beast Training Step 3 Part 2. The victor becomes king. To make a wild beast truly submit to you, first provide it with sustenance. Then you must crush its strength in every aspect, earning its heartfelt obedience and making it acknowledge you as its king. What the big Golden Fur was most proud of should have been his pair of naturally gifted double pupils. Then let us begin with that. Big Golden Fur, about our promised competition. Let us start at the back mountain. A competition. He did not wish to compete with her. The male lion's eyes revealed resistance. Because he would surely win, and winning meant chaining her up. He did not want that. But what if she were the one to chain him instead? You're afraid of losing and won't compete. All right then, Rong Rong, and I will go. No. The male lion, who had remained unmoved regardless of her goading tactics, reacted suddenly with intense emotion upon hearing Rong Rong, even unconsciously unleashing his double pupil power upon Hua Rong, forcing him to spit up blood. Rong Rong. Su Miantong was startled and hurried over to support him. Are you all right? I am fine. Hua Rong shook his head with difficulty. Imperial brother, why does hearing Tang Dang call him cause such anger? Could it be that during the taming process his heart has gradually awakened toward Tangang? Big Golden Fur, what are you doing? Rong Rong is your imperial younger brother. Reprimanded by the little female, the male lion lowered his head somewhat helplessly. He did not know why he had suddenly activated his double pupils. It was only upon hearing her call for Rong Rong and say they would go play together that an uncontrollable surge of blazing jealousy rose from deep within his heart, making him wish for Hua Rong to vanish before his eyes. Rong Rong, you're injured. Shall we go see a doctor first? It's nothing serious. Hua Rong waved his hand dismissively. He wanted to stay with her. But really, it's fine. With her care, he felt no pain at all. Seeing him so stubborn, Su Miantong grew somewhat displeased and strode forward to pinch the male lion's ear, heading toward the bamboo peak at the back mountain. Since you have made a mistake, you must obediently accept your punishment. I don't care today, you will go whether you are willing or not. The great lion flicked his tail and obediently followed along this time. A female dared to pinch the ears of the crown prince. Moreover, the crown prince showed no signs of resistance whatsoever. Could she have drugged the crown prince with some sort of mind control potion? The imperial guards were thoroughly shaken, sprinting back to Feng Ong Pavilion without a single backward glance. How did it go? Catherine held a bouquet of fresh fragrant lilies, admiring them leisurely. Did Su Miantong cry out for mercy and meekly concede defeat? Why, your highness, not only did she not beg for mercy, Su Miantong actually brought the crown prince out of the eastern palace. They are currently at the bamboo peak on the back mountain with his majesty. What? Upon hearing this, Catherine's bouquet fell to the ground with a soft thud. She had brought the crown prince out of the eastern palace. How could this be possible? Even her majesty could not accomplish this. Presumptuous. Are you blind or deaf? Your highness, we witnessed it clearly with our own eyes. It is absolutely true. Impossible. Catherine refused to believe it and headed straight for the eastern palace, but the vast cage was truly empty. She was left speechless. What enchantment arts had Su Miantong mastered? Not only had she bewitched so many fine males, but even the crown prince, who had been reduced to a beast, willingly obeyed her every command. She turned and headed straight for the bamboo peak, but just as she attempted to enter, she was blasted back by a powerful barrier. Was this Hua Rong's barrier technique? Strangely enough, as an ordinary A-rank male, Hua Rong's sole advantage lay in his mastery of barrier techniques. Though the range was limited, it was more than sufficient to protect an imperial city. This was precisely the fundamental reason why Her Majesty chose him as a puppet king among all the royal brothers. Yet, according to records, barrier techniques were exclusively wielded by males of extraordinarily powerful combat ratings and extremely rare bloodlines. For instance, the previous user was General Aslant, whose barrier techniques could protect the entire Central Star. And furthermore, why would the three of them need to encircle the bamboo peak with barriers? Deep within bamboo peak stood two graceful figures accompanied by a majestic male lion. Su Miantong picked up a bamboo pole as a flag. I hereby declare the first event hide-and-seek. Participants Golden Fur and myself. The rules are simple. I shall hide somewhere on bamboo peak and Golden Fur will begin the search. If he fails to find me within 10 minutes, he loses. The referee shall be Rong Rong. Huaron opened the timer and nodded. Very well. Su Miantong nervously rubbed her hands together while the male lion lazily lay down, swishing his tail against her skirt as if the game were utterly trivial and tedious to him. No matter where she concealed herself, he would find her instantly, for he possessed the sharpest eyes in all the world. It was a pity that the young female knew nothing of his doubling pupil power, choosing an event in which he held supreme mastery. Truly not very clever. Su Miantong read his thoughts effortlessly. So arrogant. Be careful you don't end up eating your words. Tong Tong, are you ready? MHM. With Waren's signal, Su Miantong took off, sprinting down the mountain. The male lion's gaze followed her every step, finding the young female exquisitely beautiful and oh so lovely, her slender figure swaying gracefully. That delicate frailty stirred something primal, a hunting instinct carved deep into his bones. He wanted to pounce, pin her beneath his paw, and then. The young female darted into a cluster of shrubbery, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her skirt hem. Is that all? He smiled, rising to dash over and fetch her back. But after Su Miantong slipped into the bushes, she withdrew a small vial. The void essence Medina had gifted her on Blue Illusion Island. A single drop granted half an hour of invisibility. Golden Fur could never have guessed the fundamental difference between humans and beasts. Humans know how to wield tools. The male lion charged with gusto, but midway through he suddenly realized the young female had vanished, disappeared into thin air within the shrubbery. He doubted his own eyes, blinking rapidly, yet she remained unseen. In a flutter of panic and bewilderment, he lunged forward and clawed through the shrubbery, but found nothing. He urgently activated his doubling pupil, all four luminous irises blazing with razor-sharp radiance. As he scanned the surroundings, still no trace of her. Where had his young female gone? Anxiety gripped him. He paced frantically in circles and let out several mournful howls to the sky, as though summoning her or issuing a warning to anyone lurking in the shadows who dared harm her. Ha ha ha! Su Miantang stood beside him, clutching her stomach as she struggled to stifle her laughter. Were you not so proud? Boasting of your innate doubling pupil power, claiming you could find anything. Why can't you find me? She reached out and pinched both his round ears. Who's there? The male lion shivered violently, scanning his surroundings warily, yet saw nothing. He could clearly feel someone touching his ears. How could anything possibly evade his doubling pupil? She continued to rub his head as though he were a puppy. The dignity of the Lion King was being trampled. He was about to bare his fangs in anger when a familiar peony fragrance wafted toward him, the scent of the young female. Su Miantang circled behind him and tugged his tail. To her surprise, the male lion let out a low groan, his massive muscular frame trembling slightly before he collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, Su Miantang recalled Lucille from the laboratory and quickly withdrew her hand. Almost forgot that one should never touch an animal's tail. Who is it? Is it? Ahem, the girl crouched beside him and cleared her throat softly. Golden Fur, weren't you so confident? Don't you take hide-and-seek seriously? Why can't you find me? It truly was the young female. She was unharmed right beside him, playing with his ears, head, and tail. But why couldn't he see her? The male lion's eyes filled with bewilderment. Because I went invisible. Su Miantang curved her lips into a smile, reveling in his thick golden mane. It was splendidly luxurious and felt wonderful beneath her fingers. Invisible. She could turn invisible. How remarkable. Well, do you concede defeat? She cupped his head gently. Though he could not see her, the male lion could feel her warm breath grazing his cheek and ears, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He conceded defeat. Seeing him nod, Su Miantang happily withdrew her hand and wiped away the void essence, revealing her human form once more. Upon witnessing this, however, the male lion grew displeased. Why did she stop letting him touch her once she became visible again? He actually enjoyed being pet by her. It felt so pleasant. 10 minutes elapsed. Huaron ran down the hillside and spotted the male lion's enormous body lying on his back paws in the air, appearing to act coquettishly toward Tang Ang or enthusiastically inviting her to rub his belly. The belly is the most private and vulnerable part of a feline. They only expose it to those they trust or love deeply. Yet someone like His Royal Highness, who had endured so much harm and maintained such a cold, distrustful demeanor toward everyone, was displaying his belly to Tang Ang. So his suspicions were correct. His Royal Highness truly had fallen for Tang Ang. A rare crimson flicker crossed his clear eyes, accompanied by a cruel urge to tell His Royal Highness that Tang Ang only regarded him as a mere beast. The male lion's rolling invitation was misinterpreted by Su Miantang as sore losing and petulance. She tapped his paw gently with the bamboo pole. Get up, Golden Fur. No cheating. The first round is yours to have lost. Now begins the second round, and your specialty, running. Running. With that sluggish pace of hers, how could she possibly compete with him? He could leave her far behind in an instant. The male lion perked up, immediately bowing his head and gazing at her with expectant sapphire eyes. If he won, would she allow him to touch her belly? He believed that touching her belly must feel even better than touching her tail. Su Miantang gazed at the anticipation in his eyes. You want to win in order to get a reward from me? MHM. He nodded eagerly. Sure, Su Miantang replied without hesitation. But before we begin, you need to crouch down first. Why? The male lion didn't quite understand, but complied anyway. The next moment, Su Miantang sprang upward and mounted his back. He immediately discerned her intention. She intended to use his speed to win this race. He should have thrown her off, but her frame was too soft and delicate. He simply couldn't bear to. Especially as she leaned forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, as though two lively little rabbits were bouncing upon his back. They raced toward the mountain peak. Immersed in this blissful experience, the lion charged forward like a shot of adrenaline, chasing the wind and covering 1,000 li in a single leap, jolting the little female on his back until she wobbled precariously. Slow down. I'm going to fall. But he didn't hear her at all. He was doing it on purpose. Su Miantang was certain he wanted to speed up and throw her off, but it wouldn't be that easy. She curled her lips lightly and leaned close to his ear to tell his story. Big Golden, do you know why the rat is first in the Chinese zodiac? Because during the race it climbed onto the ox's back and used its strength to reach the finish line first. As she spoke, she leaped from his back just before the finish line, winning first place. Yay, I won! He knew. He had heard that story. The lion's gaze swept from her smiling face down to her chest, flickering slightly. But he would gladly do it again if it could be this way. Now, let's begin the third round, hunting. To be fair, neither side is allowed to use tools. Especially you put away your divine pupils. Hunting. That was his forte. He didn't need the divine pupils at all. With effortless ease, he could hunt down a large steppe buffalo, a gazelle, or a giraffe. Just as he was thinking, Su Miantong said, "The prey is birds." The lion. How could he, a land animal, catch birds without using the power of the divine pupils or wings? Seeing his dazed expression, Su Miantong's eyes flickered with cunning. I don't care about that. Use that big brain of yours, or you can wave the white flag and surrender now. No way. He had lost the first 2 rounds, but hunting was a beast's instinct and the fundamental way to survive. If he couldn't even find prey, the little female would look down on him. He dashed toward the hilltop. Su Miantong watched from afar as he raised his forelimbs, swatting at the air, trying to catch birds standing under a tree staring fixedly at the high nest. She laughed until she doubled over, unable to stop. Big Golden, so silly, agreeing to such an unreasonable request. A rustling sound came from the grass. She turned around and saw that Huarong had transformed into his beast form. The whole panda looked like a round glutinous rice ball rolling toward her from 100 meters away, utterly adorable. She quickly crouched down happily to catch him. Rong, why did you turn into a panda? Wasn't he always shy, only willing to transform into his beast form for her to play with in private spaces when she was eagerly expecting it? Why was he so proactive this time? Because he had just seen Tang Eng riding on the crown prince's body, holding him tightly, and his heart felt sour. He wanted her eyes and heart to be only on him. So he transformed to compete for her affection. Would Tang despise him for being jealous and narrow-minded? He was overthinking it. Su Miantong held him, rubbing and squeezing him, affectionately nuzzling him. The words she spoke made him shyly bury his head into her arms. Rong, you're so cute, so lovable. He also liked Tang so much. After futilely trying all day and catching nothing, the lion trudged back, dejectedly, only to see the little female surrounded by a blushing Huarong and a flock of birds flying around. How did she catch the birds? And make them stand obediently beside her without flying away? Su Miantong looked at him triumphantly. Because she had cheated again. Rong had long been cultivating on Bamboo Peak, and many of the birds there were very familiar with him. With a mere wave of his hand and a gesture of feeding, they naturally flew over. So, she walked over unhurriedly. You've lost all 3 rounds, and they were all your specialties. Do you admit defeat? He admitted defeat. The lion lowered his body and bowed his noble head to her. It was a gesture of complete submission. Losing to her, he was willingly convinced. Then from now on you must listen to whatever I say and not resist. Su Miantong picked up the iron chain beside her. The lion nodded. Hearing the familiar clinking sound of metal, the painful memories etched into his bones made his limbs tremble with fear. He wanted to bite it to pieces and run away. But he couldn't. He had to obediently listen to her. Su Miantong leaned close to his ear and asked with a wicked tone, "Then can I chain you up now? Like chaining a dog?" Dog. Her dog. He could. Haha, seeing his stiff frame and trembling paws, his dignity trampled and tormented, his heart terrified, yet he forced himself to endure. Big Golden, so foolishly adorable. Su Miantong raised her hand. The lion thought she was about to put the iron chain on him, but never expected that she threw it away, instead gently stroking his mane. I can't bear to, the 3 words "can't bear to" struck his heart like a collapsing mountain, making his very core tingle and tremble. Tang. He stared at her unblinkingly. Without knowing when, an inexplicable emotion had sprouted in his heart, making him restless, irritable, and never at peace. Until now he finally understood what it was. He liked her so much that it was about to overflow. Su Miantong, want to rub your belly? Belly. The lion stood up excitedly. The divine pupils, usually used to release harm, now glowed brightly, brimming with ecstatic light like a dog that had spotted a bone. He immediately rolled over, limbs in the air, exposing his fluffy belly completely to her. The expression of complete trust and anticipation on his face, as if all the defenses he had built over a decade had collapsed for her. Even if she now held a sharp knife and pointed it at his softest spot, he would not flinch. At this moment it was true submission. No iron chain needed to bind him, and he would never leave her. At the foot of Bamboo Peak, Kaiselin kept glancing at her watch, growing increasingly agitated. They've been in there for an hour, why aren't they out yet? 2 hours now, are they deliberately leaving me waiting here? Damn it, no one has ever made me wait 3 hours. When Su Miantong comes out, I'll tear her to pieces. Finally, as night fell, the barrier was removed and figures descended from the mountaintop. Kaiselin immediately stood up. Whether dazed from waiting or dizzy with anger, she actually saw Huarong, a lion, and a girl riding on the lion. Su Miantong was riding on the crown prince's body. The most honorable crown prince of the imperial court, an SS-level combatant in beast form, had become her personal mount, trampling the dignity of the royal family underfoot. Catherine was furious and rushed forward to tear her away, but before she could get close she saw a glint of suppression and warning flashing from the male lion's subtly luminous double pupils. She suddenly felt difficulty breathing. Her royal brother was actually using the power of his double pupils on Su Manning. As if there was no room in his eyes for his own royal sister, only for that little vixen. The two of them and the lion headed straight for the Eastern Palace. Upon reaching the entrance, the male lion slightly lowered his body and set down the small female on his back. She rewarded him with a pat on the head, as one might stroke a dog, entirely without dignity. Watching from nearby, Huarong's expression showed a hint of jealousy, and he too leaned his head forward begging for her touch. Catherine was completely dumbfounded. What kind of enchantment drug had Su Manning fed him and all of them? She suddenly recalled those mocking words before entering the palace. Even a prince of the most humble origin and lowest rank would never choose a female without pheromones. You'd best give up your delusions. But now the emperor, the crown prince, and everyone of the highest status in the imperial palace had all submitted to her charms. It was simply infuriating. The three of them lingered together for quite some time before parting. Su Manting peeled open a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth. Turning around, she saw Catherine running toward her with her neck stretched out, teeth clenched in anger. Your head stretched out so far, you want a petting too? You. Catherine wanted to release her pheromones to make her kneel and beg for mercy, but she was also afraid her royal brother would come out to settle scores with her. What have you done to my royal brother, making him obey you so completely? And after staying in Bamboo Peak for so long, you haven't been inducing the twin stars to act like that, with my royal brother and Huarong defiling yourselves on the mountain. As soon as she opened her mouth, Su Manning knew what she was going to say, and directly stuffed a candy into her mouth to silence her. Rinse your mouth first. Didn't we agree that I'd help your royal brother regain his human form? I'm currently carrying out the first step, taming him. In a couple more days we should be able to bring him to the laboratory. She could sense that the big golden retriever had already developed trust in her. Next, she just needed to properly consolidate this trust before she could begin the treatment. I thought. Catherine began to speak, but as she chewed on the marshmallow, her words suddenly stopped. What kind of candy is this? How can it be so delicious? Su Manning stretched lazily. I'm tired, I'm going back to rest. By the way, try not to get so angry, it accelerates skin aging. What? Catherine was startled and immediately cupped her face with both hands. For real? She wouldn't be lying to her, would she? She turned her face, watching the girl's figure gradually recede into the distance. Her anger gradually subsided. Thinking carefully about it, the Empire's twin stars, the beautification treatment, and her cold-tempered royal brother. All had been won over by her. Everything she had promised had been fulfilled one by one. This time, couldn't it also be true? She didn't dare to imagine how happy her Empress mother would be if her royal brother truly regained his human form, or how prosperous the imperial clan's future would be. Your Highness. Beside her, a guard knelt down with some concern. Should I report to the Queen that the Crown Prince has left the Eastern Palace? No need. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. Let's observe a bit more. If everything turns out to be an illusion, it would only cause her mother unnecessary disappointment and sorrow. The final step in taming a beast, after it has submitted to you, don't rush to assert your authority. Play with it, make it happy, let it rely on you completely, and be willing to face fear and danger for you. A loyal beast servant is essentially formed this way. Su Manting closed her book, and over the next few days, she began various ways to keep the big golden retriever happy. She made candies and small toys for him, took him to Bamboo Peak to fly kites, hunt, play games. The male lion was full of energy and vibrantly spirited, his joyful figure and thundering footsteps filling the mountains and valleys. He had never been so happy. His entire being seemed bathed in bliss. The sum of his 20-plus years of life could not compare to even half the joy he found spending these days with the small female. During the day, while practicing the power of his double pupils, he discovered a new function, X-ray vision. The first test subject was the small female. He casually glanced at her and saw her perfect full chest. Panicked, he quickly turned his head away, but, unable to resist the temptation, he shamelessly turned back. This time he saw the small female slightly bending forward, revealing her round, perky buttocks. His mind instantly grew hot, his blood surged, and a primal, uncontrollable wild impulse surged within him. Then he got a nosebleed. Su Miantong, bending down to pick up the kite, witnessed the scene. A nosebleed. Why did the scene feel so familiar? The last one who had a nosebleed in front of her was Lanlin, because he saw But in broad daylight with her properly dressed, how could this happen again? Wait a minute. Su Manning keenly observed its sneaky behavior, hiding aside, stealing glances at her from time to time, always focusing on key areas. And those double pupils were subtly glowing. She seemed to understand something. She bent down once more and slowly picked up a thick bamboo pole from the ground. Then with the speed of thunder, she angrily charged toward the male lion. Big golden retriever, if your eyes dare to flash that thieving light again, I'll dig them all out. Ayo. The male lion was startled, turned around and ran. He had been found out. It wasn't intentional on his part. She was just too beautiful, he simply couldn't help himself. Its crimes were quickly punished. Su Manning caught it and after giving it a thorough scolding forced it to play card games. It had never played before and lost almost every round. Papers were stuck all over its face, its head was flicked countless times, and the triumphant small female trembled with laughter. But being naturally intelligent, he quickly learned and won the first round. Strategic error. Su Montong somewhat unwillingly threw down the cards, closed her eyes, and brought her small face close to it. Go ahead and flick, but your paws are so big, be gentle. The male lion was instantly captivated by her enlarged, magnificent face. He stared blankly, unable to bear to flick even once, only wanting to. It suddenly extended its tongue and licked her face from top to bottom, then shyly turned and ran. Su Manning shivered. Why is it raining? That night the male lion lay in his cage, tightly hugging the golden retriever doll the small female had given him. He inhaled the scent that was uniquely hers, thought about her every smile and gesture from the day, and was too excited to sleep. When he finally fell asleep, his dreams were filled entirely with her. He had the same dream as the first time he saw her, tearing her clothes apart with his sharp claws bit by bit, then devouring her whole. But this time the scene was completely different. After waking up, he was so ashamed that he buried his head into his body. He felt both depraved and yet wished his beautiful dream could come true. As soon as dawn broke, he opened his eyes and eagerly looked outside, waiting patiently. Now what sustained him to live each day was the small female's words, "Tomorrow I will come again." It had been nearly 10 days since entering the palace. Su Manting counted on her fingers. Lanlan was about to wake up. She absolutely had to go back. Early in the morning, she went to find Catherine. "Your Highness, I have some urgent matters to attend to at home." "Home?" Catherine scoffed. "I think what you mean is that you can't fulfill the bet and want to run away, right?" "Not at all. I'll only need 2 hours. If you're worried, you can have the Imperial Guards accompany me." With their limited abilities, they wouldn't even last 3 moves against the binary stars. "Those brothers of yours would risk death for you. What difference would killing the guards and helping you escape make? If I truly endangered them, I never would have agreed to your wager." Su Miantong couldn't quite grasp her reasoning. Catherine found some logic in her words, but still hesitated. "What urgent matter do you have? I'll send someone to handle it." "No need," she refused outright. "It's a personal matter, I'm afraid I can't share details." She absolutely couldn't let her know that she was secretly keeping a national first-class protected animal, or she'd fall into another trap. So cautious. Catherine pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right, but..." A mysterious smile curved her lips. "You'll need to wear something first." "What?" Catherine glanced at her guard, who immediately understood, and retrieved a set of shackles from the Imperial Armory. These are electronic manacles forged from mystic iron, the hardest metal in the world. Without a code, no one and nothing can break them open. As she spoke, Catherine fastened them onto her right wrist.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
Thousand volts. Su Miantong gave a snort. "Thank you for your concern, but it's like using a cleaver to kill a chicken." "Ha ha ha, who told you to be so cunning?" "One must employ the cruelest methods against someone like you." Su Miantong didn't bother arguing further. She just wanted to return home quickly, to hug and caress her little sweetheart. It had been nearly 10 days and she missed it terribly. Hopefully it has already awakened. She took a flight vehicle and quickly arrived at the Jiuqing Villa district. Pushing open the door, she found silence throughout. The Lanlan hadn't woken yet. That shouldn't be. She carefully climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor to check on it, but the moment she stepped inside, her legs went weak. Such a huge white tiger. Is that Lanlan? This defies science. It's only been 10 days, how has it grown so enormous? She remembered when she left it was just a small ball curled up in the middle of the bed, sleeping peacefully and obediently. But now the entire bed was collapsed under its weight, its massive body occupying most of the room. Even in sleep, an overwhelming kingly aura radiated from it. She had originally planned to return and prepare some milk for it to play with it for a while. But now she thought it best to just call the Animal Protection Agency directly. Otherwise, if she woke it, its hunger might trigger its wild instincts, and it could simply swallow her in one bite. Welcome to the Central Empire National Animal Protection. As Su Miantong dialed her optical phone, she accidentally glanced at it and witnessed an extraordinarily bizarre scene. She was so startled that the device fell from her hand with a clatter. The slumbering white tiger was surrounded by a faint red glow that intensified until it became blinding, and then it suddenly transformed into a human form. An adult male completely naked. She opened her mouth in disbelief, gripping the door frame to keep herself from collapsing. Her eyes traveled up from those straight long legs. But she hastily looked away. Looking out the window beneath the golden sunlight stood a magnificent towering tree with lush foliage. No wonder it had been so resentful when she teased it about being small. This was simply terrifying. Hello, this is the National Animal Protection Agency. How may I assist you? The staff member's voice came through the optical phone. But Su Miantong couldn't hear a word. She knew she shouldn't look again, but she couldn't control her gaze. The man's physique was too perfect, like a divinely worshipped statue from ancient Greek mythology, every aspect crafted according to the golden ratio. Beyond those remarkably long and handsome legs, 8 defined abdominal muscles traced along sleek mermaid lines, radiating unparalleled power and masculine energy. His shoulders were broad chest, prominent collarbones, sharp and defined, and higher still. She couldn't quite make out the details, so she crept forward quietly and removed her jacket, intending to cover him. Certain areas were far too exposed, rather indecent. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally reaching him when she saw that flawless, exquisite face, her jaw nearly dropped. Wasn't this familiar face, displayed across optical networks for half a month, mourned by countless citizens of the Central Star, the revered General Ysalanti? How could he be? She should have realized it earlier, just as Fred and Enzo had suggested. How could a white tiger be ordinary? Moreover, his regenerative abilities, rapid growth, and those flame-like crimson wings that emerged all clearly indicated the extraordinary gift of a divine beast, completely unique. To ensure she wasn't mistaken, she wiped her eyes, bent down, and slowly approached him for a careful examination. Confirmed beyond doubt. This peerlessly handsome face couldn't be easily replicated. She quickly contacted Fred and Enzo via optical phone. Once they learned of this, they would be thrilled. The little female's warm breath gently washed over the man's face, causing his thick dark lashes to tremble slightly as though awakening. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Su Miantong was about to rise and contact optical phone when she unexpectedly met his crystal-clear, dazzling, ruby-red pupils and froze entirely. How incredibly beautiful! His gaze was sharp and cold, carrying a trace of flame-like defiance, scrutinizing her from inches away, forehead to brows, nose bridge to lips. Not missing a single detail. Su Miantong strangely felt as though she were being inspected as his territory and was about to speak. He seized her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. The young woman instinctively fell against him, her hands pressing firmly against his chest. Her gaze drifted downward unconsciously. After petting soft fur every day, experiencing this firm yet elastic muscularity of an adult male for the first time felt absolutely incredible. Her wavering eyesight was flawlessly captured by the man. Little female, do you desire me? A teasing curve played across Ysalanti's thin lips. 3 question marks and 3 exclamation points instantly appeared above Su Miantong's head. Want. Did she mean that kind of want? And no. She hurriedly denied it, but the man seemed to read her mind, his gaze drifting downward. Then why were you taking off your clothes? Su Miantong. In the bedroom, discarded clothes, a collapsed bed, and a naked man. It was the epitome of incriminating evidence, leaving her unable to defend herself. A misunderstanding. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. Lanlin, listen to me explain. Su Miantong was about to clarify when Ysalanti threw his clothes aside. She immediately covered her eyes. I am General Ysalanti of the Yilyu Dukes in the Central Empire, you lecherous little female. You may address me as General or Warrior Godbrother or any other appellation of your choosing. Warrior Godbrother. Su Miantong's lips twitched. Lanlin, I didn't realize you had such a flair for the dramatic. No, wait. What had he just called her? A lecherous little female. He was someone she had personally rescued, fed, played with, and who had recognized her as his master. So why was he acting like this now? Wait a moment. One of her fingers revealed an eye, regarding the man suspiciously. Lanlin, no, General, have you lost your memory? Certainly not. That was a relief. Su Miantong exhaled deeply. Otherwise, she would have been saddled with this injustice. Then what do you remember? While slaying the leader of Planet X, I fell into an ambush and was struck by a miasma bomb. I landed in the star-marked garden, where a lecherous little female like you picked me up and concealed me here for 20 days of mating. After finishing, he glanced at the collapsed bed beside him as though a pleasurable memory flashed before his eyes, a hint of unspoken pride flashing in his crimson flame pupils. Indeed, my strength is impressive. Next time use a sturdier one. Su Miantong felt her eyebrows twitch. What exactly had he just said lasted for 20 days? He hadn't lost his memory at all, his memories had been directly altered. She quietly reached for her optical tablet to contact Fred and Enzo, but before she could the man snatched it and threw it downstairs. Clang. Su Miantong could almost hear it shattering into pieces, her heart aching beyond measure. Biting her lip, she growled lowly, "Lanlin, this is the second time you've broken my optical tablet." The man seemed not to have heard her and walked straight toward her. "Who were you trying to call?" "No one." Under his piercing glare, she confessed. "Fine, it's just your two little fans. They'd be thrilled to know you're still alive." In truth, she wanted to send out a warning. She felt like she'd been set up. Upon hearing fans, Ysalante's narrow, profound brows darkened as he closed in on her, step by step, backing her into a corner. "And no, what are you doing? At the very least, put some clothes on before speaking." Su Miantong saw him drawing nearer and turned to flee, but the next second, he seized her wrist, firmly pinning her against the wall, leg pressing leg, toe touching toe, leaving her unable to move an inch. Being pinned by a completely naked, breathtakingly handsome man was too thrilling. Her face flushed involuntarily, and she marveled at his unshaken calmness. "Lecherous little female, I dislike hearing you speak of other males in my presence." "Understood. But I'm not a lecherous little female, I'm Su Miantong. Mian as in sleep, Tang as in crabapple tree. Su. After her introduction, he repeated her surname directly. Su Miantong was taken aback. Most people would have called her Tang after that. "I also dislike you calling me General. Didn't you let me choose just now? But you chose the option I liked the least." "Dislike. Could it be warrior godbrother?" Su Miantong's brow twitched. "That was far too saccharine. I'd prefer you use the third option." "Huh." Su Miantong was confused. "Didn't you only give me two choices?" "There is one more." Ysalante suddenly bent down to her ear, his voice rich and magnetic, as though he were gently nibbling her lobe. "Male consort." Su Miantong's eyes widened instantly. This isn't appropriate, is it? Male consort sounds like a term for a partner. Su, we've already mated for so long and you've marked me. Are you unwilling to take responsibility? Ysalante's dark raven-like lashes lowered slightly, revealing a hint of his fangs as he bit her earlobe. Su Miantong shivered violently at the warm, damp sensation, especially as he leisurely dragged his sharp fangs across her skin, teasing yet tasting his prey all the same. "I told you there's been a misunderstanding between us. What's this?" Ysalante, who was tightly holding her delicate hand, suddenly felt something cold and unpleasant and frowned in displeasure. Su Miantong looked over. "This is an electronic shackle. It's quite powerful, forged entirely from Xian iron." Before she could finish, the man, as if disgusted by its presence, gently pinched it with 2 fingers, and the electronic shackle shattered. Su Miantong froze, speechless with shock. The sharpest weapon from the princess's central star armory, the hardest material in the world, capable of releasing a 1,000-volt shock instantly unbreakable without a code, had been flicked away by Lanlin's fingertips as easily as ash. Was this the might of a mutated SS-class male, the galaxy's god of war? What misunderstanding? Ysalante continued to look down, pressing his questioning gaze upon her. Su Miantong's demeanor suddenly shifted. She was certain that his bite on her ear had nothing to do with flirtation. If she dared refuse, he would simply devour her. "There is no misunderstanding. It's just that between partners there should be more than physical relations, right? There must also be spiritual resonance. Otherwise it would be too hasty. Don't you agree?" Playing smart was the wiser course. She swallowed her pride and accepted blame for ruining his innocence. After all, if he could crush Xian iron in a second, snapping off her head would be even faster. "Oh," Ysalante purred, his beautiful crimson flame pupils drifting as though deep in thought. Indeed, he had been too hasty. He had neglected the courtship process. With that thought, he released her. Su Miantong instinctively reached to rub her wrist, only to find no pain. The area where the electronic shackle had repeatedly rubbed wasn't even red. It felt rather comfortable. Had he used his combat power to heal her when he crushed the shackle? Her eyes brightened. For a moment she felt the man before her was still that considerate little tiger, merely lacking his memories, and with a somewhat altered temperament. "That's small." Ysalante glanced around. "You live in this birdcage." A birdcage. It was not only deeply injurious, but also extremely insulting to her. Su Miantong didn't understand why everyone who entered her home had to complain about how small it was. Seriously, it was a 4-story super villa that would cost at least tens of millions on Earth. These interstellar beast folk were far too extravagant. However, given his noble status, he wasn't just any ordinary citizen, so it was natural for him to be disdainful. "It's small, but calling it a birdcage is going too far, isn't it? You've been living here happily with me for nearly a month." It was quite pleasant. The bed even collapsed. "Su Miantong, the bed collapsed because you slept on it." "I know. It's not as sturdy as you." It's already collapsed and you still. Yaslandi curled his lips looking at her with a meaningful expression while Su Miantong's temple throbbed. Stop. How could she make him believe that nothing had really happened between them? Would you like to visit my mansion? Su Miantong hesitated, feeling that he was deliberately showing off. After all, rumor had it that the Jalansimoer Manor was even more luxurious than the Imperial Palace. Sure, but are you sure you want to go stark naked like that? Don't you want to put on some clothes? If she continued conversing with him so barefaced, she would truly feel as if she had robbed him of his chastity. Su, order some clothes for me. The scorned individual, instead of feeling ashamed, took pride in opening his arms wide, displaying his robust physique and shocking contours without any reservation. Su Miantong quickly covered her eyes. My measurements. You know them best. He deliberately emphasized the last few words, his light laughter dripping with innuendo. Su Miantong was like a mute swallowing bitter herbs, unable to express her grievance. She knew nothing. Don't wrong her. Her optical brain had been broken by him, so she could only wave over Xiaomi and order men's clothing on it. Based on her impression from sneaking glances for most of the day, she selected the size of a top European male model. Before the merchant delivered the goods, she first wrapped him tightly in her own bedsheet. Otherwise, if she continued to look, she couldn't guarantee that she would, like he had before, get a nosebleed. The bedsheet was a soft pink, and she thought he would resist. Unexpectedly, he stared at her quietly the whole time without even blinking, as if he thoroughly enjoyed her care. This sight involuntarily reminded her of when he was a well-behaved little tiger, and she subconsciously asked, "You've slept for so long, are you hungry? Shall I get you something to eat?" When she said eat, Yaslandi's gaze instinctively flickered to the baby bottle in the distance. This subtle expression was noticed by Su Miantong. Were there still fragments of memory lingering in his mind? Or conditioned reflexes? If she did some things from before, showed him some things from the past, could it help him recover his memories? Do you want some baby milk? I'll prepare it for you. Are you treating me like a 3-year-old baby? Yaslandi raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting wickedly from the baby bottle to her alluringly prominent chest. I don't want baby milk, but yours would do. Su Miantong. The innocent and straightforward little tiger was long gone, only a grown man with pitch-black thoughts remained. No, the little tiger before couldn't be described as innocent and straightforward. He also had this peculiar fetish. It could only be said that he was always a lecherous tiger. Then do you want to play with toys? She shook the 3 cat teasers in her hand. Yaslandi narrowed his elongated eyes. Are you treating me like a sick cat? Tisk, someone's tiger used to play so happily, tugging at my clothes every day, begging to play. She accidentally blurted out her internal grumbling. Yaslandi made as if to throw off the bedsheet and stand up. Need me to reveal my true form? No, that won't be necessary. She quickly waved her hand and picked up a scratching board. What about this? A scratching board to help you trim your claws. Before, this was his favorite activity. A scratching board. Yaslandi stared at the heart-shaped board as if lost in some memory, his long fingers unconsciously gripping the bedsheet. Do you want it? Su Miantong saw a flicker of wavering in his eyes and immediately felt hope. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Her voice was incredibly seductive, tempting the man into poking a hole in the bedsheet. He really did like it. Memories and forms might change, but nature does not. Did this scratching board bring back any memories? Su Miantong smugly curled her lips. Just as she was about to walk over, she saw his fingers slowly release the bedsheet, his tone casual yet wicked. Su bought so many baby supplies. Are you preparing to raise our child? Su Miantong instantly froze. She shouldn't have bothered. You're overthinking. She withdrew her smile, put the scratching board back into the storage cabinet, and picked up a red object inside. It seemed this was unnecessary too. She was about to close the door when Yaslandi teleported over sharp-eyed and picked up the bright red bow tie. What is this? This is a gift I prepared for you earlier. Because you really like butterfly orchids, I made a bow tie by hand in the shape of a flower. But it's probably useless now. The esteemed admiral who could command wind and rain, how could he possibly care for a small bow tie she casually made? It could only be buried as a sweet memory. She was about to take it back when Yaslandi suddenly raised it high. It's quite special. Really? Did he like it? Really? What's special about it? She looked at him expectantly. Yaslandi pondered for a moment. Particularly ugly. You. Su Miantong couldn't help but use the back scratcher to give him a hard scratch. This was something she had specially taken time out of her busy schedule to sew stitch by stitch, minute by minute, carefully crafting it. Because she was not skilled in needlework, she had ruined several versions, even pricking her fingers before finally presenting this perfect piece. He actually said it was particularly ugly. If her sweet little darling had received it, he would have been so happy he'd roll around in her arms. She turned around, not wanting to bother with him anymore. After a while, she belatedly realized that she had actually scratched the Empire's war god. Before his vengeful spirit could rise and twist off her head, she prepared to apologize. Turning around, she discovered the man was holding the red bow tie up to his nose, his eyes half closed, his expression deep, inhaling its scent with rapturous intoxication. That look was a bit like a pervert. She was stunned. What are you doing? Yaslandi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still a bit hazy, as if he had been disturbed while doing something shady. I smell it, it seems a bit moldy. Has it been stored for too long? Su Miantong ground her teeth, wanting to scratch him again. She thought he was the moldy one. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, it should be the clothes delivery. She had no time to deal with him and hurried to receive the package. Yaslandi watched her retreating figure, the most beautiful smile spilling from his lips. He brought the bow tie to his nose again, savoring it. So fragrant, so fragrant. It was all the enchanting scent of the little female's body, making him almost stand up. The clothes have arrived. Su Miantong signed for the package and opened it. She had ordered the banquet main line from a famous men's clothing brand in Zhengyang City so that he could hold a celebration ceremony in the mansion after returning.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
Yasalanti glanced briefly, not bad taste. Of course, Su Miantong said with some pride, rare to receive his compliment. This suit cost me a full month and a half of my salary from the Academy of Sciences. She suddenly regretted not accepting the princess's reward of gold and silver jewelry. With her meager money, raising a tiger was manageable, but supporting a man was a bit of a strain. Susu is so generous with me. Hearing her say that, Yasalanti found the suit even more agreeable. Because you are a great hero of the Central Empire. She was now also a part of the Central Empire, so she should thank him. Are you sure it's not a reward for my performance in bed this month? Su Miantong. Put some clothes on. No, Susu helps me. He spread his hands defiantly. Su Miantong turned around, ignoring him entirely. I'll give you 5 minutes. Yasalanti chuckled leisurely, putting on the clothes piece by piece. When he reached the underwear, he softly clicked his tongue, a bit small. It seems Susu doesn't know my size well enough. In the future, I will work harder to practice it thoroughly and engrave it in your mind. Su Miantong's eyelid twitched. He should stop, that was already the largest size. All right. In less than 5 minutes, he finished dressing. Su Miantong turned her face, and when she saw him, she was instantly stunned. The man's sharp moon-white hair slightly covered his narrow and charming eyes. His facial contours were smooth and distinct, his features three-dimensional and deep. A perfectly tailored high-end custom suit highlighted his incredible physique to the fullest, exuding both aristocratic elegance and a lazy casual aura. With the silver chain at his collar, he was like the sun god Apollo from mythology, impossibly charming. Tigers are indeed nature's most perfect creation, even after becoming human. What captivated by my heroic posture? A hint of teasing shone in Yasalanti's eyes. Su Miantong touched her nose and no. But somehow his tone didn't seem as annoying anymore. Was this the power of beauty? Dressed. Let's go then. Wait. The man picked up the red bow tie from the side. Help me put it on. This. Su Miantong was surprised. Isn't it inappropriate? This doesn't match the overall suit. But it suits me well. He lowered his head slightly, a soft breath of air brushing her ear, making half of her face tingle. You just said this bow tie was ugly. Why are you willing to wear it? An ugly mate's creation still needs to meet the in-laws. Who are you calling ugly? You admit to being my mate. Su Miantong. She'd better stay silent. She picked up the bow tie and leaned in to help him put it on. Yasalanti took the opportunity to lower his head, deeply inhaling the scent of her body. Every strand of her hair was filled with a rich fragrance of butterfly orchid pheromones, so fragrant he wanted to devour her in one bite. All right, let's go. Su Miantong adjusted the bow tie with satisfaction and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, her slender waist was suddenly seized by Yasalanti and pulled tightly into his embrace. Where are you going? Gransmore Manor. Susu, are you eager to meet the in-laws or eager to get rid of me? Neither. Then let's do something else first. Something else. Su Miantong was curious. What do you want to do, eh? Yasalanti stared straight at her. You. Su Miantong. Can these two sentences be connected? You have returned in triumph and fully recovered from your injuries. Don't you want to tell your family, friends, and the people of Zhengyang Star first? They have been mourning you all month, very sad. If they knew you were still alive, they would be overjoyed. I don't want to. That tiger was very heartless, only staring at her fixedly. He only wanted to stay with his mate, never separating for a moment. Let's go do it. He suddenly lifted her up, and Su Miantong's legs trembled in fright. Do some love-making things. For example, courtship. Su Miantong, courtship. Susu looks a bit disappointed. Yasalanti activated his combat power and leaped into the air. Afraid of falling, Su Miantong quickly hugged his strong waist. But she was overthinking. In an instant a pair of dazzling, blazing, transparent wings burst out from his shoulder blades. Su Miantong was dumbfounded. Lon your wings. They fully recovered. Ysalanti lowered his eyes, his gaze warmer than a spring melting snow mountain. So beautiful. Su Miantong couldn't help reaching out to touch. She had known he had wings before, but on the little tiger they sparkled like a pretty toy. But now, the wingspan was tens of meters, even wider than Fred's. Bright flames flickered around them like stars, both gorgeous and majestic, completely captivating. The most crucial thing was that it appeared directly on his human form. Having been on Zhongyang Star for so long, she had never seen such a combined state. It was simply too advanced. The girl hugged the man tightly. Her curvaceous and perfect figure brought him an incredibly pleasurable impact. Ysalanti wanted to keep flying with her like this forever. But being exposed to the air at such high speed for too long, he feared she couldn't bear it, so he raised his hand and summoned a warship. Take you to see the stars. See stars? What stars in the daytime? Su Miantong, but I still have an important thing to do. Are you sure there's something more important than me? Ysalanti gently pinched his fingers in front of her, and the girl immediately thought of the tragic fate of the electronic shackles earlier and fell silent. See the stars. Su Miantong had thought the stars he mentioned were a romantic metaphor. Until she walked into the high-tech luxurious military warship and saw the projection on the vast holographic screen, she realized. They were real stars. It was a 9D map of the central galaxy, a complete distribution of planets with various special symbols as markers. Red represented the battle achievements of the White Tiger Legion, led by General Ysalanti, covering hundreds of planets occupying about 60 of the central galaxy's territory. She couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The Central Star System, you conquered half of it, didn't you? No wonder they say in the Central Star the Duke of L's family holds a status higher than the Imperial clan. Throughout these years of the Imperial family's decline and obscurity, he has been the true king of the star system, hasn't he? Ysalanti extended his arms and enveloped her petite figure completely within his embrace from behind. He turned his face, slightly nuzzling intimately against her ear. Does Susu like it? If not. His slender fingers traced the map of the Central Star System and paused on the stars surrounding it. Name anyone you favor, and I will conquer it for you. Su Miantong had a vision, as if an emperor were pulling his beloved consort to stand upon the city walls, and saying to her, look, this is all the empire I have conquered for you. If she doesn't like it, keep conquering. That won't be necessary. The planets in the Central Star System are already beautiful enough. Alright. Ysalanti set the flight route on the warship. Then we'll start with the animal planet. Animal planet. Was it a planet covered with all kinds of animals? Would he really take her down there instead of just showing her the distribution map on the warship? Somewhat excited, Su Miantong opened the planet's introduction and began reading with interest. Ysalanti retrieved a high-altitude combat suit, a pair of gloves, and a pair of extreme-range lenses from his private armory, and helped her put them on. Are you ready? We're about to depart. Su Miantong nodded eagerly, a shimmering light emerging from the depths of her amber pupils, an allure so tempting that the man couldn't resist reaching out and pinching her cheeks. Don't look at me with those eyes. Otherwise I won't be able to hold back and you won't be leaving. On his private warship, making love beneath cold, ruthless weapons and artillery had always been his dream. Su Miantong. What kind of eyes? Courtship generally refers to males pursuing females, displaying beautiful plumage, dancing, or building nests, all common practices among animals. On the Central Star, however, this activity had become far more concrete and solemn, including, but not limited to, males demonstrating their strength, wealth, status, and loyalty to females. Ysalanti was meticulously fulfilling each and every one of these rituals to win over his beloved little female. To give her a broader view of the entire animal planet, he transformed into his beast form and carried her soaring through the high altitudes. Wow! The moment they stepped off the warship, Su Miantong, wearing ultra-clear goggles, let out an astonished cry. From 10,000 meters above, she witnessed an extraordinarily spectacular scene of nature and animal life. Migratory herds numbering in the millions of wildebeest sweeping across the plains, monkeys swinging through dense tropical rainforests, herds of cattle and sheep alongside mighty lions, tigers, jackals, and wolves on the grasslands, billions of bees and butterflies, dancing among flowers and whale sharks and dolphins occasionally breaching the ocean surface to breathe. The scene was so magnificent and majestic that she could scarcely take it all in. It's so beautiful. I see a green peacock. Its tail feathers are so extraordinary. And there's a long-tailed titmouse, round and fluffy and soft like a little ball of fur. I want to cradle it in my hands and play with it. What's the name of that colorful flower blooming on the mountain? I've never seen it before. A pair of swans are dancing in the water, forming a heart shape. Such a well-behaved golden monkey eating berries. Overwhelmed by the magnificent sights, she spoke excitedly without pause. Suddenly she noticed something unusual. Countless animals moving across the continent had abruptly halted, as if they had suddenly sensed some formidable aura, and all looked up to gaze at the sky. Then row upon row, wave upon wave, they bowed their heads and knelt on their forelimbs like falling dominoes, so countless in number that they seemed to cover the entire planet. This solemn and sacred ceremony seemed to be a reception, a worship of their king. Su Miantang was deeply shaken by this awe-inspiring spectacle, rendering her speechless. Were they paying respects to Lon Lon? Previously seeing the wolf pack surrounding Enzwa and the birds dancing around Fred had already struck her as incredible. Now it was the entire animal continent. True dominion over all under heaven, the king of 10,000 beasts. Mimicking their posture, she bent forward slightly and embraced the white tiger's neck, gently rubbing against it. Lamlin, they're all. Before she could finish, Yaslanti's tiger body shuddered violently, his wings instantly losing balance, and he plummeted from the 10,000-meter altitude with her. Clutching his wings desperately, Su Miantang silently cursed. Damn it, she had forgotten again that a beastman's nape could not be touched. As they neared the ground, Yaslanti reverted to his human form and slammed her beneath him, his breath still unsteady. Susu, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Intentionally seducing me. I didn't expect you to prefer it in the air. Shall we go back up and do it, or right here? Here I can also make you take flight. His crimson flame eyes burned with passion, the corners of his eyes flushed crimson, a hint of ferocity revealing itself on his handsome face, as if he could scarcely restrain his bestial nature, and was about to devour her in one bite. Su Miantang reached up and covered his mouth, still spewing predatory words. Believe me, it truly wasn't intentional. I don't believe you. Yaslanti curled his lips and pressed a kiss onto her palm. Su Miantang's fingertips trembled slightly as she pulled away. Truly, I was just imitating the movements of the other animals. Them. A mischievous glint appeared in the corner of his eye. Susu, do you also wish to bow to me as your king? I just thought it was interesting. Or to take a step back, acknowledge me as your master. Absolutely not. Upon hearing the word master, Su Miantang firmly rejected it, resolutely defending her status as the master. I am your master even if you've forgotten. It doesn't matter. From today onward you remain my female master. Su Miantang realized she had unconsciously fallen into his verbal trap once again. How could this tiger be more cunning than a fox? Let me up first. You tease and won't take responsibility. Yaslanti was dissatisfied, holding her tightly in his embrace, closing his eyes as he indulged in breathing in her scent. No, let me hold you for a while, let me recover. She was so fragrant, so intoxicating. So tempting. Su Miantang sensed his terrifying restlessness and immediately regretted it. When exactly would he recover like this? All because her hand had been itchy. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly a childish and clear bird chirping sound came from nearby. She turned her head curiously and saw a white, fluffy, round, long-tailed titmouse hopping over to her hand. Little furball. How did you come here? It's so soft and adorable and cute. She couldn't resist stretching out her finger and affectionately poking its round belly. Yaslanti's eyes snapped open. Not only that. He gently released her, took out a green peacock tail feather, a colorful 7-petal flower, a handful of berries, and even a baby golden monkey still nursing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Weren't these all the things she had just seen in the sky and murmured about liking? He had caught them all. Originally, she thought that since he had transformed into an animal form, there was no one to discuss with her, losing some of the fun. Unexpectedly, he had remembered every word she had said. Somehow a feeling of happiness filled her entire body, just like back in the villa when she was pestered by her little sweetheart who acted cute and had eyes and heart only for her. She didn't care if he was her little sweetheart, even if he became the renowned war god. Su Miantang's eyes sparkled, and she wanted to reach out and ruffle his head, but remembering that he was now in his prime and easily aroused, she forcibly restrained herself. You caught the little golden monkey, what about its mother? Yaslanti raised an eyebrow. Shall I catch its mother too? Pfft, the girl pushed him, but he took the opportunity to hold her hand. Do you like it? I like it. It's just a little mean. She picked up the beautiful tail feather, seemingly already imagining a green peacock fleeing in terror while clutching its bottom. Yaslanti, it can be used as a bookmark for your books. Same as I thought, but the size. Wait. Su Miantang paused mid-sentence, looking at him suspiciously. How do you know I like reading? Yaslanti was slightly stunned. Isn't there a row of bookshelves in your birdcage? Su Miantang. It's a 4-story, super-large, standalone villa. All right. The man gave a fond smile, propping himself up with one hand behind him. When he took her home, he would admit that it was indeed a birdcage. What kind of flower is this? She picked up the magical flower with 7 petals in 7 colors and asked curiously, why is it so special? 7 emotions flower. Yaslanti gazed at her steadily. Legend has it that only lovers can pick this flower for their true love. Oh, Su Miantong nodded. Got it, those with powerful combat strength can also pick it. A sly smile flickered in Yasalandi's eyes as he tightened his grip on her hand. She would believe him sooner or later. Chirp chirp chirp, cheep cheep cheep, the cute little fluffy ball jumped onto her shoulder and sang the little golden monkey rubbed against her fingers acting cute. Su Miantong was so charmed that she ruffled one with each hand, but as she ruffled she noticed their bodies were trembling. They seem very scared, why don't they run? Did you use your combat power? No. Then. She brought the little fluffy ball in front of him. The little thing was so frightened that it let out a cheep and dove headfirst into her collar, leaving only its round bottom sticking out trembling. Haha, she seemed to understand why they didn't run. They were scared stiff by a certain tyrannical bad white tiger. I'm done playing, send them back so they won't get stressed. Okay. Yasalandi waved his fingertip and the two cute little creatures immediately vanished from sight, replaced by a white swan that slowly swam to the riverbank in front of them, elegantly dancing. Swan dance. She ran over in surprise. It's the two we just saw. They were still dancing, stretching their necks, spreading their wings, posing in all kinds of graceful shapes beautiful to behold. Just as they were performing the most intimate action, Yasalandi walked over. Su, I've been so good, won't you reward me? Reward you with what? Like them mouth to mouth. Su Miantong. Isn't that just kissing? What a flowery way to put it. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as agreement. He was very domineering, pulling her over to demand a kiss, but just as he lowered his head, he heard a rumbling sound. Su Miantong rubbed her stomach awkwardly. I was in a hurry to come back and see you this morning, I forgot to eat. Really? Yasalandi's eyes lit up and a powerful surge of affection suppressed the restless desire. Then I'll take you to eat. Eat? How can we eat here? He wasn't going to catch a wild chicken, wild fish, or wild boar and roast it, was he? Next stop, food planet. Huh. Another planet. But she remembered that today's training for the big golden retriever was not yet complete. If she broke the promise, would the trust it had built up in her collapse? She looked at the man somewhat tentatively. Lon, if I mention another male at this moment, what would you do? As soon as the words fell, the man's eyes, which had been filled with tenderness, instantly turned icy cold. His tone was calm, as if killing without bloodshed. I'll make you fly to heaven right here, and he leaned down, seriously threatening her. No one will come to your aid, day or night, you'll only be beneath me ceaselessly. Su Miantong shuddered. It's just a wild beast. Then I'll also turn into a beast. Su Miantong trembled even more fiercely and immediately interrupted him. Let's go to Food Planet. Yasalandi chuckled. If only she had been obedient earlier. Food Planet lived up to its reputation, gathering delicacies and famous dishes from all the major planets of the central galaxy. Merely the restaurant names dazzled Su Miantong. Let's go with this one. Flower Streamside sounds fragrant. All right. Yasalandi looked at the name, a smile forming in his eyes. It's a couple's restaurant. Su is indeed deliberately tempting me everywhere. Mistake. Su Miantong flipped the screen, about to change to another one, but the man stopped her. This one. Flower Streamside was located in the center of a vast sky garden. As it was a trendy couple's restaurant, guests came and went in a continuous stream. To ensure their romantic date was not disturbed, Yasalandi put on a mask before entering.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
I just think that with this mask you look even more eye-catching. A half-faced jade tiger mask, pale moonlight in color, engraved with butterfly patterns, adding a touch of mystery to his already handsome and moving face. Yasalandi beauty is, in the eye of the beholder, perfectly normal. Narcissistic tiger, Su Miantong rolled her eyes at him and turned to walk towards the restroom. I'll go wash my face, wait for me here. Okay. As the girl said, the man was attractive without the mask, but even more so with it. As soon as he sat down, he caught the attention of all the females in the restaurant. The mask revealed the lower half of his handsome face, his superior physique, noble demeanor, and captivating every move, making hearts flutter as if a little rabbit was bouncing in their chests, pounding incessantly. He was just too handsome, wasn't he? Judging by his appearance, he was probably not from the central galaxy. His temperament was completely different from the docile, submissive males here, giving a sense of immense pressure full of sexual tension, as if he could easily take complete control of your body and mind. In an instant, all the females in the restaurant were smitten, involuntarily looking at him, not even caring about the males in front of them. Finally, after 2 minutes, a striking female in a red dress mustered up the courage and walked over with a glass of red wine. On Central Star, being approached by a noble-born female was considered the greatest honor, and no one would dare refuse such an advance. Good day, sir. The female in the red dress approached with a radiant smile, her gaze falling upon the empty chair opposite the man. May I ask, is this seat taken? Yes. Before she could take a seat, his words halted her movement. So someone does occupy the seat. It made sense after all. This was a couple's restaurant. However, on Central Star, couples were determined by pheromone and combat power compatibility rather than emotional bonds, shared time, or seniority. Observing his apparent high rank, he seemed well matched with her. Is she yours? My female master. I see. May I inquire about her pheromone level? Pheromone level. Aslan's dark, thick lashes lowered, slightly concealing the covetous gleam in his eyes. I do not know. All he knew was that her pheromones were so abundant they nearly spilled over, no deliberate release needed. Even a faint, distant inhalation was enough to leave him dazed and desperate. He couldn't imagine what would happen if she deliberately released her pheromones just for him. The little tiger would likely swell to the point of bursting. The female in red, interpreting his silence as confirmation that his female master's pheromone level was unremarkable, felt a flicker of pride. My pheromone rating is excellent, A-class. May I be seated now? Sue Manning emerged from the restroom after washing her face and spotted the scene unfolding before her. Oh my, her little sweetheart had grown up and already attracted admirers. Aslan, who typically lacked patience, had intended to dismiss her. But his sharp gaze caught sight of the young woman behind, who displayed no sense of danger whatsoever. Instead, she leaned forward with the same curiosity as everyone else, eager to watch the spectacle. His canine teeth ached with the urge to bite. I'm afraid that won't work. My lady possesses rather a narrow temperament. Should she discover another has claimed her seat, she would strike me, curse me, bind me, administer lashes, drip wax upon my skin, sit upon my body to deny me rest, employ every cruel measure to torment and abuse me. I am genuinely terrified of her. As he spoke these words, his gaze pierced through the crowd directly toward the young woman. Consequently, the assembled onlookers all turned their attention to Sue Manning. The girl, suddenly thrust into the spotlight, pointed at herself in disbelief. How could he say such depraved things? She was far too excessive. As a female from Central Star, the one in red understood how highly females were regarded and how spoiled many of their tempers had become. Yet such vicious schemes, such cruel methods, and to inflict them upon such a handsome and captivating male, it was truly rare to witness. She resolved to teach her a lesson, to show her that a male's life should never be treated as worthless. Perhaps the males nearby would find themselves drawn to her for such boldness. Anger driving her, she turned sharply, only to freeze when she saw Sue Montong, her expression caught in surprise. No wonder her temperament was so vicious, it stemmed from such breathtaking beauty. But she was not like those males who worshipped and groveled before her. She would show no mercy. Just as she was about to act, the man beside her rose suddenly and strode directly toward the girl. Because I love her. I love her deeply. Willingly subjected to her torments. Aslan took her hand and pressed a deep kiss to her palm, his confession so tender and moving that those around them could only sigh in admiration. The female in red turned shades of green and white with humiliation, lingered awkwardly for a moment, then slunk away. Truly a Central Star male, so loyal you can beat him all day and he won't run. Indeed, he's so handsome and distinguished, more than worthy of royalty. Why would he willingly suffer under such a petty female? Perhaps it's because she's too beautiful. If I had such a stunning partner, I'd endure 3 beatings a day without complaint. Watching this particular tiger throw a ton of mud at her while building up his devoted lover persona, Sue Manning gritted her teeth. Admiral, you're quite the actor. A ferocious beast with terrifying combat prowess was actually framing her, a delicate, fragile woman, for abusing him. And the worst part? People actually believed it. Is Sue angry? Aslan raised his eyes, a sly gleam flashing within them. If you may punish me as I just described. Sue Montong. But judging by his expression, he didn't seem to be asking for punishment, he seemed to be asking for a reward. It's fine. Spoiling you. She offered a false smile and ruffled his hair. I understand, you're using me as a shield to deter other females. Of course. I must maintain absolute loyalty to my female master. As his head was stroked, Aslan's Adam's apple rolled with barely concealed desire. In public he could do nothing, but he forced himself to kiss her hand once more, wanting to trace those slender, graceful white fingers and kiss his way across her entire body. If Sue is harassed by other males in the future, she may use this same method. Oh, Sue Montong's eyes darted about, and she withdrew her hand with a sudden trace of guilt. How did you know someone asked for my calm ID right after I came out of the restroom? What? In an instant the man who had been feigning weakness and gentleness flashed with murderous intent in his eyes. Who was it? It was. Sue Manning turned her head, unable to finish identifying him. The next moment, every male within her line of sight was hurled downstairs, their screams echoing below. Ah, Sue Montong. Hey, she was just joking. What unfortunate passers-by, and this double-standard tiger who acted one way, but did another. The dishes arrived quickly. The starving young woman, mouth-watering, buried herself in eating, while beside her the man seemed determined to maintain his devoted persona. He ladled soup, grilled meat, and dipping sauces for her, providing premium comprehensive service. He nearly picked up desserts bite by bite to feed her directly. "Why aren't you eating?" "I'm waiting until you're finished." Hearing these words, Sue Manning felt a strange sense of familiarity. She'd said something similar when caring for the little tiger before. "Is this repayment?" She suddenly laughed. "I've always been taking care of you, and now it's your turn." "Are you referring to when I was first taken in?" "Yes." Her eyes lit up at his question. "Did you remember something? Do you recall when you first opened your eyes you thought I was your mother?" "No." The man denied it outright. "I only remember you taking off my clothes." "That's enough." Sue Manning held up her hand. Not a single word was clear, everything was pixelated. Yoslandi plucked the cherry from atop the cake and held it before her. Sue Manning opened her mouth to take it. "According to your memory, which is better, the little tiger or me?" What kind of question was that? Wasn't the little tiger him? Seeing his earnest expression, Sue Manning pondered carefully. They were both lovely. But she had spent more time with the little tiger. The little tiger. Whoosh! The cherry that was about to enter her mouth flew away. Yoslandi withdrew his hand, his normally cool demeanor tinged with displeasure. "Is he really that wonderful? Can't you stop thinking about him even now?" Sue Manning instinctively thought of those males who had tumbled downstairs earlier, terrified that she might be next. Quickly she changed her tune. You're better. Sue really does favor the new over the old. You've forgotten him so quickly already." "Both are great," Sue Manning said. "Flirtatious." He was just deliberately preventing her from eating, wasn't he?" Sue Manning set down her fork. "I'm done. I'm full." "Full?" Yoslandi studied her flat little stomach with a thoughtful gaze. Really? I've eaten a lot. You have some, and I'll help you grill the meat. Have a bit more." "With such a tiny belly, how will you bear tiger cubs in the future?" Sue Manning. "Don't think just because you're a tiger that you can keep spouting ribald remarks." After finishing their meal, the two set off for their next destination. The ice-snow planet. Endless white glaciers and snow perpetually blanketed this vast continent and ocean, creating countless extraordinary landscapes. Herds of adorable penguins, charming and clumsy seals, and sea lions, along with many bird species unafraid of the bitter cold feeding on krill, all inhabited this land. Sue Manning was deeply captivated by the unique scenery. She had always wanted to join an expedition to Antarctica to witness its extraordinary natural wonders, but never had the chance. Who would have thought Lon Lon would bring her here now, and this was an entire planet far larger than Antarctica. Unable to contain herself, she rushed toward the bizarre azure ice caves, furiously petting the emperor penguin's sleek black and white feathers, scooping up krill to feed the snow petrels that landed on her, and spotting clusters of pure white petaled flowers with pale yellow stamens. Could these be the dryas flowers that Enzo had spoken of as his favorite? Imagining a fluffy, pure white Arctic wolf trotting across the polar glaciers with a flower in its mouth was rather endearing. Just as she reached to pluck one, she spotted something even more extraordinary. Yoslandi watched her lively figure with curved, smiling eyes. He broke off an icicle intending to carve a flower for her. But before he could even begin, he heard her shrill cry for help. Don't chase me, don't chase me, don't chase me. Lon Lon, come save me." He turned immediately and saw a vast procession of emperor penguins stretching their necks, pursuing the little female, as if intent on pecking her bottom. In her arms she clutched a smooth white penguin egg. "Hey!" A low chuckle escaped him. She looked absolutely radiant, yet Sue Manning was infuriated. "You're still laughing. Come save me already." "Sue, why are you stealing someone else's child? If you like them so much, I can get you one." "I didn't." She had only touched the egg because it looked novel. She never expected the penguins to mistake her for an egg smuggler and give chase without hesitation. Worse still, she couldn't explain herself now, nor could she set the egg down. If she did, it would shatter instantly. "Quickly spread your wings and fly me away." "But..." Yoslandi hesitated. "I'm tired. I have no strength." Sue Manning. This was the man who faced entire armies on the battlefield and could withstand miasma gas bombs. He was telling her he had no energy. "Stop fooling around. They're going to peck my bottom. If they peck you, I'll rub it better." "You." Sue Manning gritted her teeth, panting. "Lon Lon, you cruel tiger." Yoslandi's smile grew even more shameless. "Perhaps if you call out something sweet, I'll go rescue you." "Call you what? Call you what?" "Anything, just come save me." Whoosh! The man spread his wings and flew to her side. He gently brushed aside her flowing dark hair, his enchanting voice whispering close to her ear. "Call something I want to hear." What did he want to hear? Sue Mantong's mind instantly flashed to the words he had uttered in the birdcage, or rather in her home. "High Commander." "No. War God Brother. Big Brother." Forcing past her embarrassment, she spoke the words. Also no. That only left one option remaining. Shameless. Taking advantage of her distress. She would absolutely not submit to his tyranny. Just as she was thinking, a sharp sting hit her bottom. She had actually been pecked by a penguin. Her face turned pale, and ignoring everything else, she let out a terrified scream. Male consort. Male consort, save me. No sooner had the words left her lips than Yaslandi nodded in satisfaction, swooped down, and swept her into his arms. As you command, my female lord. Wah, that was so scary. My bottom, I think they actually pecked me. I'll rub it for you. What good will rubbing do? It's all your fault for not saving me earlier. Su Miantong complained while nervously glancing down at the penguin flock below, and discovered. They had long since stopped watching from far away. At a distance of tens of thousands of meters, they could never have reached her. So, what had that pain in her bottom been? She slowly looked at the flame-burning tip of that certain tiger's wing and suddenly understood. She immediately pummeled his chest with a barrage of punches. Lon, you're despicable. You pretended to be a penguin and deliberately scared me. Ha ha, the man battered and bruised laughed even more delightedly. Susu calling me male consort just now sounded so lovely. I didn't, don't make things up. She turned her head, attempting to deny it, but across the vast glacial continent her cries of male consort echoed louder, and louder, the longing in her tone making one's cheeks flush crimson. The two played until evening. Yaslandi found a superb vantage point to watch the aurora. It's so beautiful. Su Miantong tilted her head back, transfixed by the hazy, mysterious, multicolored lights dancing in the sky. Lon legend says the aurora is the incarnation of Dawn, the daughter of the sun god and moon goddess. Pray to her and all your beautiful wishes will come true. Is that so? Yaslandi expressed doubt. How had he never heard of such a thing, including the terminology she used? Of course. Since the opportunity is rare, if you don't believe it, I'll make a wish myself. The young woman crossed her hands over her chest and devoutly made a wish toward the aurora. Yaslandi watched her and gradually closed his own eyes. Before meeting her, he had never believed in deities. Didn't you say you didn't believe? Why are you making a wish then? Su Miantong looked at the Sundra tiger, who claimed one thing but did another. What did you wish for? Can I say it? Sure, but if you say it, it might not come true. Then I won't say it. It seems someone made a very important wish. Su Miantong teased him. Yasalanti withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to gaze deeply into her eyes. Very important. It was not until 2 in the morning that the aurora gradually faded. Having visited 2 planets, Su Miantong was utterly exhausted. She yawned and was about to stand up. Lanlin, let's go back to the spaceship to rest. No need, we can rest here. Here. Su Miantong looked around, staring at him as if she had seen a ghost. Are you joking? It's freezing and snowy here. If we sleep, won't we turn into ice sculptures? Come into my arms, it's very warm. As he spoke, he transformed into a giant white tiger on the spot. That physique, the fur, and the faint glow of fire around him, it did look quite warm. But he must be trying to take advantage of her. Leaving the luxurious spaceship unused, he insisted on sleeping on the cold glacier, making her sleep in his arms. What a scheming, perverted tiger. When they were being chased by a horde of penguins earlier, it was unavoidable. But this time she would never submit to his tyranny. No need. Su Miantong turned around, angrily determined to tough it out through the night with her iron-willed determination. Then a biting cold wind suddenly blew, piercingly cold, prompting her to immediately turn around and burrow into the tiger's arms. Forget I said that. Yasalanti's eyes and brows were filled with triumphant amusement. He tightly curled his limbs, wrapping the little female without leaving any gap, his posture overflowing with possessive desire, as if proclaiming his sovereignty. She was his mate. Fluffy, soft, warm, and with a majestic and beautiful tiger head to hug while sleeping. Suddenly this idea seemed not so bad. Su Miantong hugged him contentedly and drifted into a sweet dream. On the boundless glacier continent, 1 human and 1 tiger were tightly entwined, looking from afar as if they had become one. In the dead of night, Su Miantong suddenly felt drowsily, as if someone was licking her. Just like before in bed, there was a restless little tiger, faintly accompanied by a familiar sound. Master. I love Master so much. Holy Dawn Maiden, please let me and Master be together forever, never to part. Is it Lon? Didn't he take human form and lose his memory? Reality and dreams alternated, leaving Su Miantong confused. She pouted and murmured softly, voicing her wish. Holy Dawn Maiden, please bless Lon to return safely from every expedition without any harm. Above, the white tiger, engrossed in licking, suddenly stiffened. His drooping, blazing eyes revealed a deep, intense, and inextricable love. Master. Only by shouting silently in his heart could he dissipate the overwhelming emotions that had no outlet. The next day, Su Miantong was greeted with a kiss as soon as she woke up. Good morning, my mistress. Su Miantong. Again mistress sleeping together, and now being kissed on the forehead, she was already numb with a feeling that she might really have to take responsibility for him. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? I want to eat some fruit. That's perfect. I'll take you to the fruit planet. Fruit planet. As the name suggests, the planet was covered with tens of thousands of billions of fruit-laden trees. Before they even arrived, a rich fragrance wafted over. Su Miantong's stomach growled from afar. So many fruits. She wouldn't have dared to dream such a dream. Ysalanti flew down with her, picked a peach from the peach orchard, and handed it to her. Thank you. With so many fruits growing here, does anyone come to harvest them? Yes. Seeing her interest, Ysalanti spoke about the origin of this planet, its development, and history, the types and characteristics of fruit trees planted, and so on. Su Miantong listened with great interest, and before she knew it, the peach in her mouth was finished. She crouched down, curiously picked a round yellow fruit from a low bush, and asked, "What is this?" Demon fruit. Demon fruit. Her hand holding the fruit froze. Listening, why did it feel ominous? This fruit is inedible. Su Miantong looked up. The hand holding the half-bitten fruit was trembling. Why didn't you say so earlier? What happens if you eat it? It will. Ysalanti watched with a teasing gaze as her head grew increasingly dizzy, her speech slurred, her limbs uncoordinated, and finally she collapsed into his arms. It causes loss of memory, blurs reason, makes one extremely docile and obedient, but the effect only lasts an hour. It seems it has taken effect. He lowered his eyes, gently cupping the girl's beautiful and enchanting face with his large palm, and his address unconsciously changed. Master, are you all right? Su Miantong shook her head vigorously, and when she raised her face again, she had completely changed. Those amber eyes, once filled with intelligence and spirituality, now revealed an extremely pure clarity, like a newborn child curiously observing everything around, especially him. She looked at him for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a full minute, she clasped her hands over her heart, gently bit her lower lip with her white teeth, and said with shy adoration, "Brother, you are so handsome, I like you so much." The word "like" pierced Ysalanti's heart like a venomous bee sting, causing his expression to tremble. He couldn't help but pull her tightly into his arms. Really? Really? He had thought. After eating the demon fruit she would not recognize him, and be afraid of him. Unexpectedly she came to torment him. Especially now, gazing at him with adoration, her eyes sparkling, her cheeks flushed, and her delicate red lips stained with glistening peach juice, he was utterly defenseless. "I like you so much, so much. Call me my lord. My lord Woo-woo." Before the girl could finish, the ravenous male lowered his head and fiercely bit her lips, storming the fortress, seizing the ultimate sweetness with domineering intensity. When a beast turns ferocious, a little lamb is utterly unable to withstand it, let alone the fact that he was the top predator in the food chain, the king of beasts. Su Miantong panicked, first whimpering and crying, then raining her soft fists upon his chest. Her body went limp and she collapsed in his arms. Finally, when her brain was about to faint from lack of oxygen, he finally released her. Hoo. But within a minute the fierce tiger was upon her again. He was like a novice tasting meat for the first time, instantly addicted, out of control. He kissed her once, twice, 3 times. Who knows how many times. When the demon fruit was about to wear off, he even fed her another one in a frenzy. Master. So fragrant, so sweet, so soft, so intoxicating. I wish I could keep kissing like this forever, never stopping. Finally Su Miantong cried so hard that her soft lips were swollen, her red-rimmed eyes looking at him with a mixture of reproach and fear. Only then did he stop, panting heavily and holding her tightly, releasing his wild desire. "Master, I'm sorry. It was all her fault for being so sweet." Her sweetness made him unable to restrain his nature, blood surging through his body, wanting to tear her apart. "You brute, you scoundrel, you big bad wolf." The girl angrily kept pounding on his chest, but as she pounded, she suddenly snapped out of it. What was she doing? The way she spoke was so disgusting. And, hiss, my mouth hurts so much. What happened? Was I bitten by a dog? A certain dog guiltily averted his eyes. No, it's the effect of the devil fruit. Huh. Really? Su Miantong pushed him away and ran to a clear river to look at her reflection. It really is. It's so swollen. Even worse than when she had an allergic reaction to medicine. Not just her mouth, but her eyes were also red. This damn devil fruit, it's so terrible. As she grumbled, the man behind her swallowed nervously. It was the first time. He had no experience and little self-control. With more practice and experience, he wouldn't be so reckless and make her so uncomfortable. Su Miantong picked some berries that had anti-swelling and eyesight-improving properties, ate a few, and handed them to him. "Here, they taste pretty good. Want some?" "No." The man pressed his tongue against his lower jaw and refused mercilessly. The taste in his mouth was incredibly sweet, and he wanted to savor it endlessly, not wanting anything to dilute it. Mistress, rest for a while. Later I'll take you to a planet. You'll definitely like it. Still going. Su Miantong turned her head. No way. If this continued, she was afraid he would conquer Earth. The Royal Palace. Fengnong Pavilion. Report. Only an hour after Su Miantong left the palace, an Imperial Guard arrived with an urgent report. Your Highness, I report to you ordered us to follow Miss Su, but as soon as she entered the Jiuqing Villa district, she disappeared. Disappeared. Kaiselin lay on a sofa on the planet's surface, idly playing with a hyena brute she had just obtained. Impossible. She's wearing mystic iron electronic shackles. Once the time is up, they will release thousands of volts of electricity. Where could she run? Unless she doesn't want to live. It's absolutely true. Her residence is protected, we can't enter, but the villa management confirmed that she is indeed no longer inside. Impossible. Kaiselin frowned, dismissed the holographic image in front of her, and checked the tracking locator in the electronic shackles. All she saw were 4 red characters, no signal. How could this be? She stood up in disbelief, even suspecting that the holographic image was malfunctioning. Those were the hardest shackles in the Central Star Treasury, absolutely impossible to open without the password, even for S-class military combat power like the Gemini twins. Unless it was SS-class top combat power. But that was impossible. Let's go. I'll go check it myself. The Jiuqing Villa District. The staff member patiently advised repeatedly, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Even with royal authority, the female protection law cannot be violated. We cannot let you in without the owner's permission. All I can tell you is that Miss Su Miantong has indeed left the villa district. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The electronic shackles had no signal, her light brain was unreachable, and she wasn't home. Kaiselin finally realized belatedly that she might have actually run away. How did she do it? What kind of sorcery does she possess? Where are the Gemini twins? Go and capture them. Punish them severely. I don't believe she won't come back. Princess, the Gemini twins. They just left on a mission yesterday and left the planet. Their light brains have no signal, we can't contact them. What? Kaiselin's face changed and she immediately went berserk. This must be her scheme. A plan she had long devised to escape together. That bitch, how dare she deceive me. Search. Search for her. Dig 3 feet into the central galaxy if you have to, but find her. Eastern Palace. At the break of dawn, the lion in the vast prison awakened. It shook its majestic fluffy mane, its sapphire double pupils shining brightly as it stared at the door like a stone waiting for its wife, foolishly longing for the little female's appearance. But today at 10 o'clock. It waited until noon, and the little female's figure never appeared. Where had she gone? Why hadn't she come? It went from lying down to sitting, then stood up, growing increasingly agitated. It paced back and forth in the cage. Just as it was about to step out with its broad paw, the little female's words echoed in its ears. Big golden retriever, you have to be good, eat obediently, listen obediently, wait for me in the cage. I'll come again tomorrow. She had said she would come. She would never break her promise. It slowly withdrew its paw. But today she broke her promise. Until nightfall she never came. She must have been delayed by something. She would definitely come tomorrow. The lion told itself this, but it didn't touch a single piece of its favorite meat. Its eyes never closed all night, holding a golden retriever plush toy, staring intently at the entrance. Every minute, every second it hoped she would come. But the next day she still didn't come. The lion's radiantly expectant expression gradually turned to doubt, melancholy, and then silence. Why didn't she come? Did she think he was dull and boring and no longer liked him? But she had said he was cute, that she was happy with him, and that she would keep coming to see him. She had also said she would personally take him away from here. He looked at the long passageway at the door, which suddenly seemed dark and eerie again, filled with blood, violence, and cruelty, just like the laboratory where he had been imprisoned. Stepping into it would bring endless pain. The place where he had walked so easily on the iron chains with the little female now seemed like hell, making him fear and step back. Tang Tang Tong Tong, where are you? I miss you so much, so much. For the first time he hated that his mind had collapsed and he had become a beast, unable even to say the name of the one he loved. In the following days, time was like a torture instrument of slow slicing, cutting through its skin minute by second. The male lion refused to sleep, afraid of missing the time when the little female would come in. He refused to eat. Extreme longing, tension, anxiety, and fear led to somatic symptoms of the sight of food and water made him want to vomit. Sometimes severe exhaustion drained his strength, and he would drift into a brief, hazy slumber. In his dreams there were only the little female's words, her deeds, the competitions they had, and the scenes of them chasing each other, playing boisterously and cuddling affectionately in the bamboo peaks of the back mountain, all beautiful memories. Yet upon waking it was all empty and pitch black, as if falling from heaven into hell again, and again nearly crushing his will. This feeling was 1,000 times more agonizing than the torment of being imprisoned in the laboratory. Back then it was only physical pain, he still had thoughts of escape, a longing to see the light of day again. But now the mental torment was like sinking into a swamp deeper and deeper. He missed her so much, so terribly much, missing her to the point of nearly dying. Tong Tong, where are you? Won't you come and see me? You on your planet? Majestic towering boulders crisscrossed the gray mountains and wilderness. When Yosolandi descended from the sky holding the young girl, she was a bit puzzled. Is this the place you said? I would really like. It's barren, only mountains and rocks. What's so interesting? These are all raw stones. Raw stones. Su Miantong exclaimed in shock. Are they the kind of raw stones I know, the ones that can be cut into jade and gems? It was true. An entire planet of raw stones. How many treasures must there be? Su Miantong looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with little star-like glints. Lanlin, you're so rich. It was the first time she had shown him an expression of admiration while fully awake. The man was greatly pleased. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll register this planet under your name as personal property. Listed as personal property. Wouldn't that make her a billionaire, no, a trillionaire? Dreams coming true so easily. Lanlin, you're truly a good tiger, knowing gratitude. The master didn't raise you in vain. Su Miantong was tempted for a second, then immediately regained her composure. No need, just let me pick one stone. She couldn't forget that her little sweetheart had now turned into a little lecherous tiger, and his pure feelings for his master had long since degenerated. Perhaps the moment she nodded he would demand payment in the next second. Given his understanding that mating lasted for dozens of days, she feared her life would be in his hands. Gems may be beautiful, but life is more precious. Su, are you sure you don't want it? Yosolandi raised an eyebrow, continuing to tempt her. Not just this planet, but my house, aircraft, armory, personal property accounts, all can be given to you, including my person. Su Miantong. She was right. Except for your person, transfer everything else to my account. All right, but for such a huge amount of property transfer, it must be between spouses to be legal. As he spoke, he leaned down to kiss her, startling Su Miantong, who immediately covered her mouth. Beast, what are you doing? My mouth is already swollen so much. Haha, in the empty mountain valley, the man's clear, mellow laughter echoed. As Su Miantong listened, a scene flashed through her mind. She was held tightly in his arms, and he kissed her ferociously, like feeding for 2 hours. Was it an illusion? The young girl landed on the mountain and began to carefully observe and select raw stones, hoping to find a rare treasure. After deliberating for most of the day, she settled on a gray stone with sharp edges. Although she didn't know much about jade, based on geological knowledge, the surface was sandy and rough to the touch, indicating an extremely old stone. Though it was not large, it was heavy, suggesting the jade inside was dense and of fine age. In summary, this should be a high-quality jade stone. On the other side, Yosolandi was also selecting stones. However, his method was much simpler. He directly used his combat power to sense the stone's age, water, clarity, color, and quality. Imperial green jadeite, no. A sapphire, no. Pink crystal, no. Lanlin, I've chosen. Su Miantong excitedly picked up the stone and called to the man. Come over and help me open it. Okay. Yosolandi teleported over. Before he took the stone, he slowly opened his palm. There, quietly lying, was a clear, translucent amber diamond radiating dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. It was extremely beautiful. Wow, so beautiful. Su Miantong was stunned, and the stone in her hand almost fell and hit her foot. As beautiful as Su's eyes. Yosolandi picked it up and gestured around her neck. When we return, I'll make it into a necklace for you. Thank you, I really like it. She couldn't even imagine how beautiful she would look wearing such a large diamond. Yosolandi opened the raw stone in her hand, and unexpectedly out came a ruby as rich and vivid as pigeon's blood. His expression froze for a moment. For an instant he felt that this gemstone was his own eyes. Then an immensely joyful smile spread across his lips. Su spent so long selecting just to pick a stone the exact color of my eyes. We truly are of one mind. Your eyes have me and my eyes have you. Su Miantong hadn't expected such a coincidence. She looked at the two gems lying together as if they were exchanging tokens of love. No, it's not that. I don't have X-ray vision, how could I have deliberately chosen it? Speaking of X-ray vision, she thought of Big Golden again. During this time traveling through the galaxy, her sense of time was confused, and she didn't know how long had passed. Big Golden must be anxious waiting. If she returned any later, he probably wouldn't recognize her, let alone go into the lab. But now the good little tiger had turned into a bad little tiger, forbidding her from mentioning another male. If she did, he would go mad. Before he wrecked the house, now he wrecks her. Terrifying. She had to think of a way back. Doesn't that prove even more that we are destined? The former general who once regarded gold and jewels as dirt now carefully placed the 2 gems near his chest, as if afraid of losing them. Indeed. Su Miantong nodded. If not for fate, I wouldn't have picked you up in the Interstellar garden and brought you home. But Lan Lan, you've been calling me mistress because you think I took your chastity. If it were someone else, you would still court her. I'm no different, right? Certainly not. Yaslandi's gaze instantly darkened upon hearing this. You are you and only you. He only loved her and no one else could replace her. I don't believe it. Su Miantong lifted her face, insisting stubbornly that he was acting only on instinct. Yaslandi lowered his head, his crimson flame eyes full of sincerity. Su, how must I prove it to make you believe? At least you should be obedient. Am I not obedient enough? Su Miantong. Who gave him the illusion that he was obedient? He was clearly a tyrant. If you really are obedient, I have an urgent matter to attend to now and need to return to the Central Star. She had expected him to question her and had even prepared excuses, but unexpectedly he agreed without hesitation. All right. Had he really become obedient? Was this trick that effective? She suddenly recalled how when he had been restless in bed earlier she threatened to abandon him, and he clung to her legs begging for mercy. The general was truly flexible. Aren't you going to ask what it is? No need, I will always follow you. All right. Su Miantong smiled with satisfaction. Let's go back then. The 2 boarded the warship laden with the fruits of their harvest and returned to the Central Star. But in the royal palace within the Phoenix Sun Pavilion, chaos reigned. For several days the Imperial Guard turned the Central Star upside down without finding Su Miantong, enraging Kaiselin to the point where she smashed everything in the palace that could be smashed. Whoosh. She's gone, she really ran away. In all my life no one has ever dared to toy with me like this. If she has the nerve, let her never return to the Central Star. If I ever catch her, I'll skin her alive, pull out her tendons, and feed her flesh to the dogs. Report. Suddenly a guard arrived urgently outside the door. Kaiselin's expression hardened. What is it? Have you found Su Miantong? No, it's the Crown Prince. He has been fasting for several days. I fear that if this continues his sacred body will suffer. Elder brother. Kaiselin was puzzled. Why would he fast? Then she realized it must be because of Su Miantong. She had trained the Crown Prince, a noble Lion King, to be docile and obedient, yet at this critical moment she heartlessly abandoned him, driving him to thoughts of death. How utterly detestable. Prepare the carriage to the Eastern Palace. In the vast prison that had been silent for days a sound suddenly stirred. The lion opened his eyes, almost instantly looking toward the entrance, with immense anticipation. When he saw Kaiselin, his cerulean eyes, once filled with hope, gradually dimmed and darkened. It was not her. Kaiselin walked in cautiously, her heart aching at the sight of his visibly emaciated body and lifeless vacant state. When had her ever-radiant elder brother ever been so dispirited and dejected? Not even when he escaped from the military laboratory. It was all Su Miantong's fault, that seductress. She deeply regretted agreeing to the wager with her. She would rather her brother remain cold-tempered and irritable than see him like this. Elder brother. She walked up to the cage, gripping the dark iron bars tightly. What's wrong with you? Are you still waiting for Su Miantong? Hearing the little female's name, the lion immediately reacted and slowly rose. Younger sister, do you know where she has gone? Why doesn't she come to see him? Elder brother, stop waiting for her. She fled long ago, and she will never come back. Fled. The lion was stunned, bewildered, as if not understanding what she was saying. I'm sorry, elder brother. It's all my fault. Kaiselin was filled with remorse. I captured the 2 males she cared about most and threatened to keep her in the palace. To save them, she agreed to help you regain human form. I was tempted and agreed, but I didn't expect that it was just a trick to buy time and find an opportunity to escape. Now she has fled with those 2 males, leaving the Central Star. I have searched the entire continent, but found no trace of her. Don't think about her anymore, don't think about her, okay? All these days, her approach, her company, her help, it was all a lie. She never truly cared for you, she only saw you as a beast to be used. Her every word like poisoned blades stabbed straight into the lion's heart, making him gasp for a moment. No. It can't be. It can't be. He slowly retreated, his limbs trembling, his thick mane bristling. His internal organs felt torn apart, and his blood seemed to flow backward. Tang couldn't have lied to him. She said she would come back. She said she would take him away from here and that she wouldn't let anyone hurt him anymore. She said so. But why hasn't she appeared yet? The beloved's lies and betrayal completely shattered his last shred of sanity as a beastman. In extreme agony, his double pupils swelled and trembled, and finally, with his head raised high, he shed bloody tears. Why? Tong, why did you deceive me? You are as cold and cruel as those people in the laboratory. I hate you, I hate all of you, I hate this world. Having said this, Kaiselin couldn't bear to look at him anymore and turned to leave. But as soon as she stepped out of the Eastern Palace, an Imperial Guard rushed over. Report. Your Highness Su Miantong has returned. What? Kaiselin seemed to doubt her own ears. She's back. After disappearing for so many days, having searched high and low without finding her, now she just came back on her own. Where? Take me there quickly. At Yongning City Gate, Su Miantong had just stepped down from the warship when she saw Kaiselin flying toward her on a magnetic will float, her aggressive posture more like she was coming to kill than to welcome. Sure enough. As soon as she came down, she reached out to strangle her. Su Miantong, you despicable wretch, how dare you toy with me? Unexpectedly, before she could touch her, she was thrown back by a powerful red light barrier, leaving her limbs numb, dizzy, and in agony as if burned by fire. She let out an uncontrollable scream. What was this? What kind of formidable power was this, so terrifying that it suppressed her, an S-class female, rendering her immobile? She had never seen anything like it. She raised her head in disbelief and saw a tall, handsome man with a slender figure spreading fiery red wings descending from the sky. The war god. He's not dead. He's actually not dead. Wonderful, wonderful. For a moment her mind trembled. She was so excited that she even stammered. Not just her. At the Imperial City gates, every soldier who witnessed the scene rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Upon realizing it was no illusion, they all fell to their knees in unison, crying out through sobs, "The war god has not perished. The war god has returned. He has returned. He truly has returned. It must be the beast god's protection, protecting the war god, protecting the central star, that wrought this miracle." War god. Just as Kathleen was about to scramble to her feet, she saw Ysalanti land, fold his wings, and then tightly embrace Su Miantong's slender waist. That posture, radiating sheer possessiveness, left her dumbfounded in an instant. He, them. How could this be? How is this even possible? That vixen Su Miantong, no matter how formidable she might be, there was no way she could have claimed the war god. He was the Empire's guardian deity, a top-tier SS-level male mutant from the El Duke's Tiger clan, supreme in combat prowess. What right did she have? Her entire body went limp, collapsing onto the ground as if the sight had dealt her an unbearable blow. Your Highness the Crown Princess. Ysalanti slowly parted his lips, his icy voice laced with a trace of sinister defiance that made the woman tremble from head to toe, her skin crawling with dread. Had he seen everything, her cursing at Su Miantong, her attempting to strike her? Since their relationship was so intimate then? She crawled over frantically, her voice quivering as she offered a plea for forgiveness. War god, you may simply call me Little Inlin. Su Miantong's brow twitched. I'm sorry, Unfortunately, she would not be given the chance. Ysalanti had no patience for explanations. With a casual wave of his hand, she was sent soaring like a falling star, ping, vanishing instantly into the horizon. Su Miantong. She finally understood why Lon Lon had asked her that question before. Hadn't he been obedient enough? Looking at it now, indeed quite obedient. In the Central Star Empire, imperial authority reigned supreme, and the royal family's dignity was untouchable. As the eldest princess, Kathleen's arrogance knew no bounds, her narcissism absolute. Whoever caused her the slightest displeasure would face punishment or execution, without mercy, and no one dared resist, nor could they. Yet just now, upon seeing him, she had been terrified into kneeling immediately, and now she had been launched into the sky. What manner of conduct was this beyond mere arrogance? Where has she gone? Depends on her luck, said Ysalanti. She could end up in the Snake Valley Cave, the White Forest ant nest, or perhaps the biogas marsh. Snake Cave, ant nest, pigsty. Su Miantong shuddered, unsure which option would be less terrible to choose for her. But recalling how the once unbearably domineering woman had trembled in terror, exploding into the sky like a firework with a loud boom, she found her heart quite satisfied. Thank you, Lon Lon, she smiled, rising on her tiptoes to stroke his moon-white hair. Ysalanti was caught off guard by the unexpected reward, and even more surprised by her evident happiness, which likely indicated she had endured torment within the imperial palace. Did that electronic shackle she wore belong to her as well? What has the imperial family done to you? The man's narrow, deep eyes narrowed slightly underneath, which concealed a barely perceptible killing intent. Before Su Miantong could respond, she noticed a swirling mass of raging flames gradually gathering in his left palm, as though he intended to reduce everything here to ashes. Lanlin, what are you doing? If they dare harm you, I will wash the imperial palace in blood. Bloodbath. Indeed, there was nothing she could not imagine, yet nothing he could not accomplish. No one has harmed me. It was only Kathleen who enjoys bickering with me. She quickly grabbed his arm. And as for that shackle, I wore it entirely of my own volition, for there was a wager at stake. Really? Truly? Su Miantong nodded, earnestly, terrified that the slightest flaw in her expression would prompt him to annihilate the palace right then and there. Like this. Yassalanti withdrew his hand, gazing at her thoughtfully. So Susu enjoys playing with tools, does she? Then tell me, do you fancy weapons? Su Miantong's lips twitched. What on earth are you thinking? Hey. The man chuckled, his mind wandering to unmentionable images. Besides, if you truly attacked here, you would undoubtedly be branded a rebel. A rebel. Yassalanti sneered lightly. The incompetent imperial clan, debased and fallen for so many years, was already an empty shell. The throne itself was but a trivial matter for him, a mere stroll to claim. The sole reason he had refused to sit upon it was simply that it bored him utterly. That would not be called rebellion, it would be called coronation. If Susu desires the position of princess consort, the ceremony can be held no later than tonight. You reckless tiger. As for the others, you could defeat them with ease, but what of Queen Zhangji? She is your equal after all. That will depend on the matriarch. Yassalanti lowered his head and affectionately nuzzled her hair, behaving just like the playful little tiger he had been in days of old. Matriarch, you will surely protect me, won't you? Huh. Me. Su Miantong pointed at herself as if questioning reality, her expression identical to that of the nine-headed worm when ordering Benborba to eliminate Tang Sanzang and his disciples in Journey to the West. Then you'd better eliminate me first. Haha. The two chatted and laughed as they walked toward the imperial city. Before they had reached their destination, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the eastern palace. That sound, hysterical, desolate, and desperate, carried a profound aura of murderous intent, making lower-ranked beastmen tremble in fear merely from hearing it. It was a lion's roar. The sound penetrated into the beast god hall, startling Queen Zhangji, who had been praying. Her eyes snapped open, and she pressed a hand to her chest, clearly distressed. It was Ener. What had happened to him? Flesh of her flesh. She could feel it, the utter agony he was enduring. Inside Changqian Palace, Huarong, who had been attending to state affairs, also rose to her feet upon hearing that majestic lion's roar. Elder brother. Big Golden. Su Miantong recognized the voice and paused mid-step. Could that truly be a sound? It resembled it closely, yet she had never before heard it emit such a heart-rending, soul-shattering roar, as if on the verge of utter despair. Had it encountered some great danger? Yassalanti too sensed an extraordinary presence, an SS-level combat power male lion. So the imperial palace harbored another prince of such caliber. How interesting. Deep within the eastern palace, in a vast prison, the male lion, whose eyes had been drowned in blood, no longer held their clear azure brilliance. They were now filled with a thick, ominous murkiness. Its last shred of human reason had vanished completely, reducing it entirely to a beast. At this moment it desired only one thing, to destroy this world. Its paws effortlessly twisted the indestructible dark iron cage. The heavy palace mechanisms before it were as worthless as nothing. Hundreds of imperial guards stationed outside had not yet reacted before being crushed beneath its feet, wailing in agony. Elder brother, what has happened to you? A group of princes, having heard the commotion and rushed over in haste, saw that its eyes had turned red with wildness fully revealed. Its spirit had completely shattered, and it no longer recognized them. They immediately attempted to intervene. Yet, even though they were all outstanding S-level males, they collapsed at the slightest touch under the power of the double pupil. A gerfalcon had its wing pierced by an arrow. A cheetah had its hind leg broken. A golden-ringed snake had its scales knocked off. There was also a lion of the same species as him whose legs went weak from the roar. The crown prince's innate bloodline suppression and kingly demeanor forced it to prostrate on the ground, lacking even the courage to step forward and fight. In just a few minutes the male lion ended the battle. With a clear target it galloped toward the crystal station in Zhengyang City that shimmered with dazzling light. As long as it could ignite, all the quantum energy cannons inside the planet would instantly burst apart and disintegrate into ashes. Crown Prince Huarong arrived knowing she was no match for his power and unable to stop him. She reached out to activate the restriction spell to prevent him from escaping and harming others, but the restriction that was usually so easy to set today showed no response after several attempts. It seemed to be suppressed by an even more powerful force. The art of restriction, only one can exist within a radius of 100 li. How could this be? On Zhongyong's star, besides him, only Admiral Yaslandi mastered this art and could easily suppress him. Now that the war god has fallen, there is no reason for it to fail. He quickly transmitted an order using combat power. Emergency announcement from the Central Department: an SS-level combatant male has suffered a mental breakdown and transformed into a beast, breaking into the city. All citizens are to take shelter at home, close doors and windows, and are forbidden from going out. Order the White Lion Legion and the Wolf Anti-Terror Elite to fully track and stand by. Be sure to use tranquilizers to control it and bring it back to the palace. Remember, do not use any thermal weapons to harm it. Yes. The royal order was issued and both inside and outside Zhongyang City and across the star network erupted into a frenzy. An SS-level combatant male. Besides the fallen Admiral Yashlandi, where else in the Empire is there an SS-level combatant male? Could it be the legendary Crown Prince who was captured by the enemy as a child, escaped back only to be mentally broken and has been imprisoned in the Eastern Palace? Heavens! That is the eldest son of the Lion King lineage, born with the double pupil power. If he goes mad, the harm will be incalculable. What to do? I'm outside now. Is it too late to hide? Hiding is useless. The combat power of an SS-level male can shatter mountains and raise fortresses. Zhongyang City is doomed. Now that the Empire has lost the war god, no one can match him. Only thermal weapons can be used, right? But the damage radius would be enormous too. Bad news, bad news. The Crown Prince has completely lost his mind, escaped the Eastern Palace, has already wounded several princes, and is now rampaging through Zhongyang City. In the Imperial City, a guard urgently relayed the message. What? Su Miantang heard this, her heart sinking suddenly. How could Big Golden? Clearly before he left his condition was improving, strong physique, stable emotions, almost ready to enter the lab for treatment. How could he suddenly completely break down? According to the historical records of Zhongyang Star, there has never been a single case of a Beastman who completely broke down and turned into a beast ever recovering. Su, wait for me here. Yashlandi put a shield on her, spread his wings, and flew toward Zhongyang City. Hey! In just an instant he vanished without a trace. Su Miantang wanted to urgently summon a flying vehicle, but she had no light brain on hand, so she had to board the magnetic wheel float that Catherine had just used and fly in his direction. Help. Lion, it's a big lion. In Zhongyang City, bursts of terrified screams accompanied by people fleeing in panic and colliding randomly created an extremely chaotic scene. When Admiral Yashlandi's figure appeared in the sky at almost the same moment, everyone fell silent. First they were too shocked to speak, then they wept with joy. Admiral, it's the Admiral. He's not dead, he's not dead. Great, the protector of Zhongyang Star is back. It's the beast god's miracle resurrecting the Admiral, haha. Then a terrifying aura suddenly descended. The newcomer had set up restrictions over tens of thousands of meters, making escape impossible. The male lion looked up, eyes glaring fiercely at him. You dare to stop him? He immediately activated the double pupil power. Yashlandi sidestepped to dodge. So this was the other SS-level combatant male that his father often mentioned, the Crown Prince, confined in the Eastern Palace. Born with the double pupil power. He wanted to see just how formidable it was. He flapped his wings and lured it to a desolate valley. The battle between two SS-level males was unprecedented on the planet. Their immense power stirred up billowing dust, shook the earth, and made the sky tremble. Red scorching flames and blue sharp light intertwined, collided, and exploded in the air, emitting blinding rays of light. The light reached tens of thousands of miles away. Fred and Enzo, who had just completed a military mission and were returning, saw it and were shocked. How could such a devastating battle occur on the planet? Moreover, Fred picked up the telephoto telescope. How is it possible? That burst of red flames. Is it Admiral Yashlandi? In the valley, a daring male groundhog internet celebrity, for the sake of traffic, even risked his life by hiding behind a rock and starting a live stream. Unfortunately, the screen showed nothing but blinding light. Admiral will win, Admiral will win. The Admiral is truly the Empire's protector, always stepping forward when his people are in direst need. A dignified Imperial Prince and SS-level male has actually become a beast, fighting against a national hero. How heartbreaking. If only he were still sane, how wonderful that would be. This is a matchup between equals. I'm so worried they'll both be injured. Oh beast god, please protect the war god. We cannot bear to lose him again. You're overthinking. Even if they are the same level, their combat experience is completely different, let alone the fact that the Crown Prince has turned into a beast. Admiral Yashlandi has trained in martial arts since childhood under the old leader of the National Army. He entered the barracks at 14, participated in brutal interstellar wars, hundreds of battles, large and small, and has long been an invincible war god. The Crown Prince, despite his noble bloodline and extraordinary talent, has been trapped in labs and prisons, tortured for decades, with no combat experience at all. He soon fell into a disadvantage. So this is the famed Lion King. Born with the double pupil power. Yashlandi curled his lips, his sarcasm evident. Pathetic. Admiral. Lord Admiral, do not harm my son. Below the valley, Queen Jenny hurriedly arrived. Seeing her son covered in wounds, she was so heartbroken she could barely stand. Your Majesty. He has become a beast. If he lives on, he will only harm the planet. A ball of blazing flame began to gather in Yashlandi's palm, intending to end it with a single strike. No. Iner. Lon, don't hurt Big Golden. At that moment, a clear melodious voice came through the mountains and forests. Aslant had a momentary lapse. The lion, whose spirit was completely shattered and consciousness utterly distorted, heard that incredibly familiar voice and faltered, ceasing its attack. Its pair of crimson turbid double pupils reflected the breathtakingly beautiful figure of the little female from afar. They rapidly contracted and trembled as if her presence sent tremendous shock through its emotions. Every bristle on its fur stood upright. It let out a low guttural roar, and then, heedless of all danger, charged toward her. Shattered the protective barrier, picked her up in its mouth, and fled into the mountain forest, seeking death. How dare it lay a paw on its master? Aslant recovered from her shock, a murderous gleam flashing in her pupils. She activated nearly all of her combat power and gave chase. Big Golden, Big Golden. Big Golden, wake up. Big Golden, do you still remember me? Amid Su Miantong's continuous calls, the lion finally came to a halt. It carried her into a narrow cave and set her down gently. Just as she thought he was finally regaining his senses, it suddenly bared its teeth in feral rage, letting out a deafening roar. Ow! From that voice, thick with deep-seated anger and sorrow, she could feel. He hated her. Why? Why did you deceive me? Why did you abandon me? Why are you just like those people? Why are you so cruel? I hate you. I hate you to death. It bared its sharp fangs and opened its monstrous maw as if intent on swallowing her whole in one bite. If it devoured her, they would never be parted again, right? Yet, when it was close enough to touch her skin, it simply could not bring itself to do it. It raised its head high and let out a mournful cry, even spawning the thought of suicide. Let it end. This life filled with pain and disaster, a life where no one loved it, should have ended long ago. It turned and was about to charge headlong into the jagged rocks on the mountainside. Unexpectedly, while it had abandoned its attempt to bite the little female, she herself seemed to sense a threat. A mysterious light gradually gathered within her amber-colored pupils. Then she bit down fiercely on the back of its neck. Ugh! In an instant, a rich and intoxicating pheromone surged through its body, like a flood pouring in through those sharp fangs. His four pupils trembled wildly, expanding to their limits until he lost all focus and awareness, overcome by an ecstasy beyond measure, completely devoid of any will to attack. At the same time, throughout the mountain forest, the imperial city, and even across the entire central city, peonies bloomed everywhere. Their petals floated in the air, vibrant and magnificent, filling every breath of atmosphere in a scene both eerie and spectacular, leaving onlookers awestruck, yet entirely unafraid. For the entire display radiated golden light, shimmering and resplendent, a holiness that entranced every male and stirred in every female a sense of submission and devotion. Aboard the flying battleship, Fred and Enzo gazed through the porthole at the countless flowers surrounding them, their hearts pounding. Unconsciously, they murmured, "Tang-ang." Inside the scientific laboratory, Lucilli, who had been intently mixing chemical reagents, suddenly found his mind entirely consumed by his beloved little female. Within the imperial city, Huarong curiously cupped a white peony in his hands, only to unexpectedly catch a refreshing and elegant scent of bamboo leaves, the very pheromone he cherished most. At the mountain's foot, Aslant, who had been radiating an aura of slaughter, seemed suddenly soothed by something unseen. His turbulent mind grew inexplicably calm. 5 people in different places and circumstances were all drawn by the same powerful and mysterious force, each making their way toward the source of that fragrance. And the lion. Feeling the surging warmth flow continuously into his body, his pair of crimson turbid eyes gradually cleared into a brilliant azure blue. His utterly distorted consciousness slowly returned to his body, his completely shattered spirit slowly mending piece by piece. Even the gene sequences destroyed and altered by experiments began to rearrange themselves according to their original blueprint, until at last he transformed back into human form. Only then did Su Miantong regain her senses and slowly release her grip. In that instant, the tens of thousands of beautiful peonies that had bloomed across the entire city vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed at all. The millions of citizens who had been bewitched by the flowers suddenly came to their senses. The star net exploded. The trending topic, peonies bloom across the city, rapidly surged past General Aslant Reborn and Crown Prince Mental Breakdown to claim the #1 spot. OMG, am I hallucinating? Why did the central city suddenly fill with peonies only for them to vanish just as quickly? Definitely not a hallucination. That scene was too gorgeous, too spectacular. I was completely mesmerized. I don't want to admit this, but when I came to, I was on my knees. One, it was simply too beautiful, too moving, too sacred. By the beast god above, I would offer my very heart to it. How did this happen all of a sudden? Is it some kind of divine miracle? Did anyone else notice that ever since those flowers appeared, the battle between the general and the crown prince also stopped? There are no sign of either of them on the live stream anymore. Could it truly be a deity's intervention? Someone just investigated and came up with a wildly outrageous conclusion. They claim those flowers' color resembles a pheromone manifestation. What? Are you joking? An outstanding female of grade A or above can barely summon a palm-sized pheromone manifestation. This was an entire city's worth of peonies. What level of existence would that require? It's simply absurd. I'd rather believe it was a god's appearance than accept it was a pheromone manifestation. I'm only saying if, it really was a pheromone manifestation, just imagine what kind of incredibly powerful female that would represent. What a noble and rare existence. It would spark a struggle across the entire interstellar zone. Keep dreaming. I think you single males have gone mad from missing females. The internet really lets any rumor fly. Stop speculating wildly and just wait for the official report from the Central Command. This is in the valley. Queen Ginny watched the peony gradually fading in the palm of her hand. Her usually calm heart churned with immeasurable waves. A pheromone manifestation. Others might not recognize it, but she could identify it at a glance. When she was still underage and an S-rank female, she could only bloom a tiny perfumed lily in the palm of her hand. But by age 22, after transforming into an SS rank, she could freely blossom a half-person-tall lily, its edges faintly glowing with golden light. When she retracted her pheromone, it disappeared instantly, just like the peony moments ago. The only difference was that she had produced but a single flower, whereas just now there had been thousands upon thousands, countless blooms. She dared not imagine. Had the Empire awakened a female of such overwhelming rank? Unable to linger in shock, she followed the fragrance and rushed toward her son's direction. What was wrong with her? Why had she suddenly bitten the lion? Su Miantong shook her head, opened her eyes, and saw what she had been biting was no longer a lion, but a man. A tall man with golden hair. He had a shock of burnished gold hair that caught the sunlight with a faint gleam. His brows were narrow and refined, his eye sockets deep and shadowed, and his twin pupils, clear and luminous, shone in intense blue. His facial features were as if carved by a master sculptor, sharp and striking. A majestic aura of sovereignty radiated from him, yet his temperament was extraordinarily graceful and warm. Especially now. He knelt on one knee before her, his eyes like a profound ocean reflecting countless stars, gazing at her with burning intensity as if in reverence before a deity. Tang. Tang. He hadn't spoken in many, many years, and now his voice came out halting and sluggish. How had he suddenly transformed back into human form? Wasn't it said that once one's spirit completely collapsed, they could never regain human form? Su Miantong was astonished. Big Golden, is that you? Yes. How did you suddenly turn human? You saved me. Me. While she was still puzzled, a slanted eye appeared before her. The man's expression first froze, then his gaze fell upon the manifested male lion, its exposed back, neck pierced. Understanding dawned on him, and jealousy surged through him as he reached out to deliver a lethal blow. Lon Lon. Su Miantong barely had time to intervene when a current surged violently within her body, crashing against her internal organs and causing sharp pain. She couldn't help but let out an agonized groan. Tantang. Master. Jun Qingyin and Aslanadai both rushed over and embraced her. Overcome with pain, Su Miantong failed to notice the latter's address. What's wrong with you? Are you all right? At that moment, Queen Jenny also arrived. She stared from afar at the golden-haired man whose face was both unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar, disbelief etched across her features. Even though her memories were frozen at the time he was 6 or 7, even though she had never dared to imagine what he would look like as an adult, the bond of blood allowed her to recognize him instantly. This was her most beloved eldest son. He had actually regained his sanity and human form. Iner. She threw herself forward emotionally, tears streaming down her face like rain. Iner. Aslanadai urgently activated his combat power, attempting to alleviate the young woman's pain, but to no avail. 1 attempt, 2, 3. His palms trembled with anxiety, and even combined with Jun Qingyin's combat strength, it was all in vain. Mother. Hurry and see Tong Tong, what's wrong with her? Tantang. Queen Jenny lifted her head, and upon seeing a girl of breathtaking beauty, she gasped sharply. She had never encountered such a stunning female before. Doubt began to stir in her heart, but there was no time to dwell on it. She immediately reached out to activate SS Type 3, the healing pheromone. However, it proved completely ineffective. How could this be? She looked at her in shock, and the doubts in her heart were now fully confirmed. Only pheromones from lower-ranked females would have no effect on higher-ranked ones, yet across the world there was no female unaffected by her presence. Could it be that the peonies that had bloomed across the sky just now were her pheromone manifestation? Iner had also been saved by her. Ugh. When that surge of energy in her body struck her heart, a sudden wave of excruciating pain shot through her, causing Su Miantong to grip the man in her arms tightly. Master. Tantang. Both males were burning with anxiety, yet at a loss for what to do. If even the queen couldn't heal her, they couldn't imagine where else they could turn. Go to the imperial palace there. I'm fine now. Suddenly the little female in his arms spoke. Aslanadai and Jun Qingyin both lowered their heads regarding her with skepticism. Really? Just moments ago she had been in such agony that her face had turned pale. Really? Su Miantong nodded. Earlier she had also felt as though she was about to faint from the pain. However, after that scorching current surged into her heart, it seemed to merge with her blood, spreading instantaneously through her meridians and reaching every limb and bone. Far from any pain, she felt extraordinarily light and soothed, as though her hands and feet were ready to take flight. Observing her reaction, Queen Jenny wondered if this resembled the awakening of pheromone power. When she had still been an S-rank female, she could freely command her innate pheromones. But after her differentiation into an SS rank, each type of pheromone power required prolonged and relentless cultivation to awaken. And once awakened, it would be incomparably powerful, crushing the next lower rank females by hundreds of times. That process had taken her decades, yet she had only experienced it in mere seconds. She must have guessed wrong, right? Even though Su Miantong had already insisted she was fine and even spun around twice to prove it. Aslant Jun Qingyin remained uneasy, cupping her face in their hands and carefully examining her from her eyes, nose, and mouth all the way down. Su Miantong could feel those two pairs of slightly calloused male hands caressing and kneading her, and she couldn't help but blush with a mix of sensitivity and embarrassment. Were you too sure you were examining and not being perverts? Especially with someone else standing right there. Oh right, who is she? So beautiful. Su Miantong curiously glanced at Queen Jenny. She wore an opulent and magnificent court-style gown adorned with intricate patterns around the edges, accessorized with a full set of jewelry and an elegant hat, appearing dignified and graceful with an extraordinary bearing. Only after confirming she bore no injuries did Aslanadai and Jun Qingyin finally exhale in relief, and then, the moment their eyes met, hostility erupted and the flames of battle reignited between them. The master hadn't fully marked him yet, and he had stolen the opportunity, damn it. With a whoosh, Aslanadai spread his wings. During the days Tangdang had been absent, she had been taken by him, wasn't she? Otherwise, she would never have abandoned him. Jun Qingyin also fiercely activated his twin pupil power. One tiger and one lion, both poised and ready to strike. Seeing them about to fight again, Su Miantong hurriedly intervened. Hey, stop fighting. She had assumed she could only offer verbal protests with little effect. Unexpectedly, the moment she extended her hand, the renowned god of war plummeted from the sky with a whoosh. Like a young tiger being disciplined by its scruff, he looked at her with an expression of surprise mixed with grievance. Master, are you defending him? The magnificent crown prince's twin pupil power hadn't even been released when it was abruptly repelled. His fluffy, massive lion-like head jerked back as though someone had slapped it, and he gazed at her with innocent, confused eyes. Tong, is he more important to you than me? Su Miantong was dumbfounded, staring curiously at her own hands. Had she just done something? Queen Jenny opened her eyes once more. General Aslanadai and Ener were the Empire's only two male SS top-tier combatants. The general was a mutated species rarely seen in a century, and Ener possessed the innate power of twin pupils. Even she, as an SS top-tier female, could not possibly restrain both of them simultaneously. Not to mention doing it so effortlessly that she herself seemed unaware she had activated her pheromones. The male lion and the fierce tiger remained locked in intense confrontation, dark currents surging beneath the surface, as though battle were about to erupt at any moment. Queen Jenny stepped forward. General Aslantii, your return from death is a blessing to the imperial family, to all the people, and to the central galaxy. I am overjoyed, and I believe every subject shares my feeling. Everyone is singing and dancing to celebrate your homecoming. On this momentous occasion, may I humbly ask you to do me a favor and refrain from causing strife, especially toward Een. Whatever wrongs he has committed, I will take him back to the palace and discipline him myself. And there is Een. She turned her face toward Jun Qingyin, but before she could speak another word, tears had already spilled from her eyes. My son, I have waited for you for 19 long years, and at last this day has arrived. Mother. Jun Qingyin was also moved and embraced her tenderly. Thank you for never giving up on your son. I have recovered now. Mother. Su Miantong was slightly startled. This beautiful woman was the legendary only female in the Central Galaxy, the highest SS-level female, the Empress of the Empire. Beastmen truly possessed extraordinarily long lifespans, as she showed absolutely no signs of aging. Yes. She nodded repeatedly. He had recovered. A beautiful dream of many years had come true. Her savior was right there before her eyes. Queen Jenny wiped away her tears, turned around, and was about to perform a formal court bow to Su Miantong. Though I do not yet know your honored name, please allow me to pay my respects first. No need. Su Miantong hurriedly supported her up. How could she possibly deserve a queen's kneeling bow? My name is Su Miantong. I am a newly registered subject of the Empire. Newly registered. No wonder she had never sensed such a powerful female on the planet before. She was a newcomer. May I ask presumptuously what your pheromone rank is? Pheromone rank. I have no pheromones. Su Miantong scratched her head. Queen Jenny smiled, assuming she was joking. How is that possible? If you had no pheromones, how could you be so breathtakingly beautiful? How could you have saved Yining? How could you have stopped his battle with the general and released such a massive pheromone presence? Aslantiai and Jun Qingyin were equally puzzled. She clearly had pheromones, so many of them nearly overflowing, yet she claimed she had none. Could it be? She did not wish to take responsibility. Aslantiai quickly spoke up. Susu, you have pheromones. You already temporarily marked me. Have you forgotten? Jun Qingyin was not about to be outdone. Tongtong, you just thoroughly marked me and pulled me back from the brink of death. He deliberately emphasized the word thoroughly, which immediately reignited the killing intent in Aslantiai's eyes. If not for their master's restraining presence, he would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. At this moment Aslantiai could only glare with contempt. Mama's boy. Jun Qingyin shot back brute. Hearing this exchange, Su Miantong was utterly stunned. Earlier, when the golden retriever had attempted to end its own life, there truly had surged within her a powerful and unfamiliar hormonal wave that had taken control of her mind. It had driven her to bite the back of his neck. And then he had reverted to human form. And just now, with a casual wave of her hand, both Lon Lon and the golden retriever, who were ready to fight, had immediately calmed down. Did she really have pheromones? She gazed at her own hands in bewilderment. But wasn't she human? And furthermore, I was tested for pheromones twice before, and both results came back as unknown. Unknown. Queen Jenny paused, then suddenly understood. I see. A gentle smile graced her lips as she reassured her. Unknown may not mean absence, it may simply indicate insufficient clearance level. Insufficient clearance level. Yes. The detection machines currently used in the Empire for measuring female pheromones have their numerical upper limits set according to the highest-ranked female in history, namely myself. But, as she spoke, her tone and gaze grew increasingly animated. I can sense that your rank exceeds mine. You may well be the only SSS-level female in this world of existence that will shatter all records. SSS-level female. Jun Qingyin was stunned. Unprecedented. No wonder, even though his gene sequence had been destroyed by experiments and his spirit and consciousness had completely collapsed, Tang Eng had still been able to save him. The woman he loved was indeed the best in the world. Was it really true? Upon hearing this, Su Miantong's first thought was, does this mean I can live for over 800 years? Miss Su Miantong, would you be willing to accompany me to the Beast God Hall to have your pheromone rank tested? What difference does that place have from anywhere else? There stands a natural statue of the Beast God worshipped for over 1,000 years, specifically designed to test females of high-ranking pheromones. Legend has it that the Beast God left 3 strands of combat power within the statue. 1 strand represents S rank, 2 strands represent SS rank, and 3 strands represent SSS rank. The number of strands you can withstand indicates your pheromone rank. Back then I was able to withstand 2 strands. How extraordinary. Su Miantong grew somewhat interested. I'm willing. Wonderful. In the central star, where females were scarce among a multitude of males, every female was already extremely precious. But one whose rank surpassed even hers, an individual poised to create miracles, was beyond rare. Queen Jenny joyfully took her hand, doting on her even more than on her own daughter. Tongtong, come with me onto the aircraft. I will teach you some methods for controlling your pheromones. All right. The moment Su Miantong set foot toward the aircraft, she heard movement behind her and immediately turned around. She saw the general and the crown prince, who had been at each other's throats the moment her gaze had slipped away. You too. She spread her arms wide and made a threatening gesture of slowly choking someone. If you dare fight again, I will use my pheromones to punish you severely. Before, without pheromones, she had not felt anything unusual. But now that she had them, they were rather fun. She could tame these dangerously powerful individuals. Both of them stopped immediately. It was not because they were threatened, but because they imagined that scene. Their Adam's apples bobbed involuntarily. How exactly would she use pheromones to punish them? A pair of deep blue heterochromatic pupils and a pair of crimson flame-like eyes shifted between them. Within those gazes was not a trace of fear, but rather a hint of anticipation. It seemed this fight was inevitable after all. Queen Jenny watched the two immediately behave like good children after merely being scolded, and she could not help but smile. Ian, of course, was excusable. Although over the past decade-plus of suffering his temperament had grown cold and irritable at his core, he remained gentle and peaceful. But General Aslantiai was famously unruly and unyielding, a living avatar of slaughter on the battlefield who had never submitted to anyone. That he should now obey Tang Gang so completely was truly unexpected. Perhaps this was the charm of an SSS-level female. The four of them soon arrived at the Advanced Pheromone Testing Center, the Beast God Hall. Queen Jenny instructed her staff to prepare the ceremony. Su Miantong noticed a fighter warship landing at the entrance, bearing the emblem of an eagle and a wolf. It was Fred and Enzo. She ran over happily. As the two brothers descended the moment they caught sight of their beloved little female whom they had missed so dearly, they rushed forward and embraced her tightly. "Tong-Tong, I missed you so much. Tong-Tong, I missed you too so much. Let me see how you are. Did the princess trouble you in the palace?" "No." Su Miantong turned around twice. "See, perfectly fine. With my intelligence, who could trouble me?" The eyes of Fred and Enzo were filled with doting smiles. Yes, their Tang-Ang was indeed the cutest, most intelligent, and most beautiful little female in the world. The three had not seen each other for many days and had an endless stream of words. In the hall, Jun Qingyin watched the scene, and suddenly his sister's words flashed through his mind. "I captured the two males she cared about most, threatened her to stay in the palace, and she agreed to help you regain human form only to save them." "Is it them?" Tang looked so happy when she saw them. His heart couldn't help but feel a little sour. The two brothers followed the young lady into the main hall, and only then did they see the man sitting on the Baroque chair, unable to suppress their excitement. "General. It's the General. The General really isn't dead." They immediately stepped forward and saluted. Colonel Fred Perez of the Eagle Division's 1st Special Operations Force reporting to the General. Major Enzo Osborne of the Wolf Anti-Terrorism Elite reporting to the General. However, the man's complexion looked terrible. If it were ordinary people holding his master so intimately, he would absolutely tear them apart with a single claw. But they were his master's lifesavers. If he acted, his master would be angry. Not only angry. Beside him, the smiling little female excitedly curved her eyes at him. "Lanlan, these are the two little fans of yours I told you about." Lanlan. Fred and Enzo were stunned by her address. General, was it really the little white tiger that Tang kept at home? How could the personality be so different? And wasn't he detected as an ordinary tiger back then? Did Tang save him? The little female spoke, and Aslandi barely managed a nasal sound, a short, soft monosyllable. "So cold. He's carrying quite the idle burden." However, Fred and Enzo seemed quite happy. Su Miantong walked over to Jun Qingyin again. "This is His Highness the Crown Prince." Seeing her voluntarily introduce him, the sourness in Jun Qingyin's heart was mostly swept away. He still had a place in Tong-Tong's heart, right? His Highness the Crown Prince. Fred and Enzo were stunned again. Hadn't the Crown Prince suffered a mental breakdown and degenerated into a beast for many years? How did he suddenly transform? What exactly had happened in the few days since they left the central planet? "By the way, how did you know I was here?" As soon as Su Miantong finished speaking, she saw Huarong walk in. Rong. Then Lucille unexpectedly arrived. "Dean." She was stunned. They were all people she knew. This was definitely not a coincidence. The two who entered were also shocked by the powerful lineup in the temple. 2 S-class males and 2 top-tier SS-class males. Among them, General Aslandi had actually returned from the dead. Another one. Lucille didn't recognize him, but Huarong was stunned for a moment, then a moved light flickered in his eyes. Imperial brother. He had thought that this time his Imperial brother's mental breakdown was fatal. Unexpectedly, he was not only safe and sound, but also had transformed back into human form. Su Miantong asked curiously, "How did you come?" "Miantong." Lucille walked toward her, and only after smelling the familiar fragrance of phoenix tail flowers did he feel a little relieved. "I was just doing an experiment when I suddenly saw flowers all over the sky. For no reason, my mind and heart were filled with you. I missed you so much, wanted to see you, and following an invisible force, I found my way here." Huarong signed with his hands. "Tong-Tong, me too." Fred and Enzo exchanged a glance, and their feelings were exactly the same. "We too." Su Miantong. How could this be? While the girl's mind was blinking, Queen Jenny emerged from the depths of the temple. Even as a queen of a nation well-traveled and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but be amazed by the scene. The males present were either top combatants or aristocratic descendants, pillars of the state, each with an elegant demeanor and handsome features, as if meticulously molded by the beast god. Especially standing beside Su Miantong like stars surrounding the moon, making the scene even more vivid and beautiful. "Your Majesty. No need for formalities, everyone please take a seat." She smiled gently and took Su Miantong's hand. "They should all be people you have marked lured here by your pheromone." "I didn't." Su Miantong was about to deny it when she recalled the basic physiological knowledge of the Empire's males and females she had read before. It seemed she had indeed stroked the back of their necks without a protective film. What a sin. She had unknowingly accumulated so many romantic deaths. In the empire, a female who marks a male must take responsibility for him, otherwise she is a total scumbag female. False marking is still marking. Perhaps you didn't know you had pheromones at the time and carelessly touched them, but the fact remains. Queen Jenny also took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Upon hearing this, the 6 males present had different expressions. Aslandi's face was as dark as the deep night. There were always so many reckless people coveting his master, and yet he was neither the earliest nor the one fully marked. He clenched his hands tightly, making a creepy creaking sound. Then he would be the most beloved one. Jun Qingyin caught the key point. They were all only false marks, while he was fully marked, destined to be with Tang Dang for life till death do them part. He was the most special one. Lucilli felt a surge of vigilance, but at the same time he was extremely grateful. Originally, he thought his rivals were only Fred and Enzo, both S-class military officers, which was already competitive enough. But he never expected there would be the general and the crown prince as well. They were the only 2 top-tier combat males in the Central Star, beings whose status and strength could crush everything. Fortunately, Miantong had already given him a false mark. With this excuse, he could stay by her side forever. Mark. Fred and Enzo didn't have time to be jealous as they became excited by the word. Tang Tang has pheromones. She really has pheromones. Coming from the mouth of the SS class top female, the queen, it must be true, and her level is not low. Great. From now on, Tang Tang can be healthy and stay with them for a long time. The heavy stone that had been hanging over their hearts finally fell, and they revealed extremely happy smiles. While everyone was looking at Su Miantong, eager for her attention, Hua Rong silently lowered his head. The marks of others Tang Dang had probably given willingly, but only he was marked unintentionally as an ordinary panda. Otherwise he wouldn't even be qualified to sit here now. A low-level little mute. His dark eyes were covered with a barely perceptible layer of moisture. Queen Jenny watched Su Miantong's expressive face and could not help but smile lightly. Fearful of scaring her, she kept back the words, "What are 6 of them?" If she were truly confirmed as an SSS-grade pheromone carrier, even more powerful and superior males would endlessly be drawn to her in the years to come. A single whiff of her pheromones would leave one hopelessly addicted, unable to extricate themselves, clinging to her for an entire lifetime. The attendants are preparing for the testing ceremony. Since everyone is already here, Tong Tong, would you like to try the pheromone manipulation technique I just taught you? Alright. Su Miantong nodded, her gaze sweeping across the 6 men before her. Their expressions instantly turned to eager anticipation. The first type, suppression class pheromones. Who should she direct it toward? After circling her gaze, her cunning light settled finally on Aslandi, that fierce and unruly creature. The man caught her signal, and the corners of his thin lips rose with proud anticipation. Master truly loved him the most. In the next instant, a pungent wave of pheromones surged violently toward him, accompanied by clusters of butterfly orchids rapidly growing and wrapping themselves around his body. No longer fragrant and sweet as usual, it carried an overwhelmingly oppressive and austere force, binding him like unyielding iron chains that tightened mercilessly until every limb was rendered immobile. Everyone present was stunned. Could Tong Tong's pheromones be so powerful as to effortlessly subdue General Aslandi? What level could that possibly be? SS or even SSS grade. Absolutely unbelievable. Queen Jenny had long known her rank was high, but she had no idea her pheromones, and their manifestations, could vary so drastically from person to person. This far exceeded her understanding. Could an SSS grade truly be so much more formidable than SS? Susu. Aslandi frowned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stared at her in disbelief, unable to accept that she would actually deploy suppression class pheromones against him. Hehe. I'm sorry. Su Miantong gave a mischievous smile and quickly switched to the 4th type, soothing class pheromones. She was afraid that aside from him no one present could withstand the suppression type. But to her surprise, even releasing just a fraction overwhelmed him. The terrifying oppressive force vanished in an instant, replaced by an extraordinarily soothing and exquisite aura that flowed slowly through his bloodstream. Aslandi closed his eyes in comfort, quietly savoring the moment as memories of their romantic dates across various planets filled his mind. A slap followed by a sweet date. He understood. So Master's tastes were far more intense. She enjoyed this kind of violent yet thrilling intimate game. The push and pull dynamic was simply overwhelming. He liked it too. He would gladly play along with her often in the future. The big golden retriever had been captured by wicked people since childhood, imprisoned and tortured in laboratories until mentally broken. After barely escaping, he endured years of miserable sunless existence in the Eastern Palace. Now that he had just regained human form, she naturally needed to be gentler with him. With this thought, Su Miantong similarly released soothing class pheromones. As peonies bloomed magnificently, Jun Qingyin instantly sensed Aslandi's joy. Images flashed through his mind. meeting Tong drawing close to her, playing together, and ultimately being completely healed by her. The pleasure and beauty of it all felt as though they could heal every pain he had suffered over the past 20+ years. Unable to restrain himself, he closed his eyes and let a blissful, devoted smile spread across his face, utterly abandoning any dignity befitting a crown prince. Watching this, Queen Jenny felt tears welling up again. She was deeply and sincerely grateful to Su Miantong, not only for healing her son, but for treating him with such tenderness. He was the most beautiful female she had ever seen, and the most wonderful one as well. Fred and Enzo had just returned from the battlefield, their combat collapse levels higher than usual, with minor wounds and scars on their bodies. Su Miantong wasted no hesitation and released the third type, healing class pheromones, toward them. Flowers of pure, flawlessly white snow lotus from the heavenly mountains and fresh sacred fairy wood bloomed in unison, their sweet fragrance permeating the air. In just a few, the twins' mental collapse levels dropped below 10. They felt completely refreshed and invigorated throughout their bodies, with no trace of exhaustion, and even the small scars on their skin had healed as if they had never existed. The two brothers stared in astonishment at the changes in their bodies. This was simply too miraculous. Tang truly was a rare and invaluable treasure. High-grade female pheromones had many functional categories. Queen Jenny had only taught her some basic, commonly used ones. Besides those she had just released, there was another category she was particularly interested in trying. The second type, inducement class pheromones, was second only to suppression in intensity, but who could withstand it? That rampant wild creature. Absolutely not. Even without using inducement, he would pounce on her directly. There was no way she could risk escalating further. She feared being devoured alive in public. What about the big golden retriever? He had been quite gentle after taking human form, but she was still unfamiliar with his current appearance. Releasing such intimate pheromones immediately would feel like taking advantage of him. Fred, Enzo, or Lucille. Better skip those. She had witnessed the shocking, terrifying contrasts they displayed during heat, and the memory still sent shivers down her spine. That left only Huarong. Pure-hearted and endearing Rongrong should be able to restrain his desires. Given that he was an A-grade male, lower in rank than the others, she released only the faintest whisper of pheromones. Yet even that slight trace was more than enough. A lush expanse of bamboo forest suddenly sprouted around Huarong, swaying gracefully in the wind with rustling sounds, and a refreshing, exquisite fragrance that brought immense comfort. Huarong was still puzzled about what type of pheromones Tang was releasing toward him when vividly embarrassing and taboo scenes suddenly flashed before his eyes. They were all scenes of him and Tong completely unclothed. How could this be happening? Why was he of all people thinking of such images at this very moment? This was simply shameless and indecent. In an instant he was thrown into panic, drenched in cold sweat, his entire skin blazing red as if burned by fire, and even his eyes beginning to redden. Seeing this, Su Miantong immediately withdrew. "I'm sorry, Rongrong, are you alright?" He nodded stiffly. Actually, he was far from alright. "That's good then." Su Miantong exhaled softly and directed warning class pheromones toward Lucille. "Wow! The phoenix tail flowers are so beautiful." Miantong. Lucille pressed his lips together, looking at her with unspeakable bitterness. "The beauty of the phoenix tail flowers is the reason you issued me a warning." "Ha ha. I'm sorry, Dean. I feared the others might overwhelm you." Overwhelm him? Was Miantong implying he was merely an S-grade male too weak to handle anything more? His expression froze slightly as he noticed Huarong beside him gasping violently, and he immediately understood. So that was what she meant. It was all because he had been so excessive in the laboratory last time, leaving a psychological shadow on Miantong. In truth, he could be very gentle. Next time he would definitely prove it to her. Warning pheromone. Huarong didn't know much about females and pheromones, but just now the reaction of General Islandi was discomfort, while the Crown Prince and the Twin Stars were relatively calm. Could it be that the pheromone Tang released to him was different from theirs? They were just regular functions, while his could induce estrus. His heart suddenly raced, thumping so fast it felt like it might leap out of his chest. Did this mean that Tang also liked him? The king's slightly drooping eyelids covered his red-hot eyes. Actually, his shyness, panic, and self-blame were just a facade. His true desire was to have her very much. Reporting to the queen. "The detection ceremony is ready." "Good." Queen Jenny took the girl's hand. Tong, let's go." Su Miantong nodded. Just as she turned around, she was called out by the 6 people in unison. "What's wrong? When you bear the power of the beast god later, don't push yourself. If you feel any discomfort, stop immediately." "I know, don't worry." She flashed them a sweet smile, then followed Queen Jenny, following the ancient and mysterious elaborate ritual step by step toward the beast god statue. The 6 males also stood up and followed from a distance, staring at the scene, each with concentrated breath and solemn expressions. Clang, 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 clang. 3 clear and distant bell tolls from the beast god temple echoed across the entire central star land, signifying that the Empire was about to awaken a high-level female, a blessing and glory for the entire nation. Countless citizens put down their tasks, curious and excited, stepping out of their homes, craning their necks to look toward the beast god temple. Someone had actually activated the beast god statue detection ceremony again. The last time it was used was for several distinguished young ladies from famous ducal families, all of whom were immensely noble S-class females. Will this time also be the same? Tantang. At the foot of the beast god statue, Queen Jenny picked up a dark brown book embedded in a stone tablet, opened it, and chanted a language she couldn't understand, like a spell that could activate some force. The tall and magnificent statue gradually emitted a golden light. Now begin to try to drive your pheromone. At these words, everyone's attention focused on Su Miantong. Inside the hall it was so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard clearly. They both anticipated seeing her pheromone level and feared that the power of the beast god might be too strong and harm her, ready to rush over and protect her at any moment. Su Miantong slowly raised her hand. Bang! A deafening sound suddenly came, like mountains collapsing and earth splitting, accompanied by falling stones and vanishing golden light. The massive commotion startled the 6 males who were about to rush over when they witnessed an extremely shocking scene. Tang Tang was not injured at all. Instead, the beast god statue exploded. The top combat males, who usually remained calm even if Mount Tai collapsed before them, were now all stunned, their souls trembling, even forgetting to breathe. Ho! How could this happen? Could it be that she wasn't SS class, not even SSS class, but SSSS class? Whether female or male, SSS class was theoretically the ceiling. Once it was exceeded, their pupils trembled and they looked at the girl in disbelief. Was she human or a god? Seeing this, Queen Jenny's legs went weak, almost kneeling to her. Fortunately, she caught herself on the emotionless robot beside her. But at her current level, even making a queen bow and submit would not be excessive. How could she have destroyed the beast god statue? That was the highest level set by the beast god SSS class. Who was she and where did she come from? Su Miantong looked at the scene before her, feeling a bit embarrassed. This was bad. Blowing up the beast god statue that the country had worshipped for thousands of years was no different from excavating someone's ancestral graves. But she hadn't used much force. Was this some natural shoddy construction, or was it a scam? No one knew exactly when the beast god statue was born. They only knew that it existed before the beasts evolved into humans on the planet. For thousands of years it had stood as a deity in the hearts of the Central Star citizens, unshaken by wind and rain, not even damaged in the slightest by brutal wars. The citizens' worship of it had long been deeply rooted in their hearts and engraved in their genes. They even set up a beast god festival to offer sacrifices and prostrate before it. Now that it had collapsed, everyone who heard the earth-shattering sound of shattering was terrified. Some believers even collapsed on the ground or fainted. Was that terrifying sound just now the beast god statue falling? I was outside the beast god temple and even picked up fragments of the statue. It seems it exploded during the process of testing a female's pheromone level. A female blew up the beast god statue. Are you kidding me? Her pheromone must surpass Queen Jenny's level. Such a thing doesn't exist in the world. Maybe do you remember the strange peonies blooming all over the sky at noon? Some said it was an information body, but no one believed it. Now combined with a female blowing up the beast god statue. Heavens! Legend says that the beast god statue contains a trace of SSS class combat power, and only the corresponding SSS class pheromone can withstand it. If someone could blow it up, does that mean she is a higher SSSS class female? SSSS class female. Is she still human? The Empire has actually given birth to an SSSS class female. It's a miracle. Unimaginable. How powerful would the pheromone of an SSSS class female be? Could it be stronger than all the females in the Central Star combined? I heard that a female's pheromone is linked to her appearance. The higher the level, the more beautiful she is. If I could witness the peerless beauty of an SSSS class female in my lifetime, I would die without regret. Just wait. If it really gets detected, the royal family will definitely announce it. Females in the Empire are so scarce, yet an SSSS class female can still be born. It must be the beast god's manifestation, sending down a treasure to protect the galaxy's prosperity for generations to come. On the explosive star network, comments flew like rain. As people discussed, some even bathed and changed clothes, then knelt and kowtowed toward the beast god temple in gratitude. In the smoky marshland, the eldest princess, who had fallen into it from high altitude, was covered in filth and stench. After washing in the river 8 times, the smell still hadn't gone away. Suddenly, hearing this earth-shaking sound, she raised her head with a dazed expression, looking toward the beast god temple. S-class female. How is it possible? How can this be? How can this be? Tang. Tang. Queen Jenny's sacred scripture slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. She instinctively called out her nickname, but afraid of offending quickly stopped herself. Your Majesty, Su Miantong awkwardly withdrew her hand. What happened? This. Queen Jenny stammered with excitement, hurriedly stepping forward, losing all her usual dignified composure. It's because your pheromone level is too high, too powerful. Even the beast god statue cannot withstand it. The beast god statue couldn't withstand it. Earlier she had heard that the statue contained 3 strands of combat power. 1 strand represented S level, 2 strands represented SS level, and 3 strands represented SSS level. The number of strands it could bear indicated the corresponding pheromone level. Now that the statue had shattered, did it mean she had exceeded this limit? SSSS level. Queen Jenny nodded heavily, then shook her head. At least it's SSSS level. Actually, in the history of the Central Galaxy, the highest combat power level for males and the highest pheromone level for females were both SS level. SSS level was merely a beautiful fantasy, like believing that there must be gods in this world. It was already the pinnacle of existence. As for SSSS level, it was not a numerical value, but represented infinity. So, hi. Su Miantong was also astonished. Queen Jenny gazed deeply at her. Tongtong, you possess the power to control the life and death of anyone in this world. Even more formidable. So formidable that it exceeded her cognition. After all, she was merely an SS-level female, unfamiliar with the world of SSSS level. Yes, she had never imagined that one day she would use the word merely to describe her own pheromone, which had dominated the Central Galaxy for years. She finally understood why when Inner Spirit had already completely collapsed, Tangdang could still save him, and why Admiral Yasalandi, despite having been hit by a miasma bomb, was brought back from the dead. In the presence of an SSSS-level female, nothing was impossible. She possessed a life force that could turn decay into magic. Behind her, the 6 males suddenly shifted from unparalleled shock into deep fear. They rushed swiftly to the young woman's side. Su Miantong was suddenly tightly embraced by Yasalandi, and Jun Qingyin had her hands taken by Filade and Enzua, and was stared at intensely by Huarong and Lu Silly with burning gazes. She was somewhat puzzled. What's wrong with you? Tongtong, please don't leave us, okay? She was fine, why would she leave them, eh? Could it be that in the Central Star destroying the beast god statue was punishable by death? Jun Qingyin explained for her, your pheromone level is too powerful, so powerful that I fear you might transcend this world and become a god. After all, she was only 18 years old, yet she was already SSSS level. What did SSSS level mean? How powerful was it? Would she undergo further differentiation? What would her lifespan, journey, and ultimate destination be like? No one knew, no one could predict, for it was unprecedented. A god. Su Miantong laughed. How had she never noticed they were so superstitious before? She looked at the usually valiant males whose eyes were all filled with intense worry and fear, like a group of pitiful little puppies afraid of being abandoned by her. She couldn't help but tap their heads with her knuckles. What nonsense about gods and ghosts. I am a human, a living, breathing human. I won't vanish into thin air. Really? Really, I promise you. The 6 all showed immensely relieved smiles. Queen Jenny was also overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear, but soon she thought of a serious problem. The beast god statue's pheromone testing ceremony has been announced to the world through the bell tolls. Now that the statue is shattered, many people must have guessed that the Empire has awakened an SSSS-level female. This is a national blessing, and everyone will be delighted and eager to meet Tangdang. However, it may also bring potential danger to Tangdang. Su Miantong, danger. Yasalandi also seemed to think of something and furrowed his brows lightly. Susi, or now the highest level female in the world, a supreme treasure possessing powerful pheromones that can mark and soothe all males. This may attract the covetousness of many. Filade, among them are regions not controlled by the royal family or law, such as wormholes, and even high-level males from outer planets in the universe. Unable to match with suitable females, they cannot endure the torment of the heat cycle, their minds on the verge of collapse, or they desire high-quality offspring. They might abduct you and force reproduction. In his years of interstellar warfare, he had witnessed how shameless, greedy, and morally unrestrained those people could be. Inzwa, but the Central Star has the Admiral's restrictions, the Crown Prince within the Imperial City, plus my brother and me. We will do our utmost to protect Tangdang. Queen Jenny, you are all pillars of the state, but I am not distrustful of you. I fear that there are too many covetous eyes, making it impossible to guard against them all. Many galaxies now have highly developed weapons. No one can predict what new forms of abduction might emerge. If we failed to respond in time, just like back then, I never imagined that Ener would be taken away by a group of shadow robots in the safest Imperial palace. Actually, this is the most terrifying. Lu Silly said with a dark gaze. There are mysterious evil organizations that will target Miantong's genes. As a scientist, he knew the frenzy of those lethal poison masters for rare genes. They wouldn't even spare S-level, let alone SSSS level. At this, Jun Qingyin, as if triggered, gritted his sharp teeth fiercely. I will track down their traces and eradicate them completely. Hearing their discussion, Su Miantong silently looked at her own hands. Good things indeed were always double-edged swords. Huarong pondered for a moment and gestured to Queen Jenny. Mother, then we could announce to the subjects that the Empire has awakened an SSSS-level female, but not disclose Tong Tong's name and identity. At this point it can only be done this way. Queen Jenny summoned a servant and wrote an imperial edict according to Huarong's idea. However, some subtle informants hidden within the palace still transmitted the name Su Miantong silently. It spread to some noble families, to the mysterious wormholes, to the distant universe. Even in the shattered beast god statue, 3 strands of golden combat power gradually coalesced, forming the shape of a human eye, deep and burning, staring unblinkingly at the young woman. On this night, beneath the seemingly calm surface, enormous waves surged. After witnessing the citywide peony bloom and the beast god statue explosion, billions of Central Star subjects were too excited to sleep, eagerly awaiting the royal family's news release. Finally, at 8 o'clock the news came out. 3 in a row, each more explosive than the last. Breaking news from the Central Department: High Commander Aslan Ti has returned from the dead, and the Empire's God of War is back. The city will hold a grand military celebration ceremony for the 8th Army Corps 12 Brigades and the 733rd Regiment. Breaking news from the Central Department: His Imperial Highness Crown Prince Jun Qingyin has restored his human form, been reinstated as the heir to the throne, and now oversees all critical state affairs. Breaking news from the Central Department: The Empire has produced its first ever SSSS rank Supreme female. In commemoration of this divine miracle, National Day has been moved to today. The entire nation shall celebrate. Wow, triple blessings indeed. What miraculous day is today. Has the beast god descended upon us? This is no different from a god's descent. Good heavens, I can hardly believe my eyes. Is there really such a thing as an SSSS rank female in this world? How powerful must her pheromones be? Why hasn't the SSS rank female's identity been made public? Everyone is waiting to gaze upon her peerless beauty. One glimpse would make people faint, wouldn't it? Fool! How could such a priceless treasure be disclosed so casually? Do you realize how many would grow envious and fight to possess her? War could break out over this. The state is protecting her. The Empire's only SSSS rank Supreme female was born in the Central Star. The Central Star truly is a holy land blessed with abundant fortune and divine protection. Do not let the SSSS rank female distract you from the other 2 groundbreaking news items. The God of War survived a miasma bomb and returned from death, and the Crown Prince, though mentally broken, has transformed back into human form. These are also miracles unprecedented in history. Is it possible that the SSSS rank female saved them? No, surely not. Could the SSSS rank female's pheromones be that powerful? My beast god. This is not merely an SSSS rank female, she is the savior of the Empire, a deity among the galaxies. Now I truly believe someone would wage an interstellar war to seize her. Citizens of the Central Star, we shall protect the Empire's only supreme female with our lives. A single stone ripples through 1,000 waves. The turbulent public opinion on the Star Net rendered that restless night all the more lively. Very well. Queen Jenny issued her decree, then warmly took Su Miantong's hand. You must be exhausted after all that commotion. Why not stay in the Imperial Palace tonight? I shall personally host a banquet in your honor. Miantong stayed, Jun Qingyin and Huarong said, both gazing at her with hopeful expressions. I haven't yet thanked you for saving my life. Before the words had even settled, a slant Ti forcefully brushed past them. Miss Su, will you not attend my celebration ceremony? Fred and Enzo, having not seen their beloved female for many days, missed her dearly. This brief reunion was simply not enough. They wanted to invite her to the Count's estate to dine, watch performances, and play games together. However, such modest reasons paled in comparison to the grand affairs before the Crown Prince and High Commander Aslan Ti. Lucille, however, remained remarkably composed. Wherever Miantong chose to go, she would ultimately return to the Academy of Sciences. He had the most ample time with her and was in no rush. Faced with numerous invitations, Su Miantong found herself unable to decide which to accept. After a moment of hesitation, a perfect solution came to mind. It's too late today, let us cancel, she said. Where is she not going? The crowd instantly fell despondent, but the very next moment their faces brightened. Tomorrow come to my residence. I will bake desserts for you. Desserts. Sugar-made candies by Sugar Sweet are the most delicious. Her desserts must be wonderful as well. Are they marshmallows or chocolate? A new creation. Wonderful. I shall arrive promptly. As everyone chatted cheerfully, Aslan Ti's face darkened. Miss Su, why have they all tasted your candies while I have not? Su Mayansang raised an eyebrow. And here he still has the nerve to ask. When he had seized her, she had been left with nothing but her clothes. Even her optical brain had heroically perished. I will make you a larger piece tomorrow. The largest one. Her Highness the Crown Princess arrives. From outside came the guard's announcement. Su Mayansang turned around. Oh, she has returned. Quite swiftly, isn't she? As Catherine hurried up the steps dragging her heavy ball gown, she spotted a procession emerging from the Beast God Hall. The Empire's twin stars, the director of the Academy of Sciences, the king, the god of war, the Empress Mother, and her elder brother, who had transformed back into human form. Can I also call you Little Inlin? The girl leaned forward, her beautiful brows and eyes curving into a smile. Your Highness the Crown Princess. Why? Yes. Catherine was stunned by her knife hidden behind a smile appearance, especially as she asked while slowly extending her palm. What was she going to do? Was she going to unleash pheromones to kill her? With SSSS-level pheromones aimed at her, it should only take a gentle strike to reduce her to ashes, right? Her face instantly turned deathly pale, her entire body trembling. Desperately, she cried out to Queen Jenny like someone seeking salvation. Mother, save me, please save me quickly. Although Queen Jenny had no idea what had occurred based on her understanding of her daughter's arrogant nature, Catherine must have done something to provoke Tang'ang. Catherine, do not lose the dignity befitting the royal family. Being reprimanded by an SSSS-level female is your honor. This is it. Completely finished. Even Mother won't save her. Catherine's body went limp in an instant, as if plunging into hell. The terror of death drove her to abandon her status, dignity, and pride. Like a stray dog, she desperately clung to Su Miantong's legs, sobbing and begging. I'm sorry, Su Miantong. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me, okay? Oh. Su Miantong's tone lifted. Where did you go wrong? I was wrong to call you trash, wrong to kidnap you from Blue Illusion Island, and even more wrong to force you to stay in the palace as my personal maid. By the time she reached this point, the males gathered at the temple entrance had grown profoundly cold in expression, especially Aslant, whose crimson flames of the pupils subtly stirred with killing intent. Quite adept at dodging the serious and dwelling on the trivial. Su Miantong glanced threateningly at her own hand. Think more carefully. What matters most? The most important thing is... Catherine looked up and caught sight of the twin stars, immediately understanding what she meant. The most important thing is that I should not have publicly unleashed pheromones on the twin stars, forcing them into heat, nearly costing them their lives. You're actually quite aware of your own crimes, aren't you? Su Miantong withdrew her hand. Apologize. Su Miantong, I'm sore, not to me but to them. Apologize to them and promise you will never commit such acts again. Okay. Catherine, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms, looked toward the Empire's twin stars, an appearance utterly unrecognizable from her arrogant and domineering demeanor at the Yongning City gate. I'm sorry, Colonel. I'm sorry, Major. It was my selfish wish and willful behavior that hurt you. I will never dare do it again. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this one time. Fred and Enzo were deeply shaken. Not because a prestigious crown princess of a nation had bowed her head to apologize to them, but because of Tang'ang. She had brushed off so much injustice suffered within the palace, with such casual indifference, demanding only that the princess apologize to them. They were what mattered most. Those words struck their chests, sending waves of trembling through their hearts, and made their nostrils tingle with an unbearable sourness. They were invincible soldiers with iron bones, always the ones who protected others. For the first time someone had stood before them to shield them, and she was merely a fragile little female. Their hearts swelled with happiness until it overflowed, spilling over every which way. All they could do was stare desperately at her, whispering her name. Tong Tandang, the female maid of their lives. Fred, Enzo, are you willing to forgive her? Yes. Then let us go. Having said this, Su Miantong turned to leave. Catherine blinked in slight astonishment. Just like that. She was letting her off that easily. Overjoyed, she was about to rise when Su Miantong suddenly turned back. Terrified, she let out another scream. And from now on you are not to bully or insult Rong at will. Do you understand? Behind her, Flower Branch waved his hands frantically. It's okay. The royal sister didn't bully me. Yet deep in her heart, because of Tong's concern and assertiveness, a thread of sweetness rose uncontrollably. I heard you. It absolutely will not happen again. And there is more. And more. Su Miantong, seeing her like a startled bird, patted her head. Let me tell you one final piece of bad news. The whitening dew's effects will last at most 3 months. After 3 months your skin will return to its original brown tone. So that was it. It's fine. Her voice was faint as a dying breath. Nowadays, simply staying alive was already fortunate. She could only pray that Tang'ang would not think of something unpleasant one day and come over to end her life with a single palm strike. In high spirits and feeling refreshed, Su Miantong returned home and began purchasing materials online for making desserts: butter, milk, flour, eggs, lemon juice, starch, red velvet liquid. She chose the red velvet series, expecting to make 6 or 7 varieties: red velvet cake, red velvet muffins, red velvet souffle, red velvet cream pie, and so on. The variety would be comprehensive, allowing them to choose freely, though the workload was somewhat substantial. Ding dong! Early the next morning the doorbell rang. Fred and Enzo arrived first. They were dressed extremely formally and brought gifts. Tantang. Tantang. Why did you come so early? Coming early allows me to help you, Fred said, lifting the gift box in his hand. This is for you. Go ahead and take a look. Su Miantong opened it and found a brand new light brain. She could not help but be surprised. How did you know my light brain was broken? Yesterday I saw your online status showed a home robot. Thank you, you are always so thoughtful and considerate. Fred was somewhat embarrassed by her praise. In truth, he also had his own selfish motives. He could not bear being apart from her, not even for a moment outside the battlefield. Tong Tong, look at my gift. Enzo eagerly opened his own present to display his devotion. Su Miantong saw a beautiful corsage shaped like a drooping crabapple blossom, crafted from platinum and adorned with pink pearls, exceptionally exquisite. What a beautiful brooch. It is not merely a brooch, it is also a concealed weapon. After hearing Queen Jenny's words the day before, he had been deeply worried about her safety. Although her current pheromones were powerful enough to subdue anyone, she remained helpless against mecha artillery shells. He spent the entire night selecting the most satisfactory cold weapon from the armory and installing it within the brooch. This special material was discovered by my brother and me when we pacified Planet M. Press the pearl mechanism on top to fire out dark ice needles, which can pierce through any hardened metal and control panels. Even if you encounter robots, you need not fear. After listening to his fluent explanations, Su Miantong nodded. Understood. Then help me put it on. Help you put it on. Enzo's gaze swept over her full proud chest and could not help but flicker. Ordinarily, even a fleeting accidental glance made him secretly swallow his saliva, let alone actually touching her. Yes, what's wrong? No. Nothing. He knew he ought to refuse, yet he found himself unable to. Picking up the brooch, he moved slowly to fasten it for her. Even through the fabric, he could clearly feel the softness beneath. His mind involuntarily conjured scenes of intimate play, and as he fastened it, his fingers trembled slightly. What's wrong with you? Su Miantong noticed his odd behavior and asked curiously. Unexpectedly, her sudden voice startled Enzo. His trembling large hand dropped downward abruptly, instantly sinking into a fatal softness. Su Miantong. Sorry. Enzo's face instantly flushed crimson, his voice trembling. He couldn't even bear to look at her for long before turning and fleeing toward the bathroom. By the time he slipped inside, his raging reaction had left him frozen in place. The routine was all too familiar, yet being at Tong Tong's home using the very hand he had just touched, it sent a thrilling shiver down his spine. Suppressing his shame, he prepared to act when a sudden movement caught his eye on the storage rack. Set a laser gun, its emblem clearly marked anti-wolf. Tong Tong, why would you buy a gun like this? Is it meant to defend against me? What's the matter? From the kitchen, Fred poked his head out, curiosity written all over his face. Nothing. Su Miantong cleared her throat lightly and adjusted the brooch she had crookedly pinned. Her grip had been quite forceful indeed. She returned to the kitchen, and moments later the doorbell rang once more. This time it was Lucille who arrived. Miantong, am I late? Not at all, you're early. Good. He lifted his gaze and surveyed her home, taking in every detail, his brows furrowing slightly. You live in such a small place. Su Miantong. Not even you will spare me, huh? I have no choice, the salary at the courtyard is too low, so I had to settle here. She shrugged playfully. Lucille smiled. I'll give you a raise when we get back. He opened the gift box in his hand, drew out a white wristband, and fastened it onto her. This is the latest creation from the Academy's Research Institute, a new health monitoring bracelet. It can track your vital signs in real time with all data transmitted to the Institute's central system. Su Miantong gazed at the tiny phoenix tail flower emblem printed upon it and could not help but smile faintly. This must be his latest creation, wasn't it? Strange, she had grown stronger now, yet they still treated her like a porcelain doll. Lucille had hardly arrived when Jun Qingyin appeared as well. For the first time, the Crown Prince wore royal attire. The exquisite metal tie clip, the dazzling gem-encrusted buttons, the stiff collar badges, symbolizing authority and honor, all set against impeccably tailored lines that accentuated his already towering, elegant frame, exuding an aura of youthful sovereignty. Magnificently distinguished and inherently regal. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you look particularly handsome today. Jun Qingyin's ears grew warm, and he stared at her transfixed. Tong Tong, you are beautiful as well. Within the palace, she had always worn fairy-like garments, breathtakingly radiant, leaving no room for impure thoughts. but now dressed in a soft yellow flower-bud gown of flowing fabric. Her thick wavy curls cascaded like seaweed over her pale neck, delicately framing her bright, lovely face. She appeared languid yet sweet, like a fragrant little cake that begged to be savored. Shaking off his lingering fantasies, he held out the gift box. "I brought you a present." Su Miantong peered curiously. "What is it?" He unwrapped the elaborate packaging to reveal a pair of crystal shoes. Unlike the ones described in fairy tales, these were not transparent. They were entirely encrusted with precious turquoise spring stones, sparkling so brilliantly that they nearly blinded the eye. Su Miantong was utterly captivated, but she could not resist teasing him. "Gifting shoes. What's the meaning behind that? Are you hinting I should walk further and further away?" "Absolutely not." Jun Qingyin denied it instantly. In the royal court, a romantic legend persisted: if a prince donned crystal shoes for the one he loved, they would walk together through endless lifetimes. It means walking forward together always. I know. What a silly big golden retriever, actually believing such things. Thank you, I love them. Then Tong Tong, may I put them on you myself? Would it not be improper for a crown prince to dress a commoner's feet? She hesitated, then noticed the man's azure pupils dimming slightly, as though a mighty lion had bowed its head in sorrow. Remembering how he had once been trapped within a cage, her heart ached. "Of course you may." "Wonderful." Jun Qingyin's eyes lit up, instantly radiating such vigor that Su Miantong began to suspect his earlier melancholy had been feigned. "Do come in." The man stepped inside, glancing around. "Tong Tong, your home is this small." Su Miantong, struck yet again, could only say. Yet she did not refute him this time, for compared to the imperial palace, this place truly was little more than a birdcage. "I live alone here, and it is enough." Alone. Jun Qingyin silently vowed within his heart that one day he would bring her to the palace. The young woman sat upon the sofa. The man knelt on one knee, gently untying her shoelaces. When he lifted her delicate, tender foot, his palm trembled involuntarily. He had always known she was soft throughout, but he had never imagined her feet would be so as well. Not only soft, but pale, supple, and smooth, feeling as fine as the highest grade of mutton-fat jade, making one reluctant to release her. Su Miantong watched the crown prince ostensibly helping her change shoes, yet indulging in playing with her foot. Not only her soles, but her toes were snow-white and tender, the nails crystalline with a rosy hue, like exquisite pink quartz. As his slightly calloused palm traced across her sole, she instinctively let out a sensitive whimper. The man, lost in his reverie, jolted back to reality. What was he doing? Gazing infatuatedly at Tong Tong's foot. Would she think he was some kind of pervert? He hastily grabbed the shoe, stammering an explanation. "I was merely measuring the size, checking if the fit was appropriate." Su Miantong. "Right, I believe you." No sooner had he finished slipping the shoes onto her feet than he fled, blushing, into the bathroom, colliding directly with Enzo, who had just emerged. Why was his face equally flushed? Tantang. Enzo emerged slowly, his expression deeply aggrieved. "What's wrong? Did someone bully my little wolf?" Su Miantong was curious, given his pitiful demeanor. "You." He spoke in a low voice. "Su Miantong." The next moment she watched him produce an anti-wolf laser gun from behind his back. Su Miantong. "Why didn't I hide it properly?" "Tong Tong, did you buy that gun to guard against me?" "Of course not. I would never use it against you. How could I?" She hastened to explain. "It was merely a gift from a good friend. It would have been impolite not to accept it." "Welcome." Hearing those words, Enzo's eyes instantly brightened. Then, did she welcome what he had just done to her? "Tong Tong, I have arrived. I made a little gift for you." Receiving the message from Waren's optical brain, Su Miantong hurried over to answer the door. "Rong Rong, you came." The moment Huaran set eyes upon her, he froze. She was adorned from head to toe with extraordinarily expensive jewelry. Without a guess, he knew who had gifted them, and suddenly his own present felt woefully inadequate. Su Miantong assumed he too was taken aback by the size of her home, and quickly interjected, "Don't you dare say my place is small." "No, it was not that at all." He shook his head. "Rong Rong is the sweetest." Su Miantong squinted her eyes. "Where's the gift you made?" "Let me see. Actually, never mind." Huarong shook his head again. The girl was confused. Hadn't he just excitedly told her he made a little gift for her? Regretting it already. It must be something wonderful. She noticed his suspicious left hand hidden behind his back and quickly reached out to grab it. Huarong swiftly switched it to his right hand, and she immediately changed hands too. They went back and forth for a long while, creating a stalemate, when suddenly Su Miantong aggressively extended both her hands. Then she hugged him. Suddenly Huarong's heart raced with excitement, his hand trembled from shock, and the gift fell right into the victorious girl's hands. She got it. Let's see what wonderful thing it is. Su Miantong pulled it out and saw a wool-felt panda figurine. Her eyes sparkled with countless little stars. Wow, so miniature and adorable. Rong, it looks exactly like you, and the fur feels. Wait, did you use your own fur to make this? Rong was still dazed from the moment their bodies collided, nodding blankly as she spoke. He had actually plucked his own fur to craft a gift for her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Miantong pressed a tender kiss to the figurine and silently resolved to bake him the largest cake she could make today. When Rong saw her kissing it, his face flushed crimson as though the kiss had been meant for him. Knock, knock, knock. There was no need to guess who the last visitor was. Su Miantong leisurely crossed her arms, regarding the tall, striking figure at her doorstep. General, what an air of importance you have, arriving last of all. Have you been waiting for me, Susu? No, she hadn't. She had been waiting for her gift. Wait. Where was her gift? Why was he holding nothing in his hands? She curiously examined him from head to toe, but found no place where he could have hidden a gift. This was too much. She had spent half a month's salary buying him clothes before, yet he couldn't even spare a small gift in return. After raising him all this time, he was such a cheap tiger. After waiting a long time without receiving his gift, she was instead met with him leaning slightly forward and approaching with deliberate meaning. Susu, with that expectant expression on your face, are you asking for a kiss? I'll satisfy you. You. Su Miantong immediately reached out, pressing her fingertips against his chest to create distance. No gift, no entry. Return to my own home, and I still need to bring a gift. The man tilted his brow slightly, seemingly puzzled. Su Miantong's star-like eyes curved gently as she offered a false smile. This is Little Tiger Lanlin's home, not General Yasi Landy's home. As she finished speaking, she was about to close the door. Upon hearing Little Tiger Lanlin, Yasi Landy's lips curled into a faint smile, and just as she was about to shut it, he firmly grasped her wrist and pulled her completely into his arms, holding her tightly. You. Whoosh! The next moment, an amber diamond necklace poured from his palm like a meteor, its dazzling brilliance so stunning that she was momentarily speechless. He actually polished that raw amber into a diamond necklace. The pendant is three-dimensional and heart-shaped, quite large. Do you like it? Yasi Landy's chin gently brushed against the girl's fluffy, fragrant curls as he looked at the diamond, its shimmering light reflecting his face. Su Miantong nodded. I have one too. Yasi Landy took out the bright, rich ruby he wore on his chest and gently tapped it against hers, as if hinting at something. I've been polishing it since last night. My hands are red. Won't Susu show some sympathy and give me a reward? His deep, sensual voice was right beside her ear, his hot breath cascading unevenly across her face, clearly about to kiss her just as the ruby drew near the amber stone. Su Miantong suddenly smiled and took his hand. All right, I'll reward you. How will Susu reward me? I'll reward you by having you knead dough for me. You're full of energy every day, with so much vigor it's a waste not to put it to work. Yasi Landy, Susu. Don't act cute, it won't work, everyone's busy. Su Miantong ruthlessly dragged him into the kitchen. Once everyone was present, she began assigning tasks. Philade and Nzwa were responsible for preparing the ingredients. Lucille mainly whipped the egg mixture and butter. Jun Jingyin and Yasi Landy kneaded the dough together, and Hua Rong timed the process. She only needed to participate in the making and baking. During the waiting period, she wrote down various dessert recipes on her light brain while occasionally glancing at the bustling group of males, unable to suppress her smile. The outstanding Imperial Twin-Star officers not only led troops well and fought battles effectively, but also meticulously measured and distributed ingredients like eggs, sugar, and milk. Lucille, the strict director, who usually worked with test tubes and precision medicines in the laboratory, beat the egg mixture smoother than any machine. As for Jun Jingyin and Yasi Landy, where did those two go? In the blink of an eye, they had vanished. She turned to ask, but Philade and Nzwa shook their heads. They were focused on organizing the ingredients and hadn't noticed. Lucille wasn't sure either, as he never let his attention wander while working. Even if he did get distracted, it would only be to sneak glances at her. Only Hua Rong hesitated about whether to tell her. They went outside to fight. Moreover, he had just witnessed a brutal century-long verbal battle. General, the master raised me with her own hands. Imperial brother, Tang Eng, has completely marked me. General, the master has seen me naked and must take responsibility for me. Imperial brother, Tang Eng, has completely marked me. General, the master is traveling with me. Imperial brother, Tang Eng, has completely marked me. General, the master kissed me first. Imperial brother, Tang Eng, has completely marked me. General, the master. Imperial brother, has Tang Eng completely marked you? The general made his move. Flour flew everywhere, nearly causing an explosion, but he secretly held it back with his combat power from the sidelines. Rong. Su Miantong looked at him curiously as Hua Rong made gestures. They went to fight behind the villa. Behind the villa? That was her small garden. Her carefully planted flowers wouldn't be ruined by them, would they? She rushed over in a panic. As expected, she was still too late. Several newly sprouted flower seedlings had already been ruthlessly crushed into the soil. The crown prince and the general, who had deliberately refrained from using their combat power to avoid startling the girl and instead fought with bare hands. Why did she come here? Did that kid Huarong tell on them? My flowers. Su Miantong gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. The two men lowered their heads, looking at the trampled flowers and plants beneath their feet. You two. Come over here, stand against the wall. She was furious. Without even using her pheromones, she made the two top-tier combatants obediently come over. However, even as they approached, they remained irreconcilable, choosing walls facing east and west respectively. Su Miantong glanced speechlessly at the crown prince with his grim face, then at the general with his mocking expression, and decided to deal with them one by one. She pointed at the former. Come with me. Yosalandi's sharp brows instantly furrowed at her words. Su, why him first? Just as he was about to speak, the girl holding a broken stem of Phalaenopsis orchids warned him sternly, you stay right there and don't move. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Seeing this, the man's thin lips curled up in delight. So his owner was this angry because the orchids he had planted with her were destroyed. She indeed cared about him the most. Su Miantong walked all the way to the edge of the swimming pool before stopping. As if belatedly realizing his mistake, Jun Chengyin slightly lowered his golden head. He had never seen Tong Tong's expression so stern. She must be very angry. Just as he expected punishment, the girl rubbed his head, then touched his face, her slender, delicate fingers tracing down his neck and continuing downward, as if to pull open the collar of his clothes. He shuddered, whether from shock or excitement, his skin turning hot, his entire body frozen, anticipating her next move. Tong Tong, why wasn't she punishing him? Instead, she was rewarding him. Are you hurt? The girl suddenly stopped her movements. After a thorough check, finding nothing unusual, she withdrew her hand. Jun Chengyin was momentarily stunned, then a trace of sweetness seeped into his heart. He had done something wrong, yet Tang Dang didn't blame him. Instead, she showed concern. No. She had arrived before they could actually fight. Jun Chengyin. Su Miantong was about to put on a stern face when she met his slightly wavering sapphire blue pupils. Tong Tong, why don't you call me Big Golden Retriever anymore? Big Golden Retriever was the nickname she had given him when she was trying to tame him. Now he had become the crown prince. Can I still use it? Yes, I like it very much. Then I'll call you that in private. It would be too absurd for others to hear her address the crown prince as Big Golden Retriever. Big Golden Retriever, why did you fight with Lon Lon? Jun Chengyin's eyes darkened at the mention of Yosalandi's name, as if stirred by some unpleasant memory. Tong Tong, during the days you were away from the palace, was he the one who abducted you? Su Miantong saw that familiar expression, similar to the one he had on the day his spirit broke down when he carried her into the cave, and suddenly realized. So his sudden decline and complete mental collapse were because she had left the palace. He thought she had deceived him and no longer wanted to treat him. The last shred of trust in humanity was extinguished, driving him to the brink. I'm sorry. At the time I just wanted to go home for a while and come back soon. But I didn't expect Lon Lon to regain his human form, not only lose his memory, but also misunderstand me. I was wary of his formidable combat power and his extreme jealousy. I feared that forcing a mention of you would put us in danger, even involve you, so I didn't return to the palace in time. However, after testing him twice, I found he meant no harm, so I hurried back. I never expected it would cause your mental collapse. Really? Jun Chengyin's eyes trembled at these words, his heart thundering like a drum. So his sister had indeed lied to him. Tang Tang had not deceived him, nor abandoned him, nor escaped the planet with anyone else. She had always cared for him. Of course it's true. Before Su Miantong could finish, he hugged her tightly, spinning around his clear, hearty laughter causing ripples in the pool water. Tantang, Tantang, Tantang. He repeated her name, pouring out the overwhelming emotions in his heart. He really liked her so much that he didn't know what to do. Su Miantong was amused by his silly behavior and ruffled his golden eye. He had never blamed her. His mental collapse was simply because he missed her so much he was going mad. It's all my fault for not trusting you. How foolish could he be? He could even blame himself for this. She waved her hand in the distance, signaling Xiaomi to bring over desserts. Here. This is a red velvet muffin I made especially for you as compensation. Try it. Su Miantong tore off the paper liner at the bottom and handed it to him. At the taste of the cake made by his beloved little female, Jun Chengyin was so thrilled that he immediately transformed into his beast form. Seeing him suddenly turn into a large lion, Su Miantong's eyes lit up. She hadn't seen him for a few days and was just itching to pet his fur. Big Golden Retriever, is the muffin good? The lion nodded vigorously. Better than cotton candy. If it's good, don't you think you should pay a fee? What did she want? He could give her the entire royal family. I want to touch you. Huh. Now. Usually eager at the prospect, he now looked a bit flustered, but he was also excited. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Su Miantong directly rubbed his massive majestic lion head, the thick fluffy golden mane around his neck, his magnificent waist, and the softest belly. The lion closed his eyes in pleasure, lying on his back feeling as if he were floating, when Su Miantong noticed a change beneath his belly. Startled, she jerked her hand back, her face flushed, scrambled up, and ran away shouting as she fled, "Big golden retriever, you pervert." Huh. The lion looked down. Roar, Tong Tong, let me explain. I didn't mean to. In the garden, a curious lark poked its head out from a leafy tree, watching the lively scene unfold. Su Miantong dashed to the bathroom, washed her hands and face, and only after cooling down the burning heat and flush did she remember that Lon Lon was still waiting for her in the garden. She picked up a red velvet souffle and walked over. Seeing him from afar, she was about to call out when she noticed him irritably pinching a butterfly perched on his high-bridged nose, muttering to himself, "Why does the owner like your wings? They're not as pretty as mine." Her steps suddenly halted. Lanlin, not amnesiac. And Master Butterfly wings. And if he remembered all of that, then his earlier accusations of her taking his virginity, smashing his optical brain, and bullying him across various planets were all deliberate. What a malicious tiger. NIS, this how he repays kindness for being taken in. And she would teach him a proper lesson. The young girl walked over holding a souffle. Yaslandi, seeing this, raised his long eyes slightly. "Su, is this for me?" Just as he reached out, Su Miantong brought it to her own mouth. The man was momentarily stunned. And could it be some kind of flirtatious game? And sharing a bite. And he pinched her chin and leaned down to take the food from her mouth, only to see her stunning face covered in cold frost. Admiral Yaslandi, why had she suddenly addressed him as Admiral? Please conduct yourself with dignity. These past few days I have carefully considered our relationship. Although your combat level is high, you are quite romantic, and the planets you took me to were beautiful, I still seem not to like you. The curve of Yaslandi's eyes froze, and the smile on his face vanished completely. And let me reiterate once more, I did not take your virginity. Even if you don't believe me with your family background, appearance, and rank, finding another female of your liking would be effortless, and she sighed as she spoke. And perhaps what I have always loved is the former obedient, well-behaved little sweetheart who loved to act cute. But alas, they are no more. And after saying this, she secretly observed his expression. Why no reaction at all? From the moment she uttered the words, "I don't like you," Yaslandi's heart felt as if a sharp weapon had pierced it, shattering it into pieces, blood splattering, leaving him in a daze of pain, unable to feel anything. The war god, who had always been smooth sailing and invincible in all matters, faced his first Waterloo in life, his beloved female saying she didn't like him. This pain was 100,000 times worse than being struck by a miasma bomb. Doesn't like him. And she doesn't like him. And unconsciously, combat energy gathered at his fingertips, nearly piercing through his palm. And still no reaction. Quite the actor, huh? And all right, I'm done talking. And you are no longer welcome here. And please, Admiral, take your leave. She turned to leave. But as soon as she took a step, she heard the man's low, hoarse voice, "Master." Su Miantong halted, a faint curve secretly lifting the corners of her lips. Finally admitted it. And this was the first time she heard him address her as Master in person. The feeling of "my tiger has grown up" was both gratifying and curious. She slowly turned around, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Master, you've regained your memories," and he had never forgotten. In a very moment, every second of their time together was etched into his heart, savored over and over. "Then why did you deceive me before?" Su Miantong stepped forward angrily, just as she used to scold the little tiger by cupping its head. She now cupped his face with both hands and looked into his eyes, only to see his crimson pupils burning red, so red it seemed they would bleed, and panic seized her. Was he about to cry? And anyone else would be fine. Admiral Yaslandi, the iron-boned war god, the living Azura, who swept across interstellar battlefields, who could withstand miasma bombs, capable of moving planets and leveling mountains, was now about to be made to cry by her. What a sin. And she was about to comfort him, but then recalled his previous misdeeds. And no, she couldn't soften. And this naughty tiger would only run wild if given an inch. He needed to learn a lesson. Because I was too childish, too weak before, and did too many embarrassing things, and I was afraid you would despise me or forever regard me only as a pet. Mother said if you like someone you must completely conquer them, possess them, tease them. Otherwise they will run away. And outside the garden, Lucille, who happened to be passing by, found these words amusing. Duchess of L. That was the notoriously fierce female of the Central Star System. If she had been born male, she would have donned armor and gone to war. Having given birth to such an SS-level variant son, she doted on him like a pearl in her palm, spoiling him with boundless affection. Even his courtship was taught according to the noble female's way, without instilling the proper attitude and virtues of a male. No wonder Su Miantong was angry. NSU Miantong couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. And what had he learned? What kind of childish way of loving was this? No way. You were never childish nor weak. You were clearly adorable, and I liked you very much, Nadable. Na flicker of light briefly appeared in Yaslandi's eyes, then quickly faded. Adorable. Na word used to describe little animals. And Master indeed only liked him like a pet. And he didn't want that. And he didn't want that. He wanted Master to love him the way a female loves a male. Ni's heart was restless, filled with anxiety. In the past he could have used his combat power to force her, even if it meant she would hate him, despise him, but she would always stay by his side. But now she was far stronger than him. And if she didn't like him, she could discard him like a piece of clothing, like trash, at her whim. And he was powerless. NSU Miantong, after speaking, vaguely heard the eerie sound of bones grinding. Glancing down, she saw that his tightly clenched fist was oozing blood. Lanlin, what are you doing? Let go, N. Since Master doesn't like me anymore, why do you still care about me? And Yaslandi, in self-abandonment, tightened his grip, even more blood streaming down, yet he felt no pain. Su Miantong murmured. I said all that just to force you to admit that you hadn't lost your memory. What? And Yaslandi was momentarily stunned. And then his fiery crimson pupils began to tremble with uncontrollable excitement, radiating an unparalleled joy. Master had been deceiving him all along. And she didn't dislike him, and she hadn't told him to leave. And he knew it. And Master loved him the most. His gaze, burning with love, nearly incinerated her. Su Miantong looked up, barely enduring it, and felt that if she hadn't awakened her pheromone, she would not have been able to resist this force. As he lowered his head to kiss her lips, she suddenly reached out and covered his mouth. N, wait, N, first promise me, will you lie again in the future? No, N, will you smash the optical brain again? N, no, N, will you still toy with me, go crazy with jealousy for no reason? I won't dare. And the way he obediently shook his head was exactly like the little tiger of before. NSU Miantong was delighted. Her little sweetheart had finally returned. And will you still be lewd? And Yaslandi fell silent. NSU Miantong. Why isn't he speaking? You. She still wanted to press on with her questions. Yasalanti directly buried his face into the warm, fragrant curve of her neck, his moon-white soft wisps of hair constantly rubbing against her skin as he pouted and coaxed, just like old times. Lanlan loves Master the most. Master is the most beautiful, kindest, and loveliest female in the entire world. Will you forgive Lanlan? From now on, Lanlan will be obedient and never make Master angry or sad. I will love you forever and ever. Su Miantong's lips curved gently. His barrage of sweet words left her head spinning, and she almost forgot the true purpose of her visit. Acting cute again, trying to sneak by with adorable tactics. Yasalanti exhaled a sultry little breath, as if deliberately leveraging his cherished status. If Master liked little tigers, he could remain one forever. After all, he did enjoy clinging to her. Why do you always get into fights with Jun Qingying? Because. At the mention of that lion, he ground his sharp tiger teeth in displeasure. Master gave him a complete mark. You want a complete mark too? Su Miantong suggested, expecting delight. Instead, he flatly refused. No. I want a temporary mark. A temporary mark. That meant licking the back of her neck. Su Miantong's eyes shimmered with curiosity, wondering why he desired such a thing. Then Master must keep giving me temporary marks over and over, marking me for a lifetime. Su Miantong. You little rascal, quite cunning, aren't you? After returning from the small garden, everyone clearly noticed a change in Yasalanti. He had become clingy and fond of acting spoiled, constantly calling Su Miantong Master, a stark contrast to the aloof, untamed marshal who once tolerated no infringement upon his dignity. Frederick and Enzo exchanged a glance. Had Tanking cast another spell and turned him back into a little tiger. Over the following days the situation only intensified. The moment the young lady clocked out and returned to the villa compound, he would appear, punctually shadowing her every step with no sign of relenting. Frederick gripped a reply letter from Duke Heir's estate that he had found at home, hesitating whether to show it to him, the words he had once spoken. Marshal, is this letter for your mother? Yasalanti took it and immediately spotted the 2 lines written upon it: addicted to female company at such a young age, unlikely to achieve greatness in the future. Perhaps you should retire and raise children at home. Days later, the bullet he himself had loaded was finally fired, striking him squarely between the brows. Yet the marshal remained eerily calm, his expression serene as he gazed at the lovely female arranging flowers not far away. Master, if the military rejects me, would you bear my pups and let me stay home to raise them? Su Miantong's temple twitched, and she threw the flower branch in her hand at him. He caught all 3 stems flawlessly, a proud, teasing smile flickering across his handsome features. 3 is it? Frederick and Enzo. As expected, fans should not get too close to their idol's personal life. In the past they had ample time to have Tang Eng all to themselves, but now the marshal claimed the vast majority of her attention, and when military duties grew too heavy the crown prince took over. The two young passionate brothers had not enjoyed a moment alone with her in ages, and restlessness began to stir within them. Especially the one time they stepped into the villa and were caught off guard by a sultry husky voice belonging to Marshal Yassilandi. Through the crack in the door they saw him completely enveloping the petite female, holding her tightly against him. And Tang Eng was giving him a temporary mark. Master, master, master. I love you so much, I love you to death. The marshal's voice, unlike anything they had ever heard, brimming with exquisite pleasure and rapture, left them utterly unsettled. Violent physiological reactions surged through them, driving them to flee hastily, while their combat prowess skyrocketed, and their minds began to fracture. Su Miantong quickly noticed their abnormality and curiously asked on the ride to work, "Frederick Enzo, what's wrong with you lately? Is there something troubling you? Work-related or personal? Is there anything I can help with?" Frederick found it difficult to speak. In the Central Star, a male displaying jealousy or possessiveness was considered a sign of poor character and base nature. He did not wish to become that sort of person nor be despised by Tang Eng. Enzo, however, could barely contain himself. Tugging at her sleeve, he blurted out, "Tong Tong, do you prefer the Marshal and the Crown Prince?" After all, both were SS-tier top combat males whose beast forms were the most ferocious apex predators in the food chain, far superior to their own. Only then did Su Miantong understand their troubles. Truly two sensitive, sentimentally fragile military males. She smiled and ruffled their hair affectionately. "Of course not. You are also very..." Words felt inadequate, so she simply reached toward the napes of their necks and activated her pheromones. Frederick and Enzo's pupils dilated in an instant, their entire bodies trembling. They never imagined happiness could descend so suddenly. The flying vehicle hurtling overhead suddenly wobbled as if struck by terrifying turbulence, swaying precariously and drawing curious glances from passers-by wondering what on earth was happening inside. Moments later Frederick disembarked with unsteady legs. Enzo followed, equally unsteady, nearly stumbling face-first to the ground. Who would have guessed that after awakening her pheromone abilities Tang Eng had become so formidable? A mere gentle touch to the nape was already enough to render them blissfully disoriented and directionless. They dared not imagine what would happen if intimate contact grew more profound in the future. Would they simply expire on the spot? In recent days the military had been shrouded in gloom. Everyone walked on eggshells, terrified of making the slightest mistake and incurring the wrath of the unpredictable, easily angered colonel and major. Yet they were profoundly relieved to discover that come morning both officers' tempers had inexplicably softened, becoming gentle and serene as though soothed by something wonderful. A first-class sergeant entered the camp and was astonished to find Colonel Frederick lost in a daze, the paper before him densely scribbled with the name Tong 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 Tang Eng, while an utterly blissful smile lingered on his lips. And at another location Enzo's mind was equally occupied with thoughts of the lovely female, so overjoyed that he desperately wanted to transform into his beast form and roll about in delight. Soothed by pheromones that morning, he and his brother were loath to let Tang Eng leave. They clung to her for over half an hour, causing a slight delay in her precious work schedule. Yet, she showed not the faintest impatience, leaving their recently turbulent hearts completely calmed, swimming in a sweetness akin to being immersed in a jar of honey. However, this bliss could not last. A sudden piece of news shattered the idyll. At the White Tiger Corps military base, a soldier rushed into the camp shouting, "Report! General news from the front lines. Planet X intends to join forces with the leaders of 16 planets, including Bosca and Vinek, to launch a massive assault on the Central Star, and they have even threatened to capture the SSSS-level Supreme Female. Courting death." On the high platform, Yaslandi's face darkened, exuding a chilling, suffocating sovereign aura that pressed down upon the assembled officers, none daring to lift their heads. Over the years, Planet X had been restless along the border, and to avoid a second interstellar war, he had only issued minor warnings. Unexpectedly, they first deployed poison gas bombs, and now had set their sights on his master. Truly deserving of death. Planet X. Lieutenant Safante was puzzled. After the last time they used poison gas bombs against the General, the Interstellar Alliance severely punished them, leaving them crippled. How dare they still invade? Do they not know that the General has already been resurrected? According to reliable sources, they don't believe the General has truly been revived. They think no one could withstand the power of the poison gas bombs, and that the current General is merely a clone robot created by the royal family, a bluff to intimidate. Humph. A faint sneer curled on Yaslandi's lips as the officers raised their heads to him, awaiting orders. Annihilate them all. Central news: in 2 days over 400 troops, including the White Tiger Corps, the Lion Division, and the Falcon Combat Team, will assemble at Yongning Gate. Led by General Yaslandy, they will launch an offensive against the X-star system and annihilate it completely. Completely annihilate. The news sent shockwaves through the populace, some were terrified, others exhilarated. Fear arose because the X-star system spanned hundreds of planets, its vast power and territory, making a second interstellar war a likely outcome. For years wary of this, the central star had tolerated its provocations. What had provoked General Yaslandy to now risk everything to annihilate them completely? Exhilaration came from the fact that the X-star system was the central star's ancient nemesis, a festering tumor that had plagued them for millennia. At last they were determined to eradicate it, truly the indomitable war god. Lamlin, are you going to fight again? Su Miantong watched the news, her eyes filled with worry. Yes, I must leave my master for a while. Yaslandy took her hand and caressed his own face with it, his voice tender. I will miss my master. Will my master miss me? He was acting spoiled again. Su Miantong pinched his cheek playfully. I'm just worried. You've only just regained your human form. Will your body be able to handle the battlefield? Handle it. Yaslandy narrowed his eyes, a wicked gleam traveling over her figure. It seems I must demonstrate my prowess to my master. Oh, how formidable are you? Su Miantong lifted her lips in a smile. In the past she might have believed him, but now. Which tiger was it that couldn't bear even a hint of pheromones and cried out? Hearing this, Yaslandy recalled the last temporary mark, how the stimulation had reddened his eyes. Did she have any idea how potent her pheromones were? So potent that just the mere mention stirred the little tiger awake. Master, I want. Wasn't it just recently marked? Not a mark I want. He pressed her tightly into his embrace, his hoarse voice biting her ear as he uttered two words, so crude and direct that the innocent girl's face flushed crimson, and she reflexively smashed a vase over his head. Seems you're brimming with energy, no need to worry at all. Fred and Enzo walked in to witness the scene, stifling their laughter by pressing their fists to their lips. Yaslandy removed the vase and was about to continue his coaxing when he saw them. His expression immediately turned serious. Master, rest assured. The X-star system, already weakened by the Interstellar Alliance's sanctions, can be completely annihilated within a month at most. Just wait at home for my triumphant return. Fred and Enzo grew excited at this. They were discussing the campaign. As it happened, they had come not for Tangdang but for the general. Ever since they heard the arrogant declaration about seizing the SSSS-level supreme female, they had burned with rage, yearning to charge into battle and slaughter the enemy. But the Central Command's assigned forces did not include the Hawk Division's 1st Special Task Force or the Wolf Anti-Terror Elite Unit. So, before they could voice their thoughts, Yaslandy looked at them. You're not on the recruitment list. No. Then join the expedition. What? Fred and Enzo were stunned, hardly believing it. What, afraid of death? No. The two brothers immediately snapped to attention, saluting with exhilaration. Thank you, General. Su Miantong felt happy for them. She remembered they had once said their greatest dream was to fight alongside the Empire's war god, General Yaslandy. Now it had come true. Unable to do much else, she made a few boxes of candy and sent them off before their departure. Tantang. Tantang. Inside the Eagle Wolf camp, Fred and Enzo hugged her tightly. We'll be apart again, I will miss you. Didn't you say we'd be back in a month at most? Yes, but we can't bear to be apart from you even for a second. Taking advantage of the parting moment, Fred dared to voice a request he usually found hard to utter. Tong, after we return, could you give me a mark too? Enzo chimed in, me too. Ever since they had glimpsed her giving the general a temporary mark at the villa entrance, they had indulged in wild fantasies day and night, dreaming of things too shameful to describe. They were no longer satisfied with false marks, they craved something deeper. Of course, Su Miantong nodded. Compared to the tiger's lecherous requests, this was far simpler. So she sent a box of malt candy to the White Tiger Corps camp. Yaslandy looked at the unfamiliar packaging and candy, his joyful smile impossible to hide. This is specially made for me, different from theirs. Yes, Su Miantong nodded with a suppressed smile. Completely different. You can try it. He couldn't bear to taste it now. He cherished it and placed it in the pocket near his heart. Then he bent down slightly and closed his eyes. Master, won't you kiss me? Like before. Rare for a lustful tiger to make such an innocent request. Su Miantong rose on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his forehead where the mark of the king should be. Return safely. As the ship journeyed toward the interstellar battlefield, Yaslandy touched his forehead, unable to restrain his cheerful spirits, and took out a piece of malt candy, only to find it was delightfully sweet yet terribly sticky. Fred and Enzo seemed to notice his predicament, and in order to express their gratitude for his exceptional admission into the unit, decided to generously share a marshmallow with him. To his surprise, he was refused. No need. The high-ranking general chewed with growing relish, as though something had occurred to him, his very eyes and brows adorned with a touch of proud amusement. This is my master's special intention. He simply enjoys having me cling to him. Twin star. The Imperial Palace. Jun Qingyin had finished his current affairs and glanced at the time. Tang Tang was about to get off work. He rose to go to the Science Research Academy to pick her up, but was intercepted by Queen Jinji entering the Great Hall. Iner. Mother. Are you going to see Tang Tang again? Yes. Mother knows you like her and wish to see her. Queen Jinji took his hand and spoke with heartfelt earnestness. But you have just regained your human form and reclaimed your position as Crown Prince. There are many matters and people in the Central Territory that require your familiarity and attention. Countless citizens of Twin Star are watching you, hoping you will achieve remarkable things. Only by handling state affairs with ease and winning people's hearts can you truly become a Lion King. You know Mother has always placed great hopes upon you. Once General Yasalandi returns with a great victory this time, I intend to have Hua Rong abdicate and hold your coronation ceremony under the gaze of all. But before that you must prove to everyone that you are worthy of this position and worthy of becoming the ruler of the Central Star. So, do you not feel that time is insufficient? However, Mother does not forbid you from seeing Tong Tong, only that perhaps your visits are too frequent. Queen Jinji smiled gently. Moreover, Tang Tang is an SSSS class female possessing a natural and irresistible allure over males. In the future, competitors will continuously emerge. If you are not strong enough, how can you compete with them? The final words deeply inspired Jun Qingyin. This son understands. Thank you, Mother. He would surely work twice as hard to keep Tang Tang by his side forever. Outside the Great Hall, Hua Rong, having heard these words, withdrew his steps and departed with a desolate expression. It was not about abdication. He had never cherished the throne that never truly belonged to him, nor did he care for lineage or power. But now, he looked down at the beautiful young girl wolf-felting figure he had just crafted. He had someone he cared for in his heart. Yet his strength remained so feeble, his rank so lowly. Faced with a group of S-class and SS-class male warriors, he possessed absolutely no competitiveness whatsoever, let alone protecting her. Gazing toward Bamboo Peak from afar, he silently made a decision in his heart. The Imperial National Science Research Academy. With the help of Lucilli, the development of the new suppressant project was finally officially initiated. As the chief person in charge and team leader, Su Miantong threw herself into the work with active dedication. It was not until the weekend that she had free time to rest, and fortunately there would be no interruptions. She had originally planned to sleep soundly, but unexpectedly received an optical call from Bai Weiwei. Weiwei. She paused for a moment, then remembered. A friend from the Central Star she had met on Blue Phantom Island, an A-class female with apple-scented pheromones. Ever since they parted on the island, they had not been in contact. Why was she calling suddenly? Tang Tang. Bai Weiwei leaned eagerly into the screen. I saw your latest post on the Star Circle. You've left the Imperial Palace and returned to the Science Research Academy. Yes, I've been out for quite some time. You're amazing. I've never seen anyone escape that flamboyant, domineering, and unreasonable eldest princess. We must celebrate. As she spoke, she held up 2 concert tickets. Tada, look what this is. Global concert tickets for the superstar Esfini. 1 ticket is hard to come by at any price. I managed to get them internally through my uncle. Come with me. A concert. However, I have very important work next week. Su Miantong was about to decline when Bai Weiwei opened her mouth in disbelief. No way. Tong Tong, I understand work, but you're such a workaholic that you can refuse Esfini, the most famous interstellar singer and the most beautiful mermaid in the starry realm. Mermaid. Su Miantong felt a spark of curiosity upon hearing this. She never imagined that interstellar beastmen included aquatic varieties, and not just any aquatic race, but the legendary and most mysterious mermaids. She had never seen one before. All right. After agreeing, she searched the star net for information about Esfini. Beast form mermaid, S-class female, 25 years old, from Chubo Star, a renowned interstellar singer with striking beauty and a captivating voice. It was said that her voice was akin to sounds from heaven, possessing a charm that could bewitch the human heart. Anyone who had heard her sing would become a devoted fan.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
She began to look forward to it. On the weekend, Bai Weiwei arrived in a flying craft to pick her up, and the 2 of them happily flew toward the concert venue, the Superdome Arena. There the crowd surged shoulder to shoulder, numbering in the tens of thousands. Everyone enthusiastically waved electronic banners and glow sticks in their hands, the atmosphere thoroughly electrifying. A few minutes later, the organizers took the stage and announced that Esfini was about to appear. Everyone erupted into roaring shouts of her name. Esfini. 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 Hey, my dear fans. I am so happy to finally meet you all on the central star. A clear, ethereal, and exquisitely gentle voice accompanied by the appearance of a beautiful mermaid instantly ignited the entire arena. Through the sea of waving glow sticks, Su Miantong was just about to get a clear look at her face when, crack, the colossal dome of the Superdome arena suddenly sealed shut, and the red alarm lights at the very top began flashing, emitting a sharp, piercing roar. Su Miantong immediately sensed something was wrong, but the others assumed it was part of the show and continued cheering, still waving their glow sticks enthusiastically. She activated her optical device. Indeed, the signal had been cut off. Wei, check your optical device. Do you have signal? Huh. The noise was too overwhelming. Bai Weiwei repeated her listening several times before comprehending what she was saying. She casually activated her optical device, saw the bar indicator for signal, and dismissively closed it. There are too many people here. It's perfectly normal for the signal to be poor. You don't need to. Before she could finish her sentence, an intense burst of laser erupted from the center of the stage, forcing everyone to close their eyes. What is this? It's so blinding. A heavily processed, harsh, yet unrestrained mechanical laugh suddenly reverberated in surround sound from all directions of the dome. Hey, my dear idol miss. I am so happy to finally meet you on the central star. As the light faded, everyone opened their eyes and saw hundreds of transparent shadow figures materializing out of thin air in the center of the stage. Among them were two holding Yusufeni hostage, their pulse-charged spears pressed firmly against her chin. Who are you? Let me go at once. Yusufeni attempted to activate her pheromones, but they proved completely ineffective. Dear idol miss, please stop wasting your precious S-rank pheromones. They have no effect on robots. Save some for Dr. Lorenz's research. Laser cannons, robots, Dr. Lorenz. These keywords all reminded Su Mitang of the shadow robots who had once kidnapped Jun Qingyin. Recently, he had reopened the case and shown her the files. The shadow robots were an extremely sinister organization that targeted S-rank females and males. Even SS-rank males with exceptional genetic abilities across the galaxy abducted them according to carefully crafted plans and delivered them to their leader, Dr. Lorenz, for genetic research and recombination, aiming to artificially create the most perfect and powerful pheromone combinations or combat prowess levels in the world. Back then, they had set their sights on Jun Qingyin's innate double pupil power. Now they must have their eyes on Yusufeni's angelic voice, haven't they? Taking advantage of the power vacuum left by the war between Central Star and Planet X, they had selected this location for the abduction, blinding the crowd temporarily with laser cannons before whisking their target away right under everyone's watchful eyes, employing the exact same tactics used when they took Jun Qingyin all those years ago. Let go of Miss Yusufeni. Several top-tier A-rank male bodyguards rushed forward to protect her, but before they could even reach the shadow figure's pulse, spears struck them down, leaving them unconscious on the ground. At the sound of gunfire, the concertgoers erupted into panic, scrambling for the exits, with hands clasped over their heads, while Yusufeni remained alone on stage, tears streaming down her face. Tong, run. Bai Weiwei gave her a single pull before the crushing crowd swept them apart. These were machines impervious to pheromone influence, armed with devastating weapons. Their detection meant instant death. There was no choice but to flee immediately and alert Jun Qingyin to launch a rescue operation. Su Mitang barely turned when she caught the sound of Yusufeni's weeping. Save me. Please, I beg you, please save me. The mermaid's voice seemed to possess an almost hypnotic quality. Haunted by that pitiful, heart-wrenching plea for help, she found herself rooted to the spot. Turning back toward the stage, she saw shadow robots shackling Yusufeni's wrists and ankles. On her delicate, sorrowful face, tears cascaded like luminous pearls, hitting the floor in despair, as though she already foresaw her tragic fate awaiting her. The organization's members were utterly ruthless and cruel, stripping away whatever they wanted without hesitation. The beautiful were mangled beyond recognition, the gifted reduced to broken shells, blindness, deafness, madness, limb loss, all common occurrences. Some were even preserved as specimens permanently submerged in formalin. They once sought to extract my double pupils, but I broke free and became the sole survivor from that experimental facility. Yet to this day no one knows the location of their base, its members, or how they come and go. Jun Qingyin's words echoed persistently in her mind. Perhaps this kidnapping could yield fresh leads for the case, or perhaps it would come to nothing. But Yusufeni's fate was already clear enough to imagine. If no one came to rescue her. Su Mitang closed her eyes, briefly made her decision, and a plan began taking shape in her mind. Once the shadow robots had Yusufeni completely subdued, they activated the massive dome overhead, summoned a starship, and fired another laser blast. Amid the crowd's screams, they disappeared into the starship with Yusufeni. As the hatch sealed shut, neither side noticed that the girl whose body had been doused with void essence had slipped aboard unnoticed. We star. The clan. Sienna, you're back. I happen to be going through some photos Mother wants you to look at them. Duchess Hilary eagerly spread a collection of fine female portraits before her son for him to peruse. This is Clara, the youngest daughter of Faye's president of the Interstellar Federation Bank, an S-rank female, only 20 this year, strikingly beautiful. You met her at the last banquet when she came to toast you specifically. This is Beryl, sister of Adson, the Chief Justice of the Military Tribunal. She's also an S-rank female who has admired you for quite some time. She's already visited your home 4 or 5 times on her own. And this one holds the most distinguished status, both an S-rank female and the president's own niece, currently working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She's ambitious and devoted to her career, and I've heard she often inquires about you with her superiors. Does she catch your interest? She went on relentlessly for what felt like half a day, only to discover her son had merely unfastened his mecha helmet and tossed it aside with casual indifference, then picked up an urgent report from his desk to read, never so much as glancing at the photographs she'd laid out. Sienna. She approached him with dissatisfaction and snatched the intelligence report away. You've become increasingly disrespectful to your mother. Can't you spare even a moment to look at these pictures? Mother. Zhangxian Yu pressed his slender fingers against his brow, the hardened alloy catching a faint cold luster in the light. I've told you many times, I still haven't found a female I'm interested in. How can you claim not to like any of them when you haven't even given them a proper look? Duchess Hilary chided him. I think you've just grown too accustomed to being the favored son, always keeping your standards impossibly high. You have no idea how desirable these outstanding females would be on other planets. It's only because Wee Star has an abundance of talented women that they're all drawn to someone like you, the galaxy's top commander. Take another look. There are hundreds of beauties here, each with their own unique charm, slim, or voluptuous, sweet, or cool, every type imaginable. I'm sure you'll find someone to your liking. Oh. Zhangxian Yu took the thick stack and began flipping through them rapidly, the plastic photos making a soft rustling sound as they brushed against his metallic fingertips. Too thin. Too fat. Too tall. Too short. Hair too short. Hair too long. Below the steps, over a dozen attendants struggled to keep up, drenched in sweat, barely managing to catch the photos he tossed down. Duchess Hilary initially thought he was carefully selecting among them, but soon realized he was simply playing around. Sienna, how old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? Mother, I'm only 22, still very young. What's the rush? His sharp, elongated eyes curved slightly upward, his handsome features radiating an almost electric charm. This made Duchess Hilary feel both fondly indulgent and helpless. Mother simply feels she must have accumulated tremendous blessings in her past life to have borne such an extraordinary SS-grade combat male for the herbivore lineage. Such exceptional genes should absolutely be passed down as early as possible. Don't you want to strengthen the Wee star system? Become the hegemon of the interstellar region. Through the method of reproduction. Zhangxian Yu's lips curled into a faint sneer. Little rabbit, indeed you are good at producing offspring. You have no idea. I heard that recently a divine miracle was born in the central star system, producing an SSSS-grade female who reigns supreme over all. I can scarcely imagine how wonderful it would be if she were on our Wee star, bearing offspring with such superior genes and ranking in the future. What a pity. As Duchess Hilary spoke, she suddenly seemed to recall something and looked at him with an expression full of suspicion. By the way, I heard from your younger sister that there's been some unfavorable talk spreading across the planet lately, that you reject every female who comes your way. Could it be? You also prefer males? What? Yu Zhangxian was amused by her anger. Yuling, is it? When I get back, I'll tear her mouth apart. You can't blame her entirely. Duchess Hilary deliberately provoked him. Who told you to be so picky in choosing a partner? Those that fly in the sky, swim in the sea, crawl on land, no matter how excellent, you never take a liking to them. It's bound to arouse suspicion. Fine. Yu Zhangxian couldn't be bothered to listen to her rambling any longer. He grabbed his helmet and was about to leave. Wait for me. I'll go snatch that SSSS rank supreme female from the central star and bring her back to bear you a litter of bunnies. How about that? You little rascal. Duchess Hilary was amused by him, but her laughter was soon drowned out by a panic scream. Brother. Brother, brother, brother. Great, I finally found you. Yuling rushed in from outside on a magnetic wheel float, and as soon as she entered, she urgently tugged at Yu Zhangxian to leave. Quick, my idol, she. Yu Zhangxian had just brushed off his mother, and had no mood to play along with her. Not interested. If you like her so much, why don't you marry her yourself? You're always talking about all kinds of females. I think you're quite the female enthusiast. Yuling. Why did her brother suddenly attack her? No. I'm not trying to set you up. My idol Isfini has been kidnapped by shadowbots. The news has spread across the entire star system. She's missing now, and I'm really worried. I want you to help rescue her. Shadowbots. Yu Zhangxian's interest was piqued upon hearing this. This mysterious evil organization centered around robots had been rampaging through the star system for years without anyone being able to catch its tail. He had only been investigating for a few months when he tracked down its lair, just a ghost lake on Moon Comet. He had planned to deal with them after finishing his current affairs, but now they had delivered themselves to him. Got it. He leaped down the steps, and instantly a massive razor-sharp silver battle armor materialized around him. Its streamlined design was exquisite and elegant, brimming with a strong sense of technology. Every joint moved with flexibility and agility, exuding an unparalleled top-tier lethal combat prowess. Wow! Brother, you're so cool. Little Rabbit Yuling clenched her fists, jumping 3 feet high, so excited that even her rabbit ears popped out. Wait for my good news. Okay. After Yu Zhongxian left, Duchess Hilary curiously approached Yuling. Linger is your idol, that famous interstellar diva Isfini. I heard her original form is a mermaid. Not only is she beautiful, but her voice is also enchanting. Now that your brother is going to rescue her, do you think they'll fall in love at first sight and develop feelings for each other? Probably. Yuling scratched her head. After all, Isfini's charm is so immense that everyone who meets her loves her. But brother is so picky, it's not certain. Deep down, I still think he's more compatible with Su Miantong. She murmured softly, and her mother heard it. Su Miantong. A female without pheromones. Before she could finish, she got a flick on the forehead. Like your brother said, if you're such a female enthusiast, go marry her yourself. Marry her. If Su Miantong was willing, that would be fine. After all, her beauty was enough to make anyone swoon. On the way to Ghost Lake, the shadow bots were flying. Su Miantong stood in front of their smart screen, carefully observing their operational patterns and every move. As Jun Qingyin had said, the reason they looked like identical shadows was because they applied a special material, acrylic acid ester powder, which was stored in each robot's charging pod. Coincidentally, her void essence couldn't last long and had to be saved for the critical moment of rescuing Isfini. To continue hiding without being discovered, she had to take their place. Taking advantage of a robot entering the charging pod to input its password, she followed closely behind. When it exposed its most vulnerable brain-computer interface, she destroyed it with a single strike using Enzo's frozen ice needle. Then she replaced it, applied the acrylic acid ester powder over her body, and waited quietly for the charging time to end. When the time was up, the starship reached its destination and slowly descended onto a pitch-black, eerie, and cold lake. The robots brought Isfini out of the cage, her hands and feet in chains, her face soaked with tears. They opened the communication device, reporting to Dr. Lawrence, his new plaything has arrived. Dr. Lawrence has replied, send her to the key lab first and inject her with a dose of propofol. He can't bear to see the little mermaid shed pearls. Roger. Upon receiving the order, a group of robots escorted Isfini toward the lab. Su Miantong silently followed. Along the way, she committed to memory every entrance and exit mechanism, password, and route she passed. Finally, they arrived at the lab. Even as a scientist who had seen all kinds of horrific scenes, she was still appalled by what lay inside. The bodies of beastmen trapped in water tanks had been hollowed out. Severed limbs immersed in sealed jars were still twitching flexibly. Rows upon rows of various sharp knives gleamed with a fierce light, with traces of bloodstains, some still wet-dried, on the workbench. Whether belonging to one victim or mixed together, they bore witness to the cruelty that had just occurred. She clenched her fists involuntarily as she watched Isfini have a pill forced into her mouth, instantly transforming into a mermaid, then being roughly bound with iron chains to a massive stone pillar by the robots, unable to move an inch, surrounded by deadly instruments of torture. Had Jun Qingyin been treated like this too? No wonder he was so afraid of iron chains. As Su Miantong was consumed by deep anger, a robot beside her handed her a syringe of medication. You administer it. It was propofol. There was no need for another sedative. After they had fed Isfini the shape-shifting pill, she had already lost consciousness. Now that they were increasing the dosage, it seemed they were eager to proceed. She took the syringe and with practiced skill located the superficial vein on the mermaid's body, preparing to inject. Outside the laboratory, above the silent Ghost Lake, hundreds of elite mecha squads suddenly appeared, and immediately the massive experimental base's first-level red alert blared. DOO, abnormal operating environment detected. High-level code is invading the system, attempting to modify original data. Stop it immediately. Firewall activation failed. Firewall has been dismantled. System crashing. What's going on? How could this be? How could this be? In an instant, nearly all the shadow robots in the experimental base ceased operation. Dr. Lauren, incredulous, leaned over the main computer, frantically typing to prevent the external intrusion. But it was already too late. With a bang, the door to the main control room was kicked open. Yu Zhongxian gracefully retracted his mecha wings, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, dripping with derision. Your technology is so outdated, Dr. Lauren. Time for an upgrade. Dr. Lauren turned, and upon seeing the visitor his brown eyes widened in shock. He was Yu Zhangxian, the master of the Yuhuixing, the first interstellar commander. A male with innate SS-level combat power, an indestructible body, and the unrivaled ability to control mecha warfare and destroy all high-end intelligence. It's over. He was about to use a laser cannon to escape, but the man detected him first, activated his combat power, and under the supreme pressure forced him to revert to his beast form. So, it's a skunk. Tisk, how cute, take it away. He tossed it to his subordinates in disgust, walked over to the main screen, and watched the live feed from Laboratory 1. A group of shadow robots and a mermaid. Among them, one robot was about to inject the mermaid with a drug. This must be the idol my little sister mentioned. He was about to press the pause command when he witnessed something immensely amusing. Hurry up, what's the delay? A group of shadow robots urged the robot holding the syringe. The robot slowly located the mermaid's vein, then suddenly stopped. What's wrong with you? A shadow robot behind it leaned in curiously. The robot immediately wrapped an arm around its neck, dexterously slid a brooch hidden in its sleeve into its palm, pressed the mechanism, and fired a mystic ice needle into the robot's brain-computer interface, freezing it on the spot. What's happening? Another robot approached out of curiosity, only to suffer the same fate. One by one, all the programmatically set robots were silently taken down by it. An internal conflict among the shadow robots. Were they poisoned or malfunctioning? Of course it was because Yu Zhangxian activated his combat power. Indeed, it was not under his control. It was not a shadow robot at all, but a human. Interesting. Someone had reached the lab before him and effortlessly eliminated the shadow robots that had given everyone headaches. He was curious to see what else this person could do. The commander, intrigued, crossed his arms and sat down before the main screen, watching with great amusement, leaving his subordinates stunned. Hadn't they agreed on a swift resolution? They thought the boss was watching the beautiful mermaid on the screen, but he was actually staring unwaveringly at a single shadow robot. After taking down all the robots, the figure did not leave. Instead, it walked straight to the mermaid, carefully examined the chains binding her, and upon discovering they were controlled by a password, sat down without hesitation at a nearby main computer. According to previous investigation data, the password device used in Dr. Lauren's Laboratory 1 was composed of dozens of complex programs constructed from different chemical elements. The National Academy of Sciences had assigned dozens of veteran chemistry professors to study it for over a month, without any progress, let alone him. Should he lend a hand? Yu Zhangxian was just thinking about it. With a click, all the chains on the mermaid were instantly released. The glint of amusement in the man's eyes suddenly sharpened. In just a few minutes, he had cracked the code that had stumped the entire nation's chemistry veterans. When had such a genius appeared on the planet, and why didn't he know? Beside him, the skunk doctor, whose tail was firmly pinned, was also flabbergasted at the sight. Who was this top-tier powerhouse? Destroying his life's work, the shadow robots, was one thing, but cracking the painstakingly crafted chemical password so easily was simply unscientific. Yisafini rolled off the giant stone pillar, her mind hazy and her expression pained. Su Miantong wanted to release pheromones to ease her suffering, but feared that if she suddenly woke up and saw her current shadow robot appearance, she would scream and attract outsiders. So she took out the void essence, dabbed a bit on herself and the mermaid, then supported her as they walked outside. First escape this damned place. Invisibility potion. So that's how she did it. Interesting. More and more interesting. Yu Zhangxian got up and followed. Strangely, even with his combat power activated, he could not sense any aura from that robot at all, and could only track the mermaids to determine the location. As Su Miantong supported Yisafini out, she was astonished to find that all the shadow robots at the base's mechanisms and exits were standing still, as if in a dormant state. What was wrong with them? She was extremely puzzled, but dared not stop quickly moving outside. In less than 10 minutes, she was out of the base. She pulled out her light brain, still no signal. Where was this? Before her lay a serene, secluded lake. To the left of the lake was a pitch-black path, and to the right a brightly lit avenue. She instinctively headed toward the avenue. This late heading to the city of Sin. With a mermaid. Had he guessed wrong? Yu Zhangxian rubbed his chin. Was he not here to rescue the mermaid, but to snatch her away and sell her in the city of Sin? A person with such high intelligence and courage, who would be a top-tier talent anywhere, engaging in such a lowly trade. He bent down, picked up a pebble, and tossed it at her feet. Sorry. I promised my little sister to bring this mermaid back. With a splash, unexpectedly, that tiny pebble sent a huge spray of water from the lake, as if that robot had fallen in. Ha ha ha. Yu Zhangxian was thoroughly amused. A genius who had silently eliminated dozens of shadow robots and effortlessly cracked Dr. Lauren's top-secret device, scared into the water by a pebble. How utterly entertaining. He laughed for a good while before realizing something was off. Why wasn't there any movement? Could she not swim and was drowning? No, that wouldn't do. Such a rare talent, he wanted to recruit her. He leaped up, spread his mecha wings, and was about to dive into the water. Suddenly movement came from the lake. The bright moonlight poured down, scattering in scattered spots upon the tranquil and serene lake like blooming clusters of silver flowers. Amid the flowers, wisps of serpentine dark hair gradually floated upward, followed by a pair of clear, translucent amber eyes. Under the shimmering water's reflection, they moved with agility more dazzling than the stars in the sky. Yu Zhangxian was suddenly stunned. He turned out to be a female. Such an intelligent, bold, calm, and extraordinarily courageous person, and yet a female. Just now, when she fell into the water, it seemed she heard someone laughing at her. Su Miantong's eyes shifted suspiciously, but finding nothing unusual, she swam to the surface. Every inch she emerged made the man in the sky hold his breath a little more. The maiden had delicate features like a painting, a straight and elegant nose, lips as plump and rosy as rose petals, tender and dewy, and skin like the finest mutton fat, jade glowing white under the drizzling moonlight. Her clothes clung to her body, soaked in the lake water, accentuating a heart-stoppingly perfect figure, full bosom, slender waist, long straight legs, each step like a goddess emerging from a bath, breathtakingly beautiful. An angel's face, a devil's body. Yu Zhangxian had never seen such a uniquely beautiful little female, and for a moment he felt entirely out of sorts. The usually sensitive mecha sensors became sluggish, his heart's power unit reacted with unprecedented intensity, and the detector's alarm sounded in his ears. Alert! Alert! Detected that your brain is secreting large amounts of dopamine, stimulating an adrenaline surge. Please calm down immediately, or the control center will issue commands to your lower body, easily causing premature heat. Shut up. Yu Zhangxian struck the cold alloy shell hard. He had never experienced a physiological reaction to any female, no matter the type, especially not while in mecha mode.
你终于来了，我等你很久了。
Name Su Miantong, gender female, home planet Central Star, age 18, pheromone unknown. Additionally, top secret information provided exclusively to the commander by the Wei Star Intelligence Bureau. The SSSS class supreme female born on Central Star, named Su Miantong, with attached image. The attached image showed 6 males holding her tightly. With a roar, an uncontrollable raging fire ignited in his mind. Yu Zhangxian was so jealous that even the joints of his mecha clanked, and the detector sounded twice in the same rare moment. Alert! Alert! Detected that your combat power is soaring rapidly. Please control it immediately, or it may affect surrounding intelligence. With a bang, Su Miantong, who had just climbed ashore, found that her optical brain had exploded. Burned by fire she could understand, but blown up by water. What the hell? She looked at the lake with suspicion, cupped a handful of water, and felt her CPU nearly melting. She would rather believe her own brain had bubbles than believe water could blow up an optical brain. This was already the 3rd optical brain. She might be born with a constitution that destroys optical brains. Wait. She looked down at her body, clearly visible in the air. The modified acrylic powder and void essence had all failed upon contact with water. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. Still at the entrance of the experimental base, with no time to lament, she took the mermaid and continued down the bright avenue. Not only a physiological reaction, but also a psychological one. Yu Zhangxian had to admit that he was moved by her. His desire had shifted from wanting to recruit her as a subordinate to wanting to hold her in his arms as his one and only little female. The AI detected his thoughts and immediately analyzed the feasibility and difficulty of the task. Feasibility was rated an extremely low 10, while difficulty incredibly listed 10 stars. Even when he first commanded the mecha in battle, defeating several enemy stars and becoming the overlord of the Wei star system, he had never encountered a top-tier 10-star difficulty. Why? According to AI analysis Obstacle 1, she is an SSSS class supreme female, so she does not have a sense of admiration for your strength. Obstacle 2, you are not on the same planet. Obstacle 3, her suitors are all extremely outstanding, including the invincible interstellar war god, powerful kings, and princes, the twin stars, with limitless potential top-tier scientists, many of whom are SS class. Shut up. Yu Zhangxian interrupted it again impatiently. For the first time he detested cold data analysis, and for the first time he knew he could be so stubborn. Difficult. The more difficult, the more he wanted to try. Sin City. During the day it was quiet and desolate, empty like a dead city. At night it was brightly lit and bustling with business, but it was not a place for ordinary people. It was filled with robbery, trafficking, fraud, and even murder, a gathering place for interstellar criminals. In the past, a natural beauty like Su Miantong and a mermaid walking on the road would be snatched away within seconds by villains. But today, everywhere they went was empty and deserted. Only because a power so overwhelmingly strong loomed behind them, declaring death to any intruder. Damn it, did you see that? That little female is so beautiful, she doesn't look human. It makes my body burn. A gorilla beastman crouched on the wall staring at her with twisted, drooling fantasies. A hippopotamus beastman beside him also drooled, unable to resist. Axe me too. Even if I can't have her, getting that mermaid beside her would satisfy my craving. Another hyena beastman was disgusted by their lewdness and mocked brothers so thirsty. Go out and grab them. If they could, maybe he could get some scraps too. Dog. You think we don't want to? If that terrifying power behind them wasn't so strong, they'd already be under us. I smell at least SS class male. SS class male. That means the commander. I've seen his power before. I don't want to experience that feeling again. Yu Zhangxian, hearing those filthy words, conjured blades in his palms and was about to pierce into the darkness, but then changed his mind.